Come. Climb. 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 The explosive disco DJ dance music was transmitted through the subwoofer and mixed electronic music in the SOS bar. It was very rhythmic and dynamic. It resounded through the night sky, and the drums impacted the eardrums of everyone inside and outside the bar. Copy address access. When Chao Shanshan got out of the car, she wrapped her fiery and graceful body tightly around Ling Yun's body. Her head kept moving to the beat of the music, her bright eyes flashed with excitement, almost embracing Ling Yun Xiongdi. Go to the door. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the night market in Qingshui City has just begun. Urban petty bourgeoisie white-collar workers who like to clubbing, including a large number of students, gather here. SOS is when the crowd is full of people. Go, keep flowing. As the largest and most popular night market in Qingshui City, SOS is usually crowded at night, not to mention that the Qingming festival holiday was just held today, and the number of people more than doubled than usual. Chao Shanshan is so excited, of course Ling Yun will not spoil her interest. He took the initiative to embrace Chao Shanshan's sexy and hot white waist, but his handsome eyes looked at the crowd entering and leaving the D bar. There are so many beauties in Shimizu City. Ling Yun looked at beauties of all ages who were wearing heavy makeup, dressed in sexy and flamboyant costumes entering and leaving the bar, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Shimizu is beautiful, this is not a lie. The beauties who go in and out of the bar range in age from 14 to 15 to 40 or 50 years old. Some are sexy, some are charming, some are pure and beautiful. They are either in groups of 3 or 5, or in pairs. Come or come alone, but most of them are accompanied by at least one man, with excitement flashing on his face and eyes, and thoughts in his heart. What did you say? Chao Shanshan asked loudly, bringing her charming little mouth to Ling Yun's ear. Got here. The whole world seemed to have only the shocking DJ voice in the D bar that swelled the eardrums. Ling Yun spoke in a normal voice, but Chao Shanshan couldn't hear it at all. However, even so, Ling Yun's ear power at the peak of the 3rd level of body training can still clearly hear the words of everyone around him, no matter how high or low they are speaking, without exception. Ling Yun glanced at Chao Shanshan helplessly. With a wry smile, he put his mouth to Chao Shanshan's ear and shouted loudly, I said there are so many beauties here. Chao Shanshan suddenly blushed. She gave Ling Yun a charming glance. Then he shouted into Ling Yun's ear again, don't look at them, only look at me. Ling Yun laughed and nodded lightly at her, and the two walked into D bar. Chao Shanshan is a girl, so of course you don't need to buy a ticket to come to this kind of place, but Ling Yun still took out 50 yuan to buy a male ticket under the guidance of the waiter in the corridor. Chao Shanshan is obviously a frequent visitor here. Without waiting to enter the D bar, she directly asked the waiter for a private room through gestures and loud shouting, and then the waiter led them in. Ling Yun could hear clearly without trying to listen. Chao Shanshan said that she is a distinguished member of SOS, and she just asked for a private room with a low consumption of 5,999, which seems to be the most expensive here. In Ling Yun's current memory, this was the first time he came to D bar to play, so he was a nightclub idiot at all, but with Chao Shanshan around, he didn't even bother to ask anything. It all depends on Chao Shanshan's arrangement. The D bar is really unique. The dance floor in the center is very large, and it seems that it is enough to accommodate thousands of people to shake slowly together. Mysterious multiplication. After entering the private room, Chao Shanshan ordered a bottle of 9,999 yuan Hennessy special alcohol, then dismissed the waiter and took Ling Yun to sit down. It is said to be a private room, but it is different from the private room in the big hotel. The private room of D bar is a booth with a roof, most of which are open. But there is no doubt that every private room in the D bar has a good view, and the entire D bar situation can be seen without any omissions. Let's take a break here and watch it for a while. Chao Shanshan knew that Diba's climax program was far from coming, so she was not in a hurry. The waiter brought the deep golden Hennessy, and took the initiative to open it for the two of them, then made a slow gesture and left. Chao Shanshan held the Hennessy bottle in both hands, and leaned over elegantly to pour a quarter into each of the two brandy glasses. She first brought a glass of wine to Ling Yun, and then took it herself. "Don't you drink?" Ling Yun asked, while staring at Chao Shanshan with interest. "It's just that I don't drink when I go to school." Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly and said to Ling Yun coquettishly, "Cheers." Ling Yun smiled slightly, and directly poured the golden wine into his mouth, drank it all at once, and then nodded, "This wine is not bad." Chao Shanshan burst out laughing. Ling Yun was stunned and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to toast?" Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance, and then gave him a demonstration. She took care of the cup with her palm for 2 or 3 minutes, waited for the mellow aroma of cognac to slowly rise, and then used her delicate nose to approach the mouth of the cup. 1 centimeter away, he closed a pair of bright eyes slightly intoxicated, and then drank into his mouth. She didn't swallow it immediately, but put the wine in her mouth, and with her dexterous tongue, she swam in the wine, enjoying the wine to the fullest. Chao Shanshan then poured another cup for the two of them, and then said to Ling Yun shyly, "Hennessy only feels like drinking like this, it's like a lover's kiss." Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's beautiful and moving face, intoxicated with anticipation in her eyes, and wondered if this was seduce me. However, Ling Yun's comprehension is very high. Chao Shanshan can only demonstrate it once, and when he drinks according to Chao Shanshan's method, he really tastes the mellowness of Hennessy. Chao Shanshan came here, and her interest was really not high. She and Ling Yun kept introducing everything about the SOSD bar, and kept swaying with the changing music in the D bar, twisting her hot and sexy body. Ling Yun was dizzy when he saw it. Half an hour later, with Chao Shanshan's introduction, Ling Yun quickly understood and adapted to the Diba environment. He began to look at the environment and the crowd outside the private room, intentionally or unintentionally. Then he saw Long Wu. Although Ling Yun only saw a profile face from a distance, he was 100% sure. That is the dragon dance. Long Wu didn't know when she came. Maybe she liked the atmosphere outside the private room. She sat quietly in a large booth with a good view. There were still 4 or 5 bodyguards standing behind the booth. The expressions on the bodyguards' faces were incompatible with the people in the bar, and they all looked grim. Staring intently at the person who wants to approach this deck. Long Wu still wears heavy makeup, with thick, smoky makeup on his face. The clothes on her body can only be described in simple terms. She wears only a palm-width black tube top, which can't cover the 2 huge, plump and towering snow-white meatballs on her chest. Nearly 3/4 of them were exposed to the ambiguous lights of Diba, and they were about to come out. The ravine between the 2 groups of Snow Whites was deep. The lower body was a pair of short black and bright leather hot pants, which could not even wrap half of her round buttocks. The 2 long and straight legs overlapped each other, forming a curve of more than 60 centimeters long, challenging the attention of various men in the bar. Long Wu wears a black wide-brimmed hat on her head. She has no smile on her face with heavy makeup. Her brows are furrowed and her mouth is pouted. What? Seeing the worried look on Long Wu's face, Ling Yun's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Hart said that this little girl is really bold. What she wears today is more revealing than yesterday. Hey, what are you looking at? Chao Shanshan saw Ling Yun's eyes staring at the outside of the private room. She followed Ling Yun's gaze and saw that she was dressed in revealing clothes and had a hot body. Dragon dance with slender and fit legs. Chao Shanshan stomped her feet secretly, thinking that if a super school girl like me is so sexy to accompany you here romantically, she still has the time to see other girls. Ling Yun didn't look back, just raised his chin and pointed to Long Wu with a smile, did you see that, the daughter of the boss of Qinglong, Long Wu? Chao Shanshan frowned slightly. She looked at Ling Yun in surprise and asked, daughter of the boss of Qinglong? How did you know her? Ling Yun then turned around. Chao Shanshan smiled lightly. I saw you at the mall yesterday. The little girl was arrogant and cruel, and I slapped her twice. I guess she is thinking about how to take revenge at the moment. What he said was light, but Chao Shanshan gasped when she heard it. Ah? You beat the eldest daughter of Qinglong? Chao Shanshan said in a stunned voice. Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan and said with a smile, didn't I tell you, you don't have to speak so loudly here, I can hear you whispering. Then he smiled and said, I'll fight if I hit it. Anyway, I have offended Qinglong because of Tai Xiaohu, so I'm not afraid of him. Chao Shanshan saw Ling Yun's indifferent appearance. She was about to speak when she found that the dance music in D-Bar had changed again. This song, Chao Shanshan knew as soon as she heard it. It was called The Way I Are, and it was a great classic slow rock DJ dance song. Chao Shanshan's heart moved, and she was about to pull Ling Yun out, but she heard Ling Yun say in surprise, hey, the dragon dance is up. Chao Shanshan took a closer look and saw that Long Wu suddenly got up with the sound of the new dance music, and walked towards a swaying model in the Eyes of Wolves, and walked to a pole dancing place in the D-Bar. Round table. Does she want to? Chao Shanshan sat down again, but her big bright eyes kept staring at Long Wu. Chao Shanshan's dance skills are very good and professional. She can only tell from the few steps that Long Wu walks. Long Wu can definitely dance, and she must dance very well. Amid the whistling sound, Long Wu climbed onto the bar table with one hand, and then stood up straight with her tall and delicate body. Ling Yun just glanced at him and knew that Long Wu's height was at least 1.75 meters, and at least 1 meter was all on those long snow-white, slender, elastic legs. Peerless beautiful legs. Not only Ling Yun thought so, but every man in D-Bar who noticed the dragon dance thought so. After Long Wu stood on the round bar table, he glanced at everyone who was looking up below, and then stretched out his slender right arm like a lotus root, and grabbed the cold and dazzling metal steel pipe. Long Wu took off the wide-brimmed black hat with his left hand, and threw it back to his deck. Then, with his right arm, he stood up and lifted his slender left leg. Steel pipe. Pole dancing. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. In the dark SOS bar, dozens of colorful lights with red, green, and blue as the main colors are constantly sweeping, illuminating every corner of the bar interactively, with exciting drum beats and extremely rhythm. The electronic drum beats the eardrums of everyone in the bar. Tall and slender, wearing a revealing dragon dance, he stood on a round, smooth tabletop that could be pole danced. When his slender, snow-white right hand held the bright silver pole that was as thick as an arm and gleaming, D-Bari, it's boiling. In fact, in the SOS bar, there are 5 or 6 high tables for the dancers of the bar to dance the hot and sexy pole dance. Every night from midnight, the dancers of the bar will start to dance the provocative and seductive pole dance, dedicate a visual and spiritual feast of desire to the urban men and women who come to D-Bar to relax and relax. It's just that before 11 o'clock tonight, the professional dancers in the disco bar have not yet started to perform, and they were taken out by the dragon dance. As soon as Long Wu stood on the high table, he immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone in the bar. Many people, mainly men, rushed to the bottom of the high table, surrounded the circular stage and looked up. The tall and slender dragon dance, with a hot body. As soon as Long Wu's right hand grabbed the cold steel pipe, her whole body changed immediately. Her frowning brows stretched out, her charming eyes showed a confidence that could be called pride, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. With a twist of her waist, her hot and delicate body stretched out, from her delicate chin, to the towering twin peaks, to the tight and attractive lower abdomen, and the mysterious triangle area, all tightly attached to the cold steel pipe. Wow! The people below saw Long Wu's two taut snow-white balls that stood out because of being squeezed by the steel pipe, and at the same time they opened their mouths and exclaimed. Long Wu stayed close to the pole, and then moved her body back, holding the pole in her right hand, and lifted her slender white legs lightly. With a very charming posture, he circled the steel pipe twice, and at the same time looked at the people below with provocative eyes. At this moment, she is like a sexy, coquettish, confident, aloof queen, looking down at her subjects. Then, she was in the sound of shocking music, in the whistling of anticipation. The enchanting hair flutters, the charming leg lifts, the unrestrained arm stretches, the twisting graceful waist, and the sexy and hot pole dance. Long Wu grabbed the pole with both hands to make movements, and let herself walk around the pole. While smiling gracefully, she quickly put her body weight on the pole. She combined expert-level dance steps such as Big V dance, girl sitting position, flaming sun, and Egyptian slalom. Every head up. Every time she flings her hair, her slender and graceful waist twists like a snake, sometimes her mysterious private parts are close to the steel pipe, sometimes her back is to the steel pipe, her hands are held upside down, and her sexy buttocks are rubbed and twisted left and right against the steel pipe. Every movement is standard and perfect, teasing the senses of everyone in the bar. The enchanting long hair fluttering, the towering snow-white swaying, the soft and graceful waist, the round and firm buttocks, and the straight and slender white legs. Every movement through the dragon dance exudes a strange heat. There are no sexual hints, no obscene teasing, only hot dancing. Long Wu is showing her perfect figure and healthy sexiness. Long Wu's movements are graceful and charming, full of femininity, and her figure is very good. Every movement makes his body show a perfect S-curve, which forms a strong contrast with the straight steel pipe. Almost every action she makes can cause countless applause below, even overshadowing the cool and dynamic electronic sound in the disco. Huh. Ling Yan quietly admired the long dance of the pole dance, exhaled unconsciously, and said lightly, and this kind of dance, she dances really well. Chao Shanshan watched Ling Yan staring at the showy Long Wu without blinking, feeling jealous for a while. She snorted softly, it's just pole dancing, as long as she's a better-looking woman, go up and twist around the pole. Come on, these perverts below will drool. Chao Shanshan was almost talking to herself, so her voice was not high, but Ling Yan could hear it clearly. He didn't turn his head and said loudly, Shanshan, what dance are you going to show me? Ling Yan thought it was troublesome to shout loudly every time. Now, when he talks to Chao Shanshan, he has a lot of skill. His voice is not too high, but it can be very clear, and it can be sent to Chao Shanshan's ears just right. Chao Shanshan was shy when she heard this, but she blurted out without hesitation, I want to dance Latin, rumba. After finishing speaking, she said to Ling Yan with a shy face, however, Latin dance must be performed by a man and a woman, so you have to dance with others. When Ling Yan heard this, he finally pulled his gaze away from Long Wu. Looking at Chao Shanshan, whose face was blushing and charming, he said in astonishment, I dance with you. I've never danced before. Chao Shanshan's beautiful goose egg had a beautiful smile on her face. She hugged Ling Yan's arm, trying to pull him up from the comfortable sofa, and said, I know you can't, but don't you have a good memory? I can teach you. Ling Yan was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head and said, can you still learn this stuff now? Chao Shanshan sneered and said, it's just dance steps and a set of movements. It's much easier than learning martial arts. You have a good memory and your kung fu is so good. You must learn dance very quickly. Chao Shanshan was right on this point. Ling Yan first nodded carelessly, and then asked her with inquiring eyes, really? Chao Shanshan nodded expectantly and said, of course it's true, if you don't believe me, get up and try. Chao Shanshan decided to come to the show with Ling Yan. Of course, one wanted Ling Yun to see more of her strengths, but the other was thinking carefully. Why did she choose Latin dance? Latin dance must be a dance of a man and a woman. Most of the dances show the action of two people attracting or seducing each other, which can better show the love story of men and women. For Chao Shanshan, this night was a romantic night she had never experienced since she was a child. She was crazy about dancing, and now she was looking forward to being able to dance with Ling Yun. The most representative dance in Latin dance is the rumba, which is known as the soul of Latin. People who learn Latin dance usually learn the rumba as the first dance to get started. Rumba is a dance that expresses the love story between men and women, so its music is soft and lingering, and its movements can make the female partner fully show the feminine beauty and the curves of the crotch and buttocks. It is very beautiful to be apart from each other, between male and female companions. Learning to dance is nothing more than movements and dance steps, and these are really not difficult for Ling Yun, who is at the peak of the third-level physical training. No matter how difficult the movements of Latin dance are, can it be compared to Ling Yun's various martial arts stunts? As for footwork and movement, if the footwork of dancing is compared with Ling Yun's Wanlei Shinxing and Phantom Fish Dragon steps, it is even more incomparable. Therefore, Chao Shanshan is a good teacher, and Ling Yun is a student who can't be more gifted. Chao Shanshan first explained to Ling Yun the essentials of dancing Latin dance, then she put her hands behind her head, twisted her long hair like a waterfall, and pulled it into a noble and elegant bun. When Chao Shanshan stood up again, her gaze towards Ling Yun began to be different. It was a look of love that she could not extricate herself from. I'll take you to try again. In fact, the music played in the bar now doesn't match with rumba at all, but it obviously doesn't affect Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. After listening to Chao Shanshan's explanation, Ling Yun already knew all the essentials of rumba by heart, and then took Chao Shanshan's hand and danced around with her, so she could easily get started. Chao Shanshan's eyes flickered with excitement. She watched Ling Yun's more and more skilled, more and more standard and natural movements. The surprise and joy in her heart reached an incomparable level. When the two danced for the second time, Chao Shanshan still walked with Ling Yun, but by the third time, Ling Yun had changed from passive to active, guiding Chao Shanshan's delicate body to rotate. Ling Yun, you are really a genius. No. You are a genius among geniuses. Chao Shanshan was surprised and looked at Ling Yun with admiration. Dancing, only those who have experienced it personally know its charm. Now that Ling Yun has experienced it, he can fully understand why Chao Shanshan wants to teach him to dance. The lingering of the body and the meeting of the eyes can indeed make the dance partner and the dance partner achieve some kind of tacit understanding and communication in the soul. It was a very pleasant enjoyment. Wait a while to put on the soothing music, and then let's dance on the dance floor, okay? Chao Shanshan's beautiful oval face smiled charmingly, and her bright eyes were full of excited expectations. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and just as he was about to answer, he heard an exclamation from everyone outside the private room. Wow! The two turned their heads at the same time, and naturally looked towards Long Wu, who was dancing the pole dance. I saw that Long Wu only used one beautiful white leg to hang high on the bright silver steel pipe, and the other straight snow-white leg formed a perfect right angle with the vertical steel pipe, which was exposed horizontally in the ambiguous light. The pink lotus-like arms are freely waving, and the long hair on the head is swaying in the air charmingly. Especially the two snow-white balls on her chest are towering, because the delicate body is hung upside down and it looks fuller and taller. The two round and bulging snow-white meatballs are mostly exposed to the eyes of everyone in the D-bar. This action is too sexy, too seductive, too hot. Almost every man in the bar that I watched had his Adam's apple shaking and drooling. Ling Yun sniffed lightly with his nose, and in the turbid air mixed with the smell of alcohol and sweat, he could keenly smell the seductive fragrance of Long Wu's body. It's really such a fascinating body fragrance. Chao Shanshan bit her lower lip lightly, looked at Long Wu who was out of the private room, and looked at Ling Yun, who was staring at Long Wu, and snorted softly from her nostrils. She is so jealous. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. This girl is really fierce. At this moment, Dugumo, who had enjoyed the dragon dance and pole dancing from beginning to end, held a glass of vodka in his hand, staring at the tender body that had just stood upright, and jumped from the high table. The dragon dance below, muttered to himself. After Dugumo returned to the hotel at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he watched TV for 6 hours. He didn't come out of the hotel until he couldn't find any programs he liked to watch anymore. He randomly grabbed a waiter and asked where they had fun at night. The place, the waiter told him SOS, he took a taxi and went straight here. But after he arrived, the waiter of SOS looked at Dugumo in a robe like a monster, and said nothing to let him in. Dugumo had no choice but to go back and change into the clothes in the city before rushing again. Come over. Dugumo is not short of money, because he follows the people of his family to wander around the world every year, so he is not as naive as Ling Yun, who just passed through. Dugumo is a freak, he wears a robe, it is purely a hobby, a habit, and he likes the strange eyes that others look at him like a monster. In the past, when he came out with the family members, Dugumo was under too many constraints, so this time he ran out secretly, on the one hand, to get the ethereal emperor, on the other hand, he naturally wanted to have fun and indulge himself greatly. One time, this kid visited and explored Qingshui Lake and Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng during the day. After returning to the hotel, he watched TV for 6 hours. At night, he was extremely bored and wanted to find a place to spend some time. Dugumo arrived at SOS 10 minutes later than Ling Yun. After he came, he directly asked for a booth and sat down. He ordered all the cigarettes, wine and fruit plates, and then sat there watching others dance. Grandpa said that the woman outside is a tiger, it seems to be true. After watching the performance of the dragon dance, Dugumo was stunned for a while, took the vodka in the cup and drank it, shook his head and sighed. In another remote corner of the D bar, Miao Xiaomiao, wearing a sexy leather jacket and skirt, has come in at around 9 o'clock. Just sat there quietly. The location of this corner was low and slanted, because the obstruction of hundreds of people dancing slowly on the dance floor was the blind spot of Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan's private room, so Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan didn't find Miao Xiaomiao after they came in. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao was called by Zhang Ling, who was lost. After Zhang Ling knew that Chao Shanshan was going to date Ling Yun tonight, her mood suddenly dropped to the lowest point. After Chao Shanshan left the classroom, she went back to her seat and wept secretly. She is now 100% sure that she likes Ling Yun. Seeing the boy she likes going on a date with her best friend, although all of this has her factors in it, it still can't stop her from suffering for the lost love. Miao Xiaomiao and Zhang Ling are now at the same table. They are already good friends. After she patiently persuaded Zhang Ling for a while, she was dragged here by Zhang Ling, who was extremely depressed and lost. Now, Zhang Ling is among the hundreds of people who are dancing slowly and slowly, taking care of himself, trying his best to vent his suppressed emotions and endless depression. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't find Zhang Ling on the dance floor now. Sitting in the small booth with her two beautiful legs crossed, she sighed slightly in her heart, "Hey. I've been dancing for more than an hour, are you tired?" In front of Miao Xiaomiao's eyes, Ling Yan's handsome face, always with a faint smile, appeared. She frowned slightly, and thought to herself, could it be you? Miao Xiaomiao saw that Long Wu returned to his booth and sat down. A pair of big eyes full of aura looked thoughtfully at the 5 bodyguards behind her, and then withdrew their gazes. At 11:20 in the evening, the soothing music sounded, and most of all the dancers on the dance floor left the dance floor, and the rest began to dance slowly again. The dance floor was suddenly much empty. Anyone who comes to dance knows that the soothing concert lasts for half an hour. After half an hour, SOS will put on a really hot show. Xiao Miao, give me a glass of water, I'm exhausted. Zhang Ling ran back sweating profusely. Her whole body seemed to be pulled out of the water, and her neat short hair was wet and turned into a lock. The mist on his head and face was steaming, and his thirsty throat was smoking. As soon as he saw Miao Xiao Miao, he couldn't wait to drink water. Finally enough? Miao Xiao Miao unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Zhang Ling, and asked Zhang Ling with a smile. In the lantern's shadow, the smiling Miao Xiao Miao was really beautiful, and Zhang Ling was stunned when he saw it. Zhang Lingquang filled half a bottle of mineral water before he sat down and said, "Wait a while and jump. If you can't jump anymore, go home." Miao Xiao Miao looked at Zhang Ling, who seemed to be crazy, and shook her head slowly helplessly. She didn't say anything, but she had made up her mind. Tonight, no matter how late Zhang Ling played, she would accompany her and send her home before returning. Residence rest. As soon as the soothing music sounded, Chao Shanshan in the private room said to Ling Yun excitedly, "Let's go dancing?" Ling Yun has learned everything, and of course he wants to dance with Chao Shanshan, so he smiled brightly, raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, and took Chao Shanshan's hand out of the private room. Turn and slide into the dance floor. The lights were blurry and intoxicating, and the music was lingering and euphemistic. Ling Yun held Chao Shanshan's small snow-white hand with one hand and her soft and sexy waist with the other. The two exchanged a loving look at each other, and then began a dreamlike dance. Chao Shanshan really didn't brag. Chao Shanshan, who started to really show her dancing, showed her nobility, elegance, and dreaminess as a lady from a famous family. The two quickly slid into the center of the dance floor, and everyone who was dancing in the place they passed by unconsciously gave way to them, and quickly gave way to the center of the dance floor, allowing Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan to play. People who like to dance can still understand a little bit of dance. When they see the two people swinging arms and raising their feet, they know that there are masters in the bar, so everyone unconsciously forms a big circle. She didn't even dance, she enjoyed the performance of the two of them. Although Ling Yun is a beginner, Chao Shanshan is an excellent dancer taught by a top professional dancer. Although she is not wearing a formal rumba dance dress, she twists her waist, swings her hips, and kicks her legs every time. They were all perfectly displayed in Ling Yun's arms, so wonderful. Eyes meet, hearts meet, Chao Shanshan keeps spinning, her graceful body makes various graceful and smooth movements in Ling Yun's arms and arms, she is happy like a bird, flying freely in the sky. Whenever Chao Shanshan's crotch twists to the sides, the onlookers couldn't help but let out bursts of amazement. They looked at the two people in the middle of the dance floor. Looked dumbfounded. Who is the DJ of Diba? As soon as they saw it, they knew that there was a real dancer in the disco, and they immediately changed to the music and dance music that is most suitable for rumba. In this way, for Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan on the dance floor, it is simply a tiger with wings. So handsome. So beautiful. So professional. More and more people around stopped dancing and began to join the army of admiring Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. Some people who knew about rumba also exclaimed in various amazements from time to time. They were amazed at the perfect dancing posture of the stunning girl on the dance floor. It was even more shocking that Ling Yun was able to cooperate with her perfectly. Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan didn't speak, and they didn't need to speak. Everything is in the dance steps, and everything is in the meeting of eyes. Chao Shanshan reassured and boldly gave her body to Ling Yun. She knew that every time she leaned back, leaned, or jumped, Ling Yun was able to safely catch her. This is the allure of a dance to the city. After this dance, in Chao Shanshan's lifetime, whenever she recalled this night, this wholehearted dance, she couldn't help crying happily. After this dance, All the gaps between the two have completely disappeared, and Chao Shanshan has completely recovered what she lost, and gained more. My God! It's Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. Zhang Ling stood on the table after discovering the abnormality in the field. She just glanced at the two people who were ecstatically dancing on the dance floor. However, when she saw the dance of the two, in my heart, there was no such a heart-wrenching sense of loss, but an endless emotion surged up. As Chao Shanshan's good friend, Zhang Ling, can also dance, and she dances well. She used to dance here with Chao Shanshan, but she has never seen Chao Shanshan with such a happy face. Perhaps only a girl like Shanshan is qualified to be Ling Yun's girlfriend. Zhang Ling stood quietly on the table, thinking silently in her heart, wishing her good friend Chao Shanshan a blessing, no more depression and loss in her heart. After hearing this, Miao Xiaomiao also stood up in surprise. She took a few steps back and then stood on a step. From here, only the upper body of Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan could be seen, but she only glanced at it and then stopped. Dance, after reaching a state, can really shock people's hearts. Good dance, really good dance. That girl's dancing is really flawless, damn it, that kid. Dugumo was not as restrained as Miao Xiaomiao. He jumped to the high table where Long Wu danced the pole dance just now, leaning on the bright silver pole and enjoying it. However, Dugumo quickly broke away from the shock caused by Chao Shanshan's dancing, and fixed his eyes on the dancing Ling Yun. That kid is so strong. Why can't I see through him? Why are the two dancers so beautiful? Why does Chao Shanshan dance so selflessly and happily? Because Ling Yun is now beyond dancing, he added his own understanding of footwork to the dance steps, and also added the soul of the calamity transcending periods cultivation base to the understanding of the way of heaven. Ling Yun repairs the way of the heart. Once you forget yourself, whatever your mood is, how high Chao Shanshan's hand is raised, Ling Yun grabbed her hand and just arrived there. He can even judge every next action of Chao Shanshan, even the eye contact is saved. At this moment, Ling Yun gave all the halo to the girl beside him, let her dance and spin freely, and let her express her passionate and unrestrained emotions through her favorite dance. At this moment, they forget the time, forget themselves, there is only music, only dance steps. After 22 minutes, the music stops and the action stops. Chao Shanshan, whose forehead, face, and body were all covered in crystal sweat, was panting violently and fell into Ling Yun's arms, bursting into tears on the dance floor. There was thunderous applause from the whole D-bar, and it was a long time, it was really a dance. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun didn't like seeing Long Wu, of course not because Long Wu was the daughter of Qinglong's boss, Long Kuan. Ling Yun is a cultivator, and he cultivates the way of the heart. Therefore, the people around him, whether they are boys or girls, no matter how beautiful or ugly they look, don't care about their status, he treats them all equally and takes them lightly. In Ling Yun's eyes, there are only those he likes and those he doesn't like. What he values is the heart. For a cultivator, a human body is nothing but a skin, a human identity is something illusory and unrealistic. As long as the cultivator has enough realm, as long as he wants, he can change into anyone's appearance, beauty can become ugly, ugly can also become beautiful. Of course, this kind of change is all fake. When encountering someone with a higher cultivation realm than him, you can see his true face at a glance, and you can't hide it if you want to, unless there is a powerful technique to hide the body. As for the appearance of others, for Ling Yun, an alchemy master in the cultivation world, it is not difficult to change the appearance of an ordinary person. For example, take Zheng Ling as an example. Ling Yun concocts a beauty pill or a beauty pill. As long as she eats it, it is guaranteed that Zheng Ling will make a big change from skin to face to body to temperament and so on. Even better than the current Chao Shanshan. Therefore, whether Ling Yun is good to his own appearance or the appearance of others, he doesn't take it to heart at all. Otherwise, when he first met Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, even Morong Fei Shue and Lin Menghan, he would not have had that kind of attitude towards them. He wanted to be shy in front of Ling Yun by his own beauty, but so far, no one has been able to beg for it. Lin Menghan is beautiful, right? Annoying Ling Yun, why don't you just tell her to get out of here? As for the identity, it was even more ignored by Ling Yun. No matter how high your status is, it will make the cultivators unhappy, and you can be blown to death by just blowing your breath. Even if you have a great status, what is the use? The reason why Ling Yun disliked Long Wu was, on the one hand, because of her domineering personality, and on the other hand, because of the makeup on her face. The makeup on Long Wu's face is really unique. It was simply the trinity of smoky makeup, plus non-mainstream, plus Lady Gaga. Although Ling Yun had seen her twice, he still didn't know her true appearance until now. Certainly. In terms of height, among the beauties Ling Yun had seen, Long Wu was firmly in the top 3, even 1 or 2 centimeters taller than the long-legged beauties Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao. If compared to body. Don't look at anything else, just look at the 2 snow-white meatballs on Long Wu's chest. Long Wu has not lost to the sexy Miao Xiaomiao, and even competes with King Shuizi Huaxuing Meifeng, who has a proud bust of 36. But only the heavy makeup on Long Wu's face really made Ling Yun unbearable. He was in pain again and again. He just hoped that he would never see Long Wu's penetrating face again. To put it in an unpleasant way, under the bizarre lights in the bar, Long Wu's face was painted like a ghost. If Ling Yun has now cultivated sky eyesight, he will naturally be able to see at a glance what Long Wu looks like, but he is still 108,000 miles away from the realm of cultivating heavenly eyesight. I can't even see it. Long Wu lost his mother since he was a child, and has been growing up with his father Long Kuan. Long Kuan was busy grabbing territory and expanding his power in the past few years. He is also a big man, so naturally he can't take good care of his daughter, not to mention when Long Wu was 11 years old. Long Kuan sent Dragon Dance to the open United States early. This makes Long Wu, who has been withdrawn, rebellious and arrogant and domineering since childhood, even more rebellious and domineering. She was taught a lesson by Ling Yun just yesterday, and when she returned home, she wanted her father to avenge her, but she heard that Ling Yun was the one she wanted to marry in the future. Although it is up to her to decide whether to marry or not, but it is not too big or too small to finally have such a name. Knowing that Ling Yun's mother was her father and her savior, Long Wu resolutely gave up the idea of letting her father help her find Ling Yun for revenge. Although Long Wu is withdrawn and rebellious, she is arrogant and domineering, but she is a girl who knows the general situation and knows how to advance and retreat, not to mention that Long Wu has known her father's temper since she was a child. Long Kuan always speaks with one word. But Ling Yun asked Xiao Mimi to slap her twice, and Long Wu couldn't swallow this breath, no matter what. Since she went back yesterday, she has been thinking about how to get revenge on Ling Yun. Even if the wife was beaten by her husband, she might immediately launch a counterattack, not to mention that Ling Yun and Long Wu had just met for the first time, and there was nothing wrong with it. Long Kuan asked Long Wu to find a way to seek revenge on Ling Yun alone. Of course, he had his own purpose. He wanted to let them have more contact through the current conflict between the two. No matter who suffers and who takes advantage, it is finally a kind of understanding, right? The reason why Long Kuan dared to make such a bold decision was not blindly, but through the information about Ling Yun that he had collected by his servants in the past few days. He knew that although Ling Yun did things in different styles and acted daringly, he didn't care which one he did. Everything was handled just right, and from Ling Yun's own standpoint, it wasn't too much. Long Kuan has been immersed in the underworld for so many years. Of course, it is not a world that can be beaten with only a pair of fists, but more of a brain. Judging from Ling Yun's performance, Long Kuan was 100% sure that Ling Yun would never do anything too outrageous to Long Wu. Long Kuan knows his daughter Long Wu too well. He knows that when his daughter does things, she will also have her own bottom line and sense of proportion. Therefore, Long Quan simply did not intervene, and let Long Wu and Ling Yun compete and let them develop freely. What does Long Wu think now? Not marrying Ling Yun is certain, but that doesn't mean she can still be calm when she sees Ling Yun hugging another beautiful girl. Even if I don't marry you, you are not allowed to flirt with other girls until I clearly tell you that my aunt is not with you. Not to mention dancing together, and hugging them directly in my arms. This is what the dragon dance is thinking now. Under such circumstances, Long Wu heard Ling Yun say that she was going to make out with the girl in her arms, and even kicked her out. No wonder she could bear it. Not only did Long Wu not go out, but with a twist of her body, she sat down on the sofa in the private room, her two snow-white legs overlapped, and she glared at Ling Yun, but did not leave. With Long Wu's anger, the body fragrance emanating from her body became more intense, which made Ling Yun, who had a keen sense of it, secretly amazed. However, he still glared at Long Wu and said fiercely, "Hey, why are you staring so big?" I said, "Did you hear? This is our private room. If you don't leave, I'll call the waiter." Long Wu glared at Ling Yun with disdain and anger, leaned over and lifted Ling Yun's wine glass from the coffee table, raised his head and drank it. When Long Wu leaned over, Ling Yun took a peek at her, looking at the two balls of mutton fat jade-like Snow White towering and trembling on her chest. She thought, is he really that big? Big and white? Chao Shanshan was still immersed in the joy of happiness at this time. She didn't even bother to look at Long Wu at all, and left everything to Ling Yun to handle. Now, Chao Shanshan's big bright eyes are full of tenderness. She only has Ling Yun in her eyes, and she is thinking about when Ling Yun will give her an unforgettable first kiss. Long Wu snorted from her nostrils, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Ling Yun, she said disdainfully, "Let the waiter come to chase me? Do you know who is here?" Ling Yun sneered, "I don't care who's here. In short, this is the private room I took down with my wallet. You can't do it here." As he spoke, he had already put Chao Shanshan's delicate body on the sofa beside him, and was about to get up. Of course Ling Yun was too lazy to call the waiter. He wanted to take Long Wu out. When Long Wu saw Ling Yun's ruthless appearance, she was secretly shocked, but her face did not give in. Instead, she straightened her body and said, What do you want to do?" Ling Yun turned his head and said gently to Chao Shanshan, who had not made a statement, "Shanshan, wait for me, I'll drive her out first." Then she stood up. Chao Shanshan first nodded obediently, and then glanced proudly at Long Wu, who was angry. Seeing that Ling Yun really stood up, due to his momentum, Long Wu could only stand up and fight against him. She glared at Ling Yun and said, You dare." Ling Yun laughed loudly, stood up, stretched out his right arm like lightning, and caught Long Wu in his armpit all of a sudden. "Well, it smells so good." Feeling the refreshing feeling of the two snow-white, full and firm towering groups of Long Wu squeezing on his right rib cage, Ling Yun smiled lightly, and regardless of Long Wu's fierce struggle and resistance, he lifted his feet and walked out of the private room. You are so rude and domineering, I will never marry you." Long Wu's two pink arms slammed on Ling Yun's body violently. Twisted and struggled like a snake. Ling Yun was taken aback for a while. "Marry me? What crazy words are you talking about?" Long Wu raised his head and glared angrily at Ling Yun, his eyes shot out to eat people, and said bitterly, "Humph. Ling Yun, remember, my aunt will not marry you even if she dies. I will kill you." Ling Yun laughed, his left hand relaxed, patted Long Wu's face lightly, and said with a smile, "Just hug you, you want to marry me? Just like you are now, even if you want to marry, I still want to marry you. Don't." Long Wu was humiliated by Ling Yun. She was so angry that she didn't care. She struggled and shouted loudly, "Rogue! Indecent! Help!" Ling Yun frowned slightly, and didn't bother to bully her anymore. He walked a few steps to the outside of the private room, put her down, and said to Long Wu impatiently, "Enough. Where to go? Don't disturb my good spirits." When Long Wu saw that Ling Yun didn't hit her like yesterday, she couldn't help but feel happy, and she became more courageous, and continued to shout, "Indecent! Crazy! If you dare to come in and make trouble again, I'm welcome." Ling Yun threw a word, and didn't even look at Long Wu and the few bodyguards who rushed over in a hurry, and turned to go back to the private room. "Boy, you are a big man, I'm afraid it's not good to bully a girl like this?" Hearing this lazy and provocative voice, Ling Yun's heart froze, and he suddenly stopped his steps. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Lonely Ink. I don't know when, he has come to the bottom of the 7 steps outside the private room, and is walking up the steps step by step. His body is as straight as a sword. Ling Yun didn't need to turn his head, he was talking to the other party just now, and he showed the skill of focusing on the sound. He knew that there was a real master, and he still didn't know if he could compete. Dugumo quickly walked up the 7 steps and came to Ling Yun and Long Wu. Ling Yun had already turned around and began to face Dugumo, with a pair of clear eyes that were calm and unwavering, without fear, and looked at Dugumo, who was standing like a javelin lightly. "This guy looks like a sharp sword unsheathed," Ling Yun said in his heart, feeling the powerful sword energy emanating from Dugumo's body. The Dugu family are all Kendo practitioners, and Dugu Mo, as a master of Kendo at the peak of the 8th floor of Hotian, can already be comparable to the ordinary 9th-layer martial artist of the day after tomorrow. In such a crowded place in the secular world, it was impossible for him to attack Ling Yun, so he could only deliberately release a trace of sword energy to oppress Ling Yun, make Ling Yun dare not move rashly, and give him a big dismount. Dugu Mo believed that according to Ling Yun's cultivation, he would definitely be able to feel his aura. Ling Yun looked at Dugumo lightly up and down, a playful smile twitched at the corner of his mouth, deliberately stared at Dugumo's arrogant long hair and said, "Little sister, play while you have nothing to do, don't be a dog here. Take the rat and mind your own business." Puff. With just one sentence, Dugumo, who was smugly pretending to be there, almost vomited blood on the spot. "Gah? Little sister?" Dugumo stared blankly at Ling Yun with his bright starry eyes. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Ling Yun suddenly felt that the fierce sword chi that enveloped his body disappeared without a trace. He smiled and said leisurely, "Why, your hair is so long, isn't it a little sister?" Ha 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 ha. Seeing Ling Yun deliberately referring to a deer as a horse, after Long Wu reacted, she smiled and leaned back and forth, out of breath. Dugumo was about to be mad at Ling Yun, and he was stunned for a while. He slammed his body forward, put his left hand behind his head, grabbed his long hair that fell to his shoulders, and shouted to Ling Yun, "You stinky boy, open your eyes and see, is I Dugumo a woman? Show me carefully." Ling Yun was calm and composed. However, he was unrepentant towards Dugumo, and he pretended to look at Dugumo more seriously for a while. Then he said doubtfully, "It's not bad to be a woman, but why are your breasts so small?" Done. He also deliberately glanced at Long Wu, who was bending over while covering his stomach, with a smile. The meaning is self-evident. Look, how big are his breasts? Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Dugumo went mad. He was in a state of berserk, because of Ling Yun's anger. He indexed 2 fingers in his right hand and pointed them like a sword, and headed towards Ling Yun's Jianjing acupoint like lightning. The arrogant boy in front of him was so irritating. Dugumo was going to control Ling Yun first, then take him to a place with no one and teach him a lesson. Dugumo's shot speed was many times faster than Xuanhuan's. Although Ling Yun was already prepared, and his body was inconceivable, he retreated more than a meter away, but he was almost pointed by Dugumo's sword. Dugumo shot at will, but Ling Yun dodged with all his strength, with one move. Judgment of strength and weakness. What a fast speed. Ling Yun tried out the shades of Dugumo at once, knowing that he was no match for this kid at all, and he added 100,000 points of caution in his heart. Even, dodged? Dugumo looked at his sword fingers in disbelief, and was secretly shocked. There is an unwritten rule among the major ancient martial arts families in China and the hidden sects, that is, it is not a last resort. You are not allowed to show your strength in front of ordinary people, and you are not allowed to rely on your own martial arts to oppress ordinary people. Whether it is an authentic martial arts or an evil demon, you must abide by this point when walking in the prosperous world, otherwise it will attract major families, major sects, and national mysterious departments to join forces to hunt down. This is the reason why ordinary people rarely see these ancient martial arts practitioners. Dugumo, as the direct descendant of the Dugu family, naturally knows this, so although he is extremely angry, he still abides by this rule, just not wanting to attract the attention of ordinary people. It seems that it's hard to take care of this kid here, we have to wait for him to leave. Dugumo made a secret plan in his heart, and gradually began to calm down. He turned his head to look at Long Wu, who was laughing and shedding tears, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said with a smile, "Girl, with me protecting you, this kid won't dare to bully you anymore, you go back." Who knew that Long Wu didn't accept his love at all? She withdrew her smile, and gave Dugumo a cold look. "Who asked you to meddle in the affairs between me and him? Mind your own business." Pfft. Dugumo, who was pure and innocent, really vomited blood this time. Why are women outside like this? I'm kind enough to help you, just don't say thank you, and even say I'm nosy? Ling Yun, who was 1 meter away, cautiously guarded against Dugumo's second shot, but looked at the dragon dance in surprise, thinking that the dragon dance was not acting normally tonight. I just heard Long Wu continue to say to Dugumo coldly, "This is a matter between me and him, there is no need for others to intervene, you can go." Dugumo saw that he didn't have a good relationship with him, he glanced at Ling Yun lightly, and said coldly, "Boy, our business is not over, you remember, my name is Dugumo." Ling Yun said happily, "Little sister Dugumo, you also remember, my name is Ling Yun." Dugumo saw that Ling Yun had not forgotten about this, he was ashamed and angry, pointed at Ling Yun and said, "You." He wanted to date Ling Yun on the spot, but he looked at Chao Shanshan, who had come out of the private room, and at Long Wu, who didn't want to see him at all, so he could only leave helplessly, and angrily return to his booth. Chao Shanshan stared at Dugumo's back thoughtfully, then looked at Ling Yun with a worried look, and asked softly, "Are you all right?" Ling Yun smiled and nodded at Chao Shanshan, indicating that he was fine. Long Wu glanced at Ling Yun with a pair of big eyes. Seeing that he had nothing to do with him, he felt a little relieved, but he said to Ling Yun, "Hey, I will settle the account with you sooner or later." You are not allowed to hug her again. After throwing this sentence, Long Wu also returned to the booth, with a complicated mood. After returning to the booth, she carefully glanced at Dugumo, who was sitting not far away. Back numb. As the daughter of Long Kuan, the boss of Qinglong, Long Wu knows martial arts. Although his martial arts is not high, he is at least better than Chao Shanshan. Although Dugumo deliberately blocked her sight with his body when he made his move, Dugumo's lightning-like finger pointing at Ling Yun just now made her see it vaguely. The ground jumped, a burst of inexplicable worry. If Ling Yun really got into trouble, because of his nonsense, then she had seen her father Long Kuan perform martial arts in front of her, and knew that even her father could not reach the speed of Dugumo. What shocked her even more was that Ling Yun was able to dodge that flash of lightning. Doesn't this mean that even if his father came, he wouldn't be able to beat Ling Yun at all? Long Wu sat silently in his booth, sometimes secretly glancing at Dugumo, and sometimes gnashing his teeth at Ling Yun's private room. His anger was unbearable. But when she thought that even if she was so rambunctious, Ling Yun didn't move a finger of hers, but secretly felt a hint of joy in her heart. "Humph, count you acquainted." Ling Yun led Chao Shanshan into the private room slowly, and after sitting down again, he let out a soft breath. The real master has finally appeared. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun with a slightly solemn expression, hesitated for a while and said, "His name is Dugumo, and he is most likely a member of the Dugu family." Ling Yun turned his head, stared at Chao Shanshan, and asked in a low voice, "The Dugu family? Does it belong to the Guwu family?" Chao Shanshan nodded without hesitation, and said softly, "Yes, not only is the Guwu family, but according to my grandfather, it is one of the most powerful ancient Wu families. It is said that there are countless masters in the family." Ling Yun thought about it silently in his heart, nodded slightly, and didn't speak any more. Chao Shanshan gently hugged Ling Yun's arm, hugged her soft body tightly against Ling Yun's body, and said gently, "He didn't continue to shoot just now. It should be because there are too many people here. He is afraid that after a fight with you, cause unnecessary trouble." Ling Yun nodded again. "You don't have to worry too much. If he dares to continue to trouble you, you will report the name of our Chao family. I believe he must think about it before he makes a move against you." After the dance just now, Chao Shanshan had no reservations about Ling Yun, and gave her lover an idea. Ling Yun knew that Chao Shanshan was worried about him, so he gently embraced Chao Shanshan's waist and smiled gently, "It's okay, I can deal with him." However, Ling Yun felt bitter in his heart. He didn't know what realm Dugumo was in right now, but he knew that even if he was promoted to the 4th level of physical training and quickly reached the peak of the 4th level of physical training, he would be at best in Dugumo. In the hands of fleeing. The real master of this world is very strong. And there are many. Ling Yun was very calm and silently re-evaluated his own strength in his heart. It seems that before reaching the Qi training period, you still have to be a human being with your tail tucked in. Ling Yun sighed silently in his heart, his eyes unconsciously looked towards the booth of Dugumo outside the private room. Ling Yun, the daughter of the eldest Qinglong, why did she repeatedly say that she would never marry you? Chao Shanshan couldn't hold back after all, and she carefully threw this question out. A girl would only say such a thing when she didn't want to marry someone she had to marry, so it was impossible for Chao Shanshan not to ask. Ling Yun only felt chaotic and complicated for a while. He gave an irritable wry smile, looked at the curious Chao Shanshan, and said, "You ask me, who should I ask? Maybe she's going crazy?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan was really confused when she saw Ling Yun, so she could only hide the question in her heart and didn't ask any more. There are too many stunning beauties around Ling Yun, not many if there are more dragon dances, and not one without her. If you want to change Ling Yun, it is simply impossible. If you want to change, you can only change yourself. Now, Chao Shanshan understands better than anyone else that if she wants to have a place in Ling Yun's heart, she can only change herself and improve herself, and there is no other way to go. This point, there is one person who understands this earlier than Chao Shanshan, and that is the beautiful and pretty nurse, Yao Ro. I sent Zheng a text and asked her to come to our private room. Chao Shanshan took out her mobile phone. Ling Yun shook his head, looked at Chao Shanshan and said, with such a loud voice, "Can she hear you when you send a text message?" Chao Shanshan was inexplicably ashamed. She was so happy tonight, she was so confused. "I'll call her over." Chao Shanshan let go of Ling Yun's arm and Ying stood up. Ling Yun looked up and saw that Chao Shanshan's delicate body in the tight-fitting cutie and sexy hot pants was bulging forward and backward, her waist was slender and tight, and her figure was really perfect. Zhang Ling is in the corner opposite the dance floor. You can see her when you get there. Ling Yun didn't get up, but instructed Chao Shanshan. He is completely absent-minded now. just thinking about how to break through the 4th level of training as soon as possible. In fact, Lingyun didn't need to go anywhere now. He could break through the 4th level of body training by sitting cross-legged in the private room for a while, but Lingyun didn't want to make such a breakthrough. Because this is related to his yin and yang tactics. Why didn't Lingyun dare to break his pure yang body? In front of Lin Menghan, Xuan Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and other super sexy and stunning people, he behaved like Lu Xiaohui. He would rather recite the secret of pure heart 1,000 times silently, and insist on guarding his virginity? He is not a hypocrite, nor Lu Xiaohui, nor is he a pure and ignorant little virgin, and he is not pretending to be forced there for pure love. Then what is he for? It's very simple. It's because of this one qi yin and yang art that he can't break his pure yang body now. But once it is broken, this qi yin yang art will be 100 times more difficult to cultivate in the future, and it will no longer be possible to cultivate to the great perfection realm. For Lingyun, who pursues great strength, he destroys his way of self-cultivation for the sake of beauty. This is absolutely not advisable. Therefore, although he endured very hard, but he must endure. After Lingyun absorbed a lot of dragon spirit energy, at his current state, his immunity to beauty can be said to be flying down 3,000 feet, almost zero. Such a huge dragon spiritual energy poured into his body, giving him another perfect transformation of his body, but the dragon's nature was very lewd, which would inevitably bring great side effects to Lingyun. Lingyun even thought more than once that the dragon would not be in estrus the day he absorbed water. You just can't stand it for a while, can you? Originally, Lingyun's immunity to beauty was really strong, but now, his immunity in this area has been greatly reduced. Although he knows the reason, he can't think of a way to solve this big trouble. That dragon aura is in his body. How to solve the meridians, flesh and blood, bones, and even every cell? Can you kill yourself? This is also the reason why Lingyun pretended to be stupid when Chao Shanshan boldly provoked him why he didn't revenge tonight. Can hug, touch, kiss and play. Just can't eat it, no one can stand it, so Lingyun simply didn't touch Chao Shanshan and pretended to be pure. One qi yin yang art, as the name suggests, is one qi transforms yin yang, or yin yang transforms one qi. In short, what is needed is yin and yang. Lingyun is a body of pure yang, and this yang qi is naturally not lacking, not to mention the vitality between heaven and earth, which is basically yang qi. But this yin qi does not refer to the yin of a woman, at least not now. Otherwise, he would like to break the bodies of the beauties next to him and steal their purine bodies. In the case of Shuangxiu, the more beauties the better, no one will be rejected. The yin qi that Lingyun needs now is the yin suffocating qi, which can be said to be earth qi, ghost qi, or death qi. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, life and death, are inherently opposites. These two kinds of breath are absorbed and stored in the dantian. The magic of magic. Therefore, what Lingyun needs now is not a woman, but a large amount of yin evil energy, the more the better. As long as he absorbs enough yin and suffocating energy, Lingyun will practice the yin-yang art of one qi without hesitation. For Lingyun, this was the most perfect and ideal way to raise the 4th level of the body. It would give him an unimaginable boost to his future cultivation, and the speed of his cultivation would not be an exaggeration. Originally, Lingyun wanted to go up to the 4th level of body training. After all, when he was in the world of self-cultivation, he only learned the yin-yang art of one qi when he reached the 7th level of qi training. But when Lingyun discovered that there was a large ancient tomb under the Tianqing, he was pleasantly surprised, and he began to have a new plan. Since there is a tomb, there should be a large number of yin spirits. In such a place, can there be less yin evil energy? But Lingyun knew better than anyone else that the large tomb below the Tianqing was guarded by the yin-yang Suolong Great Array. That large tomb was very unusual, and there were probably yin spirits in it that he could not deal with. Tianqing, he is bound to explore, but in order to minimize the danger, Ling Yun must make some preparations, and the most important preparation is naturally his talisman. Ling Yun believes that if he can really make some lowest-level talismans with different effects at the peak of the third layer of body training, even if he faces Digumo alone, he can make Digumo drink a pot. 180 fire talismans were smashed, and even Digumo would have to jump around and burn half to death. What's more, the fire talisman is still an effective talisman for restraining Yin spirits, and together with the evil talisman and amulets, this undoubtedly greatly improves the safety of his exploration of the Tianqing. It was precisely because of the yin-yang art of Wen Qi and the temptation of the yin and evil energy in the Tianqing that Ling Yun suppressed his own realm and never broke through the fourth level of body training. For Ling Yun, who has countless cultivation techniques, since he has the opportunity to recultivate it, the more perfect it is, the better. In fact, it was only in the middle stage of the small body training. Ling Yun had some exercises that he could choose to practice, but he knew the exercises in his memory. No one can compare to this Qi Yin and Yang art. This Qi Yin Yang art is not only extremely difficult to cultivate, but also has extremely demanding physical requirements. You do not have the talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so don't even think about it as soon as possible. Of course, once the Wen Qi Yin Yang technique started to be practiced, it would lay a solid foundation for Ling Yun to practice any other exercises. The speed of cultivation in the future will also be terrifyingly fast, which is jaw-dropping. It can be said. This Qi Yin Yang art is a training method tailored for Ling Yun. Can he treat it with care? Well, I have to try making a talisman tomorrow. Ling Yun made up his mind secretly, and looked outside in Digumo's direction again. He knew that this Digumo was likely to cause a lot of trouble for him. Hi, Ling Yun. Zheng Ling too broke into the private room first, her big flexible eyes slightly red. But he had a big smile on his face. Then, Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiaomiao, the two stunning school beauties, laughed lightly, followed behind Zheng Ling, and walked into the private room. For a time, the private room was radiant with light and delicious food. Oh? Miao Xiaomiao is here too. Ling Yun took a deep look at Miao Xiaomiao and took the initiative to say hello. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yun a bright smile. He nodded at him and said hello, and sat down with Chao Shanshan. Zheng Ling sat down beside Ling Yun carelessly, opened his mouth and said, "Hey, how is your history review? If you haven't reviewed it well, don't blame me for taking our family Shanshan away." Ling Yun liked Zheng Ling's crispness. He deliberately gave Zheng Ling a vicious look at Zheng Ling's shaking chest. There was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a smile, "If you take it away, take it away. If she's gone, there's still you, and it's the same for us on a date." Zheng Ling's delicate body trembled. She glanced at Chao Shanshan, who was sitting and talking with Miao Xiaomiao, and then gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance. "Fuck you, who wants to date you?" Saying this when, but intentionally or unintentionally, she straightened her plump and attractive snow-white breasts. Zheng Ling's breasts were already mature, big, round, plump, but soft. A slight movement caused a wave of turbulent waves, so frightened Ling Yun quickly looked away. A tease, definitely a tease. As soon as Ling Yun looked away, it didn't matter, and then he saw Miao Xiaomiao's two snow-white rounded, slender, plump and elastic thighs. Then he never looked away. These two beautiful legs overlapped each other. It was so attractive and sexy that it almost even compared Chao Shanshan's legs. Of course, the leather jacket and leather skirt that Miao Xiaomiao was wearing, coupled with the pure black high boots that reached her knees, really added a lot to these two beautiful legs and added endless temptation. Miao Xiaomiao felt Ling Yun's gaze. She coughed lightly, and then gave Ling Yun a warning look. This one is not very easy to mess with, so Ling Yun finally looked at Chao Shanshan, the goddess who was completely captured by him. Chao Shanshan saw everything in her eyes, but she just giggled and didn't mean to blame Ling Yun. When dancing, the meeting of their eyes, the fusion of their hearts, the rapid rotation, and the dizzying happiness have been deeply rooted in Chao Shanshan's mind. She looks at Lingyun now, and she only thinks how she looks pleasing to the eye, and how she likes it. There is no time to think about anything else. In front of Miao Xiaomiao and Zhang Ling, Chao Shanshan had already regarded herself as Ling Yun's girlfriend, smiling brightly and brilliantly, noble and elegant, full of famous style, giving Ling Yun enough face. Different identities, different education, naturally different cultivation, this is an unchangeable reality. At 11:50, the soothing music stopped abruptly, and the DJ put on the disco music that shook the eardrums. Several beauties in infinitely revealing clothes came out of the backstage one after another, and quickly twisted their white and sexy waists onto the round high table, swaying in front of the steel pipe, eye-catching. They are actually here. Ling Yan looked at the two sexy and enchanting dancers on the round high table, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Those two dancing girls were none other than those two swashbuckling girls who stuck their heads out of the room that Ling Yan saw when he left the Lydian Hotel after his madness. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yan's eyesight and memory can be called sky-defying. At that time, the two women walked out of the room wrapped in bath towels, and Ling Yan only glanced at them and remembered them. Copy address access. Even there, he's so handsome. Yeah. I'm so fascinated, I want him to. Ling Yan heard those two nympho-like exclamations, clearly. Dare to walk out of the room with a bath towel wrapped around him, and see the handsome guy and say that he wants to be slapped, what a show. Now, Ling Yan looked around, and the few dancers who came out from the backstage and danced pole dance, the others were wearing only slightly less than the dragon dance, and at least they had their heads blocked, so that they would not be seen through. But what about these two women? They just put two chest stickers and a thong, which is not much different from wearing no clothes. Lu Yan, Lu Yan. Zhaoying, Zhaoying. I have to say that wearing less clothes has the advantage of wearing less clothes. As soon as Lu Yan and Zhaoying stood on the round high table, they immediately attracted countless eyeballs in the D bar. Many frequent customers began to wave their arms wildly. Shout out their names like crazy. Lu Yan was the woman who poured medicine into Lin Minghan's wine glass, and the other was naturally Zhaoying. These two women are only about 21 years old, but they have both worked in Qingyun film and television for 3 years. In order to get extra money for their expenses, they come to SOS 1 or 2 nights a week to make guest appearances. Others in time, in addition to accompanying director Zheng and broker Wang to defraud the trust of female college students, he went to the major nightclubs in Qingshui City to catch Kaizi, or directly marked the price and made money. Because they are all young and beautiful, with excellent figures, hot and sexy, very revealing in SOS, coupled with crazy and bold coquettish performances, which makes them have a large number of night fans, but they are not short of money. However, these two women have long lost their ego and lost their souls. There is only desire and enjoyment left in the eyes, and nothing else. My God! Dugumo, who saw such a hot scene for the first time, couldn't stand it at first, and quickly covered his eyes with his hand, but he couldn't help but quietly reveal a peak between his fingers. Just now he was still brooding about Ling Yun, teasing him for the little girl, but now he has thrown that thing out of the blue. It seems that the woman outside is really a tiger. Dugumo muttered to himself, believing his grandfather's admonition even more, thinking that the dragon dance just now was fierce enough. Unexpectedly, these two tigresses are more fierce. The mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Dugumo, a good young man who dares to be righteous and brave. Since then, he has embarked on the impure path of fighting tigers. Although Long Wu's clothes are revealing, it is relative to Chao Shanshan, Miao Xiaomiao, and others. In fact, although she is wearing bold and hot clothes, the place that you shouldn't be seen is doing any movement on the steel pipe. You are still the same. Cannot see. This is what Long Kuan said. Although Long Wu is bold and arrogant and reckless, it is very measured and bottom line. Seeing the almost Lu Yan and Zhao came out and stood on the round high table, the atmosphere in the bar was instantly detonated to a peak. The dragon dance was very calm. In the bars and nightclubs of the United States, strip girls who dance and drink, with guests naked, can be seen everywhere. It is not surprising that dragon dances are often seen. Women in China are really becoming more and more open. Long Wu even nodded in appreciation. However, in Ling Yun's private room. But not so. Chao Shanshan, Miao Xiaomiao, and Zhang Ling saw Lu Yan and Zhao come out, and they all blushed all at once. Miao Xiaomiao spat softly and turned her head to the side, not daring at all. Look again. After Ling Yun recognized the two women, he kept his eyes wide open with relish. Looking at it, he nodded vigorously, thinking that the figure of these two coquettish and goods is really good. Lu Yan and Zhao Ying's skin was dazzling and snow-white, and a little fluorescent powder was sprinkled on their bodies. Their long wavy hair was like a flying waterfall, their chests were high, and their waists were slender. The legs are long and slender, and he does have a proud capital. Moreover, if the dragon dance pole dance shows pure and sexy dance art, then the pole dance danced by these two bastards is pure seduction and provocation. Every time they raised their legs, leaned over, walked around, the undisguised snow-white towering swayed around, causing the crowd below to exclaim, their Adam's apple trembling, and their saliva was drooling. Lu Yan and Zhao didn't feel any shyness at all. On the contrary, they liked it very much. They were very intoxicated by the feeling of being looked up by everyone. A vertex. To be honest, seeing such a scene, even Ling Yun forgot to recite the secret art, and his body felt a little strange. These two women are too coquettish. Ling Yun said secretly in his heart. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun's unblinking look of brother pig, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. The romantic feeling she had worked so hard to brew with Ling Yun was completely destroyed by Long Wu and these two women, causing Chao Shanshan to lose interest. 5 minutes later, Chao Shanshan couldn't take it anymore, and she couldn't help but hurriedly winked at Zhang Lingshi for help. Zhang Ling nodded understandingly, suddenly stood up and said, Shanshan, Xiaomiao, it's past midnight, it's too late, shall we go home? When did Miao Xiaomiao see this kind of battle? She couldn't sit still here for a long time, and after listening to Zhang Ling's words, she quickly agreed, yes, it's too late, I have to go back to rest. While speaking, he also stood up lightly. Ling Yun, how about we go with Zhang Ling and the others? Chao Shanshan asked Ling Yun tentatively in a low voice. Ling Yun was seeing Xing's head. To be honest, he really didn't want to leave at this time, but 2 of the 3 beauties in the private room had already stood up, so he could only try his best to look away and nodded to Chao Shanshan, okay. After speaking, Ling Yun stood up. Ah! Zhang Ling exclaimed. Stunned. Spit. Miao Xiaomiao blushed and spit softly. Chao Shanshan turned her head instantly, not daring to look again. Seeing the performance of the 3 beauties, no matter how thick-skinned Ling Yun was, he scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed at himself. I'm sorry, I'm just reacting normally, there's nothing I can do. I'll be fine right away, I'll be fine right away. Ling Yun said, reciting the Qingxin art in his heart like lightning dozens of times, and soon returned to normal. Although Zhang Ling was stunned and exclaimed, she never looked away, thinking that she was really big. She didn't know what she thought, but suddenly her mind was rippling, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she only felt an uncontrollable electric current rushing through her body. Miao Xiaomiao turned her head away a long time ago, scolded Ling Yun bastard in her heart, and stomped her feet secretly because she accidentally saw this shameful scene. At Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan had caught it, but she had never seen it. Now that she saw it intuitively, she was shocked to find that it was even bigger than she thought. God, if this, can I stand it? Chao Shanshan thought of this first, but quickly scolded herself, really, what have I been thinking about these days? Ling Yun acted as if nothing had happened, with a bright and intoxicating smile still on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, I'll send you back, I don't know which beauty to send first. How could Miao Xiaomiao ask Ling Yun to send it? She refused on the spot. No need, just send them both back, I can go back myself. Miao Xiaomiao naturally felt relieved when Ling Yun sent Zhang Ling back. Knowing Miao Xiaomiao's strength, Ling Yun didn't bother to be polite to Miao Xiaomiao, but looked at Zhang Ling and Chao Shanshan. Zhang Ling was really overjoyed when she heard that Ling Yun was going to send her back, but she gave Chao Shanshan a peek at first. Zhang Ling's eyes are still a little red and swollen, and Chao Shanshan doesn't understand the mood of her best friend. She was surprisingly generous tonight, just smiled brightly and said softly, then let's send Zhang Ling back first. The bill was settled long ago, so after the 4 people agreed, they walked out of the private room, and they soon left the SOSD bar. After coming to the square outside the D bar, the deafening drum beats and electronic sounds were much weaker than those inside, and they could already hear each other in normal speech. Chao Shanshan asked Miao Xiaomiao again, and after confirming that she really didn't need to send her, she said goodbye to Miao Xiaomiao and watched her take a taxi away. Let's go too. Ling Yun smiled at Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling when the taxi that Miao Xiaomiao took disappeared. Wait. A clear male voice sounded behind the 3 of them. Although Digimo was quickly attracted by Lu Yan and Zhao Ying's hot dance, he still kept staring at Ling Yun's private room with the corner of his eye, seeing them leave D, of course, the first time chased out. Being called little girl and little sister by Ling Yun was a shame for the proud Digimo, and he couldn't let Ling Yun go. Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, and Zhang Ling suddenly turned around. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome, Dian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Originally from Reading.net. Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan looked at Digimo and chased after him in a haunted manner. A trace of sullenness flashed on their faces at the same time. As for Zhang Ling, he didn't know who was chasing after him, so he was a little dazed. Ling Yun said in his heart that for the sake of you being a hero, saving the beauty and doing justice, brother, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you, you stinky brat, really treat yourself like a dish? Ling Yun admits that his current strength is absolutely no match for Digimo, but he also believes that if he has no reservations, Digimo will never make much money on him. Chao Shanshan's face was as cold as frost, and she was the first to speak out. What else do you want to do? Digimo has a big weakness, that is, he can never be as ruthless as Ling Yun to girls, especially to beautiful girls. What's more, Chao Shanshan is still an ordinary person, and he is even less likely to take action against Chao Shanshan. Cough cough. Digimo first coughed awkwardly, then scratched his head and said, Beauty, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for Ling Yun. After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Looking for Ling Yun is the same as looking for me. If you have anything to do, just tell me. Chao Shanshan stood upright, her beautiful eyes shining with firmness, and she took a step forward. It was this sentence, this step, that made Ling Yun completely recognize Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan knew Digimo's strength, and probably guessed his background and origins, but even so, Chao Shanshan still did not turn back and moved forward bravely. Step over my corpse. But how could Ling Yun let Chao Shanshan act as a gun for him? When facing 2 gang small characters, he wouldn't let Chao Shanshan take action, and when facing the powerful Digimo, he still couldn't let Chao Shanshan stand in front of him. That's not his style. He dodged in front of Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling with a single dodge. He gathered his whole body, carefully guarding against the sudden attack of Digimo, but his eyes were very calm. He said calmly, Tell me, what else is there? In fact, Ling Yun's defenses were superfluous. Dugumo was born in an ancient martial arts family, a direct descendant of a martial arts inheritance family. He had his own pride. Unless he was invincible, he would never use such despicable means as sneak attacks. Especially after Dugumo saw the heroic performance of Chao Shanshan, a stunningly beautiful girl. He couldn't help but admire her with admiration. Without the slightest malice. Dugumo is not a bad person. Hey, boy, you dare to stand in front of me even though you know you're lost, you're in a good mood. Dugumo stood like a javelin. This time he didn't release his sword energy to oppress Ling Yun, just looked at Ling Yun and said with a playful look. Stop talking nonsense, say something and let it go, I'm going to take them home. Ling Yun is not polite to Dugumo, right? He really couldn't beat Dugumo, otherwise, he would have beaten Dugumo half-crippled long ago. Ling Yun was very unhappy when he saw Dugumo's lazy and sharp-edged appearance, and said in his heart that when I made the fire talisman, I would blow up you pretending to be a force. Dugumo was stunned again, thinking that this guy is so stinky. Brother, I am the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, and I'm only one step away from entering the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. So polite to talk to you here, how dare you scold me in turn? Ling Yun, right? I advise you not to be so arrogant. You must understand the truth that there are people outside people, and there are heavens outside the world. You are now in a rut, and you can't pose any threat to me at all. Dugumo was still there talking nonsense to Ling Yun about his opening remarks. But Ling Yun didn't even bother to listen. He interrupted Dugumo's words with a wave of his hand, and frowned. It's not your turn to reason with me, just say what you want. When Dugumo saw that Ling Yun's oil and salt were not in, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. After a while, can we sit down and have a good chat? Ling Yun smiled, he squinted at Dugumo up and down, and then said indifferently, can you try it? Chao Shanshan quit. She gave a coquettish shout and shouted at Dugumo, Dugumo, do you dare to try Ling Yun? At this time, Zhang Ling also saw that Dugumo was here to find fault, and he took a big step forward and stood beside Ling Yun, glaring at Dugumo fearlessly. Dugumo saw that Ling Yun had help, but he didn't have any on his side, and he couldn't move either of the two beauties, so he could only scratch his head and said, Ling Yun, if you have the courage, let's make an appointment, somewhere to play? After speaking, he was afraid that Ling Yun would not accept it, so he quickly added, don't worry, I will act in a measured way, and I will never hurt you, let alone kill you. In Dugumo's view, the preconceived idea that Ling Yun bullies women and acts arrogantly, relying on his knowledge of martial arts, is showing off his power in the secular world. He sees that, of course, he has to teach him a lesson, so that Ling Yun can be restrained and pay attention to his own words and deeds. After provoking such a powerful existence, I don't even know how to die. Before Ling Yun could speak, Chao Shanshan suddenly said disdainfully, furthermore, it's just because of her own high realm, who wouldn't bully others. I'm too embarrassed to say such words, I don't want to embarrass my own family. Chao Shanshan only has Ling Yun in her eyes and in her heart. Of course, she doesn't want to see Ling Yun suffer a loss. She has a clear mind and retorts directly. Zhang Ling is not as knowledgeable as Chao Shanshan. After hearing Dugumo said that he would not hurt you or kill you, her face changed greatly, and she thought to herself, who is this person? However, although her face turned pale with fright and her delicate body trembled slightly, she still did not take a step back and stood bravely beside Ling Yun. Ling Yun noticed Zhang Ling's fear. He first patted Zhang Ling's fragrant shoulder lightly, gave her a reassuring look, and then snorted coldly to Dugumo, who was sloppy, I just want to fight. Well, I've been very busy these days. At this time in the evening 3 days later, I'll have a fight with you, the place is up to you. As soon as Dugumo finished speaking, when he saw Zhang Ling's expression, he knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. When he saw that Ling Yun had agreed to his appointment and had no other requests, he nodded lightly, and said with a sly smile, "How about the location is on the Longpan Mountain Tiger Crawling Cliff?" "Okay. I promise you." Ling Yan smiled coldly, grabbed the shoulders of Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, and walked proudly towards the side of the road. Dugumo looked at Ling Yan's back and remembered Chao Shanshan's sarcasm just now. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Beauty, don't worry, I will suppress my realm to the same level as him and fight him." Ling Yun listened to Dugumo's incomparable words. "I couldn't help but feel sullen in my heart, and I said, why didn't you say this earlier? If I said earlier, I will fight you tonight. Still have to wait 3 days later?" Ling Yan let go of Zhang Ling's left hand, turned his back to Dugumo, stretched out his middle finger and thrust it into the sky. Without turning his head, he walked away. "The same realm? Don't you know that when my brother and I were in the world of cultivation, did I claim to be invincible in the same realm? Wait for you." After coming to the side of the road, Zhang Ling raised her hand to stop a taxi. She took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot's seat, and after Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan got in the car, she gave an address. Then let the taxi driver drive. Ling Yun was happy when he heard Zhang Ling's address. He said it was a coincidence. Zhang Ling's home was actually in the neighborhood near the city government, not even 500 meters away from the clinic that he was about to open. Because Zhang Ling was sitting in the car, Chao Shanshan deliberately kept a slight distance from Ling Yun and did not wrap her around Ling Yun. None of the 3 people in the car spoke. The atmosphere was slightly tense and depressed. Chao Shanshan is very thoughtful, and she and Zhang Ling are good friends who talk about everything. When she heard Ling Yun say that Zhang Ling is also in a SOS bar, she immediately felt Zhang Ling's mood. Thinking back, I have been chasing Ling Yun with all my heart these past few days, and I have no reservations about this best friend who has always given me advice. It is indeed a lot farther away. At the beginning, she half-jokingly and half-seriously told Zhang Ling that she could pursue Ling Yun with confidence and boldness, and the words were still in her ears, but today she suddenly went on a date with Ling Yun, and Zhang Ling was in a better mood. Zhang Ling is very serious and persistent about the university entrance examination, Huaxia Communication University. It has always been Zhang Ling's goal. In order to get into Huaxia Communication University, she worked hard, hoping to be admitted in one go. After the Spring Festival, Zhang Ling almost gave up all her spare time. Now, because Zhang Ling knew that she was going on a date with Ling Yun, she was able to pull Miao Xiaomiao here, which shows her deep affection for Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan turned her head and glanced at Ling Yun, who seemed to be heartless beside her, thinking in her heart whether she should tell Zhang Ling's fondness for Ling Yun on the spot, so as to at least relieve her guilt towards Zhang Ling in her heart. Ling Yun didn't speak, but it was because of Dugumo's battle. After coming to this world, Ling Yun can say that he needs wind and wind, rain and rain. He cultivates very fast, loses weight successfully, and makes a lot of money very quickly. Empty mood, a little full. But this time it may be different. Because Dugumo's strength is really too strong, according to the realm of the 3-layer peak of his own body training, even if he does everything he can and does everything he can, if he fights with all his strength, he can at most scare Dugumo away, and he can't deal with it at all. He does any harm. Of course, this is to say that Dugumo does not suppress the realm, and does the same with all his strength. If Dugumo was really proud to suppress his own realm and fight against Ling Yun, then he would definitely not be Ling Yun's opponent, there was no doubt about that. But the question is, who can guarantee that after Dugumo is beaten by himself, he will honestly abide by the agreement and let him abuse? Ling Yun didn't know if Dugumo would be able to, but he definitely wouldn't, suppressing the realm and fighting against others? That's what only a donkey can do in the head. If that's the case, it's over. If you don't practice cultivation, why are you still pursuing great strength? Of course, Ling Yun is saving others, by himself. He regards moral integrity as inferior to dung. He acts only with one heart and no rules, and strives not to suffer in everything. Therefore, he naturally does not believe that Dugumo will be such a good person. Dugumo is only 18 or 19 years old. He already has such strength. How strong should his elders be? How strong should the most powerful masters of his family be? Thinking of this level, the expression in Ling Yan's eyes became even more solemn, and he suddenly wanted to practice with infinite urgency. Earth is not as simple as it seems. I'm too weak. I have to speed up my cultivation. Ling Yan's eyes flashed an unprecedented firmness. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. There are 16 main roads running through Qingshui City in the east-west direction. Shuifu Road, Qingxi Road, including the northernmost Linjiang Road, are one of them, and there are 14 main roads running through the north-south direction of Qingshui City. Gufeng Road, the road is in it. Qingxi Road traverses the east-west direction of Qingshui City. It can be said to be the most prosperous main road in Qingshui City. It connects Qingxi District Government, Qingshui City Government, Pedestrian Street, and the bustling commercial district in the city center, extending eastward to Qingshui Bay. Even the provincial government of Jiangnam Province is on the south side of Qingxi Road, less than 4 kilometers away from Qingxi Road. The main road, Gufeng Road, runs through the north and south of Qingshui City, and extends south to the west side of Qingshui Lake, passing through the entire antique market of Qingshui City. Ling Yan's clinic is located at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road. It is located in the northeast corner of the intersection. It is absolutely worth every inch of land. Otherwise, it is impossible to sell a high price of 12 million for a second-floor store with more than 200 square meters. To the southeast of the intersection, there is a high-end community called Qingxi Xuanhuan International Garden. To the south of this community is the most famous Qingxi Villa area in Qingshui City, and to the south is Qingshui Lake. Zheng Ling's home is in Qingxi Xuanhuan, which is less than 300 meters away from the clinic that Ling Yun will open soon. In the car, Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, and Zheng Ling each had their own thoughts, and they were silent all the way. Before they knew it, the taxi stopped at the gate of Qingxi Xuanhuan International Garden. It's here. The taxi driver broke the silence in the car with a word. Zheng Ling let out a blank "oh," and pushed the door to get out of the car. Chao Shanshan lightly bumped Ling Yun's shoulder with a fragrant shoulder, and then shouted to Zheng Ling, who was about to wave goodbye to them outside the car. Zheng Ling, it's so dark, let Ling Yun send you off. Ling Yun glanced at Chao Shanshan in surprise, and had no choice but to get out of the car. Zhang Lingjiao's body trembled slightly, and an unspeakable joy flashed in her slightly red and swollen eyes, but she quickly hesitated. Shanshan, no need. Chao Shanshan winked at Zhang Ling. He gave her a bright smile, and then said to Ling Yun, I'll wait for you to come back in the car. Watching Zhang Ling and Ling Yun enter the community one after the other, after they turned a corner and disappeared, Chao Shanshan let out a soft breath and leaned against the back seat of the car weakly. The look is extremely complicated. Is that handsome guy your boyfriend just now? The taxi driver asked lightly without looking back. That's right. Chao Shanshan replied casually. Then you asked him to send another girl home? Are you too overbearing? The taxi driver's eyes widened. Surprised, he turned his head and asked. Chao Shanshan's sexy mouth evoked a smile that she didn't know whether it was sad or happy, and said lightly, be his girlfriend. I think, first of all, you must learn to be generous. Zhang Ling, thank you for helping me so much, that's all I can do for you. Chao Shanshan said silently in her heart. The night is quiet, the winding path leads to the secluded. Ling Yun quickly caught up in Zhang Ling's footsteps and walked side by side with her. I don't know why, but Zhang Ling is usually a sharp tongue, and a sharp tongue suddenly became silent, and has not spoken. Ling Yun opened his mouth, and as he walked, an intoxicating smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, Beauty, you have at least 3 things to say to me, right? Zhang Ling lowered his head, and his delicate body trembled slightly. The pace slowed down. Ling Yun, you must be careful about that Digumo. How can you agree to fight someone, casually? Zhang Ling didn't dare to look at Ling Yun, his face was flushed, and he lowered his head and said in a low voice. Ling Yun laughed and nodded to Zhang Ling. Then he said lightly, it's not this sentence. Zhang Lingjia's body trembled again, her breathing was a little short, she thought about it and said, in the 3 days of the Qingming festival holiday, you must study hard, but don't just play, it's a waste of study time. Ling Yun snorted and nodded again. However, he still smiled and looked at Zhang Lingdao, that's not the case either. In Ling Yun's indifferent but urgent questioning, Zhang Ling's face became more and more red, her breathing became heavier and heavier, her brain was congested with blood, and her delicate body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Shanshan is sincere to you, you must be nice to her, I will bless you from the bottom of my heart. Ling Yun simply stood still and stopped moving forward. He turned around to block Zhang Ling, looked directly into her frightened eyes, and said softly, it's not like that. Zhang Ling could no longer move forward, and when she moved forward, she plunged her head into Ling Yun's arms, she could only bow her head, blushing and shyly said, Ling Yun, you seem to have lost weight again. Ling Yun raised his hand and wanted to touch Zhang Ling's neat short hair, but he finally put his hand down, turned around and continued walking, without asking any more questions. When Ling Yun raised his hand, Zhang Ling only felt that the whole body was full of electricity, and her delicate body was numb. Just waiting for Ling Yun's hand to fall, she rushed into his arms desperately. The hand did not fall. At that moment just now, Zhang Ling seemed to have gone through thousands of cycles of life and death for so long. If anyone wanted to tell Zhang Ling at this time that Ling Yun was a big piece of wood, Zhang Ling would definitely scold him to death. He's not wood, he knows everything, he knows better than anyone else. At this moment, Zhang Ling didn't know whether he should feel happy or regret his lack of courage, or in other words, lack of self-confidence. Seeing Ling Yun go further and further away, Zhang Ling could only take a deep breath and chase after him again. The two fell into silence again, but this time, in the silence, the ambiguous atmosphere became stronger and stronger. It seemed that an ambiguous volcano had formed around their bodies, with turbulent undercurrents that would erupt at any time. After passing another building, Zhang Ling's house was already in sight. Ling Yun still didn't mean to speak, silent and leisurely, calm, as if the person who pushed the ambiguous atmosphere to the top with just a few words was not him at all. Ling Yun, I'm not as beautiful as Shanshan. Zhang Ling finally couldn't help it, and summoned up the courage to say it softly. After saying this sentence, Zhang Ling suddenly felt much more relaxed in his heart. Ling Yun finally turned around and stopped, with a tall and straight body, the corners of his mouth had a captivating smile. The dimples on his left cheek were deep, his eyes were full of energy, and he looked directly at Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling did not escape this time, her delicate body trembled slightly, her towering breasts heaved violently, but she tried her best to organize her own language, and said everything she wanted to say in one go. My family's conditions are one in the sky and one in the ground with Shanshan. You know, Shanshan's home is... Ling Yun smiled and stopped her from continuing, yes, I know. My face is not as good looking as Shanshan's, my family is not as good as Shanshan's, my studies are not as good as hers, my body is not as good as hers, I am not as good as hers. Also, you are Shanshan's boyfriend now, and she is assured of letting you take me home. I can't be sorry for her. In fact, Zhang Ling wanted to say, and even wanted to shout to the splendid starry sky, to the solid earth, to the gurgling water in the community, to the quiet flowers and plants, and to tell Ling Yun loudly, I like you. But she can't say, at least not now. You won't be sorry for anyone. Ling Yun said with a faint smile, his tall and straight body took a step forward at the same time. This step is a big step. If you look at it from a distance, in the dim light, the bodies of the two are already sticking together. Zheng Ling instinctively wanted to step back, but the intoxicating fresh breath coming from Ling Yun's body, with a masculine smell, firmly attracted her mind and made her unable to lift her legs at all. Zheng Ling's breathing became rapid again, and his face was flushed red. You are not inferior to anyone else, you are you, she is her, understand? Ling Yan's voice was gentle but clear, word by word, beating Zheng Ling's eardrums loudly. Zheng Ling heard at this moment. More than SOS, the sound is even more shocking. Zheng Ling's plump and attractive body trembled violently. She resisted the urge to plunge into Ling Yan's arms, her eyes filled with tears, and she wanted to cry happily. Ling Yan gently embraced Zheng Lingji's sensual snow-white shoulders, which were round and greasy, with a full feel, which was different from Chao Shanshan's delicate collarbone shoulders. He stared at Zheng Ling's rippling snow-white breasts because of the trembling of her delicate body, and teased with a chuckle, with such a high chest, how dare you say that your figure is not good? Zheng Ling was powerless to refute, she only felt that she was about to faint from happiness, and could no longer say a word. Zheng Ling let Ling Yun hold her and walked forward, not even a word of anger that should be given to this most foolish and bold boy, only feeling dizzy and swollen. It turns out that being held in the arms of the boy you love feels so safe, sweet and beautiful. Zheng Ling only hoped that this road would never end, so she let Ling Yun walk with her like this, but happiness is always short-lived. My house is in this unit, on the 17th floor, 1701. Zheng Ling reluctantly stood still, pointed to the corridor with the door closed, and said to Ling Yun. Ling Yun said happily, why, do you want me to go up and sit down? Zheng Ling's body trembled slightly, her pink face was blushing, she lowered her head and said, tonight, no way, but tomorrow, on Qingming Festival, my parents will go back to their hometown to sweep the grave, I will be at home alone. These words made Ling Yun not know how to answer. Ling Yan's right hand that was holding Zheng Lingxiang's shoulder gently moved down. The sweet shoulder, arm, and soft waist continued to go down, and finally, it stopped on Zheng Ling's round buttocks. Gently squeeze it, the elasticity is amazing. Zheng Ling gasped for breath, her delicate body trembled, and suddenly fell over, or got into Ling Yan's arms. You, how are you? Zheng Ling finally opened her mouth to be jealous, but she soon trembled and said coquettishly, however, I really like it. Ling Yan smiled slightly, his right hand still held Zheng Ling's tender buttocks, and his left hand stretched out, grabbed Zheng Ling's waist, and hugged her tightly in his arms. He lowered his head and said softly to Zheng Ling, who had his eyes slightly closed and his snow-white neck lifted up and kissed actively, wash it up tomorrow, wait for me at home. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Not now. It's too fast. Zheng Ling exclaimed shyly, her big eyes widened, her delicate body trembling violently, and her tall and plump breasts were choppy. Zheng Ling's clothing has always been bolder and more revealing than Chao Shanshan's. In addition, her body is petite and exquisite, but her breasts are not usually large. The ravine squeezed out by the snow-white twin peaks has a small half exposed, which attracts the attention of men. Ling Yan's eyes boldly raged on Zheng Ling's snow-white towering towers. He sniffed lightly, then frowned slightly and said with a smile, your body smells so badly, if you don't wash it, you won't be afraid of going bad tomorrow? Ah? Zheng Ling originally thought that Ling Yun was going to do that thing with her tomorrow, but while being frightened, he instinctively refused, but he couldn't help secretly rejoicing in his heart, but after hearing Ling Yun's explanation, his heart sank for a while. Inexplicably disappointed. She glanced at Ling Yun shyly, and said in a sullen voice, are you trying to scare people? Ling Yun knew that Zheng Ling must be thinking too much, he smiled, let go of his hands, and said to Zheng Ling, okay, it's getting late, you go upstairs, I have to take Chao Shanshan. Thinking of Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling suddenly felt that she and Ling Yun had been together for too long. Although she was reluctant to part with Ling Yun in her heart, she quickly said, "Then go away, be careful, you'd better not tell us about us." Ling Yun waved his hand to stop her, and said sternly, "What I said to you, you still haven't figured it out. You are you, she is her, there is no need to hide anything between me and you." After he finished speaking, he asked Zhang Lingdao with a light smile, "Did she hide from you about me and Chao Shanshan?" Zhang Ling, who asked in one sentence, was speechless. Ling Yun patted Zhang Ling, who was stunned, before saying, "I'm leaving." Ling Yun gave Zhang Ling a bright smile, and his figure was 10 meters away in a flash. When Ling Yun threw Iron Tiger on the playground, Zhang Ling had seen the terrifying speed, so she was not shocked. She just felt her heartfelt admiration for Ling Yun's elegant and graceful figure. "Then are you coming to see me tomorrow?" "In a hurry." Zhang Ling asked the most important sentence for her. "Of course." Ling Yan's figure moved again, and the man had disappeared at the corner of the building, leaving only a clear voice coming from afar. "Tomorrow Ling Yan is going to come to his clinic and visit Zhang Ling's house." Zhang Ling stared blankly at the place where Ling Yan disappeared. "I just feel that his voice and smile are still in front of him." The big hand that was making trouble on her buttocks still hadn't moved away. Ling Long's delicate body was numb for a while, and she was reluctant to enter the corridor for a long time. At this moment, she was extremely happy. He is a man enough to be admired by any girl and worth entrusting for life, but unfortunately, he will not belong to me. Zhang Ling muttered to herself, 2 tears of love fell in the night sky. At this moment, she was very satisfied. Ling Yun came to the gate of Tsuiyuan community. Going straight into the taxi, he stretched out his arms to wrap the mysteriously smiling Chao Shanshan's waist, and said to the taxi driver, "Go to the intersection just now." The 300 meters arrived soon. Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan checked out and got off the taxi. After the taxi left, they pointed to the store in the northeast corner of the intersection and said with a smile, "What do you think of this place?" Just as Ling Yun thought, what happened between him and Zhang Ling, Chao Shanshan was very smart and didn't ask a word, but was brought here by Ling Yun. She was slightly at a loss. "Very good, what's the matter?" Chao Shanshan said blankly after she glanced at the store door, but didn't see anything. Ling Yun tightly hugged Chao Shanshan's right hand. Indifferently said, "This store is mine now, and here is where my dream started." Chao Shanshan's breathing stagnated for a while, not because Ling Yun said that this shop belonged to him, she had vaguely guessed this just now, and she was excited. It's because Ling Yun said that this is where his dream started. It should cost a lot of money to buy this shop, right? What are you going to use it for? Chao Shanshan raised her head gently, and Chou Mo glanced at Ling Yun and said. Ling Yun laughed, "More than 200 square meters, 2 floors up and down, the asking price is 12 million, but, I didn't spend a penny, the original boss gave it to me." Ah? Chao Shanshan couldn't think of this level, no matter how hard her mind was. She said in her heart, "God, this is not 1,200 yuan, but 12 million. Ling Yun smiled slightly and explained lightly, "The boss is not short of money, I saved his life." Huh. Chao Shanshan exhaled a long breath, her snow-white, slender hand patted her towering chest lightly, and said with a pink tongue, "No wonder." Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's lovely appearance, gently scratched the bridge of her pretty nose, and said, "I want to open a medical clinic here to treat and save people." What shocked Chao Shanshan most about Ling Yun? It's not the peerless martial arts he showed, but 2 other points. One is his amazing weight loss speed, and the other is his amazing medical skills. Ling Yun man is only 18 years old, so where did his acupuncture technique come from? If it was said that it was with Shueshen's medicine, she would not believe Chao Shanshan to death. Ling Yun knocked down more than 30 Qinglong people to the ground by himself, and threw Tai Xiaohu on the playground. Although Chao Shanshan was shocked, she was able to make a certain explanation in her heart. She could probably guess that Ling Yun was an ancient martial artist. However, Ling Yun raised his hand and pulled Li Qingchuan, who was almost certain to die, back from the gate of hell, and let him go away from the root of his illness, so that he would no longer have to worry about his life. Opening a medical center, Ling Yun, how did you do it? How can your medical skills be so amazing? Chao Shanshan saw Ling Yun giving acupuncture, but only once he gave Li Qingchuan acupuncture, which had shocked her beyond measure. If she wanted to see Ling Yun save Dr. Shui, save Morong Wencher, save Lin Menghan, save Wang Hongyuan, she didn't know how shocked she would be. This is Ling Yun's biggest secret. Of course he couldn't tell Chao Shanshan, he could only say nonsense. I like medicine since I was a child, especially I like to study the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. This set of needles is called the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. In addition to being shocked, Chao Shanshan was full of admiration, and love. She nodded seriously and said, the Yellow Emperor's internal scriptures are extensive and profound, no wonder, Ling Yun, you are amazing. When she was talking, Chao Shanshan had already put her graceful body into Ling Yun's arms. She raised her beautiful face and asked, what kind of diseases can all of your 9 needles cure? Ling Yun gave an extremely stinky smile. You need to ask, as long as people don't die, naturally any disease can be cured. Chao Shanshan was stunned. Can any disease be cured? Doesn't that mean? Ling Yun is more powerful than China's first genius doctor, Sai Bian-Ke? Really? Chao Shanshan asked dumbly. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Can rheumatism be cured? Needle to cure disease. Can cancer be cured? It's too simple. Cataract? Mental illness? Cerebral hemorrhage? Uremia? Congenital cerebral palsy? Vegetative? Chao Shanshan talked about more than a dozen incurable diseases in one breath, but seeing Ling Yun nodded without hesitation, she was completely stupid. In the end, Chao Shanshan said shyly, then, that AIDS, or those willow diseases, can you cure it? Ling Yun laughed and said, the willow disease can definitely be cured. This is my strong point, but AIDS, I have never encountered it before. Let's take a look when I get it. Hearing Ling Yun say that treating Hualu disease, also known as venereal disease, is his forte, Chao Shanshan let out a shy sigh, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to raise her head at all. She was really shocked in her heart, and she wondered what kind of monster Ling Yun was. Could it be that the fairy doctor who specially treated the old Jade Emperor came down to earth? As long as people don't die, any disease can be cured, so what kind of money can't be earned in the future? Just when Chao Shanshan was shy and shocked, Ling Yun said with a smile, not only these, I can also use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to regulate people's bodies, such as beauty and whitening, hair growth, breast enhancement, weight loss, etc. By the way, if one day you feel that your breasts are small, I can help you for free. Fuck you, people's breasts are not small. If you don't believe me, you can touch them. Chao Shanshan's ears warmed for a while, her eyes staring at no one around. She deliberately teased Ling Yun. Ling Yun was too honest this night, which made Chao Shanshan feel as if she had lost something, and complained endlessly. Where can there be such a romantic night, such a great opportunity, not even a kiss, so who can bear it? Ling Yun was also excited by Zhang Ling's hot body just now. He seemed to think of Lu Yan and Zhao Ying's coquettish dancing poses before his eyes. He only felt that his lower body was hot, and then he suddenly became hard, and his sword was drawn. Chao Shanshan was wearing a pair of sexy hot pants. She was tightly attached to Ling Yun's body, and by chance, Ling Yun's upright lower body gave her a hard push. Chao Shanshan didn't know if it was joy or pain. She let out a soft exclamation, her panting immediately increased, her body was as soft as mud, and she fell softly into Ling Yun's arms, never wanting to leave again. Although it was quiet at night, Ling Yun remembered what Chao Shanshan had said. There are cameras at every intersection in Qingshui City, so he directly hugged the flushed Chao Shanshan by the waist, and quickly left the intersection at a slightly faster speed than normal people, ran towards the direction of Qingxi Villa district. 3 minutes later, Ling Yun hugged Chao Shanshan away from the street, and when he reached a remote place, he began to perform his walk of the 1,000 miles. "Where is your home?" Ling Yun asked Chao Shanshan, who was curled up in her arms like a cat. "I don't want to go home now, I want to go to the villa you bought." Chao Shanshan was hot and panting. "It's too late?" "Fool, the time is just right." Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a charming glance, exhaling like a blue orchid. "Listen to you." Ling Yun smiled and hugged Chao Shanshan, who was intoxicated and lost, and galloped towards Villa number 1 like a meteor chasing the moon. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan said such bold and provocative words, not because of impulsiveness or whim, but because she had already made a plan to give her body, her first time, to Ling Yun tonight. The big family, especially the children of the big family like the 7 great families in Beijing, the education they have received since childhood, what they have seen, heard, and thought of since they were young are all very different from the children of ordinary people. Therefore, their life goals, outlook on life, values, and ways of doing things all have a very strong and distinct aristocratic demeanor. This kind of cognition and demeanor permeates all aspects of their lives, and they have different or even opposite behavioral ideas from ordinary children everywhere. Many people think that a girl like Chao Shanshan can indulge emotionally and do whatever she likes. This kind of understanding is ridiculous and even naive. Children of big families, especially girls, they are well informed, they know their future in life, and they clearly know what they should do next, what they should do, and what path they will take. Take Chao Shanshan as an example. She is 18 years old this year and is an adult. What is the next step? Are you going to college? Totally not. What she really needs to consider and is considering now is how to marry herself, who to marry, the beauty of marrying, and the dignity of marrying. Therefore, emotionally indulgent, arrogant, extravagant and lustful, this is absolutely unacceptable for the daughters of these big families, or even detours to avoid the god of plague. Because, they have to consider their status in the eyes of their future husbands, and their future husbands. If they were not perfect or virgins before they got married, then their status in their husband's family would be greatly affected after they got married, and they would not be respected by their husbands at all. The marriage between the big family and the big family is the most important thing, and it is also out of some kind of political or commercial gaming needs. The so-called alliance of powerful forces seeks the greatest benefit for the development and growth of their own family. As for the emotional factor, for the big family, it is the least considered, or it is not considered at all. It is not uncommon for every family to sacrifice the marriage and emotional happiness of a certain family's children for the family's status and interests. In this very general environment, as you can imagine, a girl like Chao Shanshan. If you lose your perfect body before getting married, once you get married, your husband finds out that she is not perfect. Then she lost all her status in her own family and her husband's family almost overnight, not only not being respected, but also losing her due value. It is because of these considerations that Chao Shanshan has been hesitating about her relationship with Ling Yun, weighing the left and right, thinking about it. So much so that she once lost the opportunity. But Chao Shanshan is a person with strong goals. When she weighs, she naturally has to take into account all aspects of herself, but once she has made up her mind, she is the kind of firm and unwavering, insisting that Qingshan will not relax, and will not give up until she achieves her goal. People. Last Saturday evening. Chao Shanshan's 2 beautiful legs were tightly attached to Ling Yun's body in a straight line. Ling Yun hugged her waist and clenched her ankles. Inextricable. On Sunday, Chao Shanshan flew back to the capital directly by plane, returning to the family to test the tone and attitude of the elders in the family. She didn't mention Ling Yun's name, only said that she fell in love with a boy who broke through the limits of her body, but after her parents and uncle heard it, the first thing she asked was Ling Yun's identity, and Chao Shanshan's reply was obvious. It didn't surprise her. The family members were almost unanimous, telling her not to think about it, just wait for 2 months after the college entrance examination, and return to the capital. The family will choose a marriage for her to ensure that the family is right. In the eyes of a big family like the Chao family, they have seen too many people who have broken through the limits of their bodies. If they catch a lot of them, they are nothing at all. Everyone speaks loudly, even if Chao Shanshan is favored by the family again, she can't stand against the wishes of all the elders in the family alone, so she can only come back helplessly, so she shows an ambiguous and swaying attitude towards all kinds of rumors in the school. At that time, Ling Yun, in Chao Shanshan's eyes, was just a person who broke through the limits of his body and may have certain achievements in the future. It was very valuable for Chao Shanshan to let Chao Shanshan go back to his family, especially for him. What's more, Ling Yun's attitude towards Chao Shanshan was extremely bad at that time, and she didn't know whether Ling Yun liked her or not. Chao Shanshan wanted to wait and see, to understand her own heart, whether it was love for Ling Yun or just some kind of girly girl's hazy emotion. Just after such a delay, Chao Shanshan suddenly discovered that Ling Yun was inexplicably surrounded by so many stunning beauties who were not weaker than her, or even stronger than her in all aspects. At the same time, Ling Yun started his personal, coquettish rise performance. Right under Chao Shanshan's eyelids, she rescues Li Qingchuan, fights Qinglong alone, throws iron tigers, kidnaps Tianxian police flower, judges that dragon absorbs water, loses weight quickly, and is so handsome that it makes people intoxicated and lost. Such Ling Yun can no longer be explained by simply breaking through the limits of his body. Even the outstanding playboys of those big families in the capital, I am afraid there is no way to be more coquettish than Ling Yun, right? If Chao Shanshan doesn't catch such a man, then she will be in vain after a famous family. Ling Yun didn't say anything to Chao Shanshan, and didn't do anything to her, but he only spent 1 day, and on Monday, Chao Shanshan's regrets turned green. All Chao Shanshan's restraint, all pride, and all hesitation were all shattered by Ling Yun's inadvertent crushing, leaving only the heart of admiration, and crazy pursuit. Chao Shanshan is smart and even more rational. She loves her, but she loves rationally and loves understanding. Once she makes a choice, she will go forward bravely regardless of her life. Therefore, since Chao Shanshan decided to pursue Ling Yun, she put down all her gestures. In front of Ling Yun, she was just a bold, persistent girl who loved him with all her heart. This is the fundamental reason why Ling Yun began to gradually accept Chao Shanshan after discovering that Chao Shanshan had completely changed. Because heart and soul are connected. After a dance in the city, the estrangement between the two was gone, the gap was bridged, and the intimacy was inexhaustible. Chao Shanshan is extremely happy, fortunate that she has made the perfect choice for her future. She has already made plans to become Ling Yun's woman. Although the road ahead is full of difficulties, Chao Shanshan believes that with her wisdom and Ling Yun's excellence, they can overcome all obstacles and finally step into her dream of a happy marriage with Ling Yun. In fact, Chao Shanshan had already decided all her thoughts when she jerked Ling Yun with her hands. Otherwise, as the eldest daughter of the Chao family of the capital's big family, why don't a man try to hold Chao Shanshan's hand like this? Chao Shanshan promises to fly on the spot and kick the man into a eunuch. In a place where love is so strong, such a bright starry sky, and such a romantic night, Chao Shanshan curled up in Ling Yun's fiery arms. Chao Shanshan was thinking about what was going to happen with Ling Yan next. She was nervous and apprehensive, her eyes were fascinated and her face was blushing, but she was looking forward to that moment. Love fires the most. Ling Yan hugged Chao Shanshan and jumped lightly, and flew into the courtyard wall of Villa Number 1, landing silently. Not even the 2 black male dogs in the courtyard noticed. Ling Yan glanced up, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, nodded, thinking that Yao Rou's work is really good. Just at the corner of the courtyard wall of the villa, 7 or 8 chicken cages were lined up, and each cage contained 3 or 4 large roosters. Under a few trees not far from the shore of the large living water swimming pool, 2 big black dogs were tied with iron chains, and Jing was sleeping on the ground. What she said at noon was done properly on the same day. Yao Rou really took the matter that Ling Yan explained to her as a top priority, even if it was just a trivial matter like buying chickens and dogs. Such a girl who can do things, how could Ling Yan not like it? Yao Rou's well-behaved and beautiful appearance suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yan's eyes, and a touching smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And then he hugged Chao Shanshan for a few ups and downs, and came to the front of the villa. Oops. No keys. When Ling Yan wanted to open the door, he suddenly remembered that, at noon, he gave Yao Rou the key to the villa. What's wrong? Chao Shanshan asked with a blushing face when she saw Ling Yan standing at the door of the villa with an embarrassed face. Ling Yan whispered, I didn't bring the key. Chao Shanshan suddenly became anxious, and complained softly with her sexy red lips, You. Ling Yan smiled, put his hot mouth in Chao Shanshan's ear, and said, How about we go to your house? After Chao Shanshan listened to Ling Yan's bold suggestion, she was stunned for a moment, then suddenly plunged her head into Ling Yan's arms and said, I have Wu Ma at home, no. It's inconvenient. Who is Wu Ma? Mother Wu is my housekeeper. She does laundry, cooks, sends me to school, and is entrusted by my parents to supervise my private life. What about your parents? My parents are rarely in Qingshui City. They are very busy and rarely come to Qingshui City once a month. Ling Yan frowned, his figure spread out, he quickly left Villa Number 1, and went to a dark and secluded place, slapped Chao Shanshan's buttocks with a big hand and said, I don't know if there is such a good thing. Tell me? Chao Shanshan's buttocks hurt slightly when Ling Yan slapped her, but she enjoyed it for a while. She was secretly happy, bit her lower lip and said, You don't know, that Wu Ma is very rigid, I have to report everything to my dad. Mom, if she finds out. Don't worry, I promise she won't find out, hurry up and show the way. Chao Shanshan's heart was swaying, and she pointed the way with a shy face. Ling Yan quickly came to the third area of Qingxi Villa, outside the villa where Chao Shanshan lived. How do I get in? Chao Shanshan used her delicate fingers to draw a circle on Ling Yan's chest and whispered shyly. Is your bedroom window open? It's on. Let's fly in. Ling Yan laughed and flew into Chao Shanshan's house. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Although the construction time of the 4 districts of Qingxi Villa district is different, the architectural styles are similar. Except that the villas in the 3rd district are generally smaller in area than those in the 4th district, the overall layout of the construction is similar. DODTW. There is also a living water swimming pool in front of the main house of Chao Shanshan's villa, but the area is half smaller than that of Villa Number 1. It is only about 200 square meters and is oval in shape. Ling Yan was too lazy to make a detour. After he carried Chao Shanshan into the villa, he jumped over the 10-meter swimming pool without making a sound when he landed. Chao Shanshan was even more excited when she saw Ling Yan's skills, and she looked at Ling Yan full of admiration. Ling Yan quickly came to the wall of the villa, lowered his head and asked softly, Which room is yours? Chao Shanshan raised her finger to a window on the 2nd floor with blushing almond eyes, and asked in a low voice in disbelief, "It's more than 4 meters high, can you jump on it?" Ling Yun gave a stinky smile, but didn't answer, hugging Chao Shanshan's hot and soft body tightly, jumping on the spot, and with a slight leap, the person had already flown onto the red tile roof. Although Chao Shanshan was 100% sure that Ling Yun would definitely come up, she was so frightened that her face turned pale, her snow-white hands tightly clasped Ling Yun's shirt, for fear of falling from the air. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and didn't walk on the roof, his figure flickered, and when he landed again, the two had already entered Chao Shanshan's boudoir bedroom. Chao Shanshan exclusively owns the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, but this master bedroom has nearly 80 square meters. In addition to a round bed with a diameter of 3 meters, there are bathrooms, wardrobes, sofas, coffee tables, TVs, computers, and study tables and chairs. It is almost more complete than the living room of ordinary people. In order to capture the most sunlight, the entire wall on the south side of the bedroom is made of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. At this time, a quarter of the window, which is more than 2 meters wide, is wider than the door of ordinary people. Ling Yun can naturally hug it. Chao Shanshan came in easily. After Ling Yun entered Chao Shanshan's boudoir, he raised his eyes to look around, and then stopped his gaze on Chao Shanshan's luxurious round bed. The fuchsia silk sheets were as flat as they had been ironed, the rose-red silk blankets were neatly folded, and Chao Shanshan's boudoir exuded a faint fragrance, which suddenly revealed an endless ambiguous atmosphere. Ling Yun said in his heart that I was stealing jade and incense, right? Hee, this feels really good. You still don't put the family down? Chao Shanshan was really bringing the wolf into the room. She said in a low voice, blushing and embarrassed, not knowing what was in her heart. I just feel complicated and difficult to understand, and there is some kind of expectation that I can't explain in the panic. Only then did Ling Yun realize that he was still holding Chao Shanshan. He dragged Chao Shanshan's right hand loose and put her on the ground. After Chao Shanshan stood up straight, she tiptoed to lock the bedroom door like a thief, then walked gently to the head of the bed, picked up a remote control, raised her hand and pressed 2 buttons. While Ling Yun was stunned, he was shocked to see that the floor-to-ceiling windows were slowly merging silently, at the same time. The wide and gorgeous curtains were slowly closed, and Chao Shanshan's boudoir was quickly pitch black, and no light could penetrate. Damn it, he's really high-tech. Ling Yun was stunned inwardly. It was the first time he saw the luxury of a real wealthy family. Chao Shanshan knew that her bedroom was well soundproofed, so she spoke a little louder, Ling Yun. Except for my father and Chao Tianlong, no man has ever entered my bedroom. When Chao Shanshan said this, there was a hint of pride in her voice, as if she was asking for credit. Ling Yun immediately asked, "Who is Chao Tianlong?" Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance in the dark and said, "Chao Tianlong is my brother. If he knew that you broke into my bedroom in the middle of the night, and he didn't break your legs." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Who breaks whose leg?" "Not sure." Chao Shanshan didn't know that Ling Yun could still see clearly in the pitch-dark darkness. She got used to the darkness for a while and began to walk to the closet, rummaging through her bra and panties based on memory and hand-feeling, and said with a small smile, "Chao Tianlong is now at the peak of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. I don't think you can beat him yet." Ling Yun was non-committal. He was thinking about the Dugumo he saw tonight. What kind of realm is it? Chao Shanshan found a black bra and a pair of pink panties. She hesitated for a while, but groped to the bathroom door and turned on a few small lights in the bathroom. The shocking dance in the SOS bar made Chao Shanshan sweat. She felt sticky and uncomfortable, and it was impossible not to take a bath. A soft yellowish light shone through the carved glass in the bathroom, and the bedroom was finally no longer pitch black. Chao Shanshan blushed, turned her head and said softly to Ling Yun, "You are not allowed to come in." Ling Yun scratched his head and frowned on purpose, "But I'm also sweating." Anyway, you're not allowed to come in. Chao Shanshan seemed to have thought of something, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she walked into the bathroom as soon as her waist twisted. She emphasized it to Ling Yun twice, but she seemed to have forgotten to lock the bathroom door from the inside, just concealed it. Ling Yun casually sat on the large and comfortable leather sofa, with extreme eyesight, watching Chao Shanshan undress and take a bath through the carved glass. If only the glass in this bathroom was transparent, it's a pity that it's frosted and has patterns. The two of them have reached this stage now. Of course Ling Yun wants to go in, but he will not go in until Chao Shanshan is naked, otherwise, it will be unhappy that all previous achievements will be lost. Ling Yun's eyesight was very good. He watched Chao Shanshan enter the bathroom, and in the dim light, he first put the long hair dyed in ink into a high bun, and gradually took off his cuteness, and then released the restraint of the bra. Quick, even the hot pants were taken off. However, when Chao Shanshan still had a pair of underwear left, she seemed to hesitate. She thought for half a minute with her back to the glass, and finally did not take off the last layer of barriers on her body. Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly sighed regretfully, thinking that being young is not the same. Zhuang Meifeng took the initiative to buy an oversized bathtub and waited for me to take a bath. Chao Shanshan remembered Ling Yun's shy reaction to seeing Lu Yan and Zhaoing almost naked and pole dancing, and asked Ling Yun for an explanation. Her shyness at the time was fake, and her jealousy was real. Ling Yun giggled and said, I don't need to ask, of course, my family's Shanshan's figure has improved, and this snow-white chest is simply invincible. However, Ling Yun expressed his deep apologies to Lin Menghan, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Morong Feishue, Miao Xiaomiao, Longgu, and Zhang Ling. According to her conscience, Chao Shanshan's current breasts are really not as big as these sexy and stunning breasts, and at most she can compete with the little demon girl xuanhuan. However, Chao Shanshan was so in love at this time, how could she care about these things, Ling Yun deliberately said to her heart, which made Chao Shanshan's heart burst into ecstasy. She shyly said, You can talk. Get up. Ling Yun wondered, Where are you going? Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun was about to pretend to be confused again. She bit her lower lip and squeezed Ling Yun's things lightly. She was nervous, but full of expectation. She said, Take me to bed and sleep with others. Ling Yun naturally knew what Chao Shanshan wanted now, but he really couldn't give it now. Ling Yun withdrew the hand that was playing on Chao Shanshan's snow-white towering tower, scratched his head and said, I have to go. After Chao Shanshan heard this, her blushing face suddenly changed greatly, and Han Chun's beautiful eyes shot an incredible look. She was shocked. What? You have to leave now? Ling Yun didn't hide it, he quickly explained, I'm at a critical juncture in my practice right now, so I can't give you everything you want. Chao Shanshan could only slightly nod her head and admire Ling Yun even more in her heart. Both of them are already like this, Ling Yun can still hold back, how could she not admire it? Ling Yun lowered his head, unfolded the rose-colored silk blanket, and gently covered Chao Shanshan's sexy and beautiful body. Then, while quickly dressing, he said, I'm really gone. Chao Shanshan asked weakly, Then will you come tomorrow? Chao Shanshan naturally looked forward to Ling Yun's return, the sooner the better. Ling Yun thought about it for a while, then smiled lightly, Let's see the situation, we'll just use the mobile phone to contact, just be good. Chao Shanshan put her hands on the bed and sat up suddenly. She let the rose-red blanket slide down on her delicate body, and said carefully, I always feel that you have attracted a lot of people's attention these days. You are alone, be careful, especially that Digimo. This situation is the same as when the husband wants to go out and the wife carefully instructs him from the bed. Ling Yun gave her a reassuring smile, and said with a dashing smile, Don't worry, before I eat you, even if I really arrive at the palace of hell, I will kill you back alone. Chao Shanshan didn't like Ling Yun's metaphor very much. She bit her lip and said in dissatisfaction, Where did you talk like that? Don't let yourself curse yourself in the future. After Ling Yun got dressed, Chao Shanshan got up and got out of bed with her remaining strength, and carefully sorted him out until she was sure that there was no problem. Then she nodded her head in satisfaction and said, "I think you've lost weight again, you too. Take some time, let's go buy some clothes for you together." As she spoke, Chao Shanshan opened the curtains and floor-to-ceiling windows a little, so that Ling Yun could pass through. "Okay, then I'm leaving." After finishing speaking, under Chao Shanshan's reluctant gaze, Ling Yun's figure unfolded, like a night owl, and silently fell to the ground outside the villa. After a few ups and downs, he finally left the Chao family villa. After Ling Yun walked out of the Qingxi villa area, he galloped like lightning in the night, and went straight to the seven-spotted grass. What a powerful murderous aura! He had just walked halfway, when he felt a murderous aura enveloped him, and the murderous aura was empty. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Feeling the endless murderous intent that couldn't be dissolved, it enveloped him in an instant. Ling Yun's heart froze, and the expression on Jun's face became more solemn than ever. This is not the faint sense of danger, nor the kind of momentum that Digimo released just to oppress people. This is pure murderous intent. Only a top expert who kills like a numb, when he has the will to kill the enemy, will the murderous intention appear. Ling Yun could only feel it from the murderous intent that filled the sky and the earth. The people who came this time are definitely stronger than the group of Xian Qi and Xian Jiao combined last time. Ling Yun's thoughts were spinning, but he didn't stop at his feet, still keeping the same speed as before. As if he didn't notice anything, he continued to gallop forward. Ling Yun's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, but no matter how he tried, the strong murderous intent seemed to have completely locked him in, shrouded him all the time, and couldn't get rid of it at all. This person's skills are definitely better than mine. After some testing, Ling Yun did not test the depth of the other party, and could only make a rough assessment. You can only outsmart, you can't fight. The person who hangs Ling Yun is of course the International Killer Group, the Earth-level killer of the Heavenly Killing Organization, and the Earth-level 8 who is close to the pinnacle of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow. In fact, Diba had already hanged Ling Yun from a distance when Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan walked out of the school gate, but at that time he did not show any strength or murderous aura, because there were ordinary people around Ling Yun. Moreover, it was too early at that time, the night was not dark, and there were too many people coming and going on the street. As mentioned earlier, no matter whether it is an authentic martial arts or an evil demon, it is an unwritten agreement between ancient martial arts practitioners, unless it is a last resort. Killers, who take murder as their profession, naturally belong to the evil spirits. Hence this unwritten rule. For killers, naturally, there is the same binding force. Otherwise, according to Diba's confidence in their own strength, or Xianqi Xuanzhou's confidence in their strength, they went directly to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School Class 3 and 6, and killed Ling Yun on the spot in the classroom. So much trouble? So, if Ling Yun is not alone, Diba will not be able to make a move. Now Ling Yun is galloping alone. After midnight again, there are few cars on the street. There are no pedestrians. It is the best time to take Ling Yun's life. According to the information obtained from various sources, and the strength information revealed by Ling Yun, the current realm of Ling Yun will definitely not exceed the 5th floor of the day after tomorrow. His strength is close to the peak of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow, and he can basically kill Ling Yun in seconds. Not in a hurry at all. He locked Ling Yun firmly, and let him gallop like a cat playing a mouse. He even had a 100% certainty that Ling Yun couldn't even find out where he was now. In other words, they didn't even know they had been targeted. Diba has a superb ability to keep track of hidden traces, coupled with his excellent light skills. According to the speed Ling Yun is showing now, his tracking is simply a walk in the courtyard. Seeing Ling Yun even stop to pee in a dark alley, Diba smiled, contemptuously. Boy, it feels good to hug and hug, but tonight is your death. Killing Ling Yun, he can get 40% of the 50 million bonus, and he can get 20 million alone. Deba was wearing night clothes. Covering his face with a black turban, he was lurking in the darkness, holding a deadly pistol in his left hand, and his usual long snake whip in his right hand. Ling Yun, who is so accommodating outside me, why, secretly sneered in his heart. Of course Ling Yun wasn't really idle to pee there. He was just performing a peeing gesture, and was actually there to check the weapon he was carrying. He first secretly took out the magic brush, concentrated his mind and shook the pen, and then used the Dian Juxing Baojue to the extreme, taking the magic brush and swiping lightly on his hand. The magic brush did not disappoint him. Ling Yun's hand could now be said to be invulnerable. He could snatch the extremely sharp triangular thorn in Xianzhou's hand without getting hurt. The gushing of blood brush. Ling Yun didn't seem to feel any pain at all. On the contrary, he smiled lightly, put away the magic brush, and gently covered the leather needle bag with his hand, then unfolded his body again, and galloped in the direction of the Seven Lights grass. Since he couldn't test the opponent's strength, Ling Yun stopped trying, and at an almost constant speed, he soon came to the river. With a show of his figure, he leaped across the 8-meter-wide river, which was only a few feet away from the Seven Luminaries' grass. Ling Yun took advantage of the fact that his opponent hadn't appeared yet, and quickly stood here to absorb the aura of the Seven Luminaries' grass. A few days later, the Seven Luminaries' grass has grown a lot stronger than when Ling Yun first discovered it, and the spiritual energy it releases is naturally much stronger. Ling Yun deliberately absorbed it, and it took almost only 7 or 8 breaths. Replenishes the spiritual energy that has been consumed in the body to a full state. Just after such a delay, the pervading murderous aura was getting closer and stronger. Ling Yun held his breath and waited quietly for the moment when the enemy appeared. Suddenly, Ling Yun used the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, and the tall figure brushed 3 meters away from the spot. There was no gunshot, and a bullet shot past where Ling Yun was standing. If Ling Yun hadn't moved just now, his heart would have been pierced. Good boy, you really found out. No wonder Xian Kixuanja suffered a big loss from your hands. It's really 2 strokes. Deba put away the soundless pistol and appeared from the hiding place. After only 3 vertical jumps, the distance of 100 meters passed in an instant, and he stood in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, "If you can't even find out this trick, how many times have you been killed by your gods?" Seeing Ling Yun's confident appearance, Deba wondered why Ling Yun didn't escape when he found out that he was being hunted down, but he couldn't help but secretly admire the other party's composure. If you can dodge bullets, you can be considered to have the strength close to the 5th floor of the day after tomorrow. At the age of 18, you are considered a genius among ancient martial arts practitioners. Deba first praised Ling Yun, and then said coldly, "However, your life will end here. Today next year will be your death day." Before he could finish speaking, Deba's figure flashed violently, swooping in front of him. The palm of his left hand turned into a knife, and it aimed at Ling Yun's face and slashed down like lightning in the air. At the same time, Deba's right hand shook, and the long whip in his hand was shaken straight by him, and then the tip of the whip rolled back inconceivably, wrapping it around Ling Yun's waist. When Deba came up, he chose to kill Ling Yun from the front, without any reservations at all. Although it is only a simple hand knife, it contains several backhands, and they are powerful and domineering. If Ling Yun can't block it, he can only fly back. However, at this time if Ling Yun stepped back, he would definitely hit the long whip that was rolled up, and he was being entangled. Ling Yun, of course, blocked it hard. He gathered his right fist with the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, and hit the hand knife that fell against the ground 8. Bang! Ling Yun was hit by the force of the palm, causing his right fist to go numb, and his body went backwards. At this time, the long whip was already close, and Ling Yun didn't have time to think about it. When his figure retreated, a phantom fish and dragon strode, like a swimming fish, and flew out of the whip shadow. Diba is most confident in his hard skills and light skills. Now that Ling Yun dared to block his full-strength sword with his bare hands, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he blurted out, "Boy, I really can't keep you." At the same time, his right hand shook again, and while he was speaking, the long whip rolled towards Ling Yun like a viper again. The whip whistled in the wind, and the whip shadow was heavy. Ling Yun was not as leisurely as Diba to talk to him. He was holding his breath now, while frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries' grass. He performed the phantom fish dragon step with all his strength, flexibly evading in the endless whip shadows, but even so, occasionally being swept by the tip of the whip. There is a whip mark on the body immediately. Diba chased after him with all his strength. Ling Yun dodged frantically, and the two fought in one place in an instant. This is a battle that can decide life and death in an instant. Ling Yun would rather come here to fight at the risk of being discovered by the 7 luminaries' grass, because he judged that the strength of Diba is by no means his current realm to be able to compete with him, so he can only take chances. He didn't make a move at all now, just dodged blindly. Unlike Wanli Shangsingbu, performing the phantom fish and dragon step consumes a lot of spiritual energy. It can be said that, according to the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body, he can perform at most 20 times in a row. The reason why Ling Yun dares to play like this is because there is 7 lights grass. As long as the 7 luminaries grass is there, his aura can be replenished all the time, and the energy in his body will continue to flow. Ling Yun is going to be here, and he will be exhausted to death. Why did Diba have to go all out as soon as he came up? Because he is a killer. Killing a killer is not an ordinary martial arts fight. Even if Diba kills a mortal, he will still use the attitude of a lion fighting a rabbit to instantly kill the opponent. But this time, he miscalculated. Diba and Ling Yun had already fought over 100 moves, but no matter how flexible and domineering his whip was, at most it was just sweeping Ling Yun's skin. It just couldn't entangle him. The rabbits rose and the falcons fell. After the two fought over 100 moves, the foreheads were slightly sweaty, and Diba was a little weak, but Ling Yun still had a long breath. Of course, Ling Yun is in a state of embarrassment now. His arms, waist, and legs have all been swept by Diba's long whip several times. Hang on it. The two fought fiercely for another 5 minutes. The figures of the two were staggered in the night sky. After another head-to-head touch without any tricks, Ling Yun used a phantom fish and dragon to fly out. At the same time, he touched his right hand on his waist and pulled it out. The magic brush. Hey, I think it's pretty cool that you whipped me with a whip. Is it my turn now? Ling Yun stared at Diba, who was gasping for breath from 7 meters away, holding the gray-white magic brush in his right hand. Ing straightened his body, and laughed playfully. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Although Ling Yun was beaten by Diba's long snake whip, his clothes and trousers were pulled into strips of cloth and hung on his body, but his fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. After the fierce battle of 100 moves just now, Ling Yun has basically understood the strength of Diba, and Diba is indeed above Ling Yun in terms of strength and speed of his shots, and a soft whip is superb, and the tricks come out one after another. Ling Yun was invincible. Even though Ling Yun had used the Great Evolution Star Treasure and Phantom Fish and Dragon Steps to the extreme, he still couldn't guarantee that he would be able to evade Diba's tricky long whip every time. In addition, Diba's hard skills are really powerful. Ling Yun Dian Star Gathering Treasure art has been slightly accomplished, and every time he collided with Diba, his palms were numb and painful. However, after the fierce battle just now, Ling Yun had the certainty of defeating the 8 in his heart. Don't forget, just now, the 8th attacked with all his strength, but Ling Yun was barehanded, just blindly blocking and dodging. Now, Ling Yun doesn't want to continue playing with Diba anymore. He has already taken out his weapon, and he wants to fight back. Diba wants to kill Ling Yun, why doesn't Ling Yun want to kill Diba? Diba stood 7 meters away from Ling Yun, his body filled with murderous aura, his eyes were as sharp as eagles, and he was trying his best to calm his breathing and restore his power. At this time, although his face pretended to be calm, there was a huge weight in his heart. He is now at the high level of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow, and he has barely reached the peak of the 6th floor, but Ling Yun is only as strong as the middle stage of the 5th floor of the day after tomorrow. Just suffered a little skin trauma. This kid. No wonder Xianqi Xuanjiu and the others have disappeared, Ling Yun is enough to kill them in seconds. Diba thought secretly. What was even more shocking to Diba was that after Ling Yun had fought with him for more than 100 moves, he was still fierce, except for sweating on his forehead and panting slightly, there was no sign of exhaustion at all. It's just incredible, isn't it? There is also Ling Yun's body technique, Diba believes. If the two were purely fighting for speed, Ling Yun would definitely not be able to outrun him, but his 4-meter-long whip, like an arm, was 4 meters longer than his right arm, but he couldn't entangle Ling Yun. They were all dodged by him. Ling Yun's footwork is amazing. Magical. Shaped like a lightning ghost, every time it flies and traverses, it is beyond Diba's expectations, so let alone an instant kill, if Ling Yun runs away deliberately, Diba may not be able to catch up with Ling Yun until dawn. Diba didn't know, in fact, if Ling Yun really escaped, as long as he was 30 meters away from the 7 Lights grass, he wouldn't be able to support him for half an hour. If he knew that Ling Yun was absorbing the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass all the time and fighting him. It is estimated that even if he is not killed by Ling Yun, he will have to vomit blood from Ling Yun's qi and die. Diba instinctively thought that Ling Yun must have some kind of kung fu that could recover his energy, which would allow him to continue to recover his power during the fight. Finally, don't just dodge blindly anymore? Chiba said coldly, with infinite murderous intent bursting out of his shining eyes. He was really angry. If Ling Yun didn't just run away, he believed that he would rely on his hard work. He will definitely be able to kill Ling Yun and kill him on the spot. Ling Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with the people who wanted to kill him. With the time just now, he had replenished the spiritual energy consumed in his body to fill it up. With a flick of the figure, he came to Diba. The left hand Tiangang subdues the demon fist, which is a punch against the ground 8, and the magic brush of the right hand draws a mysterious perfect arc in the air, piercing the face of the ground 8. Little phaseless swordsmanship. Diba snorted coldly, tilted his head slightly, and avoided the brush, then his right hand became 5 fingers. Facing Ling Yun's domineering fist, he fiercely greeted him. Great Eagle Claw. Bang! The fists and palms collided, and their energy was flying. The bodies of the two were shocked at the same time. This is real head-to-head, no tricks. Ling Yun took 7 steps back before he stood firm, and the ground 8 took 3 steps back. It's really strong. Ling Yun raised his fist and smiled. What? How is this possible? Diba was horrified. He could never have imagined that Ling Yun, who had to shake his hands and clench his fists every time he confronted him, was unscathed this time, except for the retreat. Diba's judgment was good. Ling Yun's 3rd layer peak of body training was actually equivalent to just breaking through the 5th layer of the day after tomorrow, and he couldn't even reach the middle stage of the 5th layer of the day after tomorrow. However, the exercises and moves that Ling Yun used were able to make up for the lack of his realm. Tiangang's demon fighting fist is just as fierce. Once it is used, it can make Ling Yun's fist strength comparable to the mid-6th layer. Although it is slightly inferior to Earth 8, it can already be a rival, and it will not suffer too much. Since you want to kill me, then come up with some real skills. Come on. Just as Diba was stunned, Ling Yun moved again, the tall figure sprinted, and came to Diba again, his left hand made another non-fancy move, hitting Diba's chest hard again. Diba received another punch in a hurry. Neither of the two retreated this time. They fought fast and hard, and they fought 18 moves in an instant, and no one let anyone. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of energy and energy that was faster than drumming, Ling Yun suddenly jumped to a place that was no more than 3 meters away from the 7 luminaries' grass, madly absorbing spiritual energy. In the 18 moves just now, he used up all the 18-style Tian Gang subduing magic fists, and fought with Diba 18 times, and the spiritual energy in his body was less than 20%. Diba was not feeling well either. He didn't know why Ling Yun chose to fight with him here. He didn't have the time to think about it now. Ling Yun could see it clearly. Although Diba's left hand and 5 fingers were still in the posture of eagle claws, all of them were shaking violently, as if he was playing a virtual piano. Obviously, his strength was not keeping up. Ling Yun and Diba have been fighting until now, and this is what he has been waiting for, so he didn't wait for his aura to recover to half. He flew forward again, raised the magic brush in his hand, and stabbed Diba's eyes sharply. As long as Diba can't dodge once, Ling Yun promises to poke a big hole in Diba's body, so that he can see the sharpness of the magical brush. Diba couldn't move his right hand yet, so he naturally couldn't let Ling Yun get close, and the whip in his right hand swiped at Ling Yun's right hand holding the pen. The whip wind pierced his ears. Ling Yun didn't even want to raise his hand to face the whip, and stabbed at it, and swiped it casually. Hearing the sound of chi, the edge of the magic brush directly cut the whip into 2 sections, and the 1-meter-long whip tail flew over Ling Yun's head and fell into the river, the bottom of which was not seen. Diba's long snake whip is woven from soft metal synthesized with advanced science and technology, even with the paper cutter used in the paper mill to cut it. When Diba saw Ling Yun raised his hand and pierced his soft whip with a writing brush, he was still sneering in his heart, thinking that with a small judge's pen, he wanted to break my special whip. But the scene in front of him made him instantly pale in shock. "What kind of pen is this?" Diba asked in a horrified voice. "A pen for writing. If you want, I can use it to write an epitaph for you after you die." Ling Yun smiled and flew up again like lightning. Ling Yun is not excited as fake. Although this small brush is very light, it is extremely inconvenient to use, but the nib of this brush is too sharp. At the same time, the long whip with only 3 meters left in his hand swung out again. He learned a lesson and did not dare to touch the brush in Ling Yun's hand again, so he could only wrap it around his arms and wrists. Ling Yun laughed. The right hand holding the pen suddenly straightened, endured the pain and let the whip wrap around his arm. At the same time, his body slammed forward. He pulled his right arm into his arms, handed the magic brush to his left hand, and gently again. 1 stroke. Diba's long snake whip has become a joke at this time. Only less than a meter long. Diba was horrified, holding the whip in his right hand and lashing out at Ling Yun's head and face. After being cut off by Ling Yun's 3rd volley, he resolutely threw the whip and turned sideways. The pistol was already in his hand. Now, the two are very close. Diba is not stupid, he is a killer, and his purpose is to kill Ling Yun. Now he has fully understood that tonight, relying on him alone, he can't get half of the benefits in front of Ling Yun, so he can only use this extremely disgraceful method. After Diba had the gun in his hand, he fired a shot at Ling Yun unceremoniously. However, when Ling Yun let go of Diba's whip, he had already anticipated this. He pulled the trigger without waiting for Diba, and had already exerted the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, moving more than a dozen meters, leaving only a residue on the spot. Film. Either you die or I die. Ling Yun is not angry, but his eyes are full of endless murderous intent at this moment. Diba must die tonight. When Ling Yunfei was hiding from the gun, his left hand had already squeezed 7 or 8 large needles out of the leather needle bag, and without waiting for his body to stand firm, he quickly raised his left hand, using the sky-splashing technique, to face the 7 or 8 needles on Diba's body. The big hole was thrown out. Then the figure flashed again and left the position just now. It was a gun. Ling Yin really didn't want to try one. Diba missed one shot, and sure enough, he shot a second shot immediately, and at the same time, his body moved horizontally like lightning, but he was still pierced by a large needle on his left arm. Diba was injured for the first time. Diba's second shot naturally failed again, but before he could fall to the ground, more than a dozen white lights shot again like lightning. He didn't have time to fire the third shot. Move your body sideways again, dodging most of the big needles. It's just that by now, his figure has slowed down, and he no longer has the kind of flowing movement that he used to fight against Ling Yin at the beginning. 3 big needles pierced into the body again. The ground 8 felt that the left shoulder, right rib, and thigh of his body were numb at the same time, and each of them had received a needle. The trend is over. Earth 8 was horrified. Ling Yin sneered, and frantically performed phantom fish dragon steps around the 7 luminaries' grass, and his body was unsteady. When he paused, a dozen large needles shot out, leaving Diba struggling to deal with it, hitting the needles again and again. It can be said that from the beginning of the battle, Ling Yin has set a sure kill situation for Diba. As soon as Ling Yin found out that he was being tracked by Diba, he instantly judged that the enemy's strength was higher than him, and he made a decisive decision to set the battlefield at the place of the 7 lights grass. Copy address access. Then, on the way to the river, he neither deliberately lowered his realm nor deliberately showed his strength, but was fast when it should be fast, slow when it should be slow, and pretended that he did not find the person being followed at all. It looks like he easily deceived Diba. After the appearance of Diba, Ling Yin showed his weakness to the enemy, and with his bare hands, he avoided Diba with all his strength, not only to consume Diba's physical strength, but also to detect the enemy's reality. It wasn't until Ling Yin was sure of winning that he switched from defense to offense, and took out his first weapon, the magic brush. Ling Yin used the Tian Gang subduing demon fist to recklessly fight the Diba's vigorous eagle claw technique, in order to consume Diba's physical and internal strength to the greatest extent, so that he was not as good as the beginning in terms of shot and movement speed. The long snake whip that the brush had cut off 3 times, left him with no weapons other than the pistol. Until now, Diba was completely useless, so Ling Yin launched his full-strength counterattack, holding a magic brush in his hand, walking phantom fish and dragon steps, and throwing a lot of flying needles towards Diba, who was already inconvenient to move. This is the real beating of the underdog. It's not a kill game, what is it? Diba shouldn't, absolutely shouldn't, really shouldn't let Ling Yin fight him next to the 7 lights grass. As long as he can't kill Ling Yin in a short time, then there is no doubt that he is the one who will die. The pitiful thing is that Diba didn't even know where he lost. Now he can only dodge and move around constantly, panting to avoid the big needle that Ling Yin kept throwing out. Ling Yin's leather needle bag had hundreds of large needles inserted into it. In the end, he even put away the magic brush, unfolded the leather needle bag and held it in his hand. When he raised his right hand, a dozen silver ons appeared. Lightning flew around Jiha's body. Although there are still a few bullets in Diba's pistol, he can't use it now, and he has long since thrown it away. His free hands dance wildly, occasionally sweeping down a few large needles that fly to the key points of his body, and occasionally split some large needles with the palm wind. But even so, Ling Yin used up more than 100 needles. Diba's body was also covered with more than a dozen large needles, and even 3 large needles were stuck on his vital acupoints. As a result, his internal power was not functioning properly, and his body technique was blocked again. The divine light in Ling Yin's eyes became stronger and stronger, the fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, murderous intent pervaded his body, his fingers flicked, and big needles flew out tricky, not giving Diba any chance to breathe. He had already seen that Diba had already planned to escape, so he dropped the pistol at Diba. The phantom fish and dragon steps are no longer used, but the Wanli Shinxing walks, which are almost free of aura, keep moving, blocking the direction that Deba wants to escape, and secretly madly absorbing the aura released by the 7 luminaries' grass all the time. As he took control of the entire battle situation, Ling Yan's momentum, shot, and speed became stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Deba was already at the end of the battle, and he didn't even have the physical strength to escape. Ling Yan completely turned the tide of the battle. After Deba knew that the situation was over, he did not make an effort to escape, but Ling Yan would not let him go. Ling Yan's body is now full of spiritual energy, and his body is turning like a circle. The speed of walking with Wanli Shen is faster than the speed of Deba's full-force vertical leap, not to mention that he has a flying needle. No matter which direction Deba ran for, Ling Yan could use his phantom fish dragon stance when he was about to jump up, and came to the direction he was about to escape like lightning. Form to block back. If Ling Yan let Deba run away, that's not a must-kill situation. He knew that as long as Deba ran for his life tonight, then he would be in endless danger. Deba was in the dark, he was in the light. Without the help of the 7 lights grass, he would have killed 100 of himself. Upgrading the realm is imminent. Ling Yan saw that he had almost used all his cards, and that he had relied on the aura of the 7 luminaries grass, and that he could control the fate of the enemy in his own hands. In fact, his heart was very awe-inspiring. What Deba regrets most now is that his long snake whip was destroyed by Ling Yan's brush. Otherwise, Ling Yan's flying needle, he really doesn't care about it, he just swept it away with a single whip, and he didn't even have to dodge it. Fighting wild geese all day long, but being pecked by wild geese. Could it be that my life is going to be ruined at the hands of this 18-year-old boy? Deba is not reconciled. He kept sweeping the flying needles with his palms, and his thoughts were spinning, waiting for an opportunity to escape. But now he was panting like a cow, his footsteps were filled with lead, and several meridians were blocked again, and he only had the strength to deal with the big needles. How could he escape? Suddenly, Deba aimed his eyes at the small river not far away. Just as Ling Yan flew out 2 big needles and went to pinch the needles on the leather needle bag again, Deba hit the air with a palm, and sent the 2 big needles flying towards him, and then used all his strength to fly into the river. Jump. For the first time, he handed over his entire back to Ling Yan. Even if he was hit by Ling Yan's flying needle again, it didn't matter, success or failure depended on this. If Deba met someone else tonight, even if it was Dugumo, he would be able to escape with his life, but unfortunately, he met Ling Yan. Don't forget, Ling Yan chose the place to fight. He comes here almost every night, and he knows the environment here better than anyone else. Ling Yan's mouth curled into a disdainful smile, and there was an expression in his eyes that he knew you would do this for a long time. With a light snort, he performed the phantom fish and dragon steps to the extreme. The hair came first, and came to the back of Deba in an instant. Little phaseless swordsmanship. Chi. Ling Yan followed him like a shadow, shot like lightning, and in an instant, he stabbed at the key point of Deba's back, and stabbed 4 strokes one after another. Pfft. Flying to the ground 8 in the air, a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and Ling Yan stabbed 4 blood holes in his body, which was covered with more than 20 large needles. There are 3 of them, all of which are Deba's death point. The most deadly one is Ling Yan's last stroke, but it is stuck in his heart. Chill out. In the 4 small, but extremely deep blood holes, 4 blood arrows sputtered in an instant. At that moment, Deba's body seemed to have become a human-shaped water spray gun, but what was sprayed out of his body was dark red. Blood. Deba didn't even have time to say a word, the person had turned into a corpse in midair. The corpse flew a short distance in midair by inertia, and then fell to the river with a bang. Of course, Ling Yan would not be shot by the 4 bloody arrows. After he finished the 4 strokes with lightning speed, he didn't care about Deba's body, he directly volleyed across the sky, and stood neatly beside the seven lights grass. Huh. Ling Yan looked at Diba's corpse with no sadness or joy in his eyes. His face was calm, but he let out a long breath. Ling Yan knew that according to Diba's strength, his wealth must be more than Xian Qi and the others combined, but he couldn't take it. Diba's realm is much higher than Ling Yan's. Even if he was given a chance to breathe, he might escape his life or even hit Ling Yan on the verge of death. In that case, Ling Yan would really be greedy for small gains and suffer big losses, and all his previous achievements had been forfeited. Money can be done at any time, but there is only one life. If you want money, you don't want to die. That's what a fool does, not Ling Yan's style. Ling Yan absorbed the aura of the seven luminaries' grass, quickly adjusted his breath, stared at the still bleeding corpse on the ground, and said lightly, "You are a killer. Killing is your profession, you come to kill me, I don't blame you." "So. You were killed by me, no wonder I was ruthless." It only took Ling Yan 5 or 6 minutes to reabsorb the spiritual energy to its peak state. He did not continue to practice here, because he wanted to dispose of Diba's body as soon as possible. Ling Yan came to Diba's side in a flash, raised his hand and tore off his mask. He saw that Diba was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with the exception of the bulging temples on both sides, his appearance unremarkable. He picked up the corpse of Diba, which had begun to stiffen with one hand, and headed eastward in the dark night, first out of the city, and then on a 10,000-mile walk. A big circle, and then from the southern foot of Longpan Mountain, came to the Tianqing between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng. Ling Yan stopped in a dense forest only 100 meters away from the Tianqing. After conducting a thorough body search on Diba, he used his mask to wrap the found items in a package and put them away, then carried Diba. "Go forward 60 meters again, and throw it in the direction of the Tianqing." Seeing that Diba's body fell into the bottomless pit, Ling Yan took the package and returned to the seven lights grass. He first buried the 7 or 8 bloodstains on the ground with soil, and then began to clean up the nearly 200 large needles that fell on the ground. In order to protect the 7 luminous grass, Ling Yan can be said to be very cautious. He cleaned the big needles on the ground not to protect the environment, but because he was afraid that someone would see so many big needles scattered here during the day. The 7 luminaries' grass was trampled. Ling Yan didn't put a single needle back into the leather needle bag, but threw it into the river. It wasn't until 2:30 in the morning, after everything was done, that Ling Yan sat down with his legs crossed next to the 7 luminaries' grass, exercised his energy, and once again successfully pressed the spiritual energy in his body to his dantian, and after it was fully absorbed, he got up and stood up. At this time it was close to 4 in the morning, and it was the time when people slept most soundly. Ling Yan looked down at his tattered clothes that had turned into rags, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This time I really lost a lot of money, not to mention the loss of 200 needles. It's a pity that I have a famous brand." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan stepped on his toes and jumped across the small river to reach the road beside the river, and then kept his footsteps, galloping directly towards the rental house. Arriving home in 2 minutes, Ling Yan jumped directly into the courtyard, and deliberately made a little movement. "Who?" a charming voice asked cautiously. Ling Yan knew that it was Xiao Mimi, so he said lightly, "Me." Before he finished speaking, the man had entered the room, and a snow-white fox shadow rushed towards him. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Seeing the 9-tailed celestial fox rushing towards him, Ling Yan didn't dodge, his left arm relaxed, and he suddenly embraced Xiao Bai. Throwing away the package containing the relics of Earth 8 in his right hand, Ling Yan touched Xiao Bai's head and back with a smile, showing more intimacy, and then put her down. The injury is no longer worse, and there is still a tendency to improve. Ling Yan smiled lightly, thinking to himself, "If Xiao Bai is with me tonight, I guess it won't be so difficult to kill Diba, right?" After Xiaobai landed on the ground, a thick and big snow-white tail swung around in the air, staring at a pair of charming black eyes. Looking at Lingyun carefully, the fox eyes were very worried. Lingyun felt Xiaobai's worry. He smiled lightly at Xiaobai, and said warmly, "I'm fine, it's just that my clothes are torn." Xiao Mimi's bedroom door opened. She was wearing a translucent black pajamas, her long black hair was loose, and she walked out of the room sleepily. When she saw Lingyun's image clearly, her eyes widened in amazement, and she said dumbly, "What's the matter?" Lingyun moved his right foot and directly kicked the package thrown on the ground to Xiao Mimi, who caught it. "You can see for yourself first, I'll take a bath, and I'll tell you after the bath." After speaking, Lingyun went into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and started to rinse his body. In the beginning, Lingyun tried to test the truth of Di Ba, and it can be said that he suffered a lot. He was swept by Di Ba more than a dozen times on his body. Although he had the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art to protect his body, Di Ba's skill should not be underestimated. There were still more than a dozen whip marks on Lingyun's body. However, these were all skin injuries. For Lingyun, the injuries were just as commonplace, so when he washed his body, he didn't even frown how to wash his hands. After washing, Lingyun casually wrapped a snow-white bath towel and put on a pair of slippers. He came to Xiao Mimi's bedroom and closed the door. Xiao Mimi had already opened the package, checked the contents carefully, and placed them on the bedside one by one. Di Ba didn't carry many things on his body, more than 20,000 yuan in cash, 2 bank cards, and an exquisite communicator dedicated to the Heavenly Killing Organization. Of course, there is the pistol that Lingyun picked up. The look on Xiao Mimi's pretty face made her sleepless. Showing unprecedented solemnity, it can even be said, fear. Do not be afraid. He is already dead, and now he is lying in the Tianqing with Xuanjiu. After Lingyun entered the room, seeing the look of horror on Xiao Mimi's face, he laughed and teased. Of course, Xiao Mimi knew that Di Ba was already dead, and the killer of the Heavenly Killing Organization could throw everything away. Only the dedicated communicator on his body cannot be lost. Unless he dies, he is considered to be betraying the organization. Xiao Mimi stretched out her hand, picked up the delicate communicator, and glanced at some place on it again. There was a special symbol there. Xiao Mimi already knew that the dead person was an Earth-level killer. 8. At this time, the shock and fear in her heart were obvious. In her opinion, Lingyun was at most the peak of the Xian level, but now, all the Earth-level killers had died in Lingyun's hands. So, what is Lingyun's realm now? Heaven level? It's ridiculous that he and Xianjiu, 2 Xian-level killers, together with 2 yellow-level killers and 4 snipers wanted to kill Lingyun. It was a fool's dream. Of course, Xiao Mimi's fear was not because Lingyun killed Di Ba, because she had completely betrayed the organization now. If Heavenly Kill knew that she was not dead, then she would definitely face the endless pursuit of the Heavenly Kill group. What Xiao Mimi was terrified of was that the Heavenly Killing group's response was astonishingly fast. She had just failed her mission last night, and immediately sent an Earth-level killer over, and they had already found Lingyun. Now that Di Ba is dead, this is no longer a problem that can be solved with money. Even if the person who bought Lingyun's life stopped paying, the Heavenly Killing Organization would definitely send experts over to take Lingyun's life. Di Ba is among the prefecture-level killers. Although he is not a powerful character, he is worth at least $30 million US. Based on this alone, it is impossible for the Heavenly Killing Organization to make Lingyun so comfortable in Qingshui City. What's more, this is more related to the reputation of the Heavenly Killing Organization, its status and reputation in the killer industry. Up to now, the Heavenly Slaughter Organization has lost 9 killers in order to kill a little-known Lingyun, and the senior management of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization's Huaxia branch will undoubtedly be furious. Lingyun sat down beside Xiao Mimi's bed very casually, his mouth twitched, and he said to Xiao Mimi, who was holding the communicator silently, "Tell me, what information did you see? Xiaomimi frowned, pursing her sexy mouth and pondering for a long time before she said in a deep voice, the dead person is the prefecture-level killer of the Heavenly Killing Organization's Huaxia branch, Diba. Lingyan snorted, and then asked, how did you see it? Xiaomimi held the communicator in front of Lingyan. The communicator of the Heavenly Killing Organization is just like an ordinary person's ID card. The logo on each killer's communicator is unique. At this position, there is a medal of the earth with an Arabic numeral 8 engraved on it, which shows that his code name in the organization is the Earth 8. Lingyan took the communicator from Xiaomimi's hand, glanced at it casually, nodded and said, do you rely on this to identify each other's identities in your organization? Xiaomimi gave Lingyan a charming glance and said, who would take this thing out for others to see? Of course there are some special contact methods, but this is the most obvious and effective way. Lingyan rolled his eyes and said with a hey smile, then if I hold this communicator, can I pretend to be an Earth-level killer of the Heavenly Killing Organization? Xiaomimi smiled and said, once this communicator is opened, the Heavenly Killing Organization will immediately be able to determine your location. If you are not afraid of being found by them, you can open it and try. Lingyan's forehead was immediately full of black lines, but he thought about it and said helplessly, and, so what? Anyway, now I am in the light, they are in the dark, and Heavenly Kill can send someone over to find me at any time. Lingyan felt an incomparable headache when he thought that he had to stay in this dreadful school for 2 months. I have always been hiding in the dark to shade others. When did I become a living target? Who the hell was so hard on him and had to take his own life? Xiaomimi glanced at Lingyan with her charming eyes, nodded and said, this is really a big trouble for you, otherwise, you shouldn't take the college entrance examination. Let's leave here and find a secret place to hide for a while. Lingyan decisively shook his head, hide? Where can you hide? What's more, his mother and sister are here, and the Seven Lights grass is here. It is easy for him to hide, but at the same time, he also loses the possibility to quickly improve his realm with the help of the Seven Lights grass aura. Lingyan thought for a while and asked Xiaomimi, what do you think? How will they deal with me next? Xiaomimi said immediately without thinking, it's very simple, you have killed the Earth-level masters, now. They will either send more Earth-level masters over, or directly send Heaven-level masters over. Lingyan couldn't help scratching his head, secretly thinking about the countermeasures in his heart. In the end, he just smiled faintly, looking at Xiaomimi for a while with surprise. Aren't you afraid? Xiaomimi asked suspiciously. The corner of Lingyan's mouth evoked a mesmerizing smile, and said lazily, I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, but what's the use of being afraid? Only soldiers can come to block. Water comes to earth. Xiaomimi gave Lingyan an angry look, thinking that she had never seen this person in a hurry, really. Since Xiaomimi has been dealing with Lingyan, although the two have little communication, they are all about life and death. This is naturally different from the ordinary life of ordinary people, because life and death are between life and death. It best reflects human nature. Especially after the two of them got intimate this morning, either unintentionally or deliberately, making Xiaomimi from a mysterious, cold and stunning sexy killer to a charming woman with the attitude of a young daughter, her mind has changed tremendously. She has begun to regard Lingyan as her only support, compared to the fact that she had to kill Lingyan in order to perform the task. There is a world of difference. Although he didn't dare to open Diba's communicator, Lingyan carefully asked Xiaomimi how to use this communicator, and then put the communicator away. Lingyan faintly felt that this thing would be of great use to him. He smiled and asked Xiaomimi, you really don't know where the Heavenly Killing Organization's Huaxia branch is? Xiaomimi replied seriously, after we killers below the prefecture level enter the organization, we only use the communicator to accept various tasks arranged by the organization. After the task is completed, we will receive a payment in the account. Others don't know anything at all. Ling Yan asked, what about the prefecture level and above? Xiao Mimi said with a charming smile, naturally everyone above the prefecture level knows, but it's a pity that Diba has already been killed by you. But soon Xiao Mimi's face changed greatly. She asked Ling Yan blankly, what are you asking about this? Do you still want to trouble the Heavenly Killing Organization? Ling Yan's mouth curled into a proud sneer and said, I don't care who it is that insists on killing me, but since the Heavenly Killing Organization has taken over this task, then I will naturally make them pay the price. Xiao Mimi looked at Ling Yan's proud smile. She was a little dazzled, but she looked anxious and reminded Ling Yan seriously, do you know how many sky-level killers and earth-level killers there are in the China branch of the Heavenly Killing Organization? Let me tell you, as far as I know, there are 36 heaven-level killers and 72 earth-level killers in the Chinese branch of the Heavenly Killing Organization. Hell. Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi deeply, then nodded, and made no further expression. Xiao Mimi's heart swayed when Ling Yan looked at it, and she suddenly mentioned another thing. I broke through the 3rd floor of the day after tomorrow. After saying that, a charming smile flashed on her charming face. Ling Yan had already seen that Xiao Mimi's strength had made a breakthrough. He smiled and said, it seems that the pain of retrograde meridians in the morning is not in vain. Do you want me to put some restrictions on you, and you should break through the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow as soon as possible? Xiao Mimi's face turned pale with fright, and she said coquettishly, fuck you, you are still thinking of imposing such a ruthless restriction on people and seeing them in such pain, don't you feel bad? However, before she could finish speaking, her charming face changed into a distressed look, and she stretched out her little snow-white hand to caress a shallow whip mark on Ling Yan's body and asked, does it still hurt? To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only committed to providing healthy and green. Read the platform. Thank you all. Xiao Mimi's head is full of long black hair like a waterfall, her face is charming and charming, her snow-white neck is slender, her translucent black pajamas have no strands under them, and the lace skirt can barely cover her mysterious private parts. The plump and tight thighs were laid out in front of Ling Yan's eyes, which was extremely beautiful. However, Ling Yan still gently removed her slender jade hand, and asked, calmly, how is she? What Ling Yan said of her was naturally Zhuang Meifeng. Xiao Mimi rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, ask me what I'm doing, but I don't want to see it myself. She's been in a bad mood all day. Wait until 4 o'clock in the morning, you just fell asleep before you come. Ling Yan frowned slightly, stood up abruptly, and said to Xiao Mimi, you can use the more than 20,000 yuan first. Also, keep this pistol for self-defense, and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Xiao Mimi nodded coquettishly and said, I know. Ling Yan left Xiao Mimi's bedroom floating, and went to the living room to glance at Xiao Bai, who was lying on the sofa, smiled lightly, and quickly entered his bedroom. In the bedroom, Ling Yan's laptop was on. Zhuang Meifeng was wearing a snow-white shirt and light blue jeans, sitting on the large boss chair, with her hands folded, lying on the table and falling asleep. On her soft cheeks, still see a tear. Ling Yan shook his head, stretched out his hands, hugged Zhuang Meifeng's plump and delicate body in his arms, and gently placed her on the bed. Although his movements were very gentle and careful, Zhuang Meifeng was awakened by surprise. She opened her hazy eyes of Danfeng, and when she saw that Ling Yan had returned, an uncontrollable surprise flashed in her eyes. Husband, are you back? Are you hungry? I'll get you some food. Zhuang Meifeng raised her slender hands, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said, and immediately got up and got out of bed. Ling Yan smiled and shook his head, raised his hand to caress Zhuang Meifeng's delicate face, and said to her gently, I'm not hungry, so I don't have to work. Why do you sleep so late every day? Yeah. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly saw the scars on Ling Yan's body. She suddenly opened her beautiful eyes in a hurry. Her eyes were both distressed and anxious, and she hurriedly asked, "Husband, what's going on with you? Who hit you?" Ling Yun smiled and comforted her. "I met a few hooligans tonight and fought with them, and that's what happened, but I beat them hard. I didn't suffer." Xiao Mimi in the other bedroom has now advanced to the 3rd floor of the day after tomorrow. The power of ear is naturally improved to a higher level. She heard it clearly and could only shake her head helplessly. Zhuang Meifeng also asked in disbelief, "Husband, you are so good at it, how could a few hooligans hurt you like this?" Ling Yin smiled and said, "There are many of them, and there are 2 of them who can fight. They are very ruthless. I follow your teaching and dare not attack them. Naturally, I will suffer a few times." Zhuang Meifeng heard this. The rims of his eyes immediately turned red, and his eyes were full of endless regrets and self-blame. He wanted to cry, "Husband, it's all my fault, I shouldn't be like that this morning." Zhuang Meifeng has been blaming herself for a whole day for this matter, and even Ling Yun didn't go home after school tonight. She thought it was the reason why Ling Yun didn't want to see her. Ling Yun smiled softly and said, "It's just a little injury, nothing." Zhuang Meifeng shed tears, raised her hand and pulled off the towel wrapped around Ling Yun's body. When she saw the deep or shallow welt marks on Ling Yun's waist and legs, she suddenly realized herself. Mistake. In a world that speaks with fists and strength, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes were red, and there was an unconcealed hatred in her eyes. She said bitterly, "Husband, those who dare to do something to you in the future, don't be soft-hearted anymore, you have to teach them a lesson." Ling Yun laughed loudly and said, "Okay. I'll obey my wife's law. I just hope my wife doesn't feel bad for others in the future, just how much you feel bad for me." Xiao Mimi listened to it in her bedroom, and sighed faintly, "Yes, I was deceived by him again." Xiao Mimi listened attentively, only to hear the sound of undressing, and then a deliberately suppressed whisper. On this day, Ling Yun surprisingly didn't get up early, until 9 o'clock in the morning, when he was fully dressed and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Xiao Bai was still curled up into a snow-white pom-pom, with a big tail covering his fox face, and sleeping soundly in the corner of the sofa. Xiao Mimi was wearing a neat black leather jacket and trousers, sitting on the sofa with her chest crossed, watching TV boredly. Ling Yun walked over, sat down on the sofa, and called Tang Meng directly. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou were 3 people who were directing a large group of decoration workers, and they were in full swing in the clinic. Seeing Ling Yun's call, Tang Meng said to Yao Rou directly after answering the call, "Sister Rou, Yun brother, let me and Tai Xiaohu go now." Yao Rou smiled and nodded and said, "It's okay, the renovation workers hired by Boss Wang are very capable. I'll just watch it here myself. You can go." Tang Meng nodded and shouted at Tai Xiaohu. The 2 walked out of the clinic one after the other, got in the car and went straight to Ling Yun's rental house. After the 2 arrived, Ling Yun was already waiting for them at the gate outside the courtyard. As soon as the car stopped, Ling Yun sat in directly, and then said to Tang Meng and the 2, "Today is the Qingming festival, there is nothing important for the 2 of you at home, right?" Tang Meng smiled and said, "Yes, Brother Yun, your business is the most important thing for us. Don't give me a sloppy eye, kid." Ling Yun glared and said, "If there is anything in your family, go back to work for me. Today's affairs, it's okay to have both of you." Seeing that Ling Yun didn't buy it, Tang Meng could only scratch his head and said truthfully, "Brother Yun, I have to go to my grandma's grave with my family this afternoon." Tai Xiaohu shook his head and said, "I'm really fine." Ling Yun nodded and smiled and said, "All right, let's finish the morning's work first. Tang Meng, you will go home at noon, and then call me when you're done." Tang Meng turned around and asked Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, where are we going now?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Go to Linjiang Road, the civilian clinic." When Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu didn't come, Ling Yun had already called Qin Qiuyue, knowing that his mother and sister Ning Lingyu had gone home early to pack up, so he went straight to the civilian clinic. Tang Meng drove the Hummer very fast. Ling Yun simply asked Tang Meng about the situation last night. After knowing that he sent Ning Lingyu to the Qingshuiwen villa, he went to Li Qingchuan's house again. Brother Yun, I listened to Uncle Li. He may invite you to visit his house these days. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, thinking that although he had saved Li Qingchuan's life, what he did was unequivocal, when he bought a villa. All of a sudden, I saved myself more than 40 million yuan, which must be done at home. Brother Yun. My dad also asked me to ask if you are free these days. He wants you to come to my house to play. Tang Meng said these words more casually. After all, he and Ling Yun are brothers now, so what is the relationship? If he hadn't seen Ling Yun busy all the time, he would have taken Ling Yun to play at home long ago. Ling Yun grinned when he heard it. It was easy to go to Tang Meng's house, but he had to go with a decent present whenever he said anything. Never go empty-handed. Don't be in a hurry to go to your house, I have to prepare. Ling Yun muttered as he pondered what would be appropriate for Tang Meng's family. Tang Meng became anxious when he heard it, and he quickly asked, Boss, why do you have to prepare to go to my house? It's a matter of stepping on the gas pedal, what are you preparing for? Ling Yun leaned over from the back seat, raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder. He laughed and scolded, Nonsense, we are brothers. It's the first time I go to your house. Of course, I have to prepare some gifts. By the way, there is also Tai Xiaohu's. This is the friendship between brothers. Ling Yun said one sentence. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu felt warm when they heard it, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Of course, if they knew what gift Ling Yun was going to give their family. I guess Tang Meng couldn't even drive. In less than half an hour, Tang Meng had already parked his car at the door of the civilian clinic. Ling Yun was the first to get out of the car and ran directly to the backyard of the civilian clinic, after entering the courtyard. He shouted directly, Mom, Lingyu, I'm back. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu ran out with a look of joy on her face. She wore a simple hat made of newspaper on her head, which was obviously to prevent dust, making her playful and cute. Ling Yun patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder lightly, then smiled at Qin Qiuyue who came out and stood at the door of the bungalow. Mom, just bring some important things over there, don't go there for the rest. Moved, not suitable. This was the reason why Ling Yun didn't ask Tang Meng to find a moving company. The furniture in the civilian clinic could not be moved to that big villa. Although the sky is a little hazy, Qin Qiuyue stood at the door of the low and dilapidated bungalow, but she seemed to be the brightest flower in the world, illuminating the whole dilapidated courtyard instantly, her peerless beauty and mature charm, really enough to stun anyone. Qin Qiuyue looked at the two brothers and sisters standing side by side. She smiled sweetly. Mom understands. No, everything is packed. I'm just a little reluctant. I want to clean the house with your sister before leaving. As the saying goes, a golden den and a silver den are not as good as your own dog kennel. A family of 3 has lived here for so many years, and once they leave, it is inevitable that they will be saddened. However, Ling Yun didn't have any regrets about this place. To be honest, apart from Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, his feelings for this place were not as good as the house he rented. At this time, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu also came to the backyard. After they greeted Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun asked his mother, Mom, you don't have to do anything, what needs to be moved, you and us 3, just say it, let's finish moving as soon as possible, and leave immediately. After moving here, Ling Yun had to buy all the necessary furniture and daily necessities in the Qingshuiwen villa as soon as possible, so he was in a hurry. Qin Qiuyue nodded lightly, and then she took the 4 young people and started to move. Qin Qiuyue is not a hypocritical person. She didn't pack too many things, not to mention that she was a family member and could move very few things. She moved the 2 cars before they were full. However, when Qin Qiuyue asked Ling Yun to go to her room to carry a box, Ling Yun was stunned. The box is very long and narrow, not very wide, and it is antique. Ling Yun can't tell what age it was made. He only thinks that the pattern on the box is very simple and elegant. Ling Yun was stunned. One was the weight of the box, and the other, he felt the faint release of spiritual energy from the box. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. This simple and elegant box is 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters square. Obviously, like the sandalwood box that Xueshani gave Ling Yun, it has the magical effect of isolating spiritual energy. But even so, the contents of the long and narrow box are still very weak, and very little aura escapes. Although the amount is pitifully small, the purity of this aura is much stronger than the aura released by the 7 luminaries' grass. There are definitely treasures in here. Ling Yun was secretly happy, but also a little awe-inspiring, thinking that his family was poor and poor. How could his mother keep such good things? He secretly glanced at Qin Qiuyue, who was busy in the outhouse, but saw that Qin Qiuyue was still orderly in charge of the moving affairs, without even looking here. The box was locked, so Ling Yun didn't have time to think anymore. With a light shake of his arms, he lifted the box and walked outside as if nothing had happened. This box weighs at least 80 to 90 pounds. Of course, this weight is no different to Ling Yun than holding a baseball bat. Just when he was about to walk out of the backyard, he heard Qin Qiuyue's gentle voice behind him. Ling Yun, put this box on my mother's car. Ling Yun nodded with a nod and kept walking, carrying the box directly to the door of the civilian clinic, and placed the box carefully. The things at home were almost moved. After Ling Yun put the box away, he didn't go into the clinic again, but went straight into Li Hongmei's store next door. Yo, Ling Yun is here. Are you almost moving things? Look how tired you are. Drink a bottle of Coke to quench your thirst. Li Hongmei smiled brightly when she saw Ling Yun come in. She enthusiastically took out a bottle of Coca-Cola, regardless of whether Ling Yun wanted it or not. She shoved it into his hand. Qin Qiuyue brought Ning Lingyu back to pack her things after 6 o'clock in the morning. As soon as she came back, she was dragged and chatted by Li Hongmei for a long time, so Qin Qiuyue moved today, and Li Hongmei knew very well. Thank you, Auntie Li, it's all over. Do you know the address of our new home? You are welcome to visit us when you are free. Ling Yun didn't have too many politenesses, just unscrewed the lid and took a few sips, and then asked Li Hongmei, Auntie Li, do you still have the big needles I bought from you last time? Although this big needle is inconspicuous, to Ling Yun, it is a powerful weapon for killing people. It can be said that if there were no 200 large needles last night. Ling Yun wanted to keep Diba's life, but he didn't know how many times it would be troublesome. Yes, yes. Although Li Hongmei felt strange in her heart, she had a smile on her face, and went to get the needle for Ling Yun very enthusiastically. The last time Ling Yun bought her out of stock, this time Li Hongmei entered hundreds of boxes all at once, no wonder. How much do you want this time? Li Hongmei took 5 or 6 boxes, and turned to ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, as many as you have. When Li Hongmei heard this, she almost stumbled to the ground and wondered why Ling Yun, this child, could not understand more and more. What does a big guy buy so many needles all day long? However, she was surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions. She simply took out all the 4 large boxes of needles that she had put in, came back and put them in front of Ling Yun and said, Hey, the 100 boxes of the goods that just came in on Tuesday are all here. Auntie gave them to you. 100 boxes is 5,000 sticks, so Ling Yun can use it no matter what. Ling Yun waved his hand, shook his head and smiled, What's the matter, I won't ask the price, it's 1,000, Auntie Li, please order it. Done. Ling Yun put 10 red and bright 100 yuan bills on the counter. He didn't want to write endlessly with Li Hongmei here, so he grabbed 4 boxes and quickly left the store. Hey! Li Hongmei shouted from behind Ling Yun. She stared at Ling Yun's back. She was speechless for a long time, then she bit her lip and muttered to herself, this child Qin Qiuyue is really promising. Before Mother and Ming Lingyu came out, Ling Yun quickly returned to the back of Tang Meng's Hummer and stuffed the 4 heavy boxes into the trunk. In a few minutes, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Ning Lingyu walked out of the civilian clinic in turn, and finally Qin Qiuyue. Qin Qiuyue walked out of the door, gently closed the glass door of the civilian clinic, and locked the shutter in person, then stepped back 4 or 5 steps, and silently looked up at the civilian clinic sign for a while. The neighbors and the Qin Qiuyue family were all doing well. At this time, they came out to congratulate Qin Qiuyue, said goodbye, the envy in their eyes, the expression on their face, and their words, without any disguise. In the end, Li Hongmei wiped her tears and said, Qiuyue, don't look at it, let's go, it's a good thing to move to a big villa, the children are waiting for you. Qin Qiuyue was still as plain as water. She said goodbye to her simple neighbors with a light smile, and sincerely welcomed them to their new home. In the car, Qin Qiuyue's family waved goodbye to the neighbors. Just as they were about to drive away, a black BMW suddenly came quickly and stopped across the road. 2 tall and mighty young men got out of the car. Ling Yun only glanced at them and recognized these 2 people. They were the capable warriors under Brother Dao, Zhanlong and Zhanhu. After Zhanlong and Zhanhu got off the car, he came to Ling Yun respectfully and cautiously, and Zhanlong said to Ling Yun with a respectful look, Brother Ling, I don't know if it is convenient for you right now, we Brother Dao, he want to see you. Last Sunday night, after Brother Dao was banned by Ling Yun, he immediately arranged for his subordinates to rent a room directly opposite the civilian clinic the next day. What happened to the civilian clinic? Ling Yun didn't lie to Brother Dao. After Brother Dao went back that night, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, his body could really be described as painful. Fortunately, Ling Yun's technique was very subtle. Brother Dao only had pain for 4 or 5 minutes and passed, yes, but the pain of those 4 or 5 minutes is really indescribable with pen and ink. Brother Dao is also a well-known underworld figure on Linjiang Road. It can be said that his will and courage are all iron, and he won't even snort after a few knives, but he just can't bear the pain at midnight. Just think about Xiao Mimi, a mysterious killer. Once Ling Yun's restraint takes effect, even Xiao Mimi, who has undergone the most brutal training, can't stand it, let alone a small underworld boss. When the younger brother arranged by Dao Yong saw that the Ling Yun family was about to move out, he was so frightened that he hurriedly called Dao Yong. Ling Yun's mouth curled into a light smile, thinking Dao Yong couldn't hold it anymore. He thought for a moment. Walking in front of Qin Qiuyue, she whispered, Mom, why don't you and Ling Yu go first? I'll take care of a few things, and I'll catch up with you soon. Qin Qiuyue pursed the corners of her beautiful mouth and tapped her head. He told Ling Yun to be careful and drove away. Ling Yun watched his mother and sister's car leave. He said to Tang Meng again, you also go back with my mother's car. Tai Xiaohu and I will go there with them, and we will be home soon. Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun had chosen to take Tai Xiaohu with him again, and muttered in dissatisfaction, but he could only start the Hummer with a bitter face and turned around. Ling Yun winked at Tai Xiaohu, the 2 didn't say much, and went straight to the BMW that was fighting the dragon and the tiger. Hurry up and drive, I still have things to do. Ling Yun said to Zhanlong indifferently. Zhanlong nodded in agreement. Afraid that he would offend Ling Yun if he didn't deal with it, he stepped on the accelerator to the end, and BMW drove away. Dao Yong's residence is in a single courtyard next to Linjiang Road. Zhang car drove so fast that it didn't even take 3 minutes before he arrived. After Ling Yun got into the car, Zhang who had already sent a message to Dao Yong, so Dao Yong was already waiting outside the gate to receive him. After the car stopped, Dao Yong with a hideous scar on his face came to the BMW with 3 steps and 2 steps, and personally bowed to open the door for Ling Yun. Little brother Ling Yun, I have hoped for you, please sit in the room. No one mentioned the previous grievances. Dao Yong now sees Ling Yun like a mouse seeing a cat, that is an honest and respectful person. Ling Yun smiled lightly and walked directly into the courtyard with Tai Xiaohu. Dao Yong followed closely behind the two of them, but Zhang Long and Zhan who stood at the gate of the courtyard carefully and did not follow. After entering the house, Ling Yun sat down on the sofa carelessly, glanced at Dao Yong's room casually, and said with a smile, "Brother Dao, you live in a good place." Dao Yong was immediately sweating profusely. He raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand and said, "Little brother Ling Yun, please don't call me Brother Dao, I can't stand it." If it wasn't for Ling Yun being too young, Dao Yong would have been a brother Ling long ago. How could he deserve Ling Yun to call him brother? "Who is this?" Dao Yong asked politely when he saw that Ling Yun didn't mean to introduce Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu is more than 1.9 meters tall, standing there like a black iron tower, extremely powerful. It is difficult not to attract the attention of Dao Yong. Ling Yun laughed, "His name is Tai Xiaohu." Dao Yong's face changed, and he said, "Could it be Qinglong's Tai Xiaohu?" Ling Yun didn't need to hide it from him, he nodded casually, ignoring Dao Yong's shock. He asked directly, "I'm short on time, you can tell me if you have anything." Dao Yong's face turned red, and there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes, but he did not speak, but walked to his desk, picked up a bank card and a brand new key on the table, and walked back again. He respectfully placed it on the coffee table in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't even look at the bank cards and keys on the coffee table. He raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Dao Yong, and said lightly, "What does this mean?" Dao Yong swallowed a mouthful of saliva in embarrassment and said embarrassedly, "Little brother Ling Yun, there are 8 million in this card. This key is the car key of a Land Rover Range Rover Zhenzhuanxi edition that I bought for you the day before yesterday. It should have been delivered to your house in person, but today I heard from the younger brother below that you are going to move. I thought it was just right, so I took the liberty to ask Shanlong Zhanhu to invite you over and give you these 2 things together. It is not a respect, even if I, Dao Yong, congratulate you on your housewarming." Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, "We don't have much friendship. You gave me such a big gift all of a sudden. How could I be so embarrassed to accept it?" He said that he was embarrassed, but where did Ling Yun's face show any embarrassment? Dao Yong didn't say much, he just said respectfully, "It's just my little thought, please accept it." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Thank you friends. Old Horses Sky for 8,888 coins. Thanks to Old Horses Sky for 10,000 coins. And thanks to Old Horses Sky for 50,000 coins. Thank you for the 7 monthly passes of Lao Ma's Sky, and congratulations to Lao Ma's Sky for becoming the master of the Dandy Fairy Doctor. Old Horses Sky is mighty and domineering. Today and tomorrow, Lao Bu will use 4 more bursts to thank you for your support. Speaking of which, Ling Yun was no longer polite to Dao Yong, not to mention, he never planned to be polite to Dao Yong. Ling Yun just raised his eyes and glanced at Tai Xiaohu. Without even blinking, Tai Xiaohu bent down and bowed his head knowingly, and took the bank card on the table and the keys of the Range Rover in his hand. Dao Yong held his breath, sweating profusely, until Tai Xiaohu put away the bank card and car keys in front of Ling Yun. He was relieved, let out a long sigh, and raised his hands to wipe the sweat again. This 18-year-old boy is really terrible. The password of the bank card is 6 and 8. If you are worried, you can go to the bank and transfer it at one time. I have also prepared a gas card for you, which is filled with 500,000 yuan. which should be enough for a period of time. Oily. Dao Yong saw that Ling Yun was willing to accept his money and car, so he said it carefully again, and took out a gas card that had been prepared a long time ago. This time, Tai Xiaohu didn't wait for Ling Yun's instructions, and took the fuel card directly into his hand. Dao Yong was relieved when he saw that Ling Yun had taken all the photos. He looked at Ling Yun carefully, he hesitated, suddenly got up and said, "Your new car is parked in the backyard garage, little brother Ling Yun, let's go take a look." Bar? Although Ling Yun pretended that the old god was indifferent, he was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't understand cars, but he knew it. The car that Dao Yong gave him to save his life should be of great value. Then go have a look. The three came to the backyard, and as Dao Yong opened the garage, Ling Yun saw the Fuji White Range Rover. Land Rover Range Rover respects the Creation version, 5.0 L displacement, engine 375 kilowatts, V8. Manual transmission, maximum horsepower 510 PS. 5 doors and 5 hatchbacks, full of atmosphere, dignity, and luxury. Even if this car isn't as good as Tang Meng's original American Hummer, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Ling Yun thought to himself. He didn't notice that Tai Xiaohu's eyes had already lit up behind him. A man who loves cars, who doesn't want to own a Land Rover. Dao Yong carefully observed the look on Ling Yun's face, but he didn't find any excitement on Ling Yun's face, and he couldn't help being speechless for a while. He didn't know that Ling Yun was facing the car. He is completely a layman, even a rookie Xiaobai can't compare. But he still whispered, "Little brother Ling Yun, you can drive this car away now, and I will personally arrange for someone to handle all the procedures for you, without you needing to spend a penny." Ling Yun nodded and said, "I will arrange for someone to come over to complete the formalities." At the same time, Ling Yun thought to himself that the procedures for the Maserati that Morong Feishiwei had given him had not yet been completed. It seems that she has to find a time to deal with it as soon as possible, and she will regret it at that time, and if she comes to find herself to go back, it will be very unhappy. For things like going through the formalities, there is no doubt that the best candidate is Tang Meng, who is more suitable than Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun turned his head to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Get out of the car first." Iron Tiger couldn't wait. He nodded heavily and walked straight to the garage with a sigh of relief. Ling Yun rushed to Dao Yong and waved, motioning him to go back to the house with him. In any case, Dao Yong's incident was considered to be in Ling Yun's heart, and Ling Yun was quite satisfied. After the two entered the room, Ling Yun didn't sit down and turned to face Dao Yong. He stretched out his 2 fingers and said, "2 things. First, don't think about dealing with me, and my family and friends, or you will die miserably next time. Second, I don't care which bowl of rice you eat, I will only say one word to Linjiang Road. These civilians, especially those neighbors of my family, don't do too much, or I will still not let you go." Dao Yong was so frightened that he nodded again and again. He wiped his cold sweat and said, I understand. Ling Yun was not afraid of what he would do, and instead of retracting his 2 fingers, he pointed them together like swords, and his fingers connected to a dozen large acupoints on Dao Yong's body like lightning, which lifted the restriction for him. "Now, your pain every night has been lifted," but Ling Yun paused for a moment. Dao Yong just felt that his body and mind were relieved, and when he heard Ling Yun had more to say, he was so frightened that his whole body became tense again. Ling Yun smiled slightly and patted his shoulder lightly. "Don't be so nervous, I have left a last technique on you. Your body will not have any problems within 2 months. By June 8th, I will let Tai Xiaohu come to relieve you completely." After speaking, Ling Yun looked at Dao Yong, who was a little lost, and smiled playfully. "You don't hate me, do you?" Dao Yong's heart jumped when he heard it, and he woke up in horror. "No. Absolutely not. You relieved me of the pain every night, I am already grateful, how dare I have a grudge?" Ling Yun nodded slightly. "Then I'm leaving. The person who will come to do the formalities tomorrow is my other brother, Tang Meng, I might as well tell you that he is the son of the deputy director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. What should I do? You should know better than me, right? Dao Yong is absolutely silent now. He suddenly feels that the young man in front of him is really unfathomable. The latest Land Rover Range Rover, more than 2.7 million, plus all the procedures, and the 500,000 gas card, a total of 3.5 million. Plus the 8 million in the bank card, this is more than 11 million. Dao Yong has been in the mix for so many years, and now all the property is added up, but it is worth only 30 million. 1. The pain in his flesh is of course the pain in the flesh, but in order to make Ling Yun happy, as long as Ling Yun can relieve the pain he suffered, he recognized all these things. Who made him not have eyes, and provoke an existence like Ling Yun? But after only 4 or 5 days, Ling Yun had an iron tiger beside him. Who is Iron Tiger? Who does not know that there are some famous people on Qingshui Road? Tai Xiaohu is the gold medal fighter of Qinglong's boss Long Kuan, and he intends to train him to be Qinglong's successor. Dao Yong is a well-known shrewd person. Seeing Tai Xiaohu standing beside Ling Yun like that, bowing his head to Ling Yun, if he can't see that Tai Xiaohu is already Ling Yun's younger brother. That would be a waste of time. Now Dao Yong heard that the person who came to go through the formalities tomorrow is the son of the deputy director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. Isn't that a huge wave in his heart? Whether it's Tai Xiaohu or the deputy director of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, anyone is enough for him to walk around. Doesn't this mean that Ling Yun has now begun to eat both black and white in Qingshui City? It's ridiculous that he even brought his little brother number 100 with him. Want to kill someone? When the pig hit the tree, did he hit the pig? Just when Dao Yong was shaking the scar on his face, he was secretly frightened. He was stunned to find that Ling Yun had already left the house and walked towards the backyard. Dao Yong's heart moved. He hurriedly chased after him, followed Ling Yun and asked, "That, little brother Ling Yun, look, can you leave me a contact number?" After spending more than 11 million yuan, if Dao Yong couldn't even get Ling Yun's contact information, he would be too useless. Ling Yun smiled lightly. He shouted to Tai Xiaohu, whose head was sticking out of the Land Rover, "Give him your number." To be honest, Dao Yong is really not qualified to get his mobile phone number. The Land Rover had already started, and the roaring engine sound sounded thick and loud, very pleasing to the ear. Ling Yun sat directly in the passenger seat. According to Ling Yun's instructions, Tai Xiaohu told Dao Yong his mobile phone number. Then I said hello to him, and drove the car outside directly from the gate of the backyard. Dao Yong accompanied Xiao to chase out the door, waved and watched Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu drive away, until the Fuji white Land Rover got onto Linjiang Road and disappeared after a turn. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he only felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat, and it was chilly. He called Zhang Long and Zhang into the room, and washed his face with cold water. After he calmed down, he came out and said to the two of them, "Remember, you two, restrain your brothers. Go out and hang out. To eat, you must inquire clearly. As long as you are related to Ling Yun, you must not provoke." Zhang Long and Zhang Hu asked at the same time, "Brother Dao, who is that big man who followed Ling Yun? Why is he so fierce?" The corner of Dao Yong's mouth twitched fiercely. "Qinglong's Iron Tiger." Then he looked at the backyard, as if the brand new Land Rover was still parked in the courtyard, and muttered to himself, "This time we have provoked an existence that should not be provoked, and we deserve our unlucky. From now on, the people in Qingshui City will God, it's about to change." Zhang Long and Zhang Hu listened, moved at the same time, and looked at each other in dismay. From Dao Yong's expression and tone, they heard Dao Yong's faint hint of retreat. "The Land Rover has driven 2 kilometers. Teach me how to drive." After Ling Yun got into the car, he kept staring at how Tai Xiaohu drove. He felt very awkward when he remembered that he was pushing a Maserati on the road that day. When Ling Yun wanted to learn to drive, Tai Xiaohu naturally taught him in detail. The better the car, the easier it was to drive. After Tai Xiaohu said it, Ling Yun felt that the job of driving was really not difficult. In fact, he had secretly observed Tang Meng driving for a long time, and now with Tai Xiaohu by his side, the new car that belonged to him had just arrived. Ling Yun felt a little itchy. "Let's change, I'll drive." Ling Yun was very bold. "Brother Yun, you don't have a driver's license," Tai Xiaohu said with a whimper. In fact, he was worried. If the boss drives up a telephone pole with such a good car, or scratches it, Ling Yun doesn't feel bad for him, but he still feels bad. "Shit's driver's license, I don't think anyone checks your car." "Stop." Ling Yun decisively asked Tai Xiaohu to stop. The two of them switched positions. Ling Yun sat in the driving seat of the car for the second time in his life. This time, in order to learn to drive, he directly asked Tai Xiaohu to put out the fire and had to do it all over again. Now he finally understands why he couldn't drive that Maserati that day. He forgot to turn the key to turn on the ignition. Ling Yun was truly worthy of his powerful soul during the tribulation period. Tai Xiaohu just demonstrated it with words and gestures, and Ling Yun could easily get started. Without any accident, Ling Yun started the Land Rover and started to move forward slowly, with a similar appearance. "Is that so?" Ling Yun smiled at the stunned Tai Xiaohu. "Yes." Tai Xiaohu could only nod his head, thinking that the boss is too defiant. Would he be able to learn to drive once? "So it's that simple? Come on, let's do something exciting." Ling Yun smiled triumphantly and kicked the accelerator. Boom! The silver-white Land Rover was like an arrow from the string, and it flew out. "Boss, slow down, this car still needs to be run in." Tai Xiaohu was afraid and distressed, and even Brother Yun forgot to call. "I'll be cool first, then I'll grind it for you." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The Land Rover was galloping, and the pointer on the dial had reached 150 miles, but Ling Yun was still accelerating. He started this Land Rover as soon as he drove it. He felt that the faster he drove, the better it would be. This speed was already equivalent to 40 meters per second, which was even faster than Ling Yun's Phantom Fish and Dragon Steps. However, Qingshui Bay is located in the east of Qingshui City, and it is dozens of kilometers away from Qingshui City. After getting on the Qingshui Ring Road, the road is extremely wide and the roadside is lined with trees. It is really suitable for drag racing. Brother Yun, drive slower. Driving like this will really reduce the service life of this car. Tai Xiaohu looked at Ling Yun's unconcerned expression, and he was so heartbroken that it hurt so much that he couldn't help grinning. "Okay." Ling Yun was almost relieved. He lowered the speed to 120 miles, and still kept testing the various performances of Land Rover, enjoying himself. "How's your great evolution juxtaposition?" Ling Yun is now very proficient at driving. After he slowed down, he began to ask about Tai Xiaohu's business. Since the Dian Gathering Star treasure art is called Dian, it naturally means 50 of the number of Dian. "I dare not complete it, and I will go to 1. Therefore, the Dian Gathering Star treasure art has a total of 7 realms, each of which is a great realm. It is further divided into 7 sub-levels, 49 levels in total. Ling Yun is now invulnerable. In fact, he has already reached the 6th level of the first realm, and he will soon be promoted to the first realm of great perfection." Hearing Ling Yun's question, Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but blushed, raised his hand and scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, "I'm practicing very slowly. I should have reached the 2nd level, and I'm hitting the 3rd level." If Ling Yun hadn't been driving, he would have given Tai Xiaohu a shudder on the spot. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Tai Xiaohu like a monster and said, "Is this still slow? You are about to catch up with my training speed, slow." "What the fuck?" Ling Yun taught Tai Xiaohu in just 4 days, and he has reached the 2nd level of cultivation. Even in the world of cultivation, this speed can be called sky-defying, but Tai Xiaohu is embarrassed to say it slowly. Cultivation of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art. Purely based on physique and talent comprehension, it is only related to the power of the sun, moon and stars, and it can be cultivated without spiritual energy. Are those 2 small sandbags still useful? I don't think I can use it. For me, those 2 small sandbags are too light. Tai Xiaohu told the truth. I don't think you can use it either. You kid is too big, and born with supernatural powers. Ling Yun praised Tai Xiaohu. Then he turned to say, when you reach the 4th level of small realm, I will teach you a set of acupoints and acupoints. If you have nothing to do these days, recognize more acupuncture points on people's bodies, and try to get to know them thoroughly. N. For Tai Xiaohu, whether it's a car, money, or beauty, it's not as exciting and satisfying as the increase in strength, so Tai Xiaohu nodded his head excitedly. What do you think of Daoyong's group? Ling Yun lowered the speed of the car again, and controlled the speed to about 90 miles. Asked casually. It's alright, I've heard of them before, there's nothing in the gang who can fight too much, only Daoyong and the 4 big kings under his command are a little strong, but I can deal with 5 of them by myself, it's very easy. Tai Xiaohu casually said his fair evaluation. Obviously, Daoyong's group is not very cold. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Tai Xiaohu, don't judge and think about things all day long by whether you can call or not. Many things in this world can't be solved only with fists, but with your brain. Do you understand? Tai Xiaohu was stunned by Ling Yun's words, and he didn't dare to say more. With a blushing face, he nodded hurriedly. Ling Yun raised his brows and smiled faintly. Last Sunday night, Dao Yong led someone to smash my mother's clinic. I charged him 600,000 that day, and then imposed a ban on him by acupuncture and pulse cutting. Ling Yun talked about the ins and outs of the whole thing, and finally said with a smile, although he didn't say anything today, I know. He gave us money and a car just to let me lift the ban on him. It can be considered that this Dao Yong is smart, can make a decisive decision, and is willing to spend a lot of money to settle this matter. Otherwise, if I really have to wait a month, even if I lift the ban on him, his body will be weak in the future, even ordinary people. It can't compare, it's completely useless. Tai Xiaohu was stunned. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, this, such a powerful technique? Ling Yun smiled slightly and said proudly, what kind of tricks is this trick? It's just a crooked way to deal with wicked people, and it's not bright. I used acupuncture that day to wash your muscles and cut your marrow, and make you reborn, that's the real thing. The best way. Tai Xiaohu was stunned when he heard it, and said with a sincere look of gratitude in his eyes, thank you, Brother Yun. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and said casually but seriously, you are a good seedling of cultivation, you have both physique and understanding. In the future, follow me to learn and practice hard. There will always be times when you are strong. Now this money, these things, don't take them seriously, we will lack everything in the future, except this one. Understand? Tai Xiaohu Chicken nodded as if pecking at rice, the excitement in his heart were beyond words, all written on his face. Ling Yun said no more, drove forward another 5 or 6 kilometers, stopped slowly, and changed back with Tai Xiaohu. He didn't drive enough, but he was about to reach the Qingshuiwen Villa complex. He was afraid that Qin Qiuyue and Ming Lingyu would see him driving without a license, which would inevitably lead to another trouble. Tai Xiaohu is only willing to drive to about 80 miles. When he was 15 years old, this kid dared to play underground racing with people and gamble for money. In the past 3 years in Qinglong, he has opened his eyes and gained a lot of knowledge. He is very familiar with all kinds of cars. Driving is proficient and stable. There is a saying that if you don't fight, you don't know each other. I think Dao Yong is very shrewd, he knows how to advance and retreat, and he has a lot of skill. If you have this intention, you can consider including them in the future and take them for a walk. Wei Ling Yun continued on the topic just now. You don't have anyone and no power. What's the point of a person, no matter how powerful? Why did he leave Daoyong the last trick unsolved? This gate is of course reserved for Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu is from Qinglong and has a great reputation. It is worth noting that Tai Xiaohu is expected to be an official in a university and do business. Even easier. Daoyong's judgment was right. After Ling Yan had Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, he really had the intention to train them in these two aspects. One civil and one military, one black and one white, money and money, people and people. Isn't Qingshui City going to change? Tai Xiaohu finally understood what Ling Yun meant. He smiled and nodded, his eyes were like hawks. Flashing excited eyes. After another 10 minutes, Land Rover finally came to the Qingshuiwen Villa group. Ling Yun called Tang Meng and heard Tang Meng say that they had just driven into Villa number 9 and were about to move things inside. After Ling Yun hung up the phone, he directly said to Tai Xiaohu, "Hurry up, there's a lot of those things, just move the three of us, don't keep my mother and Ling Yu busy." The last time Ling Yun and Xuan Meifeng came over, the one they picked was Villa number 9, with a radius of 100 meters. Occupying tens of thousands of square meters, the two-story super villa is like a painting in a fairy tale. It is hidden among the flowers, plants, and green trees, with white walls and red tiles, facing the sea. The air is very fresh, and the scenery is really beautiful. Picturesque. In the courtyard, in the southwest direction in front of the main house of the villa, there is a living water swimming pool of 800 to 900 square meters. The breeze is blowing, and the green water is rippling and sparkling, which is a beautiful scenery like a dream. From the courtyard gate of the villa to the main gate, there is a wide avenue for 2 cars to enter and exit side by side. Extremely convenient. The Fuji White Land Rover drove straight in and drove directly to the side of Tang Meng's Hummer, before slowly stopping. Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu got off the car. Tang Meng had just finished moving things out at this time, and when he saw this Land Rover, he was stunned. "I'm grass. Boss, this is a Land Rover Range Rover, respect the creation version of the Land Rover Range Rover." Tang Meng quickly circled the car twice, his eyes were straight, and his eyes were almost full eye sockets, bulged. Tang Meng loves famous cars very much, and he is very familiar with his favorite cars. When he saw the appearance of Land Rover, he gasped in admiration. Where did this come from? Tang Meng didn't care about anything else. He sat directly in the driver's seat, touched here and there, and asked after a long time to think about it. Ling Yan smiled and said, "It was given by Daoyong." "Send it?" Tang Meng's brain was not enough, and he thought that Daoyong paid the boss 600,000 yuan in compensation that night. Why did he think of sending the car again today? Ling Yan walked over and raised his hand to give Tang Meng a shudder. "Okay, don't be so shy, hurry down and work." At this time, Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu also walked out of the villa. Ning Lingyu hugged Qin Qiuyue's arms affectionately, stood on the white marble steps of the villa, bit her charming lower lip and whispered, "Mom, you look at my brother, I got a good car and came back." Qin Qiuyue remained calm, just nodded lightly with a smile, and did not respond to her precious daughter. When Ling Yan saw his mother and sister come out, he first greeted them, and then he moved things into the villa with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. How much stuff can fit in 2 cars in total? The 3 of them were all tall and strong, and they moved all the things in the car to the villa in a few rounds, sorted them into categories, and put them away according to the requirements of Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. After cleaning up, Ling Yan stood in the almost empty living room on the first floor and looked around. "It's so big. How many things does it take to fill this living room?" Ling Yan pondered inwardly, feeling that this place was too spacious and not warm. "This is absolutely not possible," how can the mother and sister live in this way? Ling Yun sat down on the leather sofa. Erlang's legs twitched. He raised his hand and called Tang Meng, who had just finished washing his hands. Ling Yun smiled. I said, will you spend money? Tang Meng was suddenly dumbfounded by Ling Yun. He was stunned and asked, of course. Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, that's good, I'll give you a task. When Tang Meng saw that the boss had given him another task, he slapped his chest loudly and assured, no problem. Ling Yun smiled and said, I'll give you 8 million. In these 3 days, you have to spend it all for me. You can't keep a penny. If it's not enough, I can give you more, but if you have 1 penny left, you can ask for it. Watch out for your ass to bloom. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. No problem. Boss, it won't take 3 days at all, isn't it 8 million? I'll spend it for you in a while. For a Land Rover like yours, you'll spend it on 3 cars. 8 million is not enough. Said heartlessly. Ling Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his foot and slammed into Tang Meng's ass. He glared and said, you kid, don't give me sloppy eyes and pretend to be stupid. According to you, buying a plane is not enough. Tang Meng sneered, rubbing his head to please, Brother Yun, do you want to buy furniture and fill this villa? Ling Yun knew that he was pretending to be confused, glared at him again, nodded and said, why do you need to ask? Listen carefully, I'll leave this matter to you. I don't care what method you use. I must satisfy my mother and Ling Yu. As for me, there is only one request, 8 words, splendid and magnificent. In fact, for a villa worth 50 million, it is still a lot of shabby to fill a huge living room with 8 million things, but it is more than enough for emergency use. Tang Meng nodded seriously and thoughtfully said, Brother Yun, don't worry, I promise to handle this matter well, that. Having said that, Tang Meng glanced around and saw that Qin Chuiyue and Ning Lingyu were not in the living room. He whispered to Ling Yun, Brother Yun, did you use the 19 million you got from Qin Yun Film and Television? Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, no, Dao Yong gave me 8 million today, the money is with Tai Xiaohu, you can just ask him for the card later. Gah. Tang Meng was finally dumbfounded. He sent a Range Rover with 8 million? What kind of way is this? Still have nothing to do to give money when you have nothing to eat. Ling Yun smiled mysteriously, looked at Tang Meng sideways and said, I said Tang Meng, your boss, I can be considered a welcome move, you are not ready to express it? You see that Dao Yong has sent more than 10 million congratulatory gifts. Give it to me. When Tang Meng saw Ling Yun laughing like this, he knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, boss. You can spare me. You don't know how much money I have. Ling Yun pouted towards the Hummer outside the villa, curled the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, isn't there another Hummer? Ling Yun was deliberately teasing Tang Meng, but Tang Meng rolled his eyes and nodded hastily, so you want my Hummer? No problem, he will give it to you now. Tang Meng's abacus. Ling Yun is so awesome. There is only one butt and one hand, isn't it? At most, you can only take 1 car, use 1 car, right? Give Ling Yun his Hummer, can't he drive Ling Yun's brand new Range Rover? Although he liked that Hummer from the bottom of his heart, but now this Fuji white Land Rover Range Rover is even more attractive to Tang Meng. You're the smart kid. Come on, let's get down to business. Ling Yun stopped joking with Tang Meng, but with a straight face, he whispered to Tang Meng, tomorrow you drive this Land Rover to find Dao Yong, I will arrange someone to go through all the formalities with you. Remember, all the handling fees will be paid by him. Understood. Tang Meng smiled, then turned to a bitter face and said aggrieved, Boss, why do you bring Tai Xiaohu with you every time something like this happens? Can't you take me next time? Ling Yun stood up suddenly, raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder. He smiled and said, "When do you remember to only call me Brother Yun, and when you don't call me the boss, I'll take you with me." "Really, is it so exciting to call the boss?" Tang Meng muttered aggrievedly while touching the top of his head. Ling Yun took another look at the whole living room, and he said lightly, "I'll spend the money for you, don't feel bad. But you are not allowed to spend it indiscriminately. Every money should be used for what it is. Don't give me some bells and whistles." Tang Meng nodded. In fact, he knew what to do without Ling Yun's instructions. He only heard Ling Yun say, "The key point is the living room, and the bedroom of my mother and Ling Yu. Then there is the kitchen, and some commonly used things at home. The shopping list with Shuang Meifengli is in front." Tang Meng is naturally very experienced, not to mention Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu are in command at home, so he didn't wait for Ling Yun to finish. He smiled and said, "Okay, boss." "Oh no, Brother Yun, just look at it, make sure to complete the task." At this time, Ning Lingyu suddenly ran down from the second floor of the villa, her graceful and delicate body twisted slightly, her steps were very light, she trotted all the way to Ling Yun with a smile, and said sweetly and coquettishly, "Brother, you are going to live here. Which bedroom on the second floor?" "Ga?" This time it was Ling Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. Before graduating from high school, he had never thought of living here. Ning Lingyu didn't care about that, she was extremely happy today. She stretched out two jade-like arms like lotus root and hugged Ling Yun's arm, dragging him directly to the second floor. Ling Yun could only follow Ning Lingyu up the stairs step by step, and asked, "Which bedroom does Mom live in?" Ning Lingyu pursed her lips and said coquettishly, "Mom wants to live on the first floor. She said that in such a big villa, if everyone in the family lives on the second floor, there will be no one to look after the house, so don't worry." Ling Yun was right when he thought about it, but he shook his head and said, "Mom doesn't need to worry at all. The security measures in this villa area are very good, and the various supporting facilities are also very good. If you are really worried, you can raise two good dogs to watch." Home. Ling Yun had seen it in the Qingxi villa area. Most of the people who lived in such villas kept a few precious and good dogs, purebred Tibetan Mastiffs or German Black Scallops, not for housekeeping, but more for someone. A manifestation of identity. "Mom doesn't like dogs, it's too noisy, have you forgotten?" At this time, the two had already come upstairs. Ning Lingyu gave Ling Yun a charming glance, and said in a sullen voice, Ling Yunqin said that he really didn't know this. Ning Lingyu tugged at Ling Yun's arm and said with a smile, "I'll show you my bedroom first. This villa is really too big. It covers more than 2 acres of land. You can imagine how many rooms there are on the second floor. However, there are only 3 master bedrooms on the sunny side of the second floor. Each bedroom is twice as large as Chao Shanshan's bedroom. It has everything in it, and even has a heated swimming pool where you can take a bath and swim in the bedroom. Of course, the design of this kind of swimming pool is very ingenious. After entering the bathroom, there is another door. After this door is opened, you can see the semi-recessed heated swimming pool. It is less than 20 square meters in size, but it is ingenious and small. Just soak in the pool and drink red wine and watch a movie. It's so fucking luxurious." After Ling Yun entered Ning Lingyu's room, he couldn't help but grin secretly, thinking that with such a beautiful day, who the hell would be willing to fight hard? However, this kind of thought just flashed in his mind, leaving no trace of it. Ning Lingyu took Ling Yun's hand and walked around her boudoir. For some unknown reason, her face turned a little red with shame. She secretly let go of Ling Yun's hand, but she refused to stay away, showing a slight twist. After Ling Yun finished reading the room, he smiled and walked straight to the large and bright floor-to-ceiling windows. He looked up at the blue sea not far away, and turned back to Ning Lingyu and said, "Yes, Lingyu, do you like it?" Ning Lingyu bit her delicate lower lip lightly, walked gently to Ling Yun's side, took Ling Yun's arm again, and accompany him to look at the sea in the distance. After a while, she opened her lips and whispered, "Brother, I finally understand what you said to me that day. If you don't want to do it, don't do it." Indeed, with this kind of life, one's mind can't be sublimated without sublimation. Before you know it, you can calm down, because you don't need to fight in the red dust anymore. As long as you want, you can be quiet. Enjoy this comfortable tranquility, have no desires, and concentrate on doing what you want to do and what you like to do. Ling Yun hugged Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders affectionately, and smiled softly. It's good to understand, in the future, when you have nothing to do, listen to music, watch movies, if you are tired, look at the sea, and swim with all kinds of flowers. What, how good it is! Ning Lingyu seemed to be intoxicated by the life described by Ling Yun. Her face was pretty red, she nodded madly, and looked at the calm sea outside the window, but her heart was quite uneasy. All of this seemed like a dream. Ning Lingyu was afraid that she had the most beautiful dream in the world, but she would rather be immersed in it than wake up. And these are all brought to me after my brother has undergone tremendous changes. Ling Yun's heart suddenly moved, because he suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy emanating from Ning Lingyu's body was much stronger than before. What's going on? Could it be because of the influence of the dragon's spiritual qi? Ling Yun began to mutter in his heart, if that's the case, wouldn't Ning Lingyu? He carefully observed Ning Lingyu's pretty blushing face, and suddenly became alert to his sister's beautiful and pretty face today, which seemed to be blushing too much. "Brother, can you live in the room next to me? In that case, I'm fine, or it's convenient for you to learn." Ning Lingyu blushed and murmured for a long time, finally thinking of a reasonable reason. "Anyway, Lingyun won't be staying here for a few nights. It doesn't matter which room he lives in," so he simply nodded his head neatly, "Okay." Then Lingyun smiled and said to Ning Lingyu, "Lingyu, tell me your bank card number. My brother will transfer some money to you in a while, and you go shopping with your mother these 2 days to buy some clothes, jewelry, and makeup." "What?" Ning Lingyu's face was ashamed, and she lowered her head and said, Is this too extravagant?" Ling Yun laughed, "Anyway, if you don't want to buy it, you can save the money. In the future, your brother in the province will buy you a dowry." "Fuck you, I'm not getting married. I want to be with my brother forever, and my mother." Ning Lingyu was shocked to realize that she had said something wrong. Her dreamy and beautiful face suddenly blushed, and she quickly turned her head to look elsewhere. Cough cough. Just when Ling Yun was about to speak, a light cough suddenly sounded outside the bedroom, and Qin Chuyua's perfect figure appeared at the door. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. When Ning Lingyu saw her mother suddenly appear at the door, she was frightened like a startled rabbit. She quickly let go of Ling Yun's arm, trying to suppress the blush on her face, but she didn't expect her face to become more and more disappointing. "The hotter I got, I could only turn my head out the window and pretend to enjoy the scenery on the sea." However, Ling Yun didn't think much about anything from the beginning to the end. He had already heard Qin Chuyua's voice going upstairs, so when Qin Chuyua appeared at the door, he turned his head naturally, smiled and shouted, "Mom, are you done?" Qin Chuyua swept her eyes, first glanced at Ning Lingyu, who was standing in front of the window with her back to herself, her delicate body trembling, and then said to Ling Yun with a smile, "Ling Yun, you didn't buy a set in Qingxi Villa. The villa, do you want my mother to go and clean it up for you?" Ling Yun shook his head decisively and said, "Mom, you don't have to worry so much, I can handle these things myself. As long as you live here with peace of mind, I will be at ease." No matter how Ren Ling Yun looked at it, he couldn't see anything special about Qin Chuyue. He was no different from ordinary people. Except for the world-shattering beauty and the invisible elegance, there really wasn't any other place. Extraordinary. But what happened to that long and narrow box? Ling Yun thought hard, but couldn't figure it out. Being rejected by Lingyun, Qin Qiuyue didn't make any more requests. She just nodded lightly and asked with a smile, "How is your clinic doing now?" Lingyun was about to go to the clinic. He said with a smile, "Mom, that clinic has already been closed. It's at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, at the northeast corner, and now we're hiring someone to decorate it. It is estimated that it will open soon." Qin Qiuyue nodded and chuckled again, pondered for a while, and suddenly pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Lingyun, of course, the purpose of opening the clinic is to make money, but if a patient comes to the clinic, even if they can't pay all of a sudden, you should try your best. It's about healing people." Lingyan's heart froze. He quickly looked at his nose at his heart, held his breath and lowered his head. "Mom, the doctor's heart is the heart of the parents. I understand that saving the dying and helping the wounded." Qin Qiuyue agreed without hesitation when she saw Lingyun. She nodded and smiled, and said lightly, "That's good, then mother will be relieved." But she immediately warned, "Also, you are busy, but don't delay your studies. Your head teacher, Teacher Kong, has been worrying about you for your studies in the past 2 years. You must remember to respect others. Mom thanked her a lot, remember?" Lingyun sweated profusely, nodded quickly, and said, "Write it down." He was afraid of what Qin Qiuyue was going to say, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "Mom, give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer some money to you, so that you can use it later." Qin Qiuyue slowly shook her head. He smiled lightly, "You child, just have this heart. Mom doesn't need you to transfer money to me. If you want to transfer money, just transfer a little to your sister's card." Lingyun turned his head and shouted at Lingyu, "Lingyu, tell me your bank card number. I'll go out and transfer money to you later." Lingyu's face was on fire now, and she didn't dare to look back. Fortunately, she had a strong memory and remembered her various ID numbers clearly, so she said it with her back to Lingyun. Lingyu's memory is good, but Lingyun's memory is even worse. He only listened to it once and remembered it. He smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, I'll transfer money to you when I go out." After finishing speaking, Lingyun said to Qin Qiuyue, "Mom, I won't accompany you to dinner at noon. I want to go to the clinic to see." Qin Qiuyue rolled her eyes at Lingyun, and said lightly, "You kid, it's like this when you're busy, or you can't delay the business, go and do your job, but today is the Qingming festival, and tonight, I'm going home for dinner." "Hey." Lingyun agreed, saying goodbye to Qin Qiuyue and Lingyu, then walked out of Lingyu's bedroom and quickly came to the living room. "Tai Xiaohu, give me that fuel card." Lingyun took the gas card in his hand, went back upstairs again, went to Lingyu's bedroom again, handed the gas card to Qin Qiuyue's hand and said, "Mom, this is a gas card. When you drive to refuel in the future, just swipe the card directly." Qin Qiuyue chuckled, raised her eyes, and blamed Lingyun, "You kid, wouldn't it be different if you give it to me at dinner? It's worth running up again?" "I'm afraid I'll forget it at night, Mom, then I'll take them away?" Lingyun smiled awkwardly. Qin Qiuyue smiled and said, "I have troubled your 2 classmates a lot today. I want to invite them to dinner at noon, and I want to thank them for my mother." Lingyun responded and went out and went downstairs. After Qin Qiuyue watched Lingyun go downstairs, she turned to look at her daughter who had been facing away from her and pretended to enjoy the sea scenery. Her eyes changed and her expression was complicated. A sigh. Outside the villa, next to the outdoor swimming pool, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu stood side by side, looking at the nearly 1,000 square meter large swimming pool, and couldn't help but admire. "This swimming pool is really big, the terrain is so high, how do you think they built it?" Tang Meng asked Tai Xiaohu. "This place is more than 10 meters above sea level, that's why he asked this question." "I'm not an architect, what are you asking me for?" Tai Xiaohu chokes Tang Meng back in one sentence. Tang Meng didn't give up and asked again, "Dare you bet?" Are you saying that the water in this swimming pool is fresh water or salt water? This question is really painful. Tai Xiaohu was annoyed by his question, and said with a stern look, I kicked you in with one kick, you won't know whether it's salt water or fresh water after 2 sips. Tang Meng gave Tai Xiaohu a contemptuous look, and stopped talking, but he couldn't help but scold Tai Xiaohu for being the real axis in his heart. Ling Yan came to the outside of the villa and shouted to the 2 by the pool, let's go. The 3 got into 2 luxury cars. Tang Meng didn't say anything about driving his Hummer, and threw the car keys to Tai Xiaohu. He got into the Land Rover first. Ling Yan was still sitting in the passenger seat of the Land Rover. He said to Tang Meng, go back to the clinic. The Hummer and Land Rover started with a bang, and drove out of Villa number 9 one after the other. The Qingshuiwen Villa Group is located on the seaside more than 30 kilometers east of Qingshui City, while Gufeng Road is in the west of Qingshui City, so they did not go into the city, but went directly west from the Ring Road, and drive directly to the northernmost end of Gufeng Road. Then along Gufeng Road all the way to the south, it only took more than 40 minutes to arrive at the clinic. On the way back, Ling Yan focused on inquiring about Tang Meng's gambling game, but Tang Meng said that Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa had not responded so far, so he could only wait for the time being. Ling Yan had no choice but to instruct Tang Meng carefully about buying things for Villa number 9, when the 2 of them discussed it almost. And went back to the clinic. When the clinic came over, it was very clean. The first floor only needs to add a few partitions and install a few glass doors. Ling Yan walked into the clinic first, and when he looked up, he saw that the first floor had been renovated, and it had begun to take shape. Yao Ro's head was covered with blue silk, and she pulled up a very beautiful bun. Wearing a snow-white shirt, light blue slim trousers, and black high-heeled shoes, he looks decent, and is supervising the construction of the decoration workers. She noticed that someone was coming in at the door, and quickly turned around to see that it was Ling Yan. Immediately overjoyed, she smiled softly, her face was pretty, and she ran over lightly. You came? Ling Yan laughed, grabbed Yao Ro's slender and soft waist, and nodded with satisfaction, not bad. After a morning's work, it already looks like a clinic. Yao Ro received Ling Yan's compliment and smiled shyly, her heart as sweet as honey. Boss Wang insists on paying for the decoration upstairs and downstairs, he has covered it all. Yao Ro whispered to Ling Yan. Ling Yan let out a sigh of relief, and a gratifying light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, let him go. They have given us more than 10 million storefronts. If we want to be a good person to the end, if we are more polite, it will be hypocritical. The girl is as careful as her hair. Yao Ro was even more happy when she heard the word we said by Ling Yan, but she felt that it was worth it after so much suffering and worrying over the past few days. Let's go, don't watch, it's almost 12 o'clock, let's go to dinner. Ling Yan clasped Yao Ro's waist tightly, and walked towards the door. Yao Ro hurriedly struggled, but she didn't break free of Ling Yan. She said anxiously, but, there are still many workers here, and so many decoration materials. Ling Yan laughed and said, okay, no matter how busy you are, you have to eat. I don't believe that when we come back from dinner, people can vacate our store. Let's go. Saying that, Yao Ro, who took a step forward and turned back 3 times, quickly came to the outside of the clinic. Tang Meng saw that the 2 of them came out just like that. He still felt uneasy. He ran into the clinic and said a few words to the construction foreman, and then ran out again. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu, the 340,000 in cash from Qingyun Film and Television, how much is there now? Tai Xiaohu didn't even want to answer. There are another 270,000, all with Tang Meng. Ling Yan frowned slightly. Why is it missing 70,000? Tai Xiaohu reminded Ling Yan in a low voice, Brother Yan, you forgot, the day before yesterday, you took 70,000 and gave Ling Yu 60,000. Ling Yan's face was embarrassed. He scratched his head and said with a smile, really, it's good to have more money, but it's too much to spend, and I don't know where it goes. Now, Ling Yun began to faintly realize the importance of Zhuang Meifeng, the financial actuary and certified public accountant in his family. Ling Yun's cheeks were as thick as a city wall. He quickly threw it out of the sky, and turned to Tang Meng and said, "Give all the remaining 270,000 to your sister Ro, and then go to the bank to ask for it. She saves." Tang Meng smiled and nodded. Yao Ro stomped her feet and said coquettishly, "Why give me so much money? I can't use it anymore?" Ling Yun put his hot mouth close to Yao Ro's ear, and whispered in a low voice, "We don't need money to buy things on the second floor. If I come later, you won't let me sleep on the floor, will you?" Yao Ro was very shy when she heard it, but she felt so sweet in her heart. She no longer stopped her and let Ling Yun arrange it. Ling Yun stood up straight and asked the three present, "We have to go to the bank first. Where is the nearest ICBC? To be continued. To be continued." Originally from Reading Net. Although the intersection formed by Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road is not in the city center, it is still one of the most prosperous areas in Qingshui City. DODTW. Therefore, around this intersection, there are many high-rise buildings on the roadside, corporate office buildings, hotels, shopping malls, schools, hospitals, etc., and the 5 state-owned banks and various private banks are densely distributed, and in some places there are even 3 or 4. Banks are open next to each other, which is very convenient. After Ling Yun gave Yao Ro the full responsibility for setting up the clinic, she was extremely attentive and had already understood the surrounding situation thoroughly. Therefore, when Ling Yun asked this, Yao Ro directly took them to the nearest ICBC. This ICBC business hall is just to the east of the clinic, more than 100 meters away from the clinic. It is also located in the north of Qingxi Road. Next to this business hall is the business hall of China Merchants Bank. The clinic is close. When passing by this China Merchants Bank, Tang Meng said casually, "ICBC is too good, the service is not good, there are many problems, I prefer China Merchants Bank." "Really?" Ling Yun glanced at China Merchants Bank with a big red sign, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll finish the business with ICBC in a while, let's open a few accounts with China Merchants Bank. ICBC is really good, but it depends on who it is." After Ling Yun entered, he showed his status as a Diamond VIP and was immediately warmly received by a special person. "The 3 of you, if you don't have an ICBC account, one of you should quickly set up one first, to save the trouble of transferring money later. Tai Xiaohu, the card that Dao Yong gave us happened to belong to ICBC. You give that card to Tang Meng and let him transfer all the money." Dao Yong's card had 8 million in it, and Ling Yun was worried if it was placed in someone else's account. "Tai Xiaohu, don't you have 19 million in your card? Now transfer 10 million to Ling Yu's account. The account is. The rest will be transferred to my ICBC account. Tang Meng, don't you still have 270,000 in cash? Add the money left over from buying furniture that day to see how much it is, and put it into your sister Ro's account." Ling Yun made a series of arrangements. Well organized and without any omissions, he watched the 3 people follow the ICBC staff to run and toss for half an hour before finally getting everything done. After Ling Yun got more than 50 million, he took Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to buy more than 2 million clothes, and spent 43 million to buy 2 villas. At that time, his Huaxia currency account in ICBC was only 180 yuan. Million. In the afternoon, Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu spent 800,000 to buy bags. In the end, there was only a pitiful 1 million Huaxia coins and $1 million left in his account. Now, Tai Xiaohu has collected 19 million from Qingyun Film and Television. Divided into 2 parts, 10 million was transferred to Ning Lingyu's account, and 9 million was transferred to Ling Yun's account. In this way, Ling Yun's ICBC account has another 10 million Huaxia coins and $1 million US. Of Ling Yun's check for 1,800,000 was deposited into his two investment accounts, and the remaining 200,000 was handed over to Tang Meng to buy things for Xuan Meifeng. In the end, there was still 30,000 left. The 30,000 plus the 270,000 cash from Qingyun Film and Television, all 300,000 were deposited into Yao Rou's ICBC account. 4 people walked out of ICBC. When he went to the business hall of China Merchants Bank next door, Ling Yun made a rough calculation in his heart, and now he has 10 million Huaxia coins and $1 million US in his own ICBC account. He had 800,000 yuan in his investment account with Xuan Meifeng, and 600,000 yuan in cash at home. He didn't plan to save the 600,000 yuan, so he planned to use it as pocket money. Take it as you go. Ning Lingyu had 10 million in his account, Tang Meng had 8 million in his account, Yao Rou had 300,000 in his account, plus 2 villas, with a total value of 86 million, one with a value of 12 million. Clinic, and a Maserati and a Range Rover. Hee. I have become a local tyrant now, rich. When Ling Yun walked into the business hall of China Merchants Bank, he couldn't help grinning. Not only him, Tang Meng's mouth was about to laugh crookedly, and Tai Xiaohu's eyes flashed with excitement that could not be concealed. As for Yao Rou, she was dazed by Ling Yun's sudden display of great wealth, and she only felt dizzy. Only by holding Ling Yun's arm tightly can he stand. The 19 million in his account was all transferred by Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu didn't feel any discomfort in his heart. First of all, he didn't care much about money. Second, Ling Yun just told him that these are all small money now. Don't take it seriously. Tai Xiaohu was glad that he didn't follow the wrong person, so he rushed to Ling Yun's ability to collect money, followed him, and worried that he would have no money to spend in the future. What they should think about most now is how to spend too much money in the future. In fact, since the 8 million was transferred into his account, Tang Meng had already started to think about how he could do the task that Ling Yun gave him to do well and do it beautifully, making Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyun happy. For Tang Meng, this is really a big job. Of course, Ling Yun entrusted this job to him, and he believed that Tang Meng would definitely do it for him. Ling Yun is now rich and full of confidence. He walked into China Merchants Bank with the 3 of them swaggeringly, and said to the staff who came forward with a smile, "Get 4 Supreme VIP cards." Yao Rou looked at Ling Yun's arrogant local tyrant, and couldn't help but smirk, with a pretty smile, but she didn't say much, just let him mess around. The staff of China Merchants Bank said, "Hello sir, are you going to apply for a platinum membership of our bank? To apply for a platinum membership of our China Merchants Bank, you must deposit at least 1.5 million in each card." Ling Yun waved his hand and said, "I don't have that much money now, I just finished the application from your neighbor's house. I'm here to apply for a bank card for the convenience of the future, you can say if you can't do it or not, and we'll leave if you don't." The staff of China Merchants Bank had professional smiles on their faces, but there was a hint of embarrassment in their eyes. She looked at the 4 young people in front of her and didn't know how to deal with them. However, although Ling Yun's tone of speech was very arrogant and direct, there was nothing unreasonable in his eyes. His eyes were clear and transparent, the corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, and the dimple on his left cheek was deeply revealed, which was very charming. "This? Sir, I can help you coordinate, but you must give a proof of assets, otherwise, I will be very embarrassed." Ling Yun just smiled slightly, and the female staff member was stunned for a moment. She would rather believe that Ling Yun really had a deposit of 1.5 million. China Merchants Bank service was really good, Ling Yun said silently in his heart, then he nodded slightly and gave Tang Meng a wink. Tang Meng nodded knowingly, waved his hand, and took the female staff member to the ATM. All of them were Union Pay cards. It was very convenient to check accounts. After he entered the password, he let the staff member look at the information in his account. The 8 million deposit balance, and then smiled slightly. Is this money enough for 4 cards? The female staff member was directly shocked. She nodded repeatedly in stunned eyes. Enough, please come with me. As a result, the 4 of them, each of whom only saved 10 yuan, got a platinum membership card of China Merchants Bank. After it was done, Ling Yan smiled at the female staff member and the wealth management manager who helped them apply for the platinum card. Your service is very good, and your choice is also correct. Don't worry, within half a month, I guarantee these 4 cards. There will be no less than 2 million in the card. In fact, Ling Yan just finished all kinds of transfers in ICBC, and he was delayed for nearly 40 minutes. It was already after 12 o'clock. He had to rush to dinner. Otherwise, he would transfer the money in his ICBC card. Don't say, doing 4 is more than enough to do 6 platinum. The 4 of them put away their China Merchants Bank platinum membership cards. Ling Yan said with a faint smile, it will be more convenient in the future, right? Let's go to dinner now, my mother said. Let me treat you to a good meal at noon. Let me thank you too for her. The words made Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu look very embarrassed. However, they were secretly happy at the same time, especially Tang Meng, who felt that he was about to be recognized by Qin Qiuyue. When the 4 of them walked out of China Merchants Bank, Ling Yan looked thoughtfully at the south of Qingxi Road, and glanced at Qingxi Tsuiyuan International Garden diagonally opposite, thinking about whether to ask Zhang Ling to have lunch together, but finally gave up. Let's go to her house in the afternoon. Ling Yan thought to himself. Brother Yun, where are we going for lunch today? Tang Meng asked Ling Yan with a smile. Ling Yan waved his hand and said loudly, of course, where is the delicious food to eat? I am happy today, pick the best food. Tang Meng rolled his eyes and suggested in a low voice, I know there is an abalone palace near the Qingxi district government. How about we go there? Let's go. Ling Yan didn't talk nonsense, but when he arrived at the door of the hotel, he said to Tang Meng with a smirk, I'll treat you today, will you pay? Tang Meng's head was stunned at the time, and he almost squatted on the ground. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yun, now you are a local tyrant and rich man. How dare you play a big sword in front of Guangong? How dare you count money in front of the god of wealth? Woolen cloth? Ling Yan raised his hand and gave him a shudder. You stupid, didn't I give you 8 million? Tang Meng looked overjoyed, but turned to say, Boss, that's public money. Ling Yan nodded secretly in his heart, but said indifferently, fuck public money, eat it. Let's go. The 4 entered the Baoqi Palace and asked for the best private room to sit down. They ordered 7 or 8 of the store's signature dishes. Waiting for the dishes to be served, Ling Yan asked Yao Judao, how do you plan to decorate the 2nd floor of the clinic? Yao Ro briefly explained her thoughts. Ling Yan shook his head and said, it is more than 200 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 2 halls and 2 bathrooms, but I don't think it's necessary to have a separate restaurant. 2 guards. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The living room doesn't need to be too big, 60 or 70 square meters is enough. 4 rooms, 1 master bedroom, 1 working room, and the other 2 are reserved for spares. The master bedroom is made a little bigger, with a toilet and bathroom inside, and then another a public restroom. Ling Yan said her thoughts. Yao Ro nodded again and again. Her pretty face blushed inexplicably. She seemed to have thought of the deep meaning of Ling Yan's arrangement. Of course the master bedroom must be bigger, otherwise how can 2 people sleep? How to take a shower? Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both monkey spirits. Although Ling Yan didn't shy away from them, both of them looked at their noses and hearts, and their faces were full of expressions that the weather was good today. However, Tang Meng was secretly muttering in his heart, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi live in the rented house, and Yao Ro lives in the clinic. Who will live in Villa number 1? Chao Shanshan or Ninger? After Ling Yun finished speaking, Yao Rou pondered for a while, and suddenly stared at Ling Yun with a pair of wonderful eyes and asked, "Ling Yun, should you name our clinic?" Ling Yun nodded immediately after hearing this, pursed his sexy lips like a knife, and said, "Well, if the name is not right, then it's not right. It's time to come up with a name. The three of you help me think about it. What's a better name for our clinic?" This Tang Meng was the most energetic. He smiled, and the first one suggested, "Divine Doctor Clinic?" "How about it, boss, is it loud enough?" Ling Yun almost didn't spray him with a sip of tea. He frowned and said, "Spirit Doctor, Dr. Shui is in Qingshui City. Let's call the doctor clinic, so don't you look down on his old man?" Tang Meng nodded embarrassedly, and his mind went straight. He quickly said, "Aunt Qing's clinic is called the Civilian Clinic. I think it's better to call it the Civilian Clinic." Ling Yun shook his head decisively again and said, "Absolutely not. The Civilian Clinic is all civilians, so what kind of money does it make?" Although Qin Chuyua's words were still in his ears, Ling Yun would of course obey, but that was when someone who had no money got sick and happened to come to his clinic. Otherwise, he would not do anything, just save the dying every day. Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun had rejected the two suggestions he made, so he could only use his brains again, thinking hard. Yao Rou suddenly smiled and said softly, "You are the one who decides, the clinic. The name of the clinic we came up with is hard to please. Otherwise, it's up to you to decide." I heard this. Tang Meng, who was thinking hard, suddenly felt a move in his heart. He suddenly realized that Yao Rou was able to gain Ling Yun's favor in such a short period of time. She really had her own way. Yao Rou's appearance belongs to Xiaojia Biyu, the type of the girl next door, with a pretty face. I feel pity for her. The most important thing is that she is really gentle. Soft like a puddle of water. When Ling Yun was there, she chose to obey Ling Yun unconditionally. Ling Yun was her heaven. Everything Ling Yun said was what Ling Yun said, and he never refuted it. And when Ling Yun was not there. Yao Rou, however, is very independent and has her own opinions. No matter what she does, she is well organized, her thinking is clear, and she is very straightforward. Yao Rou may come from a poor background, and her family may not be very good. But she has a clear goal and is extremely persistent. Once she identifies one thing, she must do it to the end. Hey! The women who are qualified to be by the boss's side are really extraordinary. Tang Meng said secretly in his heart. Ling Yun laughed when he heard it. He thought about it and said casually, "I see. Let's call it a terminally ill clinic." Pfft. Gah. Huh? Tang Meng's eyes widened in shock, and he was stunned for a while, before he muttered to himself, "Boss, is there such a name? Is there any?" Con, specializing in the terminally ill clinic, thanked Ling Yun for being able to say it. N. The more Ling Yun thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and he nodded his head to confirm, "It's called a terminally ill clinic. Although this name is very common, it has a great effect. Only those with terminal or incurable diseases will come to the door. Come and treat it. I have no time to treat a headache or a cold or something." The clinic opened by Ling Yun and the clinic opened by Qin Chuyue were worlds apart. He made a lot of money by saving lives. Of course, he couldn't work hard for a headache, a fever, a cold, and a fever. How about setting the registration fee at 200,000 yuan? Ling Yun turned to look at the three people who hadn't reacted from the shock, and asked very seriously. This sentence completely shocked the three people present. 200,000 registration fee? There is no such expensive registration fee in the world. Is there any? Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Yao Rou, the three of them opened their mouths blankly at the same time, unable to say a word at all. They were all stupid. Ling Yun saw the shocked expressions of the three of them, and Ying Ting's sword brows slightly lifted up and said, "Well, that's right, the registration fee of 200,000 yuan seems to be too little, otherwise, why would you settle for 300,000 yuan? Tang Meng was almost out of breath after hearing this. Tai Xiaohu's Adam's apple trembled. Yao Rou looked straight at Ling Yun, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. The registration fee of 200,000 is too little? Change to 300,000? The asking price is too harsh, isn't it? In this case, will the clinic still have business? 3 minutes later, Tang Meng was the first to speak. He took a few deep breaths, and when the oxygen in his brain was enough, he asked Ling Yun in a low voice, Brother Yun, the registration fee of 300,000 yuan, I think it's a bit too much. Well, to be honest, 200,000 is a bit too much. Tai Xiaohu stood on Tang Meng's side for the first time, and he nodded in agreement, expressing his support for Tang Meng's statement. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. Is it too much? Why do I feel that 300,000 is less? Yao Rou also reacted, but she just raised her hand and gently tugged at Ling Yun's sleeve, but did not say anything to refute. Ling Yun continued, Okay, Tang Meng, you said, let's take Li Qingchuan as an analogy, you said that if his family knew that I could cure his illness, do you think I would charge 300,000 registration fee? They think it is too much or not how much? Tang Meng was speechless. Of course he knew that as far as Li Qingchuan's condition was concerned, as long as it could be cured, the old Li family would go bankrupt, and their family would treat Li Qingchuan's illness without hesitation, regardless of how much it cost. You can earn money at any time, but if your life is gone, you will have nothing, and no amount of money will be yours. Ling Yun smiled lightly. For example, Boss Wang's illness, I cured him. How much is it worth giving it to us directly? Compared with the registration fee of 300,000 yuan. Ling Yun explained this. The three of them were speechless. He saved lives. The richer people are, the more afraid of death. If they have an incurable disease, they will surely die. What is money? 300,000 registration fee. What is it? Ling Yun added, the most important thing is that I don't have that much time. In fact, this registration fee is just a threshold. Everyone has their own fate, trust my medical skills, and if I bring the money, I will treat him, otherwise, I'm sorry, Lord Yama wants to take his life, I won't stop him. Tang Meng murmured, but... Brother Yun, what if the bad guy came with the money? Ling Yun smiled and said, have you never heard of the heart of a doctor's parents? What I treat is sickness, and what I save is life. When I come to our clinic, it is my patient, can I still die? It is estimated that all over the world, this is what the parents of doctors say. That's why Ling Yun is such a wonderful creature. Tang Meng faintly felt that something was wrong with Ling Yun's words, but for a while, he couldn't tell what was wrong, and he could only make a brain teaser there by himself. After a while, a light flashed in Tang Meng's mind, and he asked again, if the poor come to our clinic, they will also suffer from terminal illness. But what if they can't pay the registration fee? Ling Yun smiled slightly, didn't I say it just now, the doctor's parents' hearts, the real poor people enter the door, naturally I should treat it, but it depends on fate. He entered my door and was seen by me, I will naturally treat him, but if he doesn't come, I can't just because I am skilled in medicine, I have to go all over the world to save the dying, right? Ling Yun said these words, Tai Xiaohu and Yao Rou breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. From the perspective of their growth, Tai Xiaohu and Yao Rou both belonged to the grassroots class. Tang Meng's repeated questions to Ling Yun actually inadvertently explored Ling Yun's concept of rich and poor. If Ling Yun is really stuck with the 300,000 registration fee, and he will not be treated without money, then for Tai Xiaohu and Yao Rou, even if they won't say anything, they will inevitably feel a little disappointed in Ling Yun. For the money, yes, who is not for the money? But just for the money, if you don't recognize anything else, that's not enough. However, Ling Yun needs money, but he really doesn't like money. Ling Yun opened a clinic to do business, of course, to make money, but his goal was very clear, that is, who to make money. He earns money from rich people, saves your life, collects your money, it is only right and proper. But to Ling Yun, although making money is important, his time is more important, and his cultivation is more important. He doesn't set a threshold, absolutely not. Because he still has to practice. If one is cured and the reputation of the terminally ill clinic is destroyed, then the patient will not have to step on Ling Yun's threshold. Well then, don't even think about cultivating. I'm afraid he won't be able to cure it if he rotates 24 hours a day. Not to mention the peak of his third layer physical training, even when he is in the Qi training period, he can't bear so much spiritual energy consumption. What? No hospitalization, no medication, needles to cure the disease, and the pain to disappear immediately. Behind this invisible, it needs Ling Yun's spiritual support. That is spiritual energy, it is the vitality of heaven and earth. Not the Chinese cabbage in the vegetable market. Don't talk about him, even if Xuanhuan possesses peerless Chinese medicine skills, isn't he also picking on patients to treat them? Isn't he still living in seclusion in Qingshui City, and rarely does he save people? Could it be that just because you can cure a terminal illness, all the terminally ill patients in the world have to be cured by you, so they don't have to die? Joke. It is said that it is Ling Yun, even if Daluo Jingxian is here. Therefore, Ling Yun decisively set this threshold to prevent him from being able to deal with the surging patients after his reputation was out. The poor are not dying, but it depends on fate. When patients enter Ling Yun's clinic, Ling Yun can't drive them all out, right? Is Lu Li's family poor? If Ling Yun really only cares about money, how could he go to treat her husband and pay for it? When he said that poor patients depend on fate, this is what he is referring to. That's it, the clinic for the terminally ill, the registration fee is 300,000 yuan. Before the first dish came, Ling Yun made a final decision. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. It's too awesome. The three of them were speechless at the same time. Hashtag. Awesome people do awesome things, and don't take the usual path, as expected. However, Ling Yun said that earning money from the rich also cures the diseases of the poor, which made the three of them have no opinion and accepted Ling Yun's proposal at the same time. After a while, 3 more good dishes came up. Ling Yun laughed and said, hugging Yao Rou's graceful and slender waist and saying, "You work the most about the clinic. You must eat a little more today to make up for it." Yao Rou's face was blushing, but she gave a graceful sound like a mosquito, and nodded lightly. Tang Meng also hadn't eaten such a good dish for a long time. The 4 of them didn't wait for the dishes to be ready, and they began to eat fiercely. An hour later, the dining table was in a mess, and the 4 of them were full, and Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu went out to check out. Yao Rou was the first to finish eating. After she waited for Ling Yun to put down her chopsticks, she gently wiped off the oil stains from the corners of Ling Yun's mouth, and said coquettishly, "With such a high registration fee, how can people promote business?" Ling Yun smiled, took a peck on Yao Rou's blushing pretty face, raised her hand to hold her plump and towering one, and said, "Don't worry, we don't need to take care of our business, naturally there will be patients coming, this is called 3-year absence. Open, and eat for 3 years, the price may be higher, what can I support you?" Yao Rou was only fiddled with by Ling Yun twice before she began to pant, her delicate body trembled softly, and she fell softly into Ling Yun's arms, letting Ling Yun grab it, panting, "As long as I can follow you, eat the chaff." "I'd love to cook." Ling Yun laughed and said, "I love hearing this." After he finished speaking, he removed the big hand that was making trouble on Yao Rou's chest, and asked in a serious tone, "Have you bought all the herbs? How much did you buy the yellow watch paper?" Yao Rou raised her neck, stared at Ling Yun's clear and deep eyes, and said, "You have already bought all the things you need." Yellow watch paper, bought a big snakeskin bag. "Is it enough for you?" Ling Yan kissed Yao Ro's tender cheek again. He smiled happily. I really know how to do things. Enough is enough. You give me the key to the villa. I will go there in the afternoon. N. Yao Ro agreed. She sat up weakly and gave Ling Yun the villa key. Ling Yun took the keys and said to Yao Ro, only this set of keys is inconvenient. You can get another set later. Being able to make Yao Ro own a set of keys to Villa Number 1 showed that Ling Yun recognized Yao Ro more and more. Yao Ro is sweet in her heart. Of course, he nodded obediently again, only to hear Ling Yun say again, after going out for a while, don't forget to buy me a big iron pan. Seeing that the things Ling Yun wanted were getting more and more strange, Yao Ro couldn't help but chuckle and asked, why do you buy that? Ling Yun lightly scratched the bridge of Yao Ro's beautiful nose, and said with a slight smile, of course it's useful, you can just buy it. Ling Yun made the talisman, to boil the medicinal materials and concoct the yellow watch. There is no cauldron now, so for the time being, we can only use iron pots instead. They should have settled the bill, let's go. Ling Yun stood up, as if he had remembered something. He said to Yao Ro, the 300,000 yuan given to you, you keep tens of thousands for your own use, and the rest is for your own use. Send it back to the family. Don't embarrass the old people in the family. Yao Ro was stunned. Really stuck. Ling Yan set the registration fee for the clinic at 300,000 yuan before eating, but now he told her to remit the 300,000 yuan back to his hometown. Does he care about money or not? It's not a big deal for a boy to think about liking a girl and miss her all day long, but he also has her family in mind. This is different. Besides, this person is Ling Yun. Yao Ro knew how busy Ling Yun was. Yao Ro was instantly warm, instantly excited, moved to tears, her eyes were red, and she was choked up and speechless. Ling Yun just smiled lightly, took her shoulders, and said softly, don't think about it. These are all a little effort. Since we have the ability to make the old man live a comfortable life, why don't we do it? This is the fate that Ling Yun has repeatedly emphasized just now. There are thousands of beautiful girls like Yao Ro in the world. It seems that only Yao Ro can get such care from Ling Yun in this way. She met, she paid, she was able to get what she wanted, and even everything she could not have imagined. Yao Ro's eyes reddened for a long time, and she suddenly plunged into Ling Yun's arms, rubbing her face against Ling Yun's generous chest and whimpering, bad man, why are you being so kind to others? Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, hugging Yao Ro's delicate body and walking out of the private room, only to see Yao Ro stop, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Ling Yun's face affectionately and said, it's worth dying for you. Ling Yun frowned, caressing Yao Ro's soft cheeks, and said, fool, how can you talk like this? Don't worry, with me, you can't die if you want to die, you have to live, and you have to live comfortably, understand? Yao Ro smiled with tears in her eyes. In the crystal tears, she smiled brightly, very satisfied, and very touching. She threw herself into Ling Yun's arms again and let Ling Yun take her away from the Baoqi palace. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had been waiting for them at the gate of Baoqi Palace. Seeing Ling Yun coming out, Tang Meng stepped forward and said, Brother Yun, what are we going to do in the afternoon? Ling Yun smiled and said, today is the Qingming festival. Why don't you go to visit your grandmother's grave this afternoon? You don't have to be busy for 2 afternoons. What are you going to do? If there is anything, let's call. Tang Meng snorted, but Tai Xiaohu said neatly, Brother Yun, I'm fine this afternoon. Ling Yun looked up at Tai Xiaohu and said, is it really okay? After getting Tai Xiaohu's confirmation, Ling Yun said with a faint smile, all right then, you can go to the clinic in the afternoon and watch their construction work. When your sister Ro returns, you can leave. Okay. Tai Xiaohu agreed, followed Tang Meng into his Hummer and left quickly. Ling Yun took Yao Ro to the front of his Range Rover, and smiled at Yao Ro, can you drive? Yao Rou shyly shook her head and said no. Ling Yun frowned and said with a smile, "You can't drive if you don't know how to drive. Hurry up and get your driver's license. When you learn it, I'll give you a nice car." Ling Yun's words are really painful. He himself is still driving without a license, and he actually knows that Yao Rou will be asked to learn a driver's license. After the two got into the car, Ling Yun started the Land Rover, found a hardware store along Qingxi Road, picked an iron pan, and bought it. "Where do you live now?" Ling Yun asked Yao Judo after the two got into the car again. "Well, I live in a hotel near the clinic. Anyway, the clinic can be renovated in a few days," Yao Rou said embarrassedly. Ling Yun knew at a glance that Yao Rou definitely didn't live in any good hotel. He frowned slightly and said, "Then how can I do it?" "Let's go, I'll take you to another place to live." After speaking, Ling Yun drove directly back to the vicinity of the intersection, found a 4-star hotel, helped Yao Rou check in, paid half a month's deposit at once, and then said to Yao Rou, "You are so tired, how can you treat yourself like this all day long? Didn't I give you money? Remember, in the future, choose good food, choose good living, follow me, and don't be hypocritical." In the words, there is already a hint of blame. Yao Rou couldn't find such a caring and considerate man even with a lantern. She felt warm in her heart. Although she was reprimanded by Ling Yun, it was even sweeter than eating honey. "It's really worth dying for you." This time Yao Rou didn't say anything, but said to herself silently in her heart, "Okay, don't think about anything now, go to the hotel room and have a good night's sleep, take a good rest, sleep until you wake up naturally, and then go to replace Tai Xiaohu." Yao Rou gave Ling Yun an affectionate and charming look, bit her charming lower lip, and said softly, Are you not going up?" If last time, Yao Rou took the initiative to undress in front of Ling Yun, with a hint of courage, then this time she took the initiative to invite her inside and out. It was purely affectionate. Ling Yun naturally understood what Yao Rou meant. He just smiled softly and said, "It's too noisy in the hotel. After our clinic is renovated, how good is it to be in your own home?" Yao Rou was struck by Ling Yun's words. She groaned in shame, her face flushed red. Ling Yun laughed, nodded, and said, "Okay, you can go up and rest. I have something to do, so I'll go first. If you have anything, just call me." Under Yao Rou's reluctant gaze, Ling Yun left the hotel and drove away. When he drove his car through the intersection again, he subconsciously looked towards the southwest corner of the intersection, a clothing store run by a native of Shaanxi, but found that the building was already empty and closed. Rent out of auspicious houses. Does this scare you away? Ling Yun sneered, turned the front of the car, and drove towards the main entrance of Qingxi Tsuiyuan International Garden. Soon, he parked the car downstairs in Zhang Ling's house, and then he sent Zhang Ling a message, "Go downstairs." Zhang Ling quickly replied, 1701, "You ring the doorbell, and I'll open the door for you." It can be said that when Zhang Ling was less than 19 years old, this time of waiting was the most anxious and longest time in her life. Since last night, Ling Yun said that she would come to her house today. She has been waiting. It can be said that every second is like a year, and she is so anxious, she just feels that time has never been slower. After she sent her parents away in the morning, she would look out of the window almost every 5 minutes. Unexpectedly, she would wait until 2:30 in the afternoon. She even saw a brand new Land Rover come downstairs to her house, but unfortunately she didn't know that it was Ling Yun who was driving there. After receiving Ling Yun's message, Zhang Ling's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. She texted Ling Yun back as fast as she could, and opened the building door for him immediately after he pressed the door. Then I go back to my bedroom and check carefully again to see if my makeup is too light or too thick. Are you wearing too many clothes, or too little? Zhang Ling's anxiety and nervousness can be imagined. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Here it is. Zhang Ling's heart was pounding. and he took 3 steps and 2 steps, trotting all the way to open the door for Ling Yun. To be continued. To be continued. Zhang Ling opened the door. Ling Yun's eyes lit up immediately. His thief eyes swept towards Zhang Ling's turbulent chest unceremoniously, and praised inwardly, big, very big, big and white. So far, among the girls who have been in close contact with Ling Yun, the only one with neat short hair is Zhang Ling. VODTW. Because Zhang Ling is determined to go to Huaxia Media University, she likes those female anchors on TV news programs very much, so she has been wearing short intellectual hair since high school. Zhang Ling's height is just over 1.66 meters, so this short hair can make a difference. She gets a lot of points. Today, in order to welcome Ling Yun's arrival, Zhang Ling has exhausted her thoughts on dressing up. She almost tried on her own home clothes, and finally chose this rose-colored silk low-cut suspender skirt, which is not exposed and not exposed. Transparent, half-covered, showing her perfect breasts. The lace hem of the suspender skirt can wrap up her round buttocks. With Zhang Ling's lightness, the 2 hip lines are looming, which can really challenge a man's imagination. In terms of beauty, Zhang Ling is indeed incomparable to Zhuan Meifeng, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan and others, but she has her own strengths, a plump and sensual figure, a slender waist, and light makeup, which really has a unique charm. I ate a lot of dumplings, and occasionally I ate chaos, which seemed to be delicious. Ling Yun felt this way now, so his eyes suddenly lit up, and he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva one after another. What are you looking at? Why don't you come in quickly? Zhang Ling smiled coquettishly, stretched out her snow-white pink arms, and pulled Ling Yun into the room at once, with a bang, and then closed the door. This is really a lonely man and a widow living in the same room, but fortunately, they are classmates. The relationship between the two has just begun, and it has not been clear, so they can't let go. Mainly because Zhang Ling couldn't let go. After Ling Yun entered the door, Zhang Ling's breathing couldn't help a little heavier. She suddenly had a feeling of bringing a wolf into the room. There is also a guilty conscience of being a thief, or even an exciting feeling of cheating. Ling Yun, you, sit down as you like, I'll pour water for you. Zhang Ling pursed his thin lips and said in a panic to the handsome and messy Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded. Unceremoniously, he walked to the sofa and sat down. He raised his head and smiled and said, Your house is not small. The living room alone is so big, does it have 200 square meters? 180 squares. Zhang Ling turned his back to Ling Yun and poured him warm water. When bending over, the skirt was held up by the round buttocks, and half of the snow-white round buttocks immediately appeared in Ling Yun's eyes. Let's just say, at first glance, it's not much smaller than my clinic. Ling Yun feasted his eyes and smiled at Zhang Ling, who came with Shui Gracina. Clinic? Your clinic? Zhang Ling gently placed the water glass in front of Ling Yun. When she bent over to Ling Yun, she suddenly felt a flush of blush and a heartbeat. Ling Yun looked flat. It happened that I could look in through the neckline of Zhang Ling's suspender skirt. I thought that Zhang Ling's chest was so big, well, it was bigger than Chao Shanshan's. Needless to say, with papaya and milk every day, plus innate advantages, it is normal for Zhang Ling to have big breasts. Zhang Ling naturally noticed Ling Yun's gaze. With a coquettish roar, she stood up straight with a blushing face, and sat down on the sofa on the side. You are not allowed to look around. Zhang Ling pouted at Ling Yunjiao with a sexy mouth. Ling Yun glared at him and said in a plausible manner, You wear so little yourself, can't you just take a look? I didn't take off your clothes to see. Talking. Ling Yun aimed at the hem of Zhang Ling's skirt again. Well, he admitted that as Zhang Ling's delicate body fell into the soft sofa, the most beautiful scenery moved to her mysterious again. Zhang Ling's thighs were plump, firm and smooth. And full of flexibility, she sat down casually, and did not deliberately grab the hem of the short skirt to cover her legs. All the scenery naturally unfolded in Ling Yun's eyes, which was extremely beautiful. Hearing Ling Yun say such bold and blatant words, Zheng Ling couldn't stand it either. She stretched out her jade hand and grabbed the hem of her skirt lightly, dragged it forward, blocking Ling Yun's sight, and then said with a blushing face, "You haven't answered me yet. What happened to the clinic you said?" Ling Yun was also afraid that he would go too far in teasing Zheng Ling, so he looked away, took a sip of water from the water cup, and said with a smile, "I found a shop at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, using come to open the clinic. It is being renovated." "Really?" Zheng Ling sat up straight, with a look of excitement on his face, and hurriedly asked, "Which store is the dish down?" Zheng Ling's home is here, and she is naturally too familiar with this area, so as soon as Ling Yun said it, she directly asked which store it was in order to determine the address. "It's the clothing store at the northeast corner of the intersection," Ling Yun said casually. Zheng Ling stood up all of a sudden, and she exclaimed, "Oh my God, you took down the xuanhuan clothing store?" Zheng Ling couldn't not be excited. She knew the value of the store and xuanhuan clothing store. Even if it was rented, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Ling Yun laughed and said, "I'm going to open a shop. What are you excited about?" 12 million, how is it? Is it all right? Zheng Ling's brain was not enough. She habitually brushed her short hair, shook her head and exclaimed, "My God, Ling Yun, how many things are you going to do against the sky? More than that, it is simply too good." Zheng Ling has a discerning eye. She is the first to see that Ling Yun is extraordinary. Ling Yun has risen strongly, and along the way, he has made all kinds of impossible possible. However, even if she exerted her imagination to the limit, she would never have imagined what a heaven-defying move Ling Yun could make in the next moment. At this moment, Zheng Ling's emotions were up and down, and she stared blankly at this handsome young man who had reached the limit of perfection, feeling a little discouraged for a while. Can Ling Yun like this really compete with Chao Shanshan just because of his ordinary family background and good looks? Zheng Ling sat back on the sofa with a thud. The loss on his pretty face was obvious, and he didn't speak for a while. Ling Yun laughed and said, "What kind of a heaven-defying thing is this? To me, it's just a normal thing." "What's the name of your clinic?" Zheng Ling suddenly asked in a leisurely voice. Ling Yun raised his chin, full of stinky farts, and said proudly, "What's up with the terminally ill clinic? Isn't the name domineering?" "Gah?" Zheng Ling's performance was even more shocking than Tang Meng and the others who had just heard Ling Yun name the clinic. She was stunned for a long time, and she was right. Ling Yun could really come up with such a domineering name. Zheng Ling didn't discuss the name of the clinic with Ling Yun. She smiled helplessly, gave Ling Yun a white look, and said in a sullen voice, "Specializing in terminal illness, Ling Yun. Your tone is really big." Although her eyes were coquettish and jealous, her tone was undisguised admiration and admiration. Ling Yun smiled and said, "What is this?" "Of course, my clinic not only treats terminal illnesses, such as whitening, hair loss, breast enhancement, weight loss, etc., can all help customers. Of course, the premise is that they can afford the money." After speaking, Ling Yun gave Zheng Ling a provocative look. He smiled and said, "How? I think you have a lot of flesh on your body. Do you want me to help you lose weight and keep you slim? It will make your breasts look bigger." Zheng Ling was surrounded by Ling Yun. She knew that she had a lot of flesh on her body, but it was natural, because she was not fat. It's just that the skeleton is so sensual. Zheng Ling was a little tempted. She bit her lip and asked Ling Yun, "Really?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "Of course it's true. What did I lie to you for? I'm going to point to you to teach me history." Zheng Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Yun again and said, "You still use me to teach you history? Shanshan has already told me that you have memorized all the high school history texts. In the exam, even if you don't get a full score, at least 104 is no problem." Ling Yun grinned, thinking that Chao Shanshan's mouth was too fast, right? If this is spread out, how can I cheat Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, the two idiots? The martial arts are so strong, the strength is so strong, the running is so fast. The memory is so good, and he can cure diseases. Zhang Ling began to count the numbers one by one with her spring-like fingers, and finally she sighed heavily. Staring at Ling Yun with a puzzled face, he said, "The most important thing is that you are still so handsome." I said, "Is there anything else you can't do?" Ling Yun leaned heavily behind the sofa, raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips and smiled. "Can I understand that you are complimenting me?" Zhang Ling laughed and said, "I was complimenting you." After this conversation, Zhang Ling's anxiety and excitement eased a lot, her expression and movements gradually became more natural, and she returned to her usual quirky and articulate appearance. The two chatted for nearly an hour. During this time, Zhang Ling took Ling Yun to visit her home, including her own bedroom. The two also sat together and played with Zhang Ling's computer for a while. When Ling Yun saw the picture on the page where Zhang Ling's computer was, it was a picture of Chao Shanshan kicking at him, and then being hugged by her legs. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Why, do you like this action? Or, are you jealous? Otherwise, if you want to be jealous, we can perform live." Zhang Lingqian gave Ling Yun a charming glance, and said coquettishly, "Fuck you, do you think that a girl has the same leg skills as Shanshan?" "I can't do that." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, thinking it was true. He couldn't help thinking of Chao Shanshan's long, tight legs. The two were joking and playing happily. Although Ling Yun's words occasionally teased Zhang Ling and his eyes were quite dishonest, he always adhered to the bottom line and did not touch Zhang Ling. As it approached 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Ling suddenly raised his chin and said to Ling Yun, "What would you like to eat tonight? Would you like to try this girl's craftsmanship?" When Ling Yun saw that Zhang Ling wanted to keep him for dinner, he hurriedly shook his head and said, "Yes, but let's save it for next time. Today is Qingming Festival. My mother asked me to go home for dinner at night." Thinking that he should go too, he smiled and said to Zhang Ling, "Lonely man and widow, living in the same room, it's been too long since I've been here, I have to go." As soon as Zhang Ling heard that Ling Yun was leaving, her expression suddenly darkened. She bit her lower lip and said, "Lonely men and widows, people are not afraid anymore. What are you afraid of? It's only less than 2 hours. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome, Chidian. Your support is the biggest motivation. To be continued." Originally from Reading Net. Last night, just downstairs, Ling Yun grabbed Zhang Ling's fragrant shoulders, boldly grabbed her round buttocks, and told Zhang Ling to wash up and wait for him at home. Today, Zhang Ling washed very cleanly, and even used her mother's rose perfume very rarely, the pure virgin fragrance of a girl mixed with the scent of rose perfume, which challenged Ling Yun's sense of smell and mind. However, what surprised Zhang Ling was that Ling Yun came to her house. Although her mouth was eloquent and her eyes were bold and direct, her hands were very honest. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Ling gave Ling Yun a lot of opportunities, intentionally or unintentionally. But the daring guy last night just didn't touch her. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave now, Zhang Ling secretly scolded Ling Yun that while he was putting up wood, he was very happy and reluctant to part with it. This is a kind of complicated feeling of warmth, but loss, sweet and reluctant to give up. She can probably understand that Ling Yun's coming here today is just to make up for her hurt yesterday, not to do anything to her. In Zhang Ling's heart now, he is actually grateful to Ling Yun. Ling Yun seems to be domineering and arrogant, but he is actually very measured. No one can stop him from doing what he should do. Just when Ling Yun proposed to leave, Zhang Ling reluctantly held back. When the two were deadlocked here, the doorbell rang suddenly. Zhang Ling was so frightened that her pretty face changed color, and she hurriedly whispered to Ling Yun, "Go to my bedroom and hide, let me see who it is." Ling Yan smiled and said in a low voice, "Why, we are upright, are you afraid that people will see it?" Zhang Ling looked anxious, and hurriedly pushed Ling Yan's body with both hands. While pushing him into the bedroom, he whispered, "No, you don't know. Before I was admitted to university, my parents did not allow me to fall in love early. If they found out, then I would be miserable." Ling Yan said in surprise, "Didn't your parents go back to their hometown to visit the grave? Will they be able to come back so soon?" The doorbell was still there, ding dong. Zhang Ling pushed Ling Yan into his bedroom, then rolled his eyes at him coquettishly and said, "What do you know? My mother has a lot of eyeliner." "Okay, you are hiding here, I won't call you, you must not come out." After speaking, Zhang Ling gently closed his bedroom door. "Run to the door to open the door." Ling Yan smiled and shook his head, thinking that Zhang Ling's tutor was really strict. "Who said that if I come to your house and sit for a while, I will become your boyfriend?" Ling Yun didn't even think about it. Zhang Ling's parents just came back to their hometown, and he came here, and Zhang Ling's clothes at home. If Zhang Ling's mother's eyeliner really saw it and passed it on to her mother, I don't know what to say. It's interesting, forget it. I'll get to. Of course, he wouldn't sit here waiting, but sat in front of Zhang Ling's computer desk, and browsed the pages very skillfully. Zhang Ling came to the door and first looked through the cat's eyes on the door to see who was standing outside. After she could see clearly, she was shocked. "It's Auntie, why is Auntie here?" Zhang Ling's aunt. Her name is Liang Fingyi, the younger sister of Zhang Ling's mother. She is 28 years old this year. She is an attending surgeon in a provincial hospital. Liang Fingyi had been ringing the bell outside the door for a full minute. However, Zhang Ling was still not seen to come to open the door, and he was suddenly suspicious, thinking that he would not really be guessed by his sister, right? She cleared her throat and shouted directly into the door, "Zhang Ling, what are you doing? Come and open the door for me." Liang Fingyi has a typical straightforward temper. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Ling did not open the door, and did not even ring the doorbell. "Hit the door with the back of your hand. Come here." Zhang Ling calmed down his nervousness, pretended to have just heard him running over, and opened the door at once. Seeing that Zhang Ling finally opened the door, Liang Fingyi walked in directly, pursing her beautiful lips and said, "Did you sleep late at home? Why did it take so long to hear?" Zhang Ling quickly smiled and said, "Auntie, I was listening to music in the bedroom just now, so I didn't hear it." "Why are you here at this time?" Liang Fingyi answered casually while changing her shoes skillfully, "Your mother is afraid that you will be bored at home alone, and that you will play crazy, so she called me and asked me to come to accompany you and supervise your studies at the same time." Liang Fingyi changed her slippers and walked directly towards the sofa. She sat down where Ling Yun had been sitting, and said to Zhang Ling with a smile, "There are more and more rich people in your community, so I'm here. When I saw you parked a Range Rover downstairs." When Zhang Ling saw that Liang Fingyi was here, she didn't want to leave. She couldn't help complaining inwardly, but she had to pretend that nothing had happened, and replied with a smile, "There are so many rich people in Qingshui City, what is there for a Range Rover? Strange." Zhang Ling is now using his brains, thinking about how Liang Fingyi didn't discover Ling Yun, and how could he have the heart to break up with Liang Fingyi. Fortunately, Zhang Ling's performance skills are still at home. Liang Fingyi didn't notice her abnormality, but she gave Zhang Ling a coquettish glance and said, "I see that your little girl's vision is getting higher and higher now. A brand new Land Rover Range Rover, even without the license plate, respects the Creation Edition, at least 2.7 million. Oh." Zhang Ling replied absent-mindedly. After Ling Yun came, she didn't ask how Ling Yun came here. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't be bored enough to talk about it, so she thought it was someone else's car. Liang Fingyi sat on the sofa and didn't move. Zhang Ling could only act according to the circumstances, so she also sat down with Liang Fingyi. "Auntie, today is the Qingming festival, don't you have a holiday today?" Zhang Ling asked cautiously. Of course it's a holiday, but our provincial hospital is so busy, and I'm an attending surgeon, so I took the initiative to work an extra day. If I don't get off work an hour earlier, why don't I come to cook for you? Liang Fingyi smiled and looked at Zhang Ling, who was uneasy, and said, after she sat down, she suddenly found that Zhang Ling was a little unnatural. Zhang Ling, are you home alone? Liang Fingyi suddenly asked. Yes. Zhang Ling was shocked, and Liang Fingyi looked a little hairy. Liang Fingyi suddenly shook her head, sniffed hard with her pretty nose, then pointed to the water glass Ling Yun had used on the coffee table and asked, whose water is this glass of? In fact, Liang Fingyi noticed something was wrong. On the one hand, it was her professional relationship. She was a surgeon and she was very careful. On the other hand, it was because she knew her niece too well. No matter which time she came, as long as Zhang Ling at home, she would offer her a glass of water in person, but this time she didn't, which naturally aroused her suspicion. Zhang Ling's mind changed, and she quickly replied, this is when I was bored watching TV, I was thirsty, and I poured the water. Liang Fingyi nodded, sighed, and then suddenly stood up and said, I suddenly remembered that I have some information to check. I have to go to the station of our provincial hospital and use your computer. Ah? Zhang Ling was suddenly dumbfounded. Ling Yun is in his bedroom now. If Liang Fingyi goes in, won't it be all revealed? Auntie, I didn't eat at noon, I'm so hungry now, can you cook me some food first? Zhang Ling was anxious and begged, grabbing Liang Fingyi's arm. Liang Fingyi smiled and said, it's not too late to eat, I only need 3 minutes. After saying that, ignoring Zhang Ling's obstruction, she walked to her bedroom. Seeing that Zhang Ling was completely exposed, she quickly grabbed in front of Liang Fingyi and stopped her. Auntie, there are other people at home. Liang Fingyi said in her heart that she really knows her daughter better than her mother. My sister said that Zhang Ling's behavior was not normal these days. I asked me to come over today to see if Zhang Ling has a boyfriend. I didn't expect to even ask, no need to ask, I was caught by myself. Liang Fingyi took up her elder's air at once, and simply turned her head and walked back. Sitting back on the sofa, she smiled and said to Zhang Ling, is it a man? What are you waiting for? Call him out and show me. Let's see what kind of stinky boy he is, he can even invite my excellent niece to come home. Zhang Lingxin said that it was over, she could only blushed and lowered her head, turned around and walked towards her bedroom. Ling Yun, it's my aunt, go out and have a word with her. After Zhang Ling entered the room, she whispered to Ling Yun, who was sitting there unmoved. Ling Yun's ear is so powerful, even though the door was closed, he heard the conversation between Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling in the outhouse clearly, and he didn't miss a word. Ling Yun listened to Zhang Ling trying to hide it, he couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking that this is all blocked at home, can you hide it? What's more, he didn't plan to hide. Seeing Zhang Ling let him out, he immediately stood up and smiled and said, okay. Then Ling Yun made a grimacing face to Zhang Lingyi, grabbed a hand on her tender but for the first time, and said in a low voice, you're wearing too little, change your clothes and go out. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he no longer looked at Zhang Ling, who was blushing with shame, and turned around and walked towards the living room. Ling Yun didn't care, but Zhang Ling knew the consequences of this incident. She looked at the outfit she was wearing, and stomped her feet angrily. What's the use? Therefore, she also directly followed Ling Yun out. Ling Yun strode to the living room, and at a glance, he saw Liang Fingyi, who was sitting upright. At the same time, when Liang Fingyi heard Ling Yun come out, she also turned to look at him, her eyes met, and she was stunned at the same time. So familiar, such a beautiful woman. Ling Yun secretly exclaimed in his heart. Halo, this kid is so handsome. Liang Fingyi was shocked by Ling Yun's handsome appearance, and her charming and sexy mouth opened slightly. After Ling Yun complimented him in his heart, he kept walking and walked to Liang Fingyi's front in a dashing manner. He smiled brightly and reported his name. "Hello, I'm Zhang Ling's classmate, my name is Ling Yun." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. From the front, Liang Fingyi is really amazingly beautiful, with light makeup, a rosy face, a smooth forehead, slender and thick eyebrows without losing beauty, a small nose, and slightly upturned lips. The rosy lipstick is smeared on the delicate lips, which is attractive but not at first glance, and the sexiness is multiplied. The black hair with black silk on his head is twisted into a noble bun, which is elegant and full of elegance, and his snow-white neck is as beautiful as a swan. Below his slender eyebrows are a pair of slightly long and narrow phoenix eyes, and the eyelashes are long, showing a certain natural majesty and pride. The most wonderful thing is that on the corner of Liang Fingyi's left cheek and lip, there is an extremely attractive beauty mole. This beauty mole is not big, but it suddenly makes her bright and charming face come alive, as if in the dark night, the most dazzling morning star in the sky, as dazzling as a diamond, embellishes the whole bright night sky. With her frowns and smiles, her beautiful brows furrowed and her lips opened and closed, and the beauty mole seemed to come alive, showing Liang Fingyi's sexy and amorous feelings. Can't stop looking at it, it's so tempting. The translucent chiffon shirt, shrouded in a snow-white corseted suspender skirt, with a deep V-neck, too tall and tall ones much larger than Zhang Ling's. A seductive deep groove is formed, the waist is slender and seductive, and the round buttocks hold the narrow one-step skirt extremely tight, outlining two perfect and seductive curves. Ling Yun only glanced at the slender and tight thighs outside Liang Fingyi's one-step skirt to know that her net height was at least 1.74 meters, with flesh-colored transparent stockings, and a pair of bright red high-heeled shoes on her feet. Dressing up, Liang Fingyi's whole person exudes a noble, elegant, mature, and charming sexy temperament. If you use the most popular word to locate Liang Fingyi, she is the legendary royal sister, the royal sister of the royal sisters. Ling Yun. Liang Fingyi raised her long and narrow phoenix eyes slightly. He looked at Ling Yun up and down with the most critical eyes, and quickly calmed down, his slightly opened mouth pursed, his lips twitched, and with a mysterious smile, he turned to look at Zhang Ling. What surprised Zhang Ling, who was nervous and uneasy, was that Liang Fingyi gave her a rewarding look. Usually she and her aunt go shopping and drink coffee together. He is the most familiar, so the information conveyed by Liang Fingyi's eyes is very clear to Zhang Ling. Then Liang Fingyi turned her head, looked at Ling Yun again, and said with a smile, "Ling Yun, he's quite handsome. Besides being a classmate with Zhang Ling, what else is there to do with you?" Ling Yun said that this woman was really direct, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The dimple on the left cheek is clear and charming, and he smiled lightly. "It's a classmate. Today, my clinic is renovated, I came to have a look, I happened to stop by. So I came to Zhang Ling to chat for a while." Speaking casually, it was shocking to hear that Liang Fingyi was the attending surgeon of the provincial hospital. She was suddenly surprised and immediately asked, "Your clinic?" "What clinic?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's just a clinic for seeing a doctor. What kind of clinic could it be?" Liang Fingyi glanced at Zhang Ling in shock again, and after she got Zhang Ling's nod for confirmation, she turned around and asked Ling Yun, "You are not classmates? You are a high school student, why do you still open a clinic? You will see a doctor?" Ling Yun nodded and smiled. He said leisurely, "Yes, I can see a doctor." "Who said high school students can't open a clinic?" Liang Fingyi looked up and down again at this charming young man, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I can't see it, I didn't expect you to see a doctor, so we're going together." This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to be surprised, and he let out a soft sound. He asked with great interest, "Are you also a doctor?" Zhang Ling finally had a chance to interject at this time. She turned to the front of the sofa lightly, and then introduced Ling Yun with a smile. "This is my aunt, the attending surgeon of Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, named Liang Fingyi." The corners of Liang Fengyi's mouth pursed slightly, and she glared at Zhang Ling and said in a coquettish tone, "Where is the name of my aunt directly called? No, big or small?" Zhang Ling giggled, but didn't take it seriously. Although she and Liang Fengyi were of different generations, there was not a big generation gap between the post-80s and the post-90s. What's more, in the past 3 or 4 years, Liang Fengyi had been forced to go on a blind date by her family more than 100 times. She even brought Zhang Ling to check on her. Although Zhang Ling called her auntie in terms of seniority, she was emotionally like a sister. Zhang Ling saw that Liang Fengyi did not break out of thunder anger after seeing Ling Yun, and she became more courageous, and her mind turned, thinking about how to pull Liang Fengyi into her trenches and jointly hide this secret from her parents. It turned out to be a doctor. Ling Yun couldn't help thinking of the chief surgeon of the provincial hospital, Zhong Qingshan. He smiled lightly and said, "Oh, so you are from Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. I know Dr. Zhong Qingshan from your hospital." What? Liang Fengyi was even more stunned, her mouth opened slightly again, and the beauty mole on the corner of her sexy lips was slightly rippling, extremely beautiful. "Director Zhong is the surgical director of our hospital, how do you know him?" Liang Fengyi opened her eyes wandered, and she asked, curiously. "Haha, knowing a doctor is such a big deal." Ling Yun smiled indifferently. "Stinky boy, it's quite crazy. Do you know how famous Dr. Zhong is in our hospital and in the whole of Qingshui City? There are countless people who come to see him every day for registration, and they can't even rank. It's yours to know him. Good luck." Liang Fengyi glared at Ling Yun and said. Ling Yun smiled and did not answer her. After a pause, he turned his head and said to Zhang Ling, "Zhang Ling, it's almost 4 o'clock, I really have to go." Seeing her aunt sitting here, Zhang Ling couldn't tell Ling Yun any more, so she nodded directly and said, "Well, then I'll send you off." Ling Yun turned his head, gave Liang Fengyi a presumptuous look, said goodbye to her, and walked directly to the door. Because of her status, Liang Fengyi just got up and said goodbye to him politely, but did not send him out. Zhang Ling sent Ling Yun to the elevator door, and said softly to him with a blushing face, "I'm really sorry, I didn't know my aunt would come here." Ling Yun giggled, "Just come here, I'm not afraid of her." Zhang Ling bit his lower lip and said, "You are not afraid of her, but I am miserable. I don't know how to deal with me for a while." Ling Yun smiled, put his hot mouth close to Zhang Ling's ear, whispered a few words, then walked into the elevator, turned around and said to her, "Is it all right?" Zhang Ling's face blushed, she gave Ling Yun a charming look, but nodded slightly. The elevator door closed, Ling Yun quickly went downstairs, got into the Land Rover, started the car and left Qingshitsuiyuan International Garden. God, that Land Rover Range Rover turned out to be his. On the 17th floor, Liang Fengyi, who was looking down from Zhang Ling's bedroom, was stunned and exclaimed to Zhang Ling next to her. Zhang Ling watched Ling Yun drive the Land Rover away with a complicated mind. She didn't answer Liang Fengyi, but nodded slightly. "Okay, don't look at it, the car is gone." Liang Fengyi saw that Ling Yun's car had disappeared, and Zhang Ling was still looking up. She couldn't help frowning slightly, and tugged at Zhang Ling's arm. "Come and sit down and tell me honestly, what did he do to you just now?" Zhang Ling reluctantly followed Liang Fengyi to the bed and sat down, and began to play coquettishly, "Auntie, we are just classmates now, what do you think he can do to me?" Liang Fengyi's insight into Qiu Hao, naturally she couldn't be deceived by Zhang Ling, she pursed her lips and smiled, "Lie, you haven't brought a boy to the house alone since you were a child, hurry up and tell my aunt the truth, otherwise, be careful I tell your mother." Zhang Ling opened her mouth, but she didn't know where to start. She no longer needed to hide Liang Fengyi. After organizing some words, she said, "I like him." Liang Fengyi stretched out her long and slender fingers and poked Zhang Ling's forehead, and said coquettishly, "This little aunt has already seen it, I'm asking how far the two of you are? Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? He ate you. Are you done? Zhang Ling was embarrassed. What, where did you say that he didn't even touch me at all? Zhang Ling said this, but she was thinking about Ling Yan's big hand that hugged her shoulders and slid toward her hips last night, and suddenly felt a strange feeling in her body. Isn't it? You were dressed like this today. You were alone in the same room, and he didn't touch you. My aunt doesn't believe it. Liang Fingyi was working in a provincial hospital. The girls who were now 15 or 16, 17 or 18 years old were getting abortions. Thinking of Ling Yan's unbridled gaze wandering on her body, she couldn't believe it. Ling Yan would be so honest. Believe it or not, he's different from other boys. He has a girlfriend, Chao Shanshan, you've seen. Zhang Ling's expression darkened, thinking of yesterday's sadness. Zhang Ling felt that his aunt might be the best person to talk to. What? Liang Fingyi suddenly stood up from Zhang Ling's bed, her narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. Then you brought him home? Liang Fingyi asked angrily, are you crazy? People like him. Zhang Ling sat on the bed like a deflated ball, bowed his head, and his eyes were already red. Humph. This stinky boy is eating what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. I'll never let him go. Auntie, I don't blame him, it's because he's too good, I'm not worthy of him at all. Zhang Ling grabbed Liang Fingyi's clothes and said with red eyes, I'm very content if he can come to see me at home today. It's gone. Liang Fingyi clearly felt the grievances in Zhang Ling's heart. She first wiped Zhang Ling's tears in distress, and then said angrily, excellent ass, isn't it just handsome, how much money do you have at home? Such a man I've seen a lot more. This stinky boy, I will settle accounts with him sooner or later. Tell me first, who is he and what is going on between you? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After listening to Liang Fingyi's angry words, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Ling's mouth, and he shook his head resentfully. Auntie, if you knew what Ling Yan looked like 7 days ago, and how poor his family was 7 days ago, you wouldn't say that. While talking, Zhang Ling stretched out her pink arm and pulled Liang Fingyi to the side of the bed and sat down. Then she smiled at Liang Fingyi, who was stunned, and put on a look of adoration and fascination, and began to talk about Ling Yan's absolute disobedience God, absolutely coquettish story. I tell you, 7 days ago. Zhang Ling was always eloquent, and coupled with her eloquent narration, Liang Fingyi was quickly attracted to Ling Yan's story. Of course, the Ling Yan she was talking about was the Ling Yan she saw in her eyes. She could only say that she knew about a small part of Ling Yan's deeds, but even this little bit made Liang Fingyi's sexy little mouth open wider and wider. Big, the look in his eyes became more and more shocked, and in the end, he couldn't sit still. What did you say? 7 days ago, he was at least 200 kilograms? I don't think he will exceed 90 kilograms now. Ah? Carrying a 50-pound sandbag, he ran around the playground for more than 4,000 meters? He vomited blood while running? This. Recite 7 history texts, word for word in one breath? Now you have memorized all the history texts? How is this possible? Ah? One person against more than 30 Qinglong people? He even injured everyone else? Is there anything wrong with you? What? Rescue the person who suffered a heart attack on the spot. And the root cause of the disease has been completely removed? This is impossible. Ah? Throwing a big man who was over 1.9 meters in the sky as a basketball? He even chased after him to catch it. You haven't read too many fantasy novels, have you? Huh? Huh? What? Impossible. Liang Fingyi had already stood up from the bed again. At first, she knew that she had covered her small mouth, which was open enough to put an egg in it, but in the end, the sexy red mouth could not be closed at all. The story is shocking and utterly stunned. Auntie, this is just what I saw of Ling Yun, just a little bit about him. As for why he is suddenly so rich, I don't know, but he has so many incredible magical abilities. I'm afraid it's not so strange to become a rich person in a short period of time, right? You said, is Ling Yun like this very good? Am I not worthy of him? Zhang Ling used this sentence as the conclusion of the whole story. Out of her admiration for Ling Yun, she talked for half an hour. But still unfulfilled, in his eyes. The pretty face was full of reminiscence and fascination. Liang Fingyi was no better than Zhang Ling, she was completely shocked by Ling Yun's story. She adjusted for a full minute, took several deep breaths, and then gradually came back to her senses. Zhang Ling, you are not allowed to lie to my aunt, everything you just said is true? Zhang Ling had an expression that she knew you would ask for a long time, and she gave Liang Fingyi a blank look and said, if it's fake, it will be replaced. An unbelievable look flashed in Liang Fingyi's eyes, and she muttered to herself, no wonder he said so confidently about opening the clinic. It turns out that he possesses such miraculous medical skills. Oh my God! He cured the son of the municipal party committee secretary? A strange look flashed in Liang Fingyi's slightly long and narrow phoenix eyes, but she bit her charming lower lip and shook her head vigorously. I don't believe it, unless I see it with my own eyes. I absolutely don't believe that someone has such miraculous medical skills. No injection, no medicine, no surgery, no matter how powerful Chinese medicine is, it can't be so powerful. Because Liang Fingyi is a doctor and an excellent attending surgeon at Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, she pays the most attention to Ling Yun's medical skills, and subconsciously refuses to believe what Zhang Ling said. Zhang Ling remembered Ling Yun's tricks, she rolled her eyes and giggled, Auntie. Are you endocrine disorder, which makes the timing of each period inaccurate? When Liang Fingyi heard this, her blushing face suddenly became full of red clouds. She glared at Zhang Lingjiao and said angrily, damn girl, you don't want to study all day, why are you asking about your mother? What? My sister is also true. Why did I tell you such a thing? Zhang Ling raised his chin proudly, looked up at the ceiling, shook his head and said, Auntie, it wasn't my mother who told me, it was Ling Yun who told me. What? Liang Fingyi was really dumbfounded this time, dumbfounded. Auntie has so little troubles all over her body, how did Ling Yun see it in such a short time? How did he see it? Liang Fingyi couldn't help but murmured and asked. Zhang Ling finally began to exert his strength, Auntie, I can tell you this, but there is one condition, that is, you are not allowed to tell my parents that I like Ling Yun and Ling Yun's coming to my house today, you have to keep it a secret for me. Liang Fingyi's beautiful mouth pursed slightly, and she refused, how can I do it? To tell you the truth, your mother has already found out that you are not normal these days. She asked me not to say hello today, just to see what you were doing at home. I didn't think about it, I grabbed one. Zhang Ling was slightly stunned, my mother found out? Liang Fingyi gently poked Zhang Ling's forehead with her slender and beautiful spring onion index finger, and said with a coquettish smile, silly boy, you don't think about tea and rice these days, and you look like you're obsessed every day, and it looks like you're falling in love with a boy. As the saying goes, there is no better daughter than a mother, if my sister can't see it, it will be strange. Immediately afterwards, Liang Fingyi covered her mouth and smiled and said, don't say my sister, it's me. When you look at the way you are now, you know that you must be in love with someone else. Zhang Ling's youngest daughter got emotional. She pouted her thin mouth and raised her chin, so what? I'm 19 years old now, so I'm not allowed to have my own love? What's more, if the man you've had a blind date with goes to Liangshan with you, you'll have 108 generals, and they will fall in love with one, and this one is better than all the people you've ever met combined. What can't be? Liang Fingyi was furious, you dead girl, my aunt hurt you in vain. How dare you talk to your aunt like this, and I won't tear your mouth apart. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand to face Zhongling's face and twisted it. He looked extremely fierce, but his hand was extremely gentle. He only pinched on Zhongling's tender face symbolically, but he laughed. She pinched Zhongling's fair face and asked sternly, "Tell me the truth, did that stinky boy do anything to you?" Ling Yan dared to look at Liang Fingyi with such a bold and direct gaze. Zhongling was dressed so revealingly at home, she wouldn't believe it if Ling Yan didn't touch Zhongling and kill Liang Fingyi. Zhongling patted off Liang Fingyi's hand and said angrily, "I've already told you, he is Chao Shanshan's boyfriend, how could he touch me?" Thinking about how he dressed like this today, although he succeeded in attracting Ling Yan's attention, but he didn't touch him like a piece of wood, Zhongling was very frustrated. "Then you still like him?" Liang Fingyi asked, feeling distressed, angry, and hating iron. "There's nothing wrong with liking someone." Zhongling's mood obviously dropped again. Liang Fingyi looked at Zhongling's dejected appearance, her heart was full of distress, she sighed faintly and said, "Zhongling, as long as you promise Auntie, you won't delay your studies for Ling Yun, Auntie will promise you and won't tell you about this." "Mom." Zhongling's eyes showed a firm look, bit his lip and said, "How could it be possible to delay studying? Ling Yan's younger sister Ning Lingyu is the first in our school's grade, and she will definitely be admitted to Yanqing University. Ling Yan said that she must be with you. Ning Lingyu has been admitted to the same university, and based on his current performance, I believe he will be admitted. I know I can't get into Yanqing University, but I must get into Huaxia Communication University, so we can be in the same city." Liang Fingyi knew that Huaxia Communication University had always been Zhongling's goal, and she also understood Zhongling's ambition, so she smiled and stroked Zhongling's short hair, and said earnestly, "Auntie believes in you. But, what's the trouble with you? Chao Shanshan and Liang Fingyi have met more than once, and she has vaguely heard Zhongling talk about it. Chao Shanshan has a very powerful family background and is the daughter of a big family in the capital. If Zhonglingzhen and Chao Shanshan compete for a boyfriend, it will be even more difficult. Liang Fingyi, a royal sister, can't be called a royal sister just by her looks. She is very intellectual, mature, and calm. She has an absolute outlook on life and the world." After hearing Zhongling tell Ling Yan's story, she only believed half of it, and began to ponder in her heart. Before Zhongling could speak, Liang Fingyi suddenly asked again, "But I see that Ling Yan seems to be very close to you. Why do I think he wants to step on two boats?" Liang Fingyi remembered Ling Yan's fiery eyes staring at her chest, and she couldn't help worrying about Zhongling. She was dressed in such a small and transparent way, and she was originally meant to be seen by others. Therefore, Ling Yan looked at her with that kind of eyes, and she didn't care much. In the hospital, in the bar, which man didn't look at her with this kind of eyes? She was used to it. Zhongling finally whispered, "Auntie, you don't know, Chao Shanshan may not be able to become Ling Yan's girlfriend. There are many competitors for her, and many women who are more beautiful than her have all come here. Looking for Ling Yan at school. Thinking of the day when the dragon sucked water, Lin Menghan, Morong Fei Xue, Zhuang Mei Feng, Xue Mining." These stunning looks, Zhongling didn't know whether to be happy for herself or to cheer for Chao Shanshan. What? A woman who is more beautiful than Chao Shanshan? Much better? Liang Fingyi was shocked again. She thought about it a little, and exclaimed, "Isn't it from your school?" Zhongling pursed his lips, slapped the sheets with his hands, and stomped his feet again, with complicated eyes, and said, "God knows where so many beautiful women have appeared, and they all revolve around him, really." Liang Fingyi opened her eyes and raised her eyebrows. She looked at Zhongling unconvinced and asked, "So many beauties? Is your aunt beautiful?" Zhongling didn't notice Liang Fingyi's expression. She said casually, "There are several, others will not say. One of them is Zhuang Mei Feng, the flower of Qing Shui. You have heard of her?" "What? Liang Fengyi's delicate body trembled, and she exclaimed. When she heard King Shuaizhua's name, she finally lost her temper. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Liang Fengyi was hit hard, and at the same time she was shocked. It also aroused her great curiosity about Ling Yun. Originally, she thought that Ling Yun was just a handsome and rich second generation. In addition, after Ling Yun saw him, although his eyes were bold and direct, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and his behavior was decent, so she did not embarrass Ling Yun on the spot. There are many handsome rich second generations, and Liang Fengyi has seen many tall, rich and handsome people, so she was only slightly moved by Ling Yun's sunny appearance, and soon returned to her usual appearance. Even until Ling Yun left, she was too lazy to get up to see them off. But after Ling Yun left, she talked to Zhang Ling till now. Her curiosity and competitive spirit were simultaneously stimulated, which was unprecedented. After being stunned for a while, an ecstatic smile appeared on Liang Fengyi's lips. She sat up again and said to Zhang Ling, "Since this is the case, what are you worried about? If you need to chase, let go, and love, my aunt supports you." When speaking, Liang Fengyi's right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and she made a cheering gesture to Zhang Ling, but her face was inexplicably blushing, but she was very good at covering it up. "Then you won't tell my parents, will you?" Zhang Ling stood up again excitedly. She said excitedly. "There are preconditions, you must not delay your studies." Liang Fengyi scratched Zhang Ling's nose, but pretended to be serious. "It's a deal. Don't worry." Zhang Ling stretched out her little finger to hook up with Liang Fengyi, but said with a smile, "Auntie, when Ling Yun was leaving, he told me that he could cure your problems." For Liang Fengyi, treating illness is a very serious matter, so she is not shy at all. She just said lightly, "When his clinic opens, I will go there to take a look, but it is not to seek him for treatment, but settle him." Zhang Ling said in surprise, "Accounts? What accounts?" Liang Fengyi snorted coldly from her nostrils, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. She pursed her sexy mouth and said, "My precious niece is so unrequited in love, and she doesn't even think about tea and rice for him. Shouldn't he be the one to settle the bill? This reason can't really be called a reason." Zhang Ling gave Liang Fengyi a strange look, then hugged her arm and said coquettishly, "Auntie." After Ling Yun drove away from Qingshi Tsuiyuan International Garden, immediately called Tai Xiaohu and asked him to meet at Villa No. 1 in the Qingshi Villa district. At this time, Yao Rou has finished resting, and it has been 10 minutes since she returned to the clinic. After Tai Xiaohu received Ling Yun's call, he said hello to Yao Rou, immediately called a car, and rushed towards Villa No. 1. When Tai Xiaohu arrived, Ling Yun was already sitting on the sofa in the living room of the villa waiting for him. Before Tai Xiaohu entered the villa, he heard the barking of 2 dogs, but he was not surprised because Yao Rou asked him to buy them back. "Have you brought a knife?" Ling Yun asked with a smile when he saw Tai Xiaohu's tower-like figure entering the door. Tai Xiaohu has a good dagger and never leaves his body. Hearing Ling Yun's question, he immediately took it out of his body. The dagger was about a foot long, and the light of the knife was flickering and extremely sharp. "Yes, it's a good dagger. Why didn't you take it out on the day of the fight with me?" Ling Yun teased with a smile. Tai Xiaohu could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Did not answer. "Have you killed anyone?" Ling Yun asked again with a smile. Tai Xiaohu's expression froze, he shook his big head like a rattle, and said terrified, "No, I never killed anyone, but I did chop them." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous? You will kill people sooner or later. Go grab a few chickens, and kill Lian Shou, and put all the blood in this basin." When Tai Xiaohu saw Ling Yun talking about killing, his calm eyes and smiling tone made his heart tremble inexplicably, but he didn't speak, and ran out to kill chickens with a basin. Ling Yun picked up the iron pan he just bought. He ran directly to the kitchen, opened the fire and sat in the pot, started to boil the medicinal materials, and prepared to make the yellow paper cannon into the talisman paper. At the peak of the third level of body training, it is said that it is impossible to make a talisman, but Ling Yun can now mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. As long as he can mobilize the spiritual energy, he can make a talisman. Tai Xiaohu had chopped people, but he had never killed a chicken. After he had hurriedly killed the 3 big roosters and collected their blood, Ling Yun had already concocted a thick stack of talismans. Although the medicinal materials for making the medicinal soup are all high-quality goods in the medical world, for Ling Yun, these medicinal materials can hardly be extracted from the spiritual energy. It's just like that. Ling Yun pursed his lips and shook his head, very speechless. But the reality is that he can only do it. After Tai Xiaohu came in with a half bowl of bright red chicken blood, Ling Yun rushed to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Bring that bag of cinnabar over here." Cinnabar and ordinary chicken blood, Ling Yun mixed it according to the proportion, put it all into the iron pot, and then threw in some other medicinal materials, and Ling Yun can quickly made the raw material for making a charm with a faint fragrance. Tai Xiaohu didn't know what Ling Yun was doing at all. He was looking at King Kong, who was 2 feet tall and couldn't figure it out, so he stood beside Ling Yun and asked, "Brother Yun, what are you doing?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Make a talisman." "Fulu? What is a fulu?" Tai Xiaohu asked again in confusion. Ling Yun turned his head and glared at Tai Xiaohu and said, "Have you heard of Maoshan, Taoist priest? Have you seen the movie about catching ghosts? It's the ghost painting talismans held by those stinky old Taoists." After Ling Yun used the computer to meet, what did he do with browsing the pages these days? It is through the knowledge of the above to study the Taoism of this world. He never forgets it, so he has memorized a lot of information that he has seen, word for word, and now explains Tai Xiaohu in a mocking tone. "Brother Yun, you can make this thing too?" Tai Xiaohu's eyes were bigger than copper bells, and he said dumbly with his mouth open for a long time, "Open your eyes and watch carefully." Ling Yun prepared the materials for the talisman, and carried the iron pot directly outside the villa. After it was almost dry, he brought it back to the house. Putting the iron pot on the ground, Ling Yun grabbed a talisman paper from the coffee table, grabbed a wolf hair brush from under the coffee table, and dipped it into the iron pot. This wolf hair brush is no better than gold needles and silver needles. Ling Yun's current state cannot inject the spiritual energy in his body, but he has the heart to experiment and see if he can make a talisman without spiritual energy, so he doesn't care. It can be said that now, the wolf hair Ling Yun uses is ordinary, the animal blood is the lowest level of chicken blood, and the medicinal materials used have no aura at all. He simply uses them to practice his hands and see if it works. I don't believe that those Taoist priests who use talismans in this world draw talismans with aura. Since they can draw them, I can definitely draw them too. Ling Yun pondered secretly in his heart, and then spread out the talisman paper that was not completely dry, holding the wolf centimeter in his right hand, holding his breath, and under Tai Xiaohu's curious eyes, he began to draw talismans for the first time since he came to this world. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or fails, because if it doesn't work, Ling Yun still has the magic brush and the 9-tailed fox. With the magical brush and the spirit beast blood of the 9-tailed celestial fox, if Ling Yun still can't draw the lowest talisman, then he shouldn't mess around. The moment Ling Yun came up, he drew the fire talisman. With a big wave of his hand, he brushed a few strokes, and finished it overnight. After finishing the painting, he held the wolf hair brush in his right hand and nodded with a smile, "Well, it's perfect. Not bad." Then he picked up the fire talisman in his left hand and handed it to Tai Xiaohu, who was standing beside him. "Take it outside, find a tree trunk, throw the talisman paper on the trunk, and then silently call Lin in his heart, look, see how it goes. The talismans in Ling Yun's paintings are roughly the same as those of Taoist priests in this world, but they are slightly different. The most obvious point is that when using his talismans, there is no need to call the Taisheng Laojun in a hurry. Troublesome spells, as long as you silently shout Lin in your heart, the talisman can be used. Tai Xiaohu held this thin talisman with his big hand, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. He asked cautiously, Brother Yun, this won't attract ghosts? Today is the Qingming festival. Ling Yun laughed angrily, and he said speechlessly, where can there be ghosts in the daytime, and ghosts only come out at night to hang out. Besides, the one I gave you is the fire talisman, not the ghost talisman. What are you afraid of? Unexpectedly, Tai Xiaohu shuddered again when he heard it, and he murmured, well, this thing won't explode, right? Ling Yun laughed and said with a smile, put your heart in your belly, since you are using this talisman, even if it is in your hands, it won't hurt you, it will only hurt what you think. The target of injury is the same as the dagger in your hand, understand? Tai Xiaohu lowered his stiff neck, nodded, and kept cheering for himself. Then he gritted his teeth and said to Ling Yun, Brother Yun, then I can go, if something happens. You must save me. Ling Yun was impatient, and glared at Tai Xiaohu, believe it or not, I'll draw another picture to hit you. Go. Tai Xiaohu could only turn his heart away, turned and walked towards the door of the villa. Looking at the way he walked, there was a kind of determination that the strong man would never return once he left. Ling Yun shook his head, thinking that this guy Tai Xiaohu, looking at a tall man, is he really cautious? Ling Yun ignored Tai Xiaohu, who was doing the experiment, and drew again with his own breath. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu came back from the door in a dejected but relieved manner. He looked at Ling Yun and said, Brother Yun, look, I threw it 7 or 8 times in a row, and nothing happened. When Ling Yun saw that the talisman paper in Tai Xiaohu's hand was still there, he knew that he had failed to draw the talisman for the first time. He shook his head and said, I'll go out and try. Ling Yun grabbed the dozen or so fire talismans that he had just drawn, strode out of the villa, took out a fire talisman and threw it out at a small tree, and shouted, Come. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The word Lin came out, but the fire talisman did not change. It still flew straight towards the trunk of the small tree, and quietly stuck to the trunk. Your sister. Ling Yunjian frowned and cursed in dissatisfaction. Although it is said that the wolf hair for drawing talismans is an ordinary brush, the talisman ink made with chicken blood, cinnabar and medicinal juice is ordinary, and the talisman paper made with yellow paper is even more common, but Ling Yun's ability to make talismans and draw talismans is unique. Ling Yun was very confident after making the first fire talisman, thinking that after Tai Xiaohu went out to experiment, he would run back excitedly, hugging his thigh and begging him to teach him the skill of making talismans. Unexpectedly, it backfired. Damn, it's a shame if you can't pretend. Ling Yun was secretly ashamed, but the movements in his hands did not stop. He threw out more than 10 flaming talismans one after another, but they all failed without exception. Come out. Ling Yun felt embarrassed, but Tai Xiaohu, who was beside him, was stunned and shocked. Not because of Ling Yun's talisman, but because of Ling Yun's way of throwing the fire talisman, raising one hand, shaking his arm, shaking his wrist, a piece of talisman paper flew out, and flew past 3 meters away, all sticking to it. On the trunk of the small tree, no one missed. You know, this is a soft talisman paper. How heavy is the talisman paper made of yellow surface paper? It is not too much to say that it is as light as a feather. Not to mention that it can hit the target by throwing it 3 meters away. You don't know where it will fly if you leave your hand. What's more, there is a slight southwest wind today. A person can throw a few pounds of bricks far away, but cannot throw a feather 1 meter away. When Tai Xiaohu was experimenting outside just now, he didn't throw it like Ling Yun did. This kid directly stuck the fire talisman on the tree trunk, and at the same time silently shouted Lin in his heart, then jumped his feet and ran away. He is strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't throw a feather-light talisman paper that far, and he can hit the target accurately. Brother Yun definitely used a special technique. Tai Xiaohu looked at it with a bright eye, and couldn't help but say, Brother Yun, what kind of kung fu did you use? Ling Yun threw out all the talisman papers in his hand, but none of the fire talismans were successful. Feeling depressed in his heart, he answered impatiently, Idiot. This is a sticker, what kind of effort is needed? Tai Xiaohu said, Brother Yun. I know that you are sticking the talisman, but what method did you use to stick the talisman? Oh. Are you asking this? This is a very simple hand-picking leaves and flying flowers. Why, do you want to learn? Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh helplessly when he heard it. Method. Picking leaves and flying flowers is far worse than Ling Yun's technique of throwing needles all over the sky. He used to do it casually, but Tai Xiaohu saw that he was drooling and nodded hastily. Ling Yun was angry and funny, I'll teach you later. You go and put some blood on that dog first. This chicken's blood is not strong enough, and it's still a little too hot. Those were two good dogs, very intelligent. When I saw Tai Xiaohu kill a chicken just now, I had a premonition that something was wrong, and there was a trace of sadness. Seeing Ling Yun pointing at them with bad eyes, he suddenly barked wildly. Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded and said dumbly, Brother Yun, how do you kill this? If Ling Yun now asks Tai Xiaohu to kill people, Tai Xiaohu promises nothing. But now that he was asked to bleed the two big black dogs, he was really muttering in his heart. If it is easy to kill, but not easy to kill, chickens will at least not resist, but dogs are different. If you are in a hurry, follow Tai Xiaohu to take a bite. What if you get rabies again? Ling Yunjun stared, What? Don't you dare? He tilted his head and thought for a while, then said to Tai Xiaohu, Give me the dagger. Come and learn from me. Tai Xiaohu went back to the house embarrassed. Taking the dagger to Ling Yun frowned and said, This knife still has chicken blood on it, go and wash it. Chicken blood is chicken blood, and dog blood is dog blood. It must be pure, otherwise, the talismans produced will be nondescript. Tai Xiaohu obediently returned to the house, washed the dagger, and at the same time took out a clean basin. Ling Yun took the dagger and brought Tai Xiaohu to the side of the two big black dogs. He walked towards the two barking big black dogs with a leisurely pace. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'm just borrowing some blood from you. Ling Yun giggled, and after expressing his intentions, he shot out like lightning and pointed at each of the two dogs. The two big black dogs suddenly became honest, banging twice, and fell to the ground at the same time, looking at Ling Yun, who was squatting down in horror. Could this be the legendary acupuncture point? The excitement in Tai Xiaohu's eyes became even stronger, and he was extremely excited. Ling Yun didn't look back, and said to Tai Xiaohu, who was holding the basin, Bring the basin here, ready to receive blood. At the same time as he spoke, Ling Yun raised his dagger to the hind leg of the big black dog in front of him, and stroked it lightly. The blood of the dog was gone. Splash out. Brother Yun, what you did just now was acupuncture, right? Tai Xiaohu asked excitedly when he received the blood. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and said to Tai Xiaohu, Yes, didn't I tell you this morning, when you have cultivated the Dian-gathering star treasure art to the 4th level, I will teach you how to point and solve acupuncture points. It's heavy, and you can learn it soon. However, you have to identify the acupuncture points on the human body first, otherwise even if you have learned the technique, you will not know where to point. After the blood of the dogs was almost finished, Ling Yan stopped the bleeding for the two dogs, and then said to Tai Xiaohu, "Will you always bandage the wounds? Bandage them and feed them meat later." The blood was not borrowed in vain, and Ling Yun gave them a better treatment. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun entered the house with a basin in his hand, and did everything with his own hands, once again using dog blood, cinnabar and medicinal herbs to concoct the talisman ink. After changing a new wolf hair brush, dipped in the newly concocted talisman ink, Ling Yun brushed the dragon and snake, and the dragon and phoenix danced again to draw 3 fire talismans. "Oh, I still don't believe it, I can't make a talisman with these ordinary materials." After Ling Yun finished drawing, he put the pen down again, and gnashed his teeth as he looked at the 3 newly concocted fire talismans. If it fails again, Ling Yun will change the magic brush without hesitation, too lazy to experiment, and can't afford to lose that person. Ling Yan picked up a fire talisman and said to Tai Xiaohu, who had already wrapped the black dog, "Try it again." After the last experiment, Tai Xiaohu already had some courage. This time, he was not as timid as before. He picked up the fire talisman and left. When he came outside, he still found the small tree. Tai Xiaohu put the fire talisman on the trunk of the small tree along the wind, and then silently shouted Lin in his heart. "It's time to witness the miracle." Before Tai Xiaohu's big hand could be withdrawn, he saw that the talisman paper turned into a mass of yellow flames, and immediately wrapped his right hand, making him terrified. The hair on his body stood on end, and he quickly twitched. Hand exclaimed, "Ah! It worked." As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he knew that he had succeeded. He stood up and floated outside the villa with 1,000 miles of divine walking. He fixed his eyes and watched. Seeing that the palm-sized flame was attached to the tree trunk and burned slowly and quickly extinguished, Ling Yun was satisfied and nodded with a smile, "It's almost." Tai Xiaohu had goosebumps all over his body at this time. He looked at his right hand, which was surrounded by flames, in horror, only to find that, as Ling Yun said, he was unharmed. Tai Xiaohu turned his big hand over and over several times to check that he was not burned, and then he calmed down and looked at the place where the tree trunk was burned just now. It was dark and slightly burnt, but everything was real. "Brother Yun, this. Tai Xiaohu turned to look at Ling Yun, who came to his side, unable to say a word in shock. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "This is the talisman, the fire talisman. It's not even the most basic fire talisman. The temperature is similar to the flame of ordinary firewood, and it lasts for a short time." He glanced at Tai Xiaohu, who was stunned, and said with a smile, "How about it, can't I burn you? This is amazing, even more amazing than magic. I'm not watching a movie, right?" Tai Xiaohu couldn't believe what he had experienced, he murmured. Ling Yan smiled proudly and said, "What is magic? This is the real Taoist magic." After speaking, Ling Yan squeezed the second fire talisman, shook his hand at the small tree trunk not far away, and at the same time shouted softly, "Lin." With the sound of canopy, the fire talisman instantly turned into a mass of yellow flames after Ling Yun shouted that, and hit the trunk of the small tree directly. Burnt black. Fun. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up. This time, without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, he directly grabbed the last fire talisman from Ling Yun's hand, shook his hand like Ling Yun, and shouted, "Lin." Ah! Tai Xiaohu didn't have Ling Yun's technique. He didn't throw out the fire talisman at all, and another flame wrapped around his hand, causing him to exclaim again. Soon, Tai Xiaohu found out that he had nothing to do with it. The flame was a real flame, but it just couldn't burn himself. Of course, it is impossible to burn the person who uses the talisman. If that is the case, then the talisman will not be controlled. If it is not good, it is simply playing with fire. Ling Yan laughed, and said to Tai Xiaohu, who was both shocked and admired, "You clean up all this, and I'll draw the talisman." When it was close to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, within half an hour, Ling Yun had already made more than 120 fire talismans. Ling Yun was drawing, with a smug smile on the corners of his razor-sharp lips, and he said, "I'll burn you, I'll stick to you, I'll blow you up, I'll shoot you." There is no doubt that the unfortunate you in Ling Yun's mouth is Dugumo at the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun's wrist strength is amazing, and he doesn't need to consume spiritual energy anyway, and the patience of a cultivator is even more powerful. He drew 150 fire talismans in one breath, and he didn't put it down until Tai Xiaohu cleaned up everything inside and out. The wolf in his hand. Copy address access. Take it and play with it. Ling Yun grabbed a fire talisman and stuffed it into Tai Xiaohu's hand, then motioned him to sit down. He smiled and said to Tai Xiaohu, who was at a loss for what to do, "Although it is not very useful to deal with a real master, even if it doesn't burn him, at least it can scare him." Tai Xiaohu also smiled and sat down opposite Ling Yun. He carefully put the dozens of fire talismans close to him, and then asked in admiration, "Brother Yun, is this the talisman?" Ling Yun's experiment was successful, and now he is satisfied. He smiled and nodded, "Yes, this is Fu Lu, I tell you." Fu Lu is a kind of magic in Taoism, also known as character, Molu and Dan. Fu Lu is a combination of Fu and Lu. Symbols refer to symbols and figures written on yellow paper and silk with curved strokes, similar characters, but not characters, similar to pictures, but not pictures. The fire talisman that Ling Yun is painting now belongs to a type of talisman. Lu refers to the secret texts on the names of gods and gods recorded in the talismans, which are generally also written on yellow paper and silk. The talisman is the text of the gods, and it is to convey that the gods can use it to summon gods and impeach ghosts, subdue demons and suppress demons, and cure diseases and eliminate disasters. If we trace the origin, the talisman technique is actually derived from witchcraft. In the simplest terms, talisman is a form of witchcraft. In the easiest way to understand it, the person who made the talisman used various secret methods to engrave 1+1 and 2 on the talisman paper at the same time, and listed the formula of the spell, just waiting for you to shout equal. Then naturally it is when the formula is established, the talisman immediately plays its role to complete the equation. Those who use talismans are those who equate, such as those who use Ling Yun's talismans. As long as he shouted Ling Yun's talisman began to exert its magical effect. From the effect point of view, fire talisman, clear water talisman, clear, divine talisman, exorcism talisman, ghost talisman, gravity talisman, magical talismans, even wall-piercing talismans, etc., all have their own magical uses. Talismans are originally witchcraft, but they have been carried forward by Taoism. During the long-term process of practicing talismans, Taoism has created numerous talisman methods and made many talismans. The talismans created are innumerable, and the styles of the talismans are all kinds of strange. To sum up, there are 5 main categories: Fuwen, Yunxuan, Lingfu, Baofu, Futu. Fuwen is the simplest talisman. The fire talisman I draw now should be classified as Fuwen, and Yunxuan is. Ling Yun spoke in a succinct manner and conducted popular science on Tai Xiaohu, who was stunned. In fact, he was afraid of scaring Tai Xiaohu, and even more afraid that he would not be able to accept it for a while. Tell Tai Xiaohu. In the world of comprehension, those great witches or cultivators who specialize in the Tao of talismans have cultivated the talisman technique to a very high level. They can use the sky as the talisman paper, the fingers as the talisman pen, and their own blood essence as the talisman ink. Just draw a talisman, you can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, move mountains, and reclaim the sea, much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. Taoist talismans are widely used, they are used to heal people, or elixir talismans are placed in paper, dissolved in water after being burned, and the patient can drink it. Or seal the talisman and let the patient wear it. Useful for exorcising ghosts, or wearing it on your body. Or stick it on the bedroom door. It is useful for disaster relief and disaster relief, either throw the talisman into the riverbank and break it to stop the flood, or call the general to relieve the drought, etc. As for Taoist priests doing fasting rituals, it is even more inseparable from the talisman, or the talisman is written in the chapter table, and the gods are recorded on it. Or use the talisman to summon the general, to invite the gods to kill ghosts, or use the talisman to take care of the underworld and refine the souls of the dead. All kinds of talismans were posted and hung inside and outside the entire mandala. Now, talisman is the main practice of Taoism. During the Song and Yuan dynasties of China, there were 3 sects of talismans, the so-called Sanshan talismans, which were the Maoshan Shangqing school, the Gazao Mountain Lingbao school, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master Road. After Lingyuan finished speaking, he looked at Tai Xiaohu with a smile, waiting for him to digest it slowly. Tai Xiaohu nodded, but he couldn't help scratching his head and asked, I see, but Brother Yun, aren't these superstitions? Lingyuan smiled disdainfully and said proudly, superstition? How many mysterious and special powers are there in this world that science can't explain at all? Even if I teach you the great evolution and gathering star treasure art, science can't explain it at all. Superstition is the word. Don't mention it again. Did I travel to this planet where the spiritual energy is almost depleted? Who can explain it to me with science? Lingyuan cursed inwardly. If he was in the world of self-cultivation, he would have reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training by now, not some bullshit peak of the 3rd level of body training. Tai Xiaohu Chicken nodded as if pecking at rice, all doubts were gone, and the look in his eyes gradually became firmer. Then what? You can buy more than a dozen dogs like this tomorrow, and it will be convenient for me to take blood in the future. Lingyuan felt that the blood of the 2 dogs was not enough, so he warned Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu's face is now embarrassed. Brother Yun, keep 2 dogs, let's talk about it in the past. If you get a dozen at a time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with the property. Besides, if there are a dozen dogs together, if you call, the neighbors will probably complain too. Lingyuan was taken aback for a moment. He really hadn't considered this. Then let's buy 2 more first, feed them better, or take turns to let blood. Lingyuan couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he could only lower his requirements first. He thought for a while and then said, also, the things I use today, daggers, iron pots, wolves, etc., are all prepared at one time, so I don't have enough time. Tai Xiaohu nodded and said, okay. After Lingyuan finished arranging everything, he suddenly asked Tai Xiaohu, where do you live? When Tai Xiaohu heard Lingyuan suddenly ask about this, he was a little stunned and replied subconsciously, I rented a house by myself. Lingyuan asked again, I heard that you lost your father since you were young, right? A look of sadness appeared in Tai Xiaohu's eyes, and he nodded lightly. Lingyuan smiled indifferently and said, everyone has their own fate, don't take these things to heart, look at me, I'm a child picked up by my mother, and I don't even know who my biological parents are, isn't that the case? Brother Yun. Seeing Lingyuan comforting him like this, Tai Xiaohu raised his head abruptly, sincere friendship burst out from his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, obviously very excited. Lingyuan said, casually, that's it. I'll transfer 2 million to your account tomorrow. The 2 million are for you. You can buy a house and a car by yourself, so you can easily do anything in the future. Ga? Tai Xiaohu didn't expect Lingyuan to tell him this, so he got up from the sofa in a hurry. Brother Yun, this is absolutely impossible. Why are you giving me so much money? Me, I'm only 18 years old. Tai Xiaohu shook his head and waved again. There was a look of shock in his eyes, but a pair of tiger eyes were already red. Tai Xiaohu has been fighting in Qinglong for 3 years, but he has only a good reputation and a good face. They all call him the future successor of Qinglong's boss, but he is just a moneymaker and barely enough to spend, but can't save a penny. Unexpectedly, after only 4 or 5 days with Ling Yun offered him 2 million to buy a house and a car, and Tai Xiaohu almost became stupid on the spot. Ling Yun's stinginess. He had experienced it with his own eyes. It really belonged to him, someone who wouldn't lose a penny, and he gave himself 2 million as soon as he opened his mouth. Ling Yun raised his eyelids and glared at Tai Xiaohu dissatisfiedly. Why are you so excited? Sit down. After letting Tai Xiaohu sit down, Ling Yun said again, I'm also 18 years old. I don't have a villa or a famous car. You are a person who has started to cultivate. How can you cultivate in peace without your own house? How inconvenient without a car. Besides, didn't I tell you? In the future, our brothers will be short of everything, just not short of money. 2 million, apart from buying an ordinary house and a car, what else can we buy? Tai Xiaohu burst into tears. The Adam's apple shook violently, and he opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say a word while choking. Don't say anything, just listen to me, that's it. Now, send your China merchant's bank account to my mobile phone. Ling Yun smiled. He forced Tai Xiaohu to send the account of China merchant's bank to his mobile phone, then stood up and said with a smile, but there is one condition, you can pay for the money you buy for me in the future, this money is going around too much. Trouble, I'm really too lazy to do it. What else did Iron Tiger say? He nodded heavily, raised his hand and wiped the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand. Ling Yun casually threw the villa key to Tai Xiaohu, and then said, I won't be here for the time being, you can give this key to your sister Ro, and you can also get a key first, everything about Villa number 1. I'll leave it to you to take care of it first, can you fix it? Ling Yun glanced at the various materials and tools for making talismans in the living room, and gestured to Tai Xiaohu. Brother Yun, don't worry, there will be no problems. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and said with a smile, that's good, I have to go home tonight to accompany my mother and Ling Yu to dinner, it's already 6 o'clock, I'll go first, call me if you have anything. Ling Yun will definitely come over tonight to make talismans, but at night he will use the magic brush to draw talismans. He is 100% sure that the power of the various talismans drawn with the magic brush is definitely many times stronger than the current fire talisman, so I don't want Tai Xiaohu to see it. Tai Xiaohu has only just started to practice cultivation. He needs to be guided slowly, and if he directly administers the medicine, it may be counterproductive. Just as Ling Yun was about to leave, his cell phone rang suddenly, and a text message came from it for a day. Ling Yun opened it and saw that it was actually a message from Lin Menghan. The content was very strange. The password is 6 nines. The password is 6 nines? What does that mean? Ling Yun frowned and muttered to himself. This unbelievably beautiful silly girl is really unique in her actions. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to reply to the message. He was about to put the phone on, but found that the phone rang again, this time it was Zhuang Meifeng's call. Ling Yun smiled slightly and picked it up immediately. Husband, Lin Menghan came here. She brought you a few things, so I must give them to you. Zhuang Meifeng said directly on the other end of the phone, a little anxious, between the words. Ling Yun frowned, and immediately asked, where is she? Zhuang Meifeng said, I left immediately after leaving things. Seeing her appearance, she seems very sad. Ling Yun said, I see, you wait for me at home, I'll go back right away. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, said hello to Tai Xiaohu, immediately went out and got into the car, and drove away quickly in the Land Rover. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. A pair of glasses, a bank card, and an unopened letter, This is all that Lin Menghan asked Zhuang Meifeng to hand over to Ling Yun. At Yuan. Did she say anything else? Ling Yun put away the three things silently, and then asked Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng shook her head and said, "No, her eyes are red. I think she must have cried." Ling Yun smiled helplessly, and said to Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi, "I'm going home for dinner tonight, you two can eat it by yourself, don't worry about me." It was already 6:30, and Ning Lingyu had already called Ling Yun twice to urge him to go home. "Oh, husband." Zhuang Meifeng agreed, but he hesitated. Ling Yun smiled and asked, "What's the matter? If you have something to say, don't be embarrassed." Zhuang Meifeng bit her delicate and sexy lips and said softly, "Husband, isn't today Qingming festival? I want to visit my grandfather's grave." From childhood to adulthood, Zhuang Meifeng's grandfather is the one who loves Zhuang Meifeng the most. Since Zhuang Meifeng's grandfather died 5 years ago, every year on Qingming festival, Zhuang Meifeng has to go to visit her grandfather's grave. This is a business, it should be, you eat first, after eating, let Xiao Mimi accompany you, and I will leave the car for you. Ling Yun could feel Zhuang Meifeng's longing for her grandfather, and nodded lightly to comfort her. "Then I'll go first." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun dodged out the door and quickly came to the road beside the small river. He stopped a taxi and asked the driver to rush back to the number 9 villa of the Qingshuiwen Villa Group as quickly as possible. The taxi was speeding, and in the back seat of the car, Ling Yun read the letter Lin Menghan left him. Jun Mei's face was a little gloomy, and her heart was inexplicably empty. Lin Menghan was the first woman Ling Yun saw after he came to this world. Ling Yun's feelings for her were different from any other woman. Lin Menghan's face was flawless, and his sexy and hot body was the number one existence among all the women Ling Yun knew. No one can beat it. Even Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, including Liang Fingyi, who was newly acquainted today, were slightly inferior to Lin Menghan. The most important thing is that this stupid and lovely peerless beauty is very principled. The mind is clean and transparent. Like crystal. In her mind. She didn't even have the concept of money, all she did was simply to prove herself. But Lin Menghan failed to prove herself. She failed. She underestimated the sinister nature of the human heart and overestimated her ability. Because of the same incident, she was saved by Ling Yun twice, within a few days. The first time she met accidentally, but saved her life. The second time was to deliberately ask for help, but she kept her virginity, which is more precious than her life. After being scolded by Ling Yun for running away, Lin Menghan didn't know what else she could do, and she didn't know what was the point of staying in Qingshui City. She thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, and just yesterday, she offered to resign. Lin Menghan already knew that Ling Yun's eyes were no longer myopic. However, she personally went to choose a pair of Tyrannosaurus sunglasses for Ling Yun. Lin Menghan set up a new bank card, and asked her family to call her 10 million yuan for the first time, but took out another dollar from it. Then, she bought a plane ticket to leave Qingshui City, and wrote a letter to Ling Yun, before going to the airport. Lin Menghan took a detour, gathered up his courage, and sent these 3 things to Ling Yun. It was a thin piece of letter paper with only a few hundred words. Lin Menghan didn't know how many times he cried to make the writing blurred into that letter paper. It's like being pulled out of the water and dried in the sun. "I'll wait for you." These were the last 4 words on the letter. Ling Yun silently read the letter, then carefully put the letter back into the envelope and put it away close to him. Ling Yun recalled how he rescued Lin Menghan from the water, how Lin Menghan wore a white dress and came to the campus to give him clothes. Lin Menghan in police uniform, Lin Menghan in Cheongsam, Lin Menghan who was burning with lust but struggling to support, and Lin Menghan who was naked but lying quietly in front of him, letting him heal. "I'm not a young lady." Lin Menghan frowned, biting his red lips in embarrassment. Ling Yun remembered every meeting with Lin Menghan, remembered her every bit, her smile, her anger, her tears, her resentment. If you resigned, you finally did the right thing once. Even if you leave, the water in Qingshui City will be muddy soon. Ling Yun said in his heart. Just when Ling Yun was quietly thinking about his thoughts, the taxi driver stopped the car, turned around and said to Ling Yun, "Here we are, how do we go next?" "No need, I'll get off." Ling Yun paid the bill and got off the bus. After the taxi turned around and left, Ling Yun looked around and walked towards Villa number 9. At 7:15, when night fell, Ling Yun stepped into the gate of Villa number 9. Ning Lingyu was already at the door of the villa, looking forward to it. She saw Ling Yun's return, and her big watery eyes were full of joy. She called out brother, her slender and delicate body twisted, and her cuddly swallowed into the forest. Usually run towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun adjusted his mood, smiled lightly, and walked up to him quickly. "Where's Mom?" Ling Yun came to Ning Lingyu and asked with a smile. "Mom is still cooking. Mom and I went out to buy a lot of things this afternoon. We will wait for you to come back." Ning Lingyu took Ling Yun's arms and said naively, "You don't know what to do for your mother to cook and wait for me outside the door? I'm not coming back? It's the last dish, people are worried about you." Villa number 9 is brightly lit, reflecting the splendor of the whole villa. If the huge living room is not empty, it really seems to be in another palace courtyard. After Ling Yun entered the house, he didn't have to listen carefully. He heard the voice of his mother Qin Chuyue busy in the kitchen. He turned his head and said to Ning Lingyu, Go to the kitchen to help my mother." "Mom, I'm back." The two brothers and sisters came to the kitchen. Ling Yun looked at Qin Chuyue's busy back and shouted softly. Qin Chuyue looked back at Ling Yun and smiled kindly. "Just come back, what are you two doing in the kitchen?" "I'll make this dish right away, Ling Yu. Take your brother to the restaurant and get ready to eat." At 7:30 in the evening, Qin Chuyue put the last dish on the table, and said to Ning Lingyu with a smile, "Ling Yu, go and open the new bottle of red wine that I bought today." There were a total of 8 dishes on the table, each of which was exquisite and attractive, and the dishes were fragrant. Ning Lingyu opened a bottle of red wine, and the family of 3 sat together happily. Ling Yun originally thought that Qin Chuyue specifically told him to come back for dinner at night, and he must have something to tell him, but to his surprise, after eating a meal for an hour and a half, Qin Chuyue had nothing but to learn from their brothers and sisters. After asking a few questions, nothing was said. Not to mention Qin Chuyue, even Ning Lingyu seemed to have learned her mother's calmness and leisurely attitude. When eating, her dreamy and beautiful face had a bright smile, and she kept serving him vegetables, but she didn't ask anything. After the meal, Qin Chuyue took Ning Lingyu to clean up the dining table, staring at Ling Yun for a while, and muttered to herself, "Is it really just a meal? My mother is too calm. Bar. You must know that this is a large villa worth 50 million that has just moved to a new home." This afternoon, Ling Yun also charged a full 10 million to Ning Lingyu's account. Ling Yun couldn't help it, or it was a ghost, and thought of the long and narrow box in his mother's room when he moved today. What kind of baby could be inside? Ling Yun was sitting on the sofa in the huge living room, listening to the sound of the waves lapping on the beach in the distance. He raised his head and stared at the ceiling, thinking about it there. Qin Chuyue and Ning Lingyu quickly finished cleaning up the dining room, and a beautiful mother and daughter came to the living room side by side. Ling Yun quickly stood up and asked Qin Chuyue to sit down. "Ling Yun, how is your clinic decorated? What's its name?" Qin Chuyue asked Ling Yun with a smile after she sat down. Ling Yun was worried. He could pretend to be intimidating in front of Tang Ming and others, but in front of his mother, he really didn't dare. "The decoration of the first floor is almost done, and the decoration of the second floor will begin tomorrow. That is, it is for the treatment of terminally ill." Qin Qiuyue smiled lightly, shook her head slightly and said, "Tell me the truth, what's the name of the clinic?" Seeing that his mother had to ask clearly, Ling Yun couldn't be fooled, so he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "A full-time terminally ill clinic." Pfft. When Ning Lingyu heard this, she couldn't hold back, she burst out laughing, the branches trembled, and she gave Ling Yun a blushing look. Qin Qiuyue did not smile, she still smiled, but said in her mouth, "Ling Yun, my mother knows that your medical skills are excellent, but the name of the clinic is not good, and the relevant departments will not even let you hang up the brand." Ling Yun's face flushed, and he said politely, "Mom, what's the right name for you? I'll listen to you." This was the first time that Qin Qiuyue had meddled in his affairs since Ling Yun met Qin Qiuyue. Of course Ling Yun was obedient. "Let's call it the ordinary clinic. It's simple. It doesn't matter whether the clinic is larger or smaller. Everything is done according to Mom's civilian clinic. The rest of the mothers don't care. You make the decision." Qin Qiuyue smiled and said, "No matter who Ling Yun is in front of, he has the final say, but in front of Qin Qiuyue, he really doesn't dare to be disobedient," so he nodded decisively and said, "Mom, I will listen to you." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun glared fiercely and covered his mouth with a smirk. Ning Lingyu, who was gloating at the misfortune, scolded Tang Meng for being unscrupulous in his heart. Without a doubt, Tang Meng told Ning Lingyu the name of the clinic he had just decided at noon. "Mom, our villa has just moved in, and the house is a bit empty. I told Tang Meng that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, let him buy something for our house. You can see what you need to buy and just tell him directly." Ling Yun respectfully said to Qin Qiuyue. "Okay." Qin Qiuyue smiled and nodded, her beautiful face was calm and indifferent, without a trace of waves. At this moment, a text message came from Ling Yun's cell phone. After he picked it up and looked at it, his face changed greatly, and he suddenly stood up. The text message was sent by Xiao Mimi. "I was seriously injured, Zhuang Mei phone was hijacked, see the information and return quickly. To be continued. To be continued." Seeing this news, Ling Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes were like blades tempered by thousands of years of ice and snow, sharp and ruthless, his dark pupils shrank suddenly, and the light in his eyes flashed away. Qin Qiuyue still sat upright, a pair of beautiful autumn eyes like pools of water lifted slightly, glanced at Ling Yun lightly, and did not speak. "Brother, what's wrong?" Ning Lingyu asked with concern when she saw Ling Yun stand up suddenly. Ling Yun didn't want his mother and sister to worry, his face quickly returned to normal, and he said with a faint smile, "It's nothing. Mom, I'm in a bit of a hurry, and now I need to rush back to the city." Ling Yun was in a hurry, but his tone was surprisingly calm, and he discussed with Qin Qiuyue. "Okay, do you want your mother to drive you?" Qin Qiuyue agreed immediately and asked instead. "Thank you Mom, no need, my friend is already on his way and will be there soon." Ling Yun told a small lie to prevent his mother and sister from getting involved in this matter. Qin Qiuyue smiled sweetly, nodded lightly, and instructed warmly, "No matter what happens, don't be so frizzy, be more careful and pay attention to safety." "No big deal, don't worry, I'm leaving." After speaking, Ling Yun walked outside the villa. Ning Lingyu chased Ling Yun all the way to the gate, and she asked loudly, "Brother, are you coming home tonight?" In the darkness of the night, Ling Yun stood tall, turned around and said to Ning Lingyu, "I won't be back tonight, you and your mother don't have to wait for me, rest early." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun performed 1,000 miles of walking, and after a few ups and downs, he rushed out of Ning Lingyu's line of sight. Ling Yun once carried Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining to Longpan Mountain to watch the dragon absorb water, and also showed the terrifying power of throwing Tai Xiaohu 100 meters away in front of the two, so there was no need to hide his strength in front of Ning Lingyu. As for whether Ning Lingyu had told her mother about these things, Ling Yun had no idea. Anyway, Qin Shouyue had not asked him so far. However, he subconsciously hoped that Ning Lingyu would reveal it to his mother so that he would not have to explain it himself. Brother's speed is several times faster than that day. Ning Lingyu looked at the place where Ling Yun disappeared. She muttered to herself, but she quickly pursed her lips and said, "What friend is coming to pick me up?" It's obvious that he wants to run back by himself. That's right, Ling Yun really planned to run back by himself. If he were to drive, it would be more than 30 kilometers from the Qingshuiwen villas to the city, but there were twists and turns. Ling Yun used the words of Wanli Xinxing to run back by himself. But you can go straight into the city without going around the bend. It only takes about 25 kilometers. Ling Yun quickly walked out of the Qingshuiwen villa complex. The surrounding wilderness was pitch black, insects were chirping, the night was dark and windy, and there was no trace of people. He called Xiao Mimi first, knowing that Xiao Mimi had now escaped back to the rented house, and felt a little relieved. She didn't know how many injuries Xiao Mimi suffered. On the phone, her tone was extremely weak. Talking intermittently, it is impossible to continue. Ling Yun was already furious now, his body was filled with murderous aura, his eyes were as cold as a knife. "Stay at home and don't move, I'll be home soon." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun used the walking technique of Wanli Xinxian to the extreme, and his feet almost didn't touch the ground. All the obstacles swept past, flying in a straight line towards the rental. Ling Yun didn't take the right path, he galloped in the fields and wilderness, and it took only 10 minutes to reach the river. He first came to the 7 lights grass in the dark. Ling Yun has not yet reached the 4th level of body training, and his true qi has not yet been generated. Galloping all the way, more than half of the spiritual energy stored in the peak of the 3rd level body training was consumed. Whether it was saving people or fighting, Ling Yun needed to replenish the spiritual energy to a full state first. As the 7 luminaries grass grows day by day, the aura released now is naturally more and more powerful. Ling Yun absorbed it with all his strength, and it only took 3 minutes. All the spiritual energy that was consumed in the body was replenished. After the spiritual energy in his body was filled again, Ling Yun walked across a distance of 30 meters with a phantom fish and dragon, directly crossing the small river and the road on the other side of the river, and rushed into the dark and secluded alley in a flash. As soon as he jumped into his yard, Ling Yun smelled a thick bloody smell, and the murderous aura in his eyes shot out immediately, and rushed directly into the dark room. "Is it Ling Yun?" Xiao Mimi's painful and weak voice sounded in her bedroom. "It's me." Ling Yun replied and rushed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom. With a pat, Ling Yun turned on the light in Xiao Mimi's bedroom. Don't turn on the lights, there are a lot of them, I don't know if they followed me here." Under the bright light, I saw Xiao Mimi leaning against the head of the bed, her left hand tightly clutching her jet-black double dagger, her right hand covering her left rib, and she gasped violently in pain. Xiao Mimi's originally charming face is now pale, her right shoulder, left rib, and left thigh have 3 obvious scars, and the bed sheet under her body has long been stained red with blood. Ling Yun only glanced at it and knew that the internal injury in her body was even more serious. "Ling Yun, I'm sorry, I didn't protect her." Xiao Mimi saw Ling Yun coming in, struggling to sit up straight. "Don't move, don't say anything, I'll heal you first." Seeing Xiao Mimi being hurt like this, Ling Yun's eyes flashed a very rare look of guilt and distress, and said softly. Ling Yun's words seemed to be more effective than any panacea. Xiao Mimi widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Ling Yun in a daze. She didn't speak, but her eyes were already red. After a long while, Xiao Mimi released the double dagger in her left hand and raised her finger to the light above her head. "Turn off the light." "I'm going to turn on the light, you don't have to be afraid, whoever comes will die at this time." Ling Yun really had murderous intentions this time. "Hey!" Ling Yun went to untie Xiao Mimi's clothes, touching her wound, causing her to take a deep breath. Ling Yan said softly, "The only way I can give you acupuncture is to take off your clothes. You have to be patient." With Xiao Mimi's incomparably shy cooperation, Ling Yan quickly took off all the clothes on Xiao Mimi's body. Xiao Mimi's trauma was very serious. A dagger cut a dozen centimeters in her right shoulder. The flesh turned out and blood was dripping. She was stabbed in the left rib, which was deep to the bone. It wasn't that she tried desperately to dodge, this leg would have been useless long ago. Xiao Mimi's body was stained with blood, but these wounds were nothing compared to the blood-red palm print on her back. The palm she received when she escaped was her fatal injury. Ling Yan didn't say a word, although Xiao Mimi was lying naked in front of him. There was no ambiguous aura in the room, only Ling Yan's whole body exuded more and more murderous intent. After Ling Yan saw Xiao Mimi's injury clearly, he shot like electricity, and clicked on 7 or 8 acupoints all over Xiao Mimi's body, first relieved her pain, then stopped bleeding, and then took out the leather needle bag. Start with 9 golden needles, and directly use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. Through the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, the spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body penetrated into Xiao Mimi's body without reservation. He only performed the 9 needles of the spirit pivot 3 times, and all Xiao Mimi's serious internal injuries were resolved. The person who shot Xiao Mimi is powerful, but if Xiao Mimi's internal injury is compared with the injury suffered by nine-tailed Tianhu Xiaobai, it is too far behind, so it is not difficult to treat. Does it still hurt? Seeing that Xiao Mimi's pale face gradually recovered a blush, Ling Yan asked, with a smile. Xiao Mimi has long been crazy. For the first time, she felt that working hard for a person is so worth it. She slowly shook her head, endured the 3 traumatic injuries on her body, and said with a smile, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi's naked body covered in blood, and said softly, "I'll have to endure it for a while. I'm going to clean your wound and make a simple bandage first." Xiao Mimi's face flushed red, this time it was a real blush, she bit her pale lips and nodded obediently. Ling Yan went to wash his hands and took a large basin of warm water, took a towel and went back to the bedroom, carried Xiao Mimi to the bed, and wiped the blood on her body in person. After changing 4 basins of hot water and 3 towels in a row, Ling Yan washed Xiao Mimi's blood off her body. After washing Xiao Mimi's body, Ling Yan gently carried her to his bedroom. He first pulled out 9 gold needles for Xiao Mimi, and carefully and gently bandaged her 3 wounds, then Ling Yan smiled and said, "Is it better now?" Xiao Mimi was repeatedly tossed by Ling Yan when she was naked. She had no privacy for Ling Yan. She blushed with embarrassment and said, "Much better, why are you so sophisticated in bandaging your wounds?" Ling Yan smiled indifferently, but did not answer, but leaned over, hugged Xiao Mimi again, and returned to Xiao Mimi's bedroom. "Find your own clothes and put them on, and I'll take you somewhere." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan took out his mobile phone, called Tai Xiaohu, and asked him to wait for him at Villa No. 1 in the Qingxi Villa district. Because of the shoulder injury, Xiao Mimi did not wear a bra, she wore a pair of lace panties, and then wore a black dress outside. Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi's slightly pale face. The 2 white and plump dresses with high tops were bulging and tight. The 2 bumps on the chest were clearly visible under the black dress. It was really tempting. He couldn't help shaking his head and teasing, "I didn't expect sick beauty to be so sexy." "Fuck you." Xiao Mimi sat on the bedside coquettishly. "You'll be able to move freely soon, and bring another set of clothes that can fight," Ling Yan told Xiao Mimi. After Xiao Mimi sorted out the clothes to bring, Ling Yan hugged Xiao Mimi into her arms. "Walk." Ling Yan held Xiao Mimi and performed the phantom fish and dragon steps, went outside the courtyard and took the steel nails that were 7 caddies and 2 inches long, and jumped out of the courtyard lightly. "What are we going to do?" Xiao Mimi curled up like a cat in Ling Yan's arms, looking at his handsome eyes with infinite murderous intent and the calm smile on the corners of his lips, she asked obsessively. Heal you first, then avenge you. Ling Yun has already performed 1,000 miles of walking, specializing in the dark and dark alleys, and galloping all the way to Villa number 1. Ling Yun. Xiao Mimi hesitated, her face suddenly turned bright red. Kindness? I'm not a virgin anymore, will you despise me? Xiao Mimi felt Ling Yun's broad and fiery chest, she almost exhausted all her strength, and summoned up her courage to ask. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Mimi, who was in his arms. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Why do you think of asking this?" Xiao Mimi's heart swayed, and she buried her face in Ling Yun's arms. Her heart was beating like a drum, and she didn't dare to answer. The cold and sexy female killer, the first time in her life, is more shy than a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Didn't I say, your life, your people, everything you own is mine. If you dare to escape, be careful that I will impose more severe restrictions on you. As for the question you asked, let's keep it for now. When we sit on the bedside and talk about life ideals, let's discuss it seriously." She didn't answer, but she had already answered. Xiao Mimi's face was blushing, her heart was pounding like a deer, she felt a little electric current all over her body, her tender body was as soft as mud, and the pain of the trauma seemed to be completely unaware. Ling Yun hugged Xiao Mimi, and soon came to Villa number 1. Tai Xiaohu was already sitting in the living room waiting for him. Ling Yun glanced at him and saw that there were 2 more big black dogs in the courtyard of the villa. It was obvious that after Ling Yun left, Tai Xiaohu had been busy with his work and hadn't left at all. Seeing Ling Yun rushing into the living room with Xiao Mimi in his arms, Tai Xiaohu immediately stood up. "Brother Yun, are you here?" Ling Yun carefully placed Xiao Mimi on the soft sofa, and said to Xiao Mimi, "Sit here and don't move." Tai Xiaohu not only bought back 2 big black dogs, but also bought the best yellow paper, cinnabar, daggers, iron pots, etc. Everything was available. Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu, "You call Tang Meng and ask him to come here as soon as possible, and I'll go get the dog's blood." While Tai Xiaohu was calling Tang Meng, he went in and out by himself, making talisman ink nimbly. After the new talisman ink was finished, Ling Yun took a puff from his arms. "Just took out the magic brush. You must give me a little more ambition, whether it can succeed or not depends on you." The talisman paper is ready-made. Before Ling Yun drew the talisman, he secretly cheered for himself. With the magical brush in his hand, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body automatically perfuses the entire body of the magical brush, and the human and the brush are one. Hold your breath and start drawing. This time Ling Yun still painted the fire talisman. With a brush stroke of the dragon and snake, I drew 3 pictures in a few strokes. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mimi looked curious and asked in surprise. Ling Yun stood up and smiled at Xiao Mimi, "You will find out later." After speaking, he walked outside the villa in a flash, and then came to the side of the villa in a flash, looking for a tree with thick arms. Small tree. Ling Yun squeezed the fire talisman in his hand, and used the leaf picker and Fei Hua hand to gently toss the trunk of the small tree, and then gave a light drink. Lin. Just hear a bang sound. The flaming talisman immediately turned into a ball of fiery red flames, the size of a basketball, which instantly enveloped the trunk of the small tree, burning wildly, and it took half a minute to gradually extinguish. Crack! Before the flames were extinguished, the small tree with a thick arm broke off from the fire, and the crown of the tree collapsed and fell on the grass. It worked. Ling Yun was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he used the magic brush to draw the fire talisman. The other materials have not changed, but the effect of the fire talisman is more powerful than in the evening, I don't know how many times. The trunk of a small tree with a thick arm that is thriving can burn off. If it hits a person, this half a minute is definitely enough for him to drink a pot. The remaining 2 fire talismans do not need to be tested at all. Ling Yun dodged back to the living room of the villa. He took a few deep breaths, and then began to draw the clear healing talisman, drawing 6 pictures in a row. The clear healing talisman, as the name suggests, is the function of debridement and healing, and has an incredible effect on ordinary trauma. The reason why Ling Yun is called the Holy Hand of a Mortal Doctor in the world of cultivation is mainly because he can treat both inside and outside. For the treatment of internal injuries, there are 9 acupuncture needles of the spirit pivot, 5 elements of the God needle, and 5 elements of the pulse-cutting finger, etc. For the treatment of traumatic injuries such as swords, he has the clear water talisman and the clear healing talisman. Waterwood magic talisman, etc. There are ways. Of course, if Ling Yun reaches the Qi training period, he can still make all kinds of medicinal herbs, and the effect is much stronger than the current acupuncture and talisman. He is now at the peak of the 3rd level of body training, so he can only use talismans. The surgery came to heal Xiaomimi. Ling Yun shoved the Qingyu talus into his pocket, then picked up Xiaomimi's hot body and rushed in to find a random bedroom on the 1st floor of the villa. Be patient and stand by yourself. Ling Yun gave Xiaomimi a gentle smile, and then put her on the ground. Just as Xiaomimi stood still, Ling Yun had already threw the 3 talismans in her hands to the 3 wounds on Xiaomimi's body, and softly shouted, "Lin." Xiaomimi hadn't figured out what was going on. She saw that the 3 talismans that Ling Yun had thrown on her body had already disappeared. At the same time, her 3 wounds felt a cool breeze, and the burning pain had completely disappeared. I feel that my 3 wounds are healing at the same time. My God! Xiaomimi quickly felt free to move her body. She looked at everything that happened to her in disbelief and exclaimed. Half a minute later, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Okay, take off the gauze wrapped around your body and see how it works." Xiaomimi's eyes flashed with endless surprise, and as soon as she raised her hand, she tore off the gauze covering the wound on her shoulder. She couldn't help looking down, and saw that her right shoulder was smooth and crystal clear, not to mention the wound, not even the scar. It seemed to be whiter and smoother than before the injury. This? Xiaomimi was completely stunned. She quickly lifted up her black dress and tore off all the gauze on her left rib and left leg. The result was exactly the same. The 2 wounds disappeared completely, and they were as good as before, and the skin was better than before. Ling Yun, are you doing magic? What's going on here? Xiaomimi couldn't hide her surprise, and asked dumbly with her mouth wide open. Ling Yun laughed. This is called the clearing healing talisman. It is used to debride and heal, try all the things, and cure it. Xiaomimi exclaimed, "It's really amazing, it's unbelievable." Her charming eyes looked at Ling Yun admiringly, and she could not wait to rush up to kiss Ling Yun. At the same time, Xiaomimi was secretly shocked. How much of Ling Yun's ability has yet to be displayed? Why is he always able to do something even worse every time he feels that he has reached the limit? Ling Yun said proudly, "How about it? I told you to come here with clothes that can fight, right?" Xiaomimi gave Ling Yun a charming glance and said, "Don't hurry up and get it for others. Do you still want me to go out like this?" Ling Yun said with a smile, "Just go out when you go out. Didn't you see that kid Tai Xiao who didn't dare to look at you at all? No, he doesn't dare to see that it's his business. Anyway, I don't want to go out like this, I'm ashamed." Xiaomimi's injuries were all over, she was in a good mood, and she even acted coquettishly with Ling Yun. Ling Yun brought her clothes, then dodged and left the bedroom and returned to the living room. With the roar of the Hummer, Tang Meng arrived and drove the car directly to the front of the villa. "Brother Yun, what's the matter? What happened?" Tang Meng got out of the car, strode into the villa, and asked anxiously. "Your sister-in-law has been kidnapped. I'm going to save people in a while, you show me the way." Ling Yun's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You don't need to ask him to know. It must be Zhuang Meifeng's relatives who know that she will secretly go to visit her grandfather's grave on Qingming Festival, so people have already been ambushed there waiting for her. Just wait for Zhuang Meifeng to go, and immediately start to arrest people. Xiao Mimi he made a move to resist, but was seriously injured by the opponent's master. The people from the Zhuang family and the Sun family could use Zhuang Meifeng's filial piety to set up such a big situation, so it's no wonder that Ling Yun had murderous intentions this time. Ling Yun used the magic brush to draw more than 20 Qinghe talismans in one go, and then began to draw a lot of fire talismans. Who was kidnapped? Which sister-in-law? Tang Meng asked angrily with a dumbfounded mind. In Tang Meng's consciousness, he seemed to have more sisters-in-law recently, and he couldn't figure out who was kidnapped for a while. Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun kept drawing the fire talisman and replied without raising his head. At this time, Xiao Mimi came to the living room wearing a tight black leather jacket and leather pants. Her long hair was fluttering and her body was enchanting. How could she look half-injured? Drawing talismans with a magical brush, but it will consume spiritual energy. When Ling Yun consumed 1/5 of the spiritual energy in his body, he stopped drawing the talismans and looked at the thick stack of fire talismans on the coffee table. Ling Yun's mouth twitched. Cold smile. Ling Yun gave Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu the clear healing talisman and the fiery fire talisman he drew just now, and asked Tai Xiaohu to tell Xiao Mimi how to use the talisman. The vellus hair dyed reddish-brown immediately turned white as if it had never been used. It's such a good baby. Every time Ling Yun used the magic brush, he could feel the extraordinariness of it, and he couldn't help but admire it with satisfaction. He only felt that the magic brush had sucked so many fairy spirits and dragons away. Reiki, do not feel sorry. When Ling Yun came out of the kitchen, he saw that Tang Meng was chattering and asking Tai Xiaohu for the fire talisman and Qingyu talisman. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled helplessly. You don't fight, why do you want that? Tang Meng was both wronged and indignant. Brother Yun, this is to save my sister-in-law, who said I didn't fight. Ling Yun smiled and said, just show me the way today. The three of us are enough for the fight. You don't need to worry about the rest. You want the fire talisman, right? I'll give it to you. Ling Yun took out an ordinary fire talisman made in the evening from his clothes and stuffed it into Tang Meng's hands. He asked with a smile, are you able to use it? Tang Meng slapped his chest and said, it's so simple, who wouldn't use it? Isn't it just aiming at the target you want to smash and shouting that, Lin? Ling Yun nodded and stopped talking nonsense. He instructed everyone to bring their own things, and then went out and got into the car first. Tai Xiaohu locked the main entrance and gate of the villa. The last one got into the car. The Humvee roared, turned around and left Villa number 1. In the back seat of the car, Ling Yun carefully checked his magical writing brush, leather needle bag, 7 jean steel nails, the fire talisman and the clear healing talisman, and then hugged Xiao Mimi's elastic waist and asked, tell me, what's the matter? What's the matter? Also, where's my Land Rover? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After 10 o'clock in the evening, there were few pedestrians on both sides of the road, and even the vehicles on the road were very sparse. The misty drizzle was falling from the hazy sky, and the Humvee was like an angry roaring lion. Under the drizzle, all the way to the west through the drizzle. Inside the car, Xiao Mimi completely disregarded Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu in front of her, and completely lay down her hot body in Ling Yun's arms. She did not perform any seductive tricks, but her eyes were like silk, her sexy mouth was slightly open, and she exhaled. Such as orchid. Xiao Mimi briefly recounted the whole process of the accident, and it was almost the same as Ling Yun's judgment. In the evening, after Ling Yun took the things Lin Menghan gave him and left, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi had dinner and rested for a while. Zhuang Meifeng, accompanied by Xiao Mimi, went to visit her grandfather's grave. As a result, just before the two arrived at the tombstone of Zhuang Meifeng's grandfather, they were surrounded by people who had been ambushed in advance. After they appeared, there was no nonsense at all. They grabbed Zhuang Meifeng and left. Zhuang Meifeng naturally struggled desperately, and Xiao Mimi shot to save people. I didn't expect that among the dozen people who came from the other side, there were 7 or 8 people below the 3rd floor after the day after tomorrow, and those on the 4th floor after the day after tomorrow. There are 3, and there are 3 others. Even Xiao Mimi can't see the strength of the other party. Xiao Mimi has just been promoted to the 3rd floor of the day after tomorrow. How could one person deal with so many people? Fortunately, the opponent's target is not her. Except for a person from the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow who seriously injured Xiao Mimi, the other 5 masters did not shoot. Xiao Mimi desperately broke through and escaped with serious injuries. On her way back to the rental house, she sent Ling Yun that text message. I really don't know how so many masters appeared all of a sudden. If it wasn't for those 6 people, I would definitely be able to save Zhuang Meifeng. Xiao Mimi said regretfully and apologetically. Ling Yun looked down at Xiao Mimi in her arms, raised her eyebrows, and said with a clear smile on the corner of her mouth, it's not Zhuang Meifeng or you that they have to deal with, it's me. The Sun family was able to engage in such a big battle. It was obvious that they had learned through some channel that the person who injured Sun Xing. It was Ling Yun, and he had already checked out Ling Yun's strength. Ling Yun thought to himself, no wonder there hasn't been any movement these days, and the co-author has been dispatching troops. This Sun Xing's mother, it seems very difficult. Quietly, he made arrangements in secret, and waited for Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng to drill. It's just that they didn't expect that they would accompany Zhuang Meifeng to sweep the tomb. It wasn't Ling Yun, so he just rushed for nothing and just grabbed Zhuang Meifeng and went back. As for Xiao Mimi's ability to escape with serious injuries, obviously, it was for her to come back to spread the letter, otherwise, Xiao Mimi would not have escaped, she would have been arrested even if she didn't die. 3 Ho Tian and 4th floor, Ling Yun didn't pay attention to it at all, he pondered for a while. Asked Xiao Mimi, what are the 3 people who you can't see the strength of? Xiao Mimi said without thinking, it's a monk, and there are 2 Taoist priests, a man and a woman. Ling Yun nodded and asked again, how was Zhuang Meifeng when you left? Xiao Mimi thought for a while and said, Zhuang Meifeng was pushed into the car by a middle-aged man. Listening to Zhuang Meifeng's tone, that person should be her uncle. The worry in Ling Yun's eyes subsided a lot. But he immediately switched to Senran's murderous intent. He thought about it carefully, and said to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who had been silent in front of him, you too, after you have sent me to the place, leave immediately, it's about tonight. I can't let you mix it up. Originally, Ling Yun wanted to take Tai Xiaohu to see the real fight, but now that Xiao Mimi said that the opponent had 3 people with unfathomable strength, he immediately dismissed the idea. Tang Meng shouted strangely, Brother Yun, I heard what Sister Xiao said just now. The enemy is very strong, but it can't be, because the enemy is strong. Should I retreat without a fight? That's absolutely not possible. Tai Xiaohu didn't speak, but shook his head firmly, expressing his position. Ling Yun said in a deep voice, Tang Meng, this is not the time to act with anger. This time, it's not that we go to Qingyun Film and Television to collect the bills. This time the matter is very serious, more serious than I thought. Not only will you not be able to help if you go, but it will confuse me. Tang Meng had never heard Ling Yun talk about what is acquired and innate, or how to train the body in qi, so he didn't know anything about the realm of a martial artist and the strength that each realm represented. Tang Meng stepped on the accelerator and said anxiously, Brother Yun, didn't you give me the fire talisman? I can't burn you to death. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, fire talisman? Those people's movement skills and moves are as fast as lightning. Before you can take it out, they will kill you in seconds. It's useless even if you carry a gun. Tang Meng was stunned for a moment, and murmured, then, what should I do? I can't watch you all alone in danger, right? Or, should I call my father directly? Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, okay, I understand your feelings better than anyone else, and you don't even think about it. It's reasonable and legal for Zhuang Meifeng's uncle to take her home. What's the use of calling the police? Now the situation is urgent, you listen to me. After sending me to the place, immediately return to Villa number 1 with Tai Xiaohu, and wait for us there to receive us. When Tang Meng saw that he couldn't help with anything, he couldn't help frowning and muttering, but. Tai Xiaohu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up, Brother Yun, since I'm following you, this life will be handed over to you, even if you go up the mountain and go down to the sea of fire, I will also be with you, you let Tang Meng go back, I won't go. This? Ling Yun hesitated, not knowing what to say for a while. When Tang Meng saw Tai Xiaohu say this, he immediately screamed, Brother Yun, Tai Xiaohu can live and die with you, so can I, don't say anything, I'll go with you, hee, burn one to death. It's one, and burning two is a pair. Seeing that the two good brothers insisted not to leave, Ling Yun shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. Xiao Mimi was lying in Ling Yun's arms, turned her head to look at the two people in front of her, and quietly extended a beautiful thumb to Ling Yun. In the western suburbs of Qingshui City, Zhuang's villa group. It is not so much a villa as it is a manor. This group of villas covers an area of 100 acres, which is comparable to an area in the Qingxi Villa area. From a high altitude, the Zhuang's villa complex is like a huge golf course. There are lush green trees, neat lawns, scattered small lakes or ponds, crystal clear, and 7 or 8 ultra-luxury villas. Scattered in the beautiful manner, each villa is splendidly illuminated by lights. Behind the villas, there are even special stables and small farms, so you don't need to buy what you want to eat. This group of villas is located in the western suburbs of Qingshui City, facing south. Dominate one side, incomparable style. This is the richest man in Shimizu City. The property of Zhuang Tianda, Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, is also the home of Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina. At this time, in the living room of the largest and most luxuriously decorated villa in the beautiful manor, a woman in her 50s, with a graceful and rich appearance, and even more distinguished dress, was akimbo. He scolded Zhuang Tianda with a bloody mouth. Zhuang Tianda, what do you think your shameless daughter is? Ah? Her marriage to my son is a blessing that your family has cultivated for more than 10 lifetimes. How dare you break off the marriage? Lay your joints, you have to introduce your daughter to my son's son Xing. If my son thinks she still looks like that, do you think I will agree? Now she wants to break off the marriage? I tell you. There is no door. That bitch, Zhuang Meifeng, dares to escape from the capital, to Qingshui City? Does she think she can escape my son and be free? Besides, what a wishful thinking. Let me tell you, my son came to Qingshui alone for your daughter's sake, and suffered so much trouble. Being beaten up like this, it's all your daughter's fault. Tonight, if you don't let her pour tea and water for my son, kowtow and admit her mistake, you can see how my mother cleans her up. Don't say I didn't remind you then. Also, after I clear up Ling Yun, the arrogant boy who beat my precious son without knowing how high the sky is, I will immediately take my son and your daughter back to the capital to get married. Your family, hurry up and prepare the dowry. One of the 7 major families in the capital, Niao Fenjiao, the grandson of the Sun family. The spit was flying, and he pointed at Zhuang Tianda, who was sitting there holding his head without saying a word, and scolded his face. That's really a cross. Although it was in Zhuang Tianda's house, he was even more ferocious and domineering than in his own home, and he was unscrupulous. Zhuang Tianda is 48 years old this year, he is not tall, his complexion is fair, His face is very fleshy, his eyes are piercing, and he is not ugly, but his thin lips destroy his gentle appearance, and he looks like a man. Kind of natural cool look. He is undoubtedly the supreme existence of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group worth tens of billions of dollars, but at this time, he was scolded by Niao Fen, rubbing his shiny hair with both hands, and said profusely, yes. Facing a big family like the Sun family, he could only say yes to the existence at the top of the Huaxia pyramid. Mom, don't say anything, I already have someone I love, I will only marry the person I love, and I won't marry Sun Xing if I die. Also on the second floor of this villa, in Zhuang Meifeng's bedroom, Zhuang Meifeng, who was extremely angry, said to her mother Zhao Baomen. Meifeng, Mom understands what you said, but when things are like this, Mom, I can't be the master. Zhao Baomen looked at her stubborn eldest daughter with a sad face, very helpless. She glanced at Zhuang Meina, her youngest daughter, who was sitting beside Zhuang Meifeng, and sighed, Meifeng, you should also be considerate of your father. Your father alone supports such a big business in the family. He wants the group to get better results. To develop, to open up the pharmaceutical market in the capital, and to gain a firm foothold in the capital, you must unite with the Sun family. You were born in a family like ours, you can say what you want, but some things cannot be entirely up to you. Such a family, talking about love, is really a very luxurious thing. Zhuang Meina interjected and said, Sister, you are true, what's wrong with marrying Sun Xing? You married into a wealthy family, our family has the support of the Sun family, and we can also gain a firm foothold in the capital, and want to develop the capital. Who dares to stop the market? Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at her sister and said, Our family already has so much money. Is the market in Beijing really that important? Can't we get the support of other families in the capital in other ways? Why do you have to sacrifice me? Love and marriage happiness? Whoever loves to marry whoever will marry, I won't marry anyway. Zhuang Meina knew that her sister's last words were for her, but she was nominally Xie Zhenyan's girlfriend, and she was secretly attracted to Ling Yun, so she said embarrassingly, Sister, I'm afraid you can't help not wanting to marry. You, no matter who you fall in love with, can his family be as powerful as the Sun family? Let me tell you, Aunt Niao called a lot of people from the family in the past 2 days, and Sun Xing was discharged from the hospital yesterday and moved to our house. He is in the villa next to him. He must be there tonight. I told you to go to his room. Now my mother and I are here to persuade you. Just hope you can accept this reality, and don't suffer too much. Zhuang Meifeng turned pale when she heard this, her face changed horribly, and exclaimed, What? At the same time, Sun Xing led 7 or 8 people into the living room on the first floor. He didn't even look at Zhuang Tianda, who was sitting on the sofa, but flattered his mother Niao Fenjiao, Mom, where's my daughter-in-law? Why haven't I gone yet? I can't sleep without her. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Niao Fenjiao scolded Zhuang Tianda for more than 10 minutes, and sprayed more than half a caddy of saliva alone. Her mouth was already dry, and she was sitting on the large and comfortable sofa drinking tea to moisten her throat. Seeing Sun Xing coming in, she quickly stood up in panic, holding Sun Xing's cheap monkey face, and said distressedly, Oh, my darling baby, what the hell is this, why did you get here? I'm here? Didn't my mother promise you that I must let that little bitch come to your room tonight to accompany you? Look at this little face, what if I catch a cold again? Sun Xing made a pleasing and anxious expression and said, Mom, it's been an hour since she was brought back. Why hasn't she passed? I can't wait. Niao Fenjiao curled her lips, raised her hand and poked Sun Xing's dry forehead, and said angrily, You child, Dao Chenglu has just healed your injury, can't you wait? That being said, Niao Fenjiao turned her head and cursed at Zhuang Tianda. I said Zhuang Tianda, I have said everything I should have said just now, and I also gave you an hour for your family to persuade him. Little bitch, how did you decide? Hurry up and say, my son is waiting for her daughter-in-law to go to bed with her. Zhuang Tianda looked at the 7 or 8 burly men standing behind Sun Xing's mother and son, and thought about the other 6 people in the villa where Sun Xing's family lived, and he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. The marriage was decided by him, and even now, he has not violated this marriage plan at all, but Zhuang Tianda felt really distressed when he saw his daughter's anguish and struggling when he was captured. It was obvious that as long as his eldest daughter entered Sun Xing's room tonight, she would definitely be devastated by the anxious Sun Xing. According to Sun Xing's reputation in the capital, Zhuang Tianda knew that the loss of her daughter tonight would be a trivial matter. Maybe he will be tortured by this pervert, Sun Xing. If her daughter married into the capital, it would be fine if she was out of sight and out of mind, but it was even more ridiculous. This is in my own home. No matter how you say it, the daughter is also the heart of the father. If you say that she is not distressed, it is absolutely false, but for the sake of the family, he has come this far, and Zhuang Tianda has to endure it. You have to endure it. Zhuang Tianda sighed secretly in his heart and cursed that he was a bastard. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, Mrs. Sun, don't worry, I'll go up and take that girl Mei Feng down, and let her take care of Sun Xing. Zhuang Tianda stood up, Niao Fengjiao's eyes full of shadows flashed a glimmer of smug disdain, and said coldly, it's better to hurry up, my son doesn't have that kind of patience. At this moment, Sun Xing suddenly smiled and said, Father-in-law, Zhuang Mei Feng is my daughter-in-law. How can I ask you to call her downstairs? Sun Xing turned his head and begged at Niao Fengjiao again, Mom, I want to go up by myself and take my daughter-in-law to my room. Niao Fengjiao raised her white greasy fat again, and poked Sun Xing's forehead lightly with her bright red nail polish finger, and said angrily, all right, it's up to you. Anyway, that bitch won't be able to run away anymore, look at how anxious you are. Sun Xing got Niao Fengjiao's permission. Turning his head and signaling with his thin chin, he led 3 burly men to the 2nd floor. Zhuang Tianda never dreamed that there would be such a mother and son in the big family in the capital. He was so tyrannical that he didn't even give him the face of a billionaire, and he didn't even bother to write about basic etiquette on the surface. He stared blankly at Sun Xing leading the 3 people upstairs, and opened his mouth to speak. However, Niao Fengjiao's cough was so frightened that she swallowed it back. How about the worth of tens of billions? If the Sun family wanted to move him, Zhuang Tianda, he didn't need money or power. Now, as long as Niao Fengjiao gave an order, the masters who were like wolves like tigers would kill their family on the spot, guaranteeing that there would be no trace of them. Will not stay. Even if they stayed, as long as the Sun family said hello at the top, it was guaranteed that no one would come down to investigate the matter. Besides, even if someone dares to come down to investigate, his family is all dead, can they still shake the Sun family? With the power of the Sun family, I want to find a few scapegoats to replace the dead ghosts, that guarantees that there are many Wuyang. He is rich, but the Sun family is not only rich, but also powerful and powerful. If you want Zhuang Tianda to be rich, you will be rich. If you want to kill you, it is no different from killing chickens and dogs. Niao Fengjiao pinched her waist with her right hand, sat down with her fat body twisted, coughed again, and smiled imposingly, my dear, look at these 2 children's good things are about to happen, should we? Have you discussed the dowry for your daughter's passing? Seeing her son go upstairs unhindered, Niao Fengjiao finally changed her name to Zhuang Tianda's in-laws, and stopped calling Zhuang Mei Feng a little bitch. When the Sun family married a daughter-in-law, they were not talking about betrothal gifts. They asked for a dowry. Only a family like the Sun family could do such a condescending gesture. Zhuang Tianda sat down in cold sweat, nodded and smiled, yes, yes. Niao Fengjiao seemed to enjoy the satisfaction of mastering everything. She raised her fat double chin proudly and said, that's right, in this case, I'll say hello to Sun Xing's father, and only wait for the 2 children to get married, let Zhuang's pharmaceutical group fully enter the northern market. A transaction is a transaction, and the superior also has the way of survival for the superior. If Zhuang Tianda married his daughter, if he could not enter the medical market centered on the capital, it would be not only the banker, but the Sun family who would be embarrassed. Therefore, although Niao Fengjiao is unparalleled to such an extent, she does not dare to mess around with such a major event that concerns the family's face. What should I do? This sentence finally comforted Zhuang Tianda's already numb mood. This is the difficulty of the rich. To say that Zhuang Tianda is in Qingshui City, he is a person who can be on an equal footing with Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, a well-deserved business tycoon, but once he has to face a family like the Sun family, he is still just that. It's just a reptile that eats fat. Sun Xing quickly came to the second floor and shouted with a broken gong-like voice, "My good daughter-in-law, which house are you in?" "Husband, I'm here to pick you up." When Zhuang Meifeng heard this shout in the bedroom, goosebumps suddenly appeared all over her body, her cold hair stood upright, and she felt extremely disgusting in her heart. Although it was still one level away, Zhuang Meifeng was already Ling Yun's woman. She heard that Sun Xing was living in her house just now. Although Hua Rong was terrified, she quickly calmed down. Own clean reputation. And chastity, never allow anyone to blaspheme. No one can do it except Ling Yun. I would rather die than cheat a scumbag bastard like Sun Xing. Although Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun have only been together for a short period of 4 or 5 days, Ling Yun's incomparable pride and perseverance in his heart gave Zhuang Meifeng an unprecedented spiritual shock and impact. In the private room of Shangdao Coffee. On the sofa in the rental house, in Ling Yun's bedroom. In the newly bought bathtub in the bathroom, the two of them had played and comforted each other to the fullest. Every bit between Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun, she deeply stayed in the deepest part of her mind, and she will never forget it. She is Ling Yun's woman, no matter whether Ling Yun is by her side or not, she will stick to everything she has, even if it is exchanged for death, she will have no regrets. Zhuang Meifeng has already prepared for the worst. Except for the slight regret of not being able to take one last look at the big boy who made her tremble, Zhuang Meifeng had no fear in her heart. Hearing the cluttered footsteps that were getting closer, Zhuang Meifeng smiled and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip and stood up. "Sister." Zhuang Meina looked at the divine brilliance on Zhuang Meifeng's face that had never been seen before. She had never been so arrogant, cold, and charming, she was completely stunned. "Meina, get out of the way for me," Zhuang Meifeng said calmly to Zhuang Meina. Zhuang Meina stepped aside in a daze. Zhuang Meifeng slightly tidied up her clothes that were slightly messy because of her struggles, brushed her long wine-red hair, and walked out of her bedroom with her feet raised. "Ling Yun, I'm your woman, I understand your pride, and I won't shame you." Zhuang Meifeng looked at death as if at home, under the complicated gazes of Zhao Baman and Zhuang Meina. Went out gently. She stood pretty at the door, and said to Sun Xing, who was chasing around like a headless fly, with an indifferent tone, "Sun Xing, don't shout, I'm not your daughter-in-law, I have nothing to do with you, not before, not now, and never again." When Sun Xing saw that Zhuang Meifeng came out by herself, she was shocked by Zhuang Meifeng's invincible beauty, but after hearing her words, she suddenly laughed as if she had discovered a new world. "Ha ha ha. Okay, it's delicious." Sun Xing's eyes flashed with brutal animalistic lust, pointing to Zhuang Meifeng's face and smiling, "Zhuang Meifeng, you can pretend to me now, if you don't, I still think it's boring to play with you." After speaking, Sun Xing's smile faded, a wicked light flashed in his eyes, he ran to Zhuang Meifeng in a few steps, grabbed Zhuang Meifeng's wine-red long hair, and put it in his arms. Last Saturday, he wanted to kill Zhuang Meifeng, and because of that incident, he was beaten to death by Ling Yun. Until Lu Deming and Daoist Lu came to treat him in person, he could walk on the ground. Naturally, he held a grudge against Zhuang Meifeng, and it was impossible to pity Zhang. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't avoid it, and was staggered by Sun Xing, but she gritted her teeth and raised her head sharply. Sun Xing didn't take Zhuang Meifeng's head into his arms, but only picked out a lock of her long wine-red hair. Sun Xing smiled, took Zhuang Meifeng's hair to the front of his nose and sniffed, and said arrogantly, "My young master Sunday playing with so many virgins in the capital, I have never seen you so stubborn. Well, I will train you tonight and see how long you can be tough with me." At this time, Zhuang Meina and her mother, Zhao Baomen, came to the door from the house. When Zhuang Meina saw that her sister was being bullied by Sun Xing, she couldn't help but said, "Brother Sun, my sister is your future daughter-in-law, so you can't be right. Is she gentle?" Before Sun Xing could speak, Zhuang Meifeng suddenly endured the burning pain on her head and scolded Zhuang Meina, "Meina, don't talk nonsense, I will never be his daughter-in-law." Sun Xing looked at Zhuang Meina with a pair of colored eyes and said, "Oh, I said sister-in-law, do you want to be gentle? Or, you and your sister will play in my room together?" Zhuang Meina was just a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. She blushed at what Sun Xing said, and she held back her breath and wanted to scold her, but when she saw the 3 bodyguards behind Sun Xing, who were staring at her. At that time, for some reason, he swallowed the words back. Zhuang Meina began to admire her sister's courage. Zhao Baomen really couldn't bear it. She sighed inwardly, knowing that this was pushing her daughter into the fire pit. She defended her, "Young master Sun, look, I have persuaded Mei Feng for a while. Didn't you come out as soon as you called her? For my sake, please don't embarrass her too much." Sun Xing moved his eyes away from Zhuang Meina's chest, glanced at Zhao Baomen in disdain, and snorted from his nostrils, "Okay, as long as Zhuang Meifeng obediently goes back to the house, I won't embarrass her." But he muttered in his heart, "No wonder 2 beautiful flowers can be born. My mother-in-law is so old, and still has the charm. This figure, tsk. Sun Xing finally set his eyes on Zhuang Meifeng, squinted, and said, "Let's go?" Although Zhuang Meifeng has the heart to die, she is now defenseless and does not want to die in front of her mother and sister. She can only choose to follow Sun Xing downstairs and silently look for opportunities. As for resistance, don't even think about it. Zhuang Meifeng knew that in front of this group of people brought by Sun Xing, she would be stopped at the slightest change, let alone resist. "Mom, sister, you have to take care of yourself in the future." Zhuang Meifeng said these words quietly, and took the first step towards the stairs. When she came downstairs soon, Zhuang Meifeng didn't even look at Zhuang Tianda, who was sitting on the sofa. When she passed by behind Zhuang Tianda, she paused for a while, looked at the door, and said indifferently, "Dad, this is the last time for me. Calling your father, what your daughter owes you will be paid back to you tonight, and from now on, we will have nothing to do with you. Endless grace." After Zhuang Meifeng finished speaking, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from a pair of beautiful Danfeng eyes, and the tears spilled onto the front of her clothes. Zhuang Tianda turned his back to his daughter, and shivered suddenly upon hearing this. He clenched his thin lips with his teeth, and felt a monstrous remorse in his heart. A big question arose in Zhuang Tianda's mind, is it worth doing this for the family's business? But Niao Fenjiao didn't buy it at all, because this kind of thing is so common among the big families in the capital. She even scolded Zhuang Tianda, "Look at the good daughter you educated, you introduced her to a family like us, but it's like pushing her into a fire pit. Not only does he not appreciate it, but he also wants to cut off the father-daughter relationship with you." These words seemed to add fuel to the fire, and it seemed to make the situation worse. Zhuang Tianda's body trembled again, but he still clenched his teeth and had nothing to say. It was the first time that he wanted to go back on his words, but unfortunately, everyone already knew that the raw rice was about to be cooked, and it was too late to say anything now. Zhuang Meifeng stepped forward again, and quickly walked out of the door of the villa and walked into the cold wind and rain. Sun Xing sneered and followed her, staring at Zhuang Meifeng's graceful water-snake waist and round buttocks. "Raise the poor tent. Don't look at it, even if the King of Heaven is here tonight, I can't save you. Just accept your fate. You can pretend, the more you pretend, the more exciting I feel. Seeing Zhuang Meifeng standing in the misty drizzle, Sun Xingho said with a sneer. Stop. What are you doing? Outside the gate of the Zhuang family's villa complex, 12 security guards from the Zhuang family rushed out and stopped the roaring Humvee. Ling Yun didn't wait for the Humvee to stop, he pushed the door and jumped out of the car. Stop, what are you doing? This is a private residence, you are not allowed to break in. In the misty drizzle, Ling Yan's mouth curled into a charming and calm smile. Murderer. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand. It's raining all over the sky. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The lights at the gate were dim, but not dim. In the drizzle, a dozen silver lights flew out from Ling Yan's raised hands like lightning, without even the sound of breaking wind. Before the 12 security guards could make any move, immediately submerged into their bodies. Ah. Hush. The 12 security guards only felt that a certain part of their body was brushed cold, and a large needle 2 inches long penetrated into the body, but they did not feel any obvious pain, so they all went numb, and all fell down. On the ground, Ling Yun's vigorous figure like a dragon flew up into the sky in the drizzle, the rabbits rose and falcons fell, and the 10,000 miles of gods walked out, and quickly came to the front of the 12 people. Several caves. Ling Yun's technique was extremely subtle. After ordering them, the 12 people didn't even want to move tonight, they couldn't even speak. But Zhuang Tianda's tens of billions of property, such a huge group of manor and villas, naturally, it is impossible for only these dozen or so housekeepers to guard the house. These 12 people are just the security guards watching the gate. From the gate of the manor to the villa where Zhuang Tianda's family lived, there was at least 300 meters away. On both sides of this wide curved road, there were neat rows of trees. With the 2 slams of the guard, in the woods on both sides of the wide road inside the door, hundreds of burly men, all tall, armed with sticks and equipment, rushed to the door as if they were dying. Sure enough, I was prepared. This is the longmen formation, waiting for me to drill. Looking at the hundreds of people rushing up in the dark, Ling Yun sneered. He didn't retreat, he advanced, and his figure didn't even pause. He went up to meet him, grabbed a large needle, and raised his hand to raise it. Shichichi. The sound of a big needle breaking into the wind rang out, and the security guards rushed to the front one after another. Ling Yun's eyes were like electricity, and he saw the big needle that he sent out. He was actually evaded by 7 or 8 people, and a light smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, I didn't expect that there are a few good players among these people. My wife's family background is not bad. Those who can avoid Ling Yan's flying needles in a crisis are naturally the personal bodyguards that Zhuang Tianda hired for himself and his family. The banker has a family business of tens of billions of dollars, and every important member of the family is the target of the kidnappers' drooling. Therefore, just in case, Zhuang Tianda specially hired 40 or 50 bodyguards. Make them responsible for keeping their family members safe. These dozens of bodyguards are not vegetarians. Most of them are from special forces, and some of them are professional bodyguards hired from bodyguard companies. All of them are very skilled. Just pick one of them, and they can play more than a dozen by themselves. An ordinary strong man, completely effortless. Now, with the masters of the Sun family sitting in the villa, Zhuang Tianda's own bodyguards are naturally not available. Therefore, he obeyed Niao Fenjiao's orders and placed these dozens of bodyguards at the gate, forming the first line of defense against him. These dozens of good bodyguards were mixed with another 50 or 60 ordinary security guards. They had been waiting in the woods on both sides of the road for more than half an hour. Now, seeing that there were people who dared to break into the house at night, they naturally swarmed out. The second one who flew out of the Hummer was naturally Xiaomimi on the third floor of the day after tomorrow. As soon as she got out of the car, she didn't stop, and a little toes, a sexy and hot figure rose into the air and landed next to Ling Yun. Facing the hundreds of enemies rushing up, Ling Yun seemed to be unaware. He turned his head to look at the frost on the blindfold. Xiaomimi, whose beautiful eyes were full of icy murderous intent, smiled and said, "They are only responsible, they are not to blame, as long as they are restrained, don't really kill people." Xiaomimi listened and pursed her sexy lips and smiled. Qianjiabai glanced at Ling Yun and said, "People know it." Watching this battle, you can see that the group of people who are blocking the door now are just some little scoundrels who are slightly stronger than ordinary people. While Ling Yun was speaking, he once again threw a large needle out with the technique of flooding the sky, and immediately another 8 or 9 people fell to the ground with a groaning groan. After a while, more than 20 of the 100 or so people had lost their fighting power. Although the remaining bodyguards and security guards were many, they saw Ling Yun's aura, and fear rose in their hearts. Ling Yun turned his head and said to Tai Xiaohu, who got out of the car and rushed up, "You are not allowed to use a knife, hit me in." Tai Xiaohu silently ran the Dian Star gathering treasure, his eyes flashed with excitement, he nodded heavily, geared up, leaned forward, and couldn't wait. This kid is a real militant. Ha ha ha, boss, it's really cool how you play with flying needles. You must teach me about this. Tang Meng was the last to get out of the car. In fact, his speed in getting off was not slow, but compared with the three of them, Ling Yun, Xiaomimi, Tai Xiaohu, of course they were behind. It was the first time Tang Meng had seen such a big fight with hundreds of people. He was both nervous and excited. When he saw Ling Yun raised his hand, a dozen people fell to the ground. He was so excited that his chest was about to burst, yelling. Ling Yun looked at the ordinary fire talismans that he had given him in his hands, and ran over with a strange cry. He smiled, and said, "Our brothers have seen many scenes like this in the future, why are you so nervous? Relax." Ling Yun grabbed a few clear healing talismans, and stuffed them into Tang Meng's hands, telling him, "If you accidentally get hurt, just use this." After speaking, Ling Yun turned his head and looked a few meters away from the dense crowd of about 80 people, and said coldly, "Today's affairs have nothing to do with you, just leave me if you are interested, don't blame me for being ruthless. Come on, run past me." After Ling Yun finished speaking, with Xiaomimi and Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng followed closely behind the three of them, bullied him forward, and rushed into the crowd of enemies in the blink of an eye. Ling Yun took the lead. Tai Xiaohu, who was like an iron tower, was on the left, and Xiaomimi, who was exquisite and hot, was on the right. When these three people rushed, the 70 or 80 people in front of them were simply meat on the chopping block, were knocked to the ground by chopping melons and vegetables, and no longer had the ability to resist. Among the crowd, the flying needles are naturally useless for close hand-to-hand combat, but Ling Yun's hands are more useful than any flying needles. It's just a matter of falling to the ground. Ling Yun didn't let Tai Xiaohu use a knife, he grabbed a security stick from a security guard's hand, and smashed it all the way, making it a lot of fun. He is now at the second level of Dian Juxing Baojue, and he will immediately advance to the third level. Even if a stick occasionally hits Tai Xiaohu's body, he doesn't feel any pain or itching, so it's just a massage. As for Xiaomimi, Xiaomimi is too lazy to take action, because the enemies around her have already been brought down by Ling Yun in front of her. She is now staring at a pair of charming big eyes, watching the big boy on the left in front of her strolling leisurely. I just feel that no matter how I look, I can't see enough. Tang Meng followed behind the three of them, as if they were shopping. He didn't have any role in intervening at all. It was just that this kid had a dark heart and occasionally stepped on the people who had been knocked down by Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu. Among the hundreds of people, there are always 20 or 30 people who do not abide by professional ethics. When they see their colleagues and friends around them fall to the ground, they are scared to back away quietly, and they dare not approach these 4 people again. In less than a minute, the 4 of them were killed from the crowd. Tang Meng smiled and turned around to admire the victory. He saw that all those who dared to stop Ling Yan's advance, except for the 20 or so who were hiding by the side of the road and did not dare to come up, all tossed to the ground, fell to the ground. Tang Meng raised his hand and pointed at the other 20 people, and shouted, "Tell you guys, all of them stay here and don't move, otherwise, the fallen people will be your fate." However, Ling Yan didn't look back, and said to Tai Xiaohu behind him, "Tai Xiaohu, you and Tang Meng will walk slowly behind, Xiao Mimi and I will go first." These little gangsters really didn't deserve to be beaten. Ling Yan was anxious to see Zhuang Meifeng, and after removing the threat and frightening their courage, he didn't bother to stop any longer. He wrapped Xiao Mimi's soft and slender waist with his right hand, and performed 1,000 miles of walking, rushed forward like lightning. Tai Xiaohu threw away the stick in his hand, glanced helplessly at Tang Meng, who was behind him, and frowned. "I won't let you come, but you want to come, you see, it's become a burden, right? Don't worry about it, let's go." After he finished speaking, he didn't bother to care about Tang Meng, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed forward with Ling Yan. "Hey, wait for me, I'll wipe." Tang Meng panicked when he saw that Tai Xiaohu had run to 7 or 8 meters away in the blink of an eye. He quickly used his strength to suckle, and Sayazi chased after him. Ling Yan performed his 10,000-mile walk, and with a single leap, it was more than 20 meters. After a dozen vertical jumps, the villa where Zhuang Tianda's family lived was already in front of him. "My wife is panicking, don't be afraid, my husband is here too." Ling Yan shouted loudly before he even got to the villa. The sound was like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring, at least 2 kilometers away in the quiet night sky. Ling Yan's voice was using the supreme sound technique of the world of cultivation, Shenlongxiao. Compared with Shenlongxiao, Shenma Budaman's lion roar is not even a scum. This shout was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, swaying the eardrums of everyone in the manor. The Tibetan mastiffs and famous horses raised in the kennels and stables in the manor were barking and neighing for a while. To rob a wife, all you want is an aura. Ling Yan came in a hurry today, and he was not fully prepared. He didn't know what kind of situation he was going to face next, so he was the first to take the lead and overwhelm the other party with his aura. The reason why he chose to knock down the 100 or so people before entering, of course, is to create momentum and shock the opponent. In the 2 adjacent luxury villas, everyone heard Ling Yan's earth-shattering dragon roar, and couldn't help being moved at the same time. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Crack. When Niao Fenjiao heard the shout, she slapped the table fiercely, a sinister smile flashed on her face covered in makeup, and she said sternly, "What a boy who doesn't know how high the sky is, how dare he come here? Now, the old lady will let you come and go today." Zhuang Tianda shivered all over, the expression on his face could not tell whether he was happy or worried, and he stood up from the sofa long ago. Zhao Baomen and Zhuang Meina, who had already come to the first floor, heard this shout and subconsciously blocked their ears, then looked at each other in shock, not knowing how to face them for a while. Ba. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. In the living room of the villa adjacent to the east, a fat monk stood up at the same time with 2 Taoists, a man and a woman. The 3 looked at each other and saw the eyes of the other, the shock and murder. At this time, Sun Xing had followed Zhuang Meifeng to the steps of the villa on the east side, and Zhuang Meifeng in front of him was only 8 steps away from the steps of the villa. Zhuang Meifeng took another step gently. With all her thoughts in despair, she was about to hit the stone pillar beside the steps when she heard Ling Yan shouting. Sun Xing noticed Zhuang Meifeng's change and shouted that it was not good, so he wanted to rush to stop it. At this moment, he heard Ling Yan's shout, and he was so frightened that he quickly shrank his head and hid behind the 3 masters who rushed over. Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yan would definitely come, and she was also convinced that after Ling Yan knew that she committed suicide in order to preserve her virginity, she would definitely find a way to avenge her, but she never thought that Ling Yan would come so quickly. So timely. Zhuang Meifeng's mobile phone was searched after she was caught, and she also saw with her own eyes that Xiao Mimi was severely injured and vomited blood by a master, and her life and death were unknown. Originally, Ling Yan's attitude towards Xiao Mimi was getting better and better. The relationship between the two became more and more intimate, and even Xiao Mimi dedicated herself to Ling Yan in her bedroom. Can't get rid of it. Zhuang Meifeng naturally had a grudge against Xiao Mimi. Especially in the past 2 days, she has even treated Xiao Mimi with a cold eye, but she never imagined that when she was caught in danger, Xiao Mimi would desperately save her. When she saw Xiao Mimi was in the fight, her body was injured again, and blood was splashing everywhere, but she still wanted to rush up and take her away. Zhuang Meifeng burst into tears, struggling desperately and shouting to let Xiao Mimi go first. Leave yourself alone. But Zhuang Meifeng didn't see Xiao Mimi running away until she pulled her car away. Therefore, she didn't know whether Xiao Mimi was alive or dead, and no one told her this. If Xiao Mimi was killed on the spot, then she would naturally not be able to pass the news of her abduction to Ling Yan, then everything would be put aside, but even if Xiao Mimi could tell Ling Yan about this in time, would he be able to rush over in time? Zhuang Meifeng knew. At that time, Ling Yan was still eating at the Xuanhuan villa. Even if Ling Yan could receive the letter, how long would it take him to find himself after rushing back to the city? In front of such an anxious Sun Xing, how long can he resist? Moreover, her father and the Sun family obviously had the same nostril, and her father had completely sold herself. She knew that there were more than 100 bodyguards and security guards in her family. In addition to the experts brought by the Sun family, Ling Yan had come, and she was still there. How sure are you to save yourself from so many people's noses? Therefore, although Zhuang Meifeng eagerly hopes that Ling Yan can appear in front of her, and that she can take another look at her lover before she dies, she even hopes that Ling Yan will not come and take risks alone. Everything started because of her. Zhuang Meifeng could die, but she didn't want Ling Yan to be hurt in the slightest. Zhuang Meifeng stood at the door. Through the misty rain and fog, both eyes looked at the small bungalow that Ling Yan rented, which carried the happiness she had never experienced before, and the bits and pieces of Ling Yan were replayed like a rewind of the camera, with tears in her eyes. With a sweet smile on his face. It wasn't until Sun Xing waited impatiently and stepped forward to push her, that she glanced at Sun Xing coldly and said with disgust, "Don't touch me, I will go by myself." Zhuang Meifeng stared at the door of the villa on the east, the white marble round stone pillar on the west side of the steps, with a smile on his face, and walked over step by step with firm eyes. That pure white round stone pillar was her goal and her place of death. As long as she walked there, she would slam into it desperately to keep the festival. 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. Just as Zhuang Meifeng bit her teeth and was about to smash her head against the stone pillar, Ling Yan's voice sounded like a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring. My crush is an unparalleled hero. I know that one day he will appear in a highly anticipated situation, wearing a golden armor and stepping on 7 colored clouds, to marry me. One of Zhuang Meifeng's favorite movies is Star-Lord's Westward Journey. She can memorize all the classic lines in it, especially after Fairy Zixia was arrested. She said this sentence with confidence and infinite longing. This sentence is definitely a dream for every 18 or 19-year-old Huaichen girl, a dream that can only be imagined in the heart, but can never be realized. Whenever Zhuang Meifeng revisits the classics and sees Fairy Zixia say these words, she can't help but shed tears. Her love and thoughts are boundless, and she only hopes that she is the happy Zixia fairy in the movie. Hearing Ling Yan's refusal to drink, Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful eyes flashed with joy that could not be expressed in words. She turned her head suddenly like crazy. At this moment, Ling Yan just jumped 30 meters, and his body was gliding in midair like a big bird, and instantly landed 10 meters away from Zhuang Meifeng. Wife, what are you doing? Don't you want to slam into the pillar if I don't marry you? This is a big deal, it should be spanked. Ling Yun knew what Zhuang Meifeng wanted to do when he saw Zhuang Meifeng's actions. He knew that Zhuang Meifeng looked cold and arrogant, but his heart was like fire. He was afraid that Zhuang Meifeng would be in a hurry due to surprises, so he smiled and joked that the two of them often joked. Husband. Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yun's real magic weapon had descended from the sky and appeared in front of her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her delicate body twisted. She didn't know where the strength came from. Rush to Ling Yun. Of the 3 people in charge of protecting Sun Xing, one of them suddenly stretched out an arm and lightly stopped it. Zhuang Meifeng immediately felt that there was an iron gate in front of her. No matter how hard she struggled, this man's arm would not move at all, blocking her body tightly. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't rush past. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Yun's eyes, his handsome eyes narrowed into a slit. Looking at the person who calmly stopped Zhuang Meifeng, he said, "You will be the first to die." Then he looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was struggling desperately, put on a tender and loving expression, and said with a calm smile, "Wife, you are in your own home, what are you doing in such a hurry? No? Stay there and don't move, take a good rest for a while, and you will be busy with your energy later." Ling Yun gave Zhuang Meifeng a sly look and gestured comfortably. Zhuang Meifeng is being Shua smart. Although she was surprised at this time, she was secretly worried about Ling Yun. After seeing Ling Yun's eyes, she quickly forced herself to calm down. The enemy looked around. Zhuang Meifeng didn't want to cause any trouble for Ling Yun. At this moment, she chose to trust Ling Yun 10,000%. Originally, she had the heart to die. No matter whether Ling Yun could save her or not, Zhuang Meifeng could see Ailang coming to save her. She was already satisfied and had no regrets. Brush. A graceful figure with an extremely sexy and hot body flashed from a distance, and soon fell to Ling Yun's side. Zhuang Meifeng took a closer look and was instantly stunned. "Sister Xiao, you." Zhuang Meifeng was shocked when she saw Xiao Mimi appearing in front of her intact, and she was speechless. In front of Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi deliberately stood more than a meter away beside Ling Yun. She smiled charmingly at Zhuang Meifeng, indicating that she was all right. Just as Xiao Mimi appeared, Ling Yun noticed that among the 3 people standing in front of Sun Xing, one of them, a young man in his 30s, suddenly had a shocked expression on his face, so he turned back and asked leisurely, "Was it him who hurt you?" He raised his hand and pointed. Xiao Mimi's eyes flashed with icy murderous intent. Her pretty face was covered in frost for thousands of years, and she nodded in hatred. Ling Yun smiled lightly and turned around, still pointing his finger at the young man. "Report your name, I will let you die last tonight." That young man is a master of the acquired peak of the 4th floor. He has obviously seen a lot of strange things. He quickly tried to force himself to calm down, and said with a smile, "Sure Jian." Ling Yun nodded, looking at this guy's square and upright appearance. His whole person was like a rock, and he joked, "He's just like his name, not bad." "My God. It's actually you." Ling Yun. Suddenly, there was a shocking scream at the door of Zhuang Tianda's villa. From Ling Yun's divine dragon roar to now, although it's a long story, it's actually less than 30 seconds. After Niao Fenjiao stood up, she walked out of the villa with the 5 people behind her slowly. Zhuang Tianda followed closely, and the last ones who came out were naturally his wife Zhao Baomen and his youngest daughter Zhuang Meina. Zhuang Meina came to the door, and after looking around for a while, when she saw the appearance of the big boy standing in the thin rain and fog, she suddenly exclaimed. "It turns out that the person my sister said that she loved was Ling Yun." Zhuang Meina's surprised expression did not change. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth was wide open, but her eyes were full of dead gray, and her face was pale. She is going to take the college entrance examination, so Zhuang Tianda has never let her have any contact with the Sun family, so she has no idea that the Sun family has set up such a big battle, and they have to deal with Ling Yun, who has been in the limelight in Qingshui No. 1 middle school. But what surprised her the most was that she had just started to fall in love with Ling Yun, but she was surprised to find that this time, her sister had taken the lead. "Mena, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Baomen asked in amazement when he noticed Shuang Mena's strangeness. An eldest daughter is already doomed, and if something happens to the younger daughter, she will not live as a mother. This is impossible. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Shuang Mena couldn't believe what she saw. After muttering a few words to herself, she suddenly rushed down the steps desperately, and shouted at the same time, "Ling Yun, why are you here?" Ling Yun was in danger, but he even waved at Shuang Mena with a smile, and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, don't call me Ling Yun in the future, you should call me brother-in-law instead." Shuang Meifeng heard Ling Yun say these words in front of her parents and in front of so many people. She couldn't keep the calm on her face. She was extremely embarrassed, but her heart was very sweet and happy. At a glance. Copy address access. Shuang Mena instantly stopped her rushing footsteps. She stood between the two sides facing off, looked at Ling Yun, and then looked back at her sister, at a loss, not knowing what to do. "Humph. This is the good daughter trained by your dealer. It seems that this little girl from your family is also in love with that Ling Yun." Seeing this, Niao Finjiao snorted coldly from her nostrils, and mocked Shuang Tianda behind her. It was already 10:30 in the evening, the night was dark, and it was drizzling. In addition, the Bankers Villa Group was located in the western suburbs of Qingshui City. It was extremely quiet during the day, let alone in the middle of the night. Niao Finjiao's words came into the ears of everyone present, and Shuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen were stunned at the same time. While Shuang Mena was at a loss, she didn't hear what Niao Finjiao said at all. Shuang Meifeng's delicate body, but it trembled violently. Through the silky rain and fog, her beautiful eyes looked at Shuang Mena, who was at a loss in the field. Seeing her blank-eyed, helpless and dazed appearance, isn't that what a girl does when she has the person she really likes? Shuang Meifeng wondered secretly in her heart, didn't her younger sister like that playboy Xie Zhenyan? When did she empathize and fall in love with Ling Yun? However, after recalling Ling Yun's various performances against the sky, she couldn't help sighing softly. Her eyesight was several times higher than her sister's, and Ling Yun was fascinated by it. Willing to die for him, not to mention his own sister. A toad has actually fascinated the banker's two swans like this. "Ling Yun, you can die tonight, without regrets." Niao Finjiao was still standing on the steps of the villa, and did not walk into the rain, although she was also shocked by Ling Yun's charming and sexy face. But the mouth is very vicious. She put out such a big battle with all her might, with only one purpose. It is to let Ling Yun die. There is no second possibility. What the hell? Are you blind? Where have you seen Lao Tzu, such a handsome toad? Ling Yun will never suffer any loss, of course, he immediately retorted. This sentence made Niao Finjiao angry. Looking at the entire capital and even the whole of China, who would dare to scold her like that? Niao Finjiao's fat body was trembling all over. She stretched out her fat fingers to point at Ling Yun and said, "I'm just a little scumbag who has learned a little martial arts, and I feel like I've become number one in the world. How dare you scold me? Look at me. I won't chop you up and feed the dog tonight." When Sun Xing saw his mother came out, and saw Ling Yun's delay in moving, he immediately became more courageous. He moved his body, flashed out from behind Shi Jian, pointed at Ling Yun and scolded, "Ling Yun, am I kidding you? When I was in the capital, who dared to touch my finger? You dared to hit me, he also robbed my wife. Before I kill you tonight, I will let you watch your dick and let the dog eat it." Well, Sun Xing really didn't know. Every sentence he said touched Ling Yun's back. "I have seen someone who is courting death, but I have never seen someone who is courting death like this. From now on, in Ling Yan's eyes, Sun Xing is already a dead person, a dead person. Ling Yan didn't even wrinkle his brows, he just smiled lightly, and his eyes swept across. Look at the few people who came out of the villa to the east. What caught Ling Yan's attention the most was a fat monk with big ears, a red face, 9 ring scars on his head, and a very thick meditation stick in his right hand. The other 2 were 2 Taoist priests, with whisks in their hands, a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 40s, with a bun on his head, a long horse face, a hooked nose, thin, and he wore an extremely gorgeous Taoist robe. Wearing it without any immortal appearance, it can only show a nondescript and gloomy meaning. As for the expressionless female Taoist nun, she is also dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe. She is less than 40 years old. She looks pretty and has a charm. She has a whisk in her hand. The only thing that destroys her beauty is that the nun has a pair of triangular eyes. When one piece is combined, a fierce color is looming. Ling Yan knew what Xiao Mimi was talking about, and naturally it was the 2 monks. Not to mention that Xiao Mimi couldn't see the depth of their strength, even Ling Yan couldn't tell. However, Ling Yan was sure that no matter which of these 3 people, they were higher than the Diba realm that he had just killed. Although it was not much higher, if it was one-on-one, at least there would be no problem in defeating Diba. These 2 monks are naturally the 3 people that Diba saw on the top of Longpan Mountain. This fat monk, whose name is Mieching Master, was born in Shaolin. The male Taoist is naturally Lu Deming and Lu Daochang, an old Taoist of Maoshan. The female Taoist girl is called Miexin Shirtai, but she is in the world of the Hidden World sect of Pure Heart View. Disciple. Diba looks good. If these 3 people want to divide the realm of strength, Despairing Love should be at the peak of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow, Lu Deming is in the middle of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow, and Shirtai's cultivation base is the highest, in the early stage of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. The realm of a person is above the Killer Land 8 in the middle stage of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow. What made Ling Yan secretly stern was the silent, seemingly ordinary middle-aged scribe standing behind the 3 monks. This middle-aged scribe is of average height, with an unremarkable appearance and dull eyes. Standing there naturally, it is difficult to attract anyone's attention, but it gives Ling Yan a kind of feeling that he is both in the field and out of the way. Weird feeling. It's no wonder Ling Yan's heart is awe-inspiring, because this middle-aged scholar is called He Xingyan, and his strength is at the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. He belongs to the same level as Dugumo. Hidden weapon of the side door, this tactic of inviting June into the urn tonight as a leisurely work, is what he gave to Niao Finjiao. Too bad. Ling Yan cried inwardly, facing the 4 people who couldn't see the depths of his own. Even if his phantom fish and dragon footwork was invincible, how long could he last without the support of spiritual energy? Ling Yan complained in his heart, but his face still had a calm expression on his face. Under his thoughts, he pretended to turn his head leisurely and looked around, but he carefully looked at the surrounding environment and studied the escape route. Looking at this, Ling Yan found that it was even worse. There were neat lawns all around, and the nearest dense forest was 40 meters away. Even if he fled with Shuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi with all his strength, he couldn't escape the cooperation of these 4. Chase. And Ling Yan couldn't escape, because at this time, Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng had already come to Ling Yan's side. Together, with Xiao Mimi, the 4 stood side by side. Well, I can only fight hard. It's really not good. After I rescued Shuang Meifeng, I'll hold the 4 of them with all my might, and then let Xiao Mimi escape with the 3 of them. Thinking of this, Ling Yan suddenly gathered together and told Xiao Mimi what she had learned and the plan in her heart, and asked her to take the opportunity to escape with the 3 of them. When Xiao Mimi heard this, if it weren't for her cruel training, she had a calm that ordinary people couldn't achieve. She would have almost exclaimed. Even more powerful than Diba, then they are all existences that can kill themselves in seconds, and the opponents are numerous, so how can Ling Yun deal with this? Xiao Mimi's face was slightly pale, but she didn't have the ability to focus on the sound, so she could only nodded slightly calmly. Tang Meng was the last to arrive, and he was still immersed in the joy of victory over the 100 people just now, so when he saw Zhuang Meifeng, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, Brother Yun and I are here to save you." "You came?" Zhuang Meifeng smiled and nodded, but did not speak. After Sun Xing scolded Ling Yun and saw that he didn't speak back, he thought Ling Yun was scared, and his arrogance became even more arrogant. "Don't even look at whose territory this is, or who is Zhuang Meifeng's wife, sister-in-law? Your sister-in-law is also called by you?" Of course Tang Meng wasn't the one who didn't retaliate when someone scolded him. He immediately pointed at Sun Xing's nose and scolded, "I wipe, you don't even look at the bear-like appearance of you, the whole thing is just one. Just a stunted monkey, still want my sister Meifeng to marry you? Hurry up and take a piss on your own stinky virtue." Sun Xing and Tang Meng are scolding each other every word, and no one will let anyone else, but Sun Xing's articulation is really not as clever as Tang Meng's, and he will soon be unable to speak back, so he can only open his mouth there. Ling Yun has been secretly looking for an opportunity to save people, but the young man standing in front of Zhuang Meifeng never gave in, while Shi Jian stared at Ling Yun vigilantly, protecting Sun Xing all the time, so that he had no chance at all. "Take the opportunity." Tang Meng's last words were really unpleasant. They scolded the 18th generation of Sun Xing's mother's ancestors. Niaofan shivered shyly, and finally couldn't help but said, "Shut up." Then, without turning her head, she ordered, "Palm mouth." The two of them came out in response, flew down the steps, came into the rain and fog, and rushed towards Tang Meng. Of course Ling Yun wouldn't let them succeed. He came to the two of them in a flash, pointed like a sword, and tapped more than a dozen fingers, until the two of them slumped under his feet like mud, then withdrew his fingers and said lightly, "Palm me." Brother's mouth? Just rely on them? The two who came out couldn't even reach the second level of cultivation, so Ling Yun would naturally kill them in seconds. Seeing that the two she had sent were knocked to the ground by Ling Yun effortlessly, Niaofan waved her hand again with an ugly expression. This time it was one, but it was an acquired master on the 4th floor. He responded silently, but his target was not Tang Meng, but to find Ling Yun directly. Now, Zhuang Meifeng has not been rescued. Ling Yun must stand in front of Xiao Mimi and the three, otherwise, these three will only be beaten, so he immediately greeted them. Ling Yun's figure flickered, and he rushed in front of the person who came. The moment he came up, he was the most powerful Tian Gang Fu Mo fist. Go to hell. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Before Ling Yun came to rescue Zhuang Meifeng, he had already used up his spiritual energy to draw more than 200 talismans. Although these 200 talismans were extremely useful, they consumed 1/5 of Ling Yun's spiritual energy. Ling Yun has not reached the 4th level of body training, his body has not yet produced true energy, and there is no spiritual energy to absorb, so naturally he consumes a little less, so he does not dare to fight at all. He can only fight quickly, and strive to kill the enemy in seconds. As soon as Ling Yun's Tian Gang Fu Mo fist was displayed, the master of destroying love was stunned, and he secretly wondered what kind of boxing method this was, and it was even more powerful and domineering than the Shaolin Temple's Bodhidharma fist. Ling Yun threw a punch, and the expert from the 4th floor of the day acquired a punch to deal with it, punching and punching, only to hear a bang. The expert stepped back 7 or 8 steps in a row, the tiger's mouth in his right hand cracked, and the 8 joints on the back of his hand were full of blood. The whole right arm is numb and weak, and it seems that I can't lift it up. Ling Yun is the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of body training, but Ling Yun's true strength is in the early 5th layer of the day after tomorrow. He and the middle stage of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow will not be defeated, let alone the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow. In conjunction with the Dian Star gathering treasure art, which has been cultivated to the 7th realm, Ling Yan's fist is not an exaggeration to call it an iron fist. This punch directly smashed the master's right hand. Ling Yan's dominance is unforgiving. He only has one goal now, and that is to eliminate as many people as possible from the enemy's side, so that when he saves people in the melee for a while, it will relieve Xiaomimi's pressure. As for Tai Xiaohu, even if he tried his best to be able to tie with an acquired 2nd floor master, Ling Yan couldn't count on it at all. Ling Yan used his mile-long walk and swiped to the opponent's right side. Before the master could react, he shot another punch. Speaking of fighting experience, if Ling Yan claimed to be second, no one else would dare to claim first. His eyes were vicious, and when he saw that this kid couldn't raise his right arm in a short time, this overbearing punch was aimed at the enemy's shoulder well. The acquired 4th floor master tried desperately to dodge, but he was good at hard skills. But it's not the speed of movement, so he can't escape Ling Yan's majestic punch. Bang! The second fist slammed firmly on the shoulder of the master, only to hear a click. The scapula of the master's right shoulder shattered inch by inch, and there was a smashed fracture. Ah! The master's expression changed horribly, with incomparable pain. His eyes were full of horror before he died. Ling Yan also pointed like a sword. Shot like electricity, puff puff. He even clicked on the key points of the master's body. After 7 or 8. Ling Yan raised his foot and kicked, bang, and kicked the master's body 30 meters away. Ling Yan turned his head back, his expression was calm and leisurely, and he smiled faintly at the young man standing in front of Zhuang Meifeng. I'm sorry, I broke my promise, it wasn't you who killed me first. Provocation, naked provocation. What Ling Yan wants now? It is to make the other party angry. Anyway, it is an endless situation. If the other party is not angry, he will never have a chance to rescue Zhuang Meifeng, unless he kills all the masters brought by the Sun family. However, that is obviously impossible, so Ling Yan can only resort to this. Dead. The whole place was silent. In the beginning, the 2 masters on the 2nd floor of the day after tomorrow. Although Ling Yan knocked them down, he didn't want their lives, but now this one was defeated by Ling Yan without 3 moves, but Ling Yan killed him mercilessly. How could this not shock everyone? Kill decisively and ruthlessly. As long as it is a threat to Xiaomimi. The masters of the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor of the day after tomorrow must all die. Otherwise, when Ling Yan was holding back the 4 masters, there was no guarantee that Xiaomimi would be able to escape with the 3 of them. Ling Yan will never do anything he is not sure about. He screamed and burned one by one and two Tang Meng, who had earned a pair, and watched a living person be beaten to death on the spot. He almost vomited, but Ling Yan was the one who killed him with a trick, so it wasn't too bloody, so Tang Meng covered his mouth and held it back. Tang Meng was better. All the women present except Xiaomimi and Shirtai Miaoxin, Miao Finjiao, the mother and daughter of the banker, were all pale, and they all leaned over and vomited. Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yan killed her to save her, but this person was indeed beaten to death by Ling Yan in the blink of an eye, and she died in her own home. She looked at the death of the person, and the disgusting stomach acid was rising, tried hard to endure for a long time, but finally bent over and vomited. However, when she vomited, Zhuang Meifeng only felt ashamed towards Ling Yan, without any disgust. She suddenly understood that Xiaomimi was beaten like that by Ling Yan, and the pain was so painful. Compared to the tragic death of this master, the pain Xiaomimi suffered was nothing at all. What's more, tonight is either the enemy's death or Ling Yan's death. Until this moment, Zhuang Meifeng fully understood what Ling Yan meant by saying that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to himself. Ling Yan beheaded 1 person in less than a minute. His right hand was stained with the blood of the enemy, but he did not wipe it. He was majestic, like a god of war. Who else is coming up? Young master, I will follow along. Sun Xing bullied Ren Xing, but when he saw such a bloody scene, his legs trembled with fright. He was really spoiled by Niao Fenjiao, and when he saw the murder, he was horrified, and what he thought was actually going into his mother's arms. Chance. Ling Yan saw that Sun Xing had escaped the protection range of Shijian and an acquired third-floor master on the right, and with a narrowed eye, he was about to use the phantom fish and dragon steps to catch him. As long as Sun Xing was taken as a hostage, Niao Fenjiao would not dare to act recklessly. Ling Yan stayed if he wanted to, and left if he wanted to. It can be said that he immediately took the initiative. The opportunity could not be missed. Thinking of this, Ling Yan waited for Sun Xing to run forward 2 more steps, and decisively used the phantom fish and dragon steps to face Sun Xing and rushed over, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and his figure was as fast as electric light. Stone fire. But Ling Yan thought of this layer, and the middle-aged scholar, He Xingyan, also thought of this layer. He had long seen that Ling Yan's movement was as fast as lightning, strange and erratic, so he had always been careful to guard against Ling Yan. To sneak attack on Sun Xing, raise your hand and raise it. Chi. The 3 money darts hit Ling Yan, and at the same time, He Xingyan showed his body, but no other movements were seen. The ordinary figure moved 20 meters laterally, just when Ling Yan had to retreat to avoid the money dart. He Xingyan grabbed Sun Xing, who was so scared that he had wet his pants, and then brought him to Niao Fenjiao's side. At this time, Niao Fenjiao had just finished vomiting and moved a few steps aside in disgust. Mom, I'm afraid. Sun Xing, who had wet his trousers, was extremely stinky, and his legs were shaking. His teeth were also trembling, like a frightened 6 or 7-year-old child. He Xingyan looked at Sun Xing's appearance. He just frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just moved 3 steps forward silently, protecting Niao Fenjiao and her mother behind him. Fall short. Ling Yan cursed inwardly, but he had to admire He Xingyan's careful wit, and added 100,000 points of caution in his heart. This middle-aged scribe is definitely his current rival. However, although Ling Yan didn't catch Sun Xing, at this time he was standing in a straight line with Zhuang Meifeng's position. Ling Yan was secretly happy. He took advantage of the blink of an eye when everyone was looking at the middle-aged scribe, and once again performed the phantom fish and dragon steps to the extreme. The body slid across the sky, and came to Zhuang Meifeng like lightning. In Zhuang Meifeng's surprised eyes, she hugged her graceful and cool body with one arm, and the other arm forcibly connected the young man and Shijian, who had just reacted. With a punch and a palm, and then with a slight leap, she returned to Xiaomimi's side. Brother Yun is so handsome. Well done. Tang Mei was dazzled by Ling Yan's repeated performances. Before he could see what was going on, Zhuang Meifeng, who was surrounded by the other 3 masters, was rescued by Ling Yan, and he couldn't help cheering loudly. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiaomimi's beautiful eyes were also full of brilliance, and the admiration and love in their eyes flowed like water. I have to say that Ling Yan's voice is really beautiful, although he didn't catch the biggest reliance on Sun Xing. However, in an opportunity that was not an opportunity, Zhuang Meifeng was taken back safe and sound. But now is not the time for him to be happy. Ling Yan gathered his voice and said to the 3 of them, "They are already angry now. The 4 of you listen to me and get ready to run away at any time. I will hold them back later." Sure enough, after Ling Yan snatched Zhuang Meifeng back from the hands of Shijian and the other 3, he didn't wait to stand still. Shijian and the 3 did not wait for Niao Fenjiao to make an order. Although Ling Yan couldn't make Niao Fenjiao throw the mouse, he didn't have any worries on his side. Seeing the 3 people rushing up to him, Ling Yan dodged out. 2 acquired 4th-floor masters and 1 acquired 3rd-floor master. 1 to 3. In order to preserve the spiritual energy in his body so that Ling Yun could cover the escape of Xiaomimi and the others later, he no longer used the phantom fish dragon walk, but changed to the 10,000 Lishan walk. Suddenly east and west, suddenly left and right, Ling Yun's figure wandered around the field. No matter how Shi Jian and the three punched and kicked, they couldn't touch Ling Yun's body. This time, Ling Yun's target was the young man who had stopped Xuan Meifeng from letting her over at the beginning. He had broken his promise once, and decided to keep his promise this time, and wanted to kill him first. It can be said that Ling Yun is really lazy in fights. As long as he can save a bit of energy, he will definitely not use a little more energy. Then why did Ling Yun not use flying needles and iron nails until now? Because the time has not come. Ling Yun had already discovered the strength of the four masters. He didn't know why these four had not attacked him yet, but as long as the enemy did not attack, Ling Yun would never show his cards. Ling Yun still relies on his movement and martial arts to deal with the enemy. His needles, iron nails, flaming talismans, and magical brushes have not been used yet. He is just waiting for the four to take action. Of course, it was impossible to hurt these four people with big needles and nails, but when Xiaomimi and others fled in the chaos, Ling Yun could use hidden weapons to stop those who wanted to kill them. As for the fire talisman and the magic brush, Ling Yun naturally used it as a special weapon, using it as a trump card. Ling Yun kept walking, and suddenly pretended to be slipping under the mud, making a worthy fall, attracting Shi Jian and the master of the third floor of the acquired day at the same time, and then suddenly used the phantom fish and dragon step. Swipe. Ling Yun's figure brought a trail of afterimages, and under the horrified gaze of the acquired fourth floor peak master, he came to the front of him rushing forward, like a death god who reaped life, with a slight smile. I said I would let you die first, and I will never break my promise this time. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Dare to block my woman in front of my face? Let's take you on your way now. Ling Yun once again displayed the divine dragon roar and shouted at the acquired master of the fourth floor peak. At the same time, his smile faded, his eyes became sharp as a blade, and he hit the young man who was rushing towards him and wanted to pick up a bargain. An unparalleled punch. This is an earth-shattering punch. Ling Yun's fist, with the sound of woo, penetrated the misty rain and fog, and the powerful fist was full of tiny raindrops flying all over the place, hitting the young man's chest. God blocks and kills God, Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. Ah! The young master's eyes were filled with horrified and tragic eyes. He saw that Ling Yun was about to slip and fall to the ground, and he was going to rush over to take advantage of it, but for some reason, Ling Yun not only did not he fell to the ground, but came to the opposite side of him in an instant. The young master was charging forward with all his strength, but Ling Yun suddenly blocked him and hit him with such a terrifying punch. At this time, he wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Only hard connection. The young man at the peak of the fourth floor of the day after tomorrow, in a panic, raised his skills to the limit, and put both palms out to resist Ling Yun's fist. The peak of the fourth floor of the day after tomorrow is still the fourth floor of the day after tomorrow. How can Ling Yun's Tiangang, subduing magic fist, be resisted? Bang! Hands over. Just listen to the two extremely unpleasant sounds of broken bones, click and click. At the same time, the young man at the peak of the fourth floor of the day after tomorrow screamed, both hands and wrists were broken, the forearms of both arms were broken, and they fell softly. Come down, it's horrible. It's over. The young man at the peak of the fourth floor of the day after tomorrow only had this thought flashed in his heart, but he saw Ling Yun's face with murderous intent, and he didn't give up, and punched him in the chest again. Bang! This time, the experts on the fourth floor of the day after tomorrow could no longer resist. Ling Yun's domineering fist was firmly imprinted on his chest. Ka-cha-cha. There was a sound of the sternum shattering, and the sternum of the fourth-floor master was completely collapsed. By this punch, the chest cavity was broken, and the heart, liver, spleen and stomach were squeezed or punctured by the broken sternum at the same time. Pfft! A blood arrow spewed out of the mouth of the fourth-floor master of the day after tomorrow. The 7 orifices bled, and the floppy body flew over a dozen meters before falling to the ground on its back. One punch kill. The dead are completely dead, the dead can't die anymore. Ah! Zheng and the master of the 3rd floor of the acquired day fluttered in the air. Under the shock, when he turned his head to look, he could only see the scene where Ling Yun punched the young man flying, and his heart was broken. Junior brother. Zheng's eyes were splitting. Like a mad tiger, he rushed towards Ling Yun and shouted at the same time, "Little Ling Yun thief! You dare to kill my junior brother, I will kill you." Ling Yun succeeded with a single blow. He sneered coldly, and performed his walk with 1,000 miles to avoid Zheng, who was rushing towards him, but suddenly came to the side of the acquired 3rd-layer master. "Don't kill me." Seeing that Ling Yun killed 2 people in a row within a few minutes, and they were all masters who surpassed him in realm, this master of the acquired 3rd-layer peak knew that his death was coming, and at this time, he cared about his duties and tasks. Incredible. His face changed with fright, and with a pop, he knelt down on his knees and begged for mercy. "Okay." Ling Yun replied with a smile, raised his foot and kicked the guy who was kneeling and begging for mercy 5 or 6 times, all of which were his key points, but Ling Yun didn't want to kill him, just put his martial arts on the spot. Abandoned. Until Ling Yun retracted his foot. The guy's upper body just fell to the ground, groaning in pain, but he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Ling Yun turned around with a smile, looked at Zheng, who was rushing up to him again, and smiled indifferently. "Don't worry, now it's your turn." Although Zheng became crazy because of the tragic death of his junior brother. But he didn't lose his mind. He knew that the hard skills he had built to become famous were useless in front of Ling Yun. At this time, he had already shown his sword. It was a machete 1 foot 3 inches long, 7 or 8 centimeters wide, with a sharp blade, and the blade was dazzling under the bright light. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and with a sideways move away from Zheng, he slashed Huashan Mountain. Then she turned her head and asked Xiao Mimi, who was watching the battle, "Did this knife hurt you?" Xiao Mimi nodded with her face covered with frost, and told Ling Yun, "Be careful, his swordsmanship is very strange." Ling Yun laughed. He has now reached the 7th level of the 1st realm of the Great Evolution Convergence Treasure Art. When the practice is in operation, it is difficult for ordinary swords to hurt him. Of course, he is not afraid. Sure enough, Zheng's slashing at Mount Hua was nothing more than a false move. The blade pierced through the air, and could actually change the downward slash to a horizontal slash midway. "The waist is cut off." "Good job." Ling Yun stepped back again, allowing the machete to cut a gap, and then turned around. His tall body came to the back of the machete. This time Zheng couldn't change his moves. Ling Yun smiled slightly, raised his hand lightly, came to push the boat along the river, and slapped Zheng's right hand holding the knife. This palm seemed to be slow and fast, but it came first, and slapped it on the back of Zheng's hand. "The swordsmanship is weird? Could you show me another trick?" Ling Yun sneered and sneered as he slapped it with the palm of his hand. Zheng only felt that a violent force slammed heavily on his wrist, which made his wrist numb. He could no longer hold the handle of the knife, and the machete flew out. Ling Yun had already expected this outcome. He moved, and before the machete fell, he grabbed the machete in his hand. "Good knife." Ling Yun stroked the blade with his hand, smiled lightly, narrowed his eyes, and slowly walked towards Zheng, who was stunned. "Where did she offend you? Since you wanted to let her go, why did you hurt her like that? Is it great to have a high level?" Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Mimi, exuding endless murderous intent. and said to Shi. Shi only made a move, and his knife fell into Ling Yan's hand. In his eyes now, there is only a deep sense of frustration and unspeakable fear. Seeing Ling Yan approaching step by step, Shi couldn't help but retreat step by step. You can't escape, die. Ling Yan's figure suddenly burst out, and a phantom fish and dragon came to Shi body and slashed out with a knife. Ling Yan's knife didn't use any tricks at all, it was just a casual strike, but the speed of this knife was many times faster than Shi's power to chop Huashan just now. Hey! Although Shi had already tried his best to dodge back, he felt that his right shoulder was cold, and the blade of the knife entered his body. The blood is flying. Shi groaned and raised his left hand to cover his wound. The eyes that looked at Ling Yan were full of horror. Pfft! Ling Yan remained silent, his eyes were indifferent, and he stabbed again, directly piercing Shi's left ribs. Ah! Shi exclaimed miserably. With his way, he will also be used to his body. How did Shi hurt Xiao Mimi? How did Ling Yan come to avenge Xiao Mimi? Fair and reasonable. It's not that Shi didn't want to hide, but Ling Yan's shot was too fast. He was not good at movement speed. Compared with Ling Yan, who had the phantom fish and dragon steps, he was only beaten. Ling Yan's knife was deep enough, and he almost made 2 holes in Shi's body. He grabbed the handle of the knife and swiped it inside Shi's body. Ling Yan's ruthlessness, not to mention others, even Xiao Mimi, who killed unscrupulously, felt chills on her back. She knew that Ling Yan was avenging her, but she couldn't help but tremble slightly. As for Tang Meng, well, after seeing the tragic death of the young man who blocked Xuan Mei Feng, this kid has already vomited out his bile, and now he can't vomit. Tai Xiaohu is better. After all, he has cut people and been cut by people before. He has a certain immunity to these bloody scenes, and has not vomited so far. Up to now, in this short period of time, Ling Yan has killed 2 masters of the 4th floor of the acquired day, and seriously injured 3 masters of the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow. The death of the dead, the wound of the wound, the combat power is almost consumed. Of course, Master Mia Qing, Daoist Lu Deming, Master Mia Xian, and the middle-aged scholar He Xingyan, except for these 4 masters. Brush! Ling Yan slashed again, hitting Shi's left thigh. Ling Yan shot ruthlessly, the blade completely submerged in the flesh, and the blade slashed on Shi's thigh bone, making an unpleasant rubbing sound. Ah! Shi's body was bleeding profusely from 3 places, and he didn't know where to cover his hands, and he turned into a hideous blood man. Ling Yan, you dare to kill my junior brother and hurt me like this, my nether sect will never let you go. Shi never thought that Ling Yan would be so ruthless, he pointed at Ling Yan as if he had seen a demon. Shouted. Netherworld faction? It still sounds like that. Ling Yan smiled, and floated behind Shi and asked, can you tell me what the slap she hit was? Effort? Netherworld, bloody hand. Shi was taken aback and replied subconsciously. Very well, if you can die under my heaven's quiet palm, you are considered dead. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he gently slapped it out. The sky was silent, there was no sound and no waves. Shi only felt a very strange force coming from his back, and that palm force instantly destroyed the meridians in his body. His body was soft and collapsed like mud and fell to the ground. Shi, remember in the next life, when you hit a woman, think about whether your husband agrees or not. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he flipped his wrist and held Shi's machete upside down. He jumped back to Xiao Mimi's side, and said with a bright smile, whoever dares to hit you in the future will be the end. Among all the people watching the battle, except for the 4 masters who still looked the same, everyone else was dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, the 3 acquired 4th floor masters brought by Niu Fenjiao were all beheaded by Ling Yan, 1 acquired 3rd floor peak master was abolished, and the two acquired second-floor masters were still like dead dogs. He fell to the ground, motionless. Niao Finjiao and Sun Xing had already spit up what they ate today. Their faces were pale, and they were stunned to see what happened, and they were shaking with fear. Ba. Such a cruel evil obstacle. He has not yet come out to die. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Husband, are you okay? Ling Yun, are you okay? As soon as Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi saw Ling Yunfei coming back, they immediately asked with concern. And Yuan? Although Ling Yun was not injured, his body and clothes were stained with the blood of many enemies. Zhuang Meifeng, who had always loved cleaning the most, hugged Ling Yun's arm indifferently, and carefully wiped off the splashes on Ling Yun's face with her sleeves. A few drops of blood. Zhuang Meifeng is just an ordinary person who does not know martial arts, not to mention that it is under the lights at night, and the denser and denser raindrops block her, which makes her dazzled. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't tell the strength of the two sides in the battle. The fighting action of the two sides was extremely fast, so she could only see the result of the battle. She only knew that Ling Yun won, but she didn't know whether Ling Yun was injured or not. From Zhuang Meifeng's point of view, those burly men were all the same. Ling Yun severely injured 3 people and killed them one after another. Although she spit out the food in her stomach, she has stopped vomiting now. Just now, the bloodiest scene in the field was Ling Yun's punch, which shattered the chest of the young man who blocked her, and the scene where he slashed 3 times on Shi Jian's body, and the blood was flying. After seeing these, not only Zhuang Meifeng, all the ordinary people watching the game have become numb, and there is no nausea and unbearable feeling at the beginning. Murder is a crime, but Zhuang Meifeng knows that Ling Yun is killing for her, and she is now ready to accept all the consequences. She wants to live with Ling Yun, and she wants to die together. If Ling Yun didn't arrive in time, he had already been forced to death just now. How could he be alive until now? Therefore, Zhuang Meifeng has now put aside all the shackles, and the last window in his heart has been opened for Ling Yun. If she kills 3 people in a row, the ruthless Ling Yun is a demon. She is willing to fall into the devil's way forever, to be robbed forever, and she will still stand on Ling Yun's side and be his woman without any regrets. Zhuang Meifeng's death can be faced calmly. With a firm mind, now that he has such thoughts, why would he care about the blood on Ling Yun's body? Xiao Mimi had killed a lot of people. She saw Ling Yun killing people without even frowning when she heard the last sentence Ling Yun said to Shi Jian's body, "When hitting a woman, think about whether your husband agrees or not." Xiao Mimi Ying smiled. Satisfied. Ling Yun rescued her and protected her. To take revenge for her, to fight tooth for tooth, blood for blood, such a man cannot be found with a lantern, let alone being injured for him. It is worth dying for him hundreds of times. I'm fine. It's all the blood of the enemy. Ling Yun ignored the Master Destroyer, who flew into the arena. Still with his back to Master Destroyer, he said softly to the 2 stunning people around him. Then he converged into a line. He said to the 4 of Xiao Mimi, "They are completely angry now. I can't beat any of those 4 people. You must be ready to escape at any time. As soon as the time comes, I will tell you." As soon as these words came out, the 4 Xiao Mimi frowned and shook their heads at the same time, even though Tang Meng's stomach was empty. But he also shook his head resolutely, saying that he would never abandon Ling Yun and run away. Zhuang Meifeng didn't know that Ling Yun was talking to her in a concentrated voice. When she saw that Ling Yun asked them to escape at this time, she was in a hurry and she was about to speak out against it. Ling Yun hurriedly stopped and said, "Only the 4 of you can hear me now, and no one else can hear me. The situation is urgent. Not only will you not be able to help me here, but you will drag me to death. Don't you want to watch me die? In front of you? Don't say anything. Now is not the time to act with anger. Listen to my arrangements, Xiao Mimi, there are only the 4 masters left in the Sun family. The others who can beat you have already been abolished by me. In a while, I will do everything possible to hold those 4 people, you and Tai Xiao who will take them to escape. I will cover you out of the gate and get on the bus. As long as you get on the bus, I will have a way to escape. Seeing that the 4 of them were still hesitating and didn't want to escape, Ling Yun's eyes sank, and he still focused his voice and said, Mei Feng, I finally rescued you, and I have already killed the 6 masters who ruined the Sun family. Deadly feud, do you want to see all 5 of us fall into the hands of the Sun family? According to the power of the Sun family, if we are caught by them tonight, you should know the consequences better than me. Escape. As long as I create an opportunity, you don't care about me, and desperately run away in the chaos. As long as you escape, don't say they can't catch me, even if they do, they won't dare to touch me. After Ling Yun explained all the possible outcomes to the 4 people, he suddenly spoke to Tang Meng individually and said, Tang Meng, among the 4 people, you are the ordinary person who has nothing to do with this matter, the 4 masters. Because of my status, I shouldn't shoot at you. After you escape, if you hear the news of my arrest, remember to go to Xuan Mining and Chao Shanshan, only they can save me, do you hear? How strong was Ling Yun that Tang Meng had seen all along? He thought that the word escape would never come out of Ling Yun's mouth, but now, Ling Yun said it. According to the tacit understanding between the 2 of them, how could Tang Meng not understand? They are indeed in a very critical situation now. Time? The 4 of them were all silent. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes flashed with endless worry and reluctance. Tai Xiao whose face was like water, and he secretly hated how his own strength was so low. In addition to smashing a few small bodyguards in one night, he could only watch the battle. In the end, not only did it fail to help, but it became Ling Yun's burden. Tang Meng realized the seriousness of the matter. He quietly tugged at the corner of Zhuang Meifeng's clothes, signaling her to obey Ling Yun's arrangement. However, Xiao Mimi had already made a decision. She only waited for the 3 of them to be taken to a safe area, and then she would rush back immediately. Whether it was life or death, she would be with Ling Yun. If there is a 7 light grass here, Ling Yun may not arrange for these 4 people to escape. As long as there is a steady supply of spiritual energy and Ling Yun's cards are used up, even if he can't win, he can make himself invincible, at least he can easily protect it. The 4 fled. It's a pity that there is nothing here that can provide Ling Yun with spiritual energy. Moreover, after the battle just now, only 80% of the spiritual energy left in Ling Yun's body is now less than 60%. Looking at the other party's 4 people who are calm and relaxed, waiting for work, Ling Yun knows that he is suffering. Once the spiritual energy in his body is consumed below 20%, not to mention the sky's silence palm, even the Tian gang subduing magic fist can't be played. You will surely die then. What's more, Ling Yun's phantom fish and dragon steps, which is extremely draining of spiritual energy, even if he can escape in chaos, how far can he escape? Ling Yun saw the unfathomable middle-aged scribe's light work, and he judged that, according to his current strength, even if he had been using the phantom fish and dragon step with all his strength, can't get rid of that middle-aged scribe. At that time, the spiritual energy in his body will be exhausted, and he will not be able to escape. If you can't fight and can't fight, is there any other option besides being caught or killed? Master Qingqing, why are you being polite to this ruthless little thief? Just kill him directly, and save him from killing him again. Niao Fengjiao was frightened and angry now. Her fat face was pale, and she was trembling all over. She stretched out a fat finger and pointed at Ling Yun. Said with trembling lips. Sun Xing thought that Ling Yun didn't dare to come out again, and he was behind He Xingyan again. He became bold, and clutched his empty stomach and screamed, yes, kill him immediately, and avenge our people. The master of Miaqing heard this, and chanted the Buddha's name, Ba. Don't be impatient with the 2 benefactors. The poor monk is a monk, and monks abstain from killing. Therefore, the poor monk will only capture this evil barrier. As for how to deal with him, please listen to your honor. Easy. Ling Yun heard this sentence. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, a sinister smile evoked the corner of his mouth, and with a flick of his figure, he came 5 meters away from Master Qing's slayer. I said you're a bald thief, don't pretend to be compassionate there. You know that these 2 mothers and sons are more cruel than the other, and they want to grab me and hand them over to them, so what's the difference between you killing me yourself? Niao Finjiao and Sun Xing are real villains. They are tyrannical, they are evil, but they make no secret of their attitude, saying that if they want to kill Ling Yun, they want to kill Ling Yun, and they don't hide it at all. But this love-killing master knew that he would die if he caught Ling Yun, but he still pretended to say that he would not kill, but would only capture Ling Yun and hand it over to Sun Xing and his mother. What is this, not a sanctimonious hypocrite? Master Mia Qing was originally posing as an eminent monk, but now when he sees Ling Yun opening his mouth, he calls him bald, and unabashedly exposes his compassionate mask. Hit the ground hard. With a sound of clap, the red brick smashed and splashed, and the Zen staff made by Wu Jin was inserted into the brick floor more than a foot deep, and it was inserted straight into the brick floor. Nia Zhanxiu is talking nonsense, don't be arrogant, let's see how the poor monk captures you. Talk to people. In the anger of the master of Qingqing, he stepped on the 7-star step, and his hands were swung left and right like lightning, and the fat figure rushed towards Ling Yun like lightning. As soon as it came up, it was the 36-style Shaolin Dragon Claw that was famous all over the world. Seeing this, Ling Yun was stunned in his heart, thinking that his judgment was really good. This thief bald is much more powerful than Di Ba in terms of body and martial arts. Of course, it is much more powerful. Earth Ba is only at the mid-term of the acquired 6th floor, and he has not even reached the peak of the 6th floor, but Master Qingqing is already at the peak of the 7th floor, and has already touched the threshold of the 8th floor. Stop pretending to be forceful with Lao Tzu, I'll try to see how many bowls of dry rice you can eat. Ling Yin raised his eyebrows, his eyes were solemn, and his body burst out with an indomitable aura. The magic fist hit the palm shadow of Master Destroyer. With a sound of bang, the dragon claw hand of the Master of Love and Ling Yun's fist collided violently, and the rain was splashed around by the powerful energy. Hit hard. Ling Yun's body stepped back 7 steps in a row to stop his figure, only to feel a burst of qi and blood in his body. The Master of Extinguishing Love only took a half step back. There was only one face-to-face, and the two had already decided against each other, and Ling Yun was defeated. However, Master Destroyer was also secretly shocked, because Ling Yun's realm was not enough, although he lost to him in terms of energy, but he practiced hard for 30 years. The Dragon Claw hand, which can break gold and crack stones, not only did not cause any damage to Ling Yun any harm, and even feel a dull pain. This Ling Yun's 2 whistles just now feel more domineering than the Buddha's lion's roar. Now he has such a skill. If he grows up, it will be very bad. The light in the eyes of Master Destroying Love flashed violently, and it really killed Ling Yun. To be continued. To be continued. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. It was just a drizzle at the beginning, but now it has turned into a threat of rain. Now there is no sound inside and outside the arena, and only the sound of rain is left between the heavens and the earth. Ling Yun mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and quickly reduced the surging blood pressure, and his breathing became smooth immediately. He clenched his fists again and walked towards the Master of Killing Love. What martial arts do you use? Ling Yun asked as he walked. Although this great monk was not very good, the skill he showed really aroused his interest. Whether the Shaolin Dragon Claw hand is strong and mighty, and the moves are fierce and fierce, if Ling Yun can learn it, it will add a top-notch unique skill. Ling Yun has the great evolution and star treasure art, so he naturally doesn't need to practice his finger strength. What he likes is the Dragon Claw hand move. If he learns it, He can use it against the enemy without the need for aura, which equals to make up for the lack of aura consumption. Badness. The poor monk uses the world-famous Shaolin Dragon Claw. Didn't your master tell you? The Shaolin Dragon Claw hand is the top of the 72 Shaolin stunts. When Xie Qing saw that Ling Yun didn't know it, he immediately said proudly, "A great monk is already so powerful, but there are 3 others who have this kind of strength on the enemy side." Ling Yun was stunned in his heart, but the expression on Ku Jun's face remained the same. He smiled lightly, stepped out and said, "Come again." Now, the life and death of the 5 people on Ling Yun's side were all on his shoulders, and he had no better way than choosing to fight. Knowing that he was defeated, he still did not retreat half a step, which made the 4 masters of the Sun family secretly admire, at least Ling Yun's guts and courage. The 4 masters just watched Ling Yun kill 3 people in a row. Why didn't they take action? To put it bluntly, one of them wanted to see Ling Yun's true strength, and the other was because of his status. It was really inconvenient to take action. Ling Yun was only an 18-year-old boy, but they were all around 40 years old. Ling Yun originally wanted to fight more with less, with weak against strong, if they came out to help. It will inevitably lead to a reputation for bullying the small, lowering his own identity, and laughing at his generosity. What's more, Shaolin Temple, Maoshan School, and Jing Xingwen are all martial arts authentic, and the authentic face of martial arts must always be maintained. Certainly. Although the Nether sect cannot be said to be a demon sect, it cannot be classified into the famous sect. This is also one of the reasons why 1 monk and 2 Taoists are reluctant to take action. Although they worked together for the Sun family. But each has its own purpose and position, and it would be good to be able to keep the well water from breaking into the river on weekdays. Therefore, Brother Shi was killed by Ling Yun, but the 4 masters were all watching from the sidelines, and no one was willing to help. What's more, the 2 monks came to Qingshui City not to deal with Ling Yunlai. They were ordered by the sect to investigate the Tianqing that suddenly appeared in Qingshui City. As for He Xingyan, his main responsibility was to protect the safety of the mother and son of the Sun family, and Liao Fenjiao and Sun Xing could not order him at all. Hearing that Ling Yun was going to fight again, he was caught in the arms of Master Destroyer Qing. A smile appeared on his big red face. He stretched out his body and bullied him again, his fingers turning into claws. "Hurry out." Ling Yun was more careful this time. He no longer took the dragon claw hand of the Qing master, but used his own movement speed to use the 10,000 miles of walking and the Qing master to deal with it. The 2 claws of Master Destroying Love, carrying 2 strong winds, attacked all the way, not leaving Ling Yun's whole body. As long as Ling Yun couldn't dodge a single move, he would definitely be hit for a while. Even if he didn't get hurt, at least he wouldn't feel bad. His body was erratic, dodging left and right, but his eyes were staring at Master Mia Qing's dragon claws, until Mia Qing completed all the 36 Shaolin dragon claws. When he repeated it again, Ling Yun smiled slightly. At this time, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was consumed by another 10%, and it was already less than 50%. Ling Yun never forgets it, his comprehension comes first, and he remembers the essence of Shaolin Dragon Claw hands after just reading it once, and he has also seen that although Master Mia Qing is strong in martial arts, his speed of movement is his weakness. At the same time as Ling Yun's figure was flashing, he quietly grabbed a dozen fire talismans and held them in his hands, and then his body flickered, and he suddenly launched a phantom fish dragon step. Ling Yun tried his best to use it, his figure sped up by an unknown number of times compared to just now. He circled around Mia Qing's plump body, and brought up after images. "Stick it on your body." Ling Yun shot like electricity. Even 10 seconds were useless. Ling Yun quietly put more than a dozen fire talismans all over the body of the master of Qingqing who was eager to attack. "Is it damaged by the rain? Let's keep you warm." Ling Yun smiled, and then suddenly shouted at the Master of Love Destroyer, who was covered in bombs but didn't know it, Lin. After shouting out, Ling Yun once again performed the walk of 1,000 miles, and his vigorous figure turned upside down in Xiao Mimi's direction. Sun Xing's mother and son were thrown out. If you want to create chaos, of course, you have to pinch the softest persimmon of the other party, and it has to be the most important persimmon. Unpredictable, unprepared. Sun Xing is dead. Ling Yun didn't wait for his body to fall to the ground, and once again used Shenlong Xiao. His clear and high-pitched voice sounded like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar in the silent night sky, which shocked everyone. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was still awake, Ling Yun once again reached out with both hands, grabbed 2 large needles, and threw them wildly at Sun Xing's mother and son. Then he shouted loudly to Xiao Mimi, who were also stunned, "If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Hurry up. I'll stop." When Xiao Mimi saw the opportunity, she stretched out one arm and hugged Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body in her arms, and slammed her toes on the ground, rushing towards the gate. Tai Xiaohu also grabbed Tang Meng, strode his 2 long legs like iron pillars, pushed his speed to the limit, and ran frantically towards the door. Ling Yun exited the word Lin, only to hear the sound of boom boom. Sounded simultaneously on the body of the Qing master. A dozen basketball-sized flames exploded and burned at the same time, and instantly turned the Qing master into a giant fireman. "Destroy the fire." Master Qingqing said Ling Yun's words. The monk's robe on his body turned to ashes in an instant, but it wasn't the end, because the dozen or so flames were like maggots on the tarsal bones. "It's easy." Master Qingqing was completely surrounded by the raging fire. No matter how good his hard work was, he couldn't stand the fire. "That's a scorch." This is the flaming talisman drawn by Ling Yun with a magical brush. Not to mention the effect, it only lasts for more than half a minute. Not good. It can be said that Lu Deming has been staring at the battle between the two of them. He saw that Ling Yun was only able to dodge under the hands of the annihilating Shaolin Dragon, Claw. He had already judged that Ling Yun would be exhausted sooner or later. The part of love. But he never imagined that in the blink of an eye, Ling Yun would take such a hand on Mia Qing. When he saw what was attached to Mia Qing, he immediately knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. Since Ling Yun wanted to use the talisman, he would naturally be especially wary of the 2 Taoist priests, a man and a woman, so when he put the talisman on Mia Qing, he deliberately placed his body on the east side of Mia Qing, just blocking their sight. Ling Yun didn't know whether the other party would understand the use of talismans, but this was the most critical moment. Ling Yun dared not be careless. Therefore, when Lu Deming discovered that Mia Qing was covered with talismans, Ling Yun had already jumped up and shouted out the word. Lu Deming is a disciple of Mao Shan, and of course he is proficient in talismans, so when he saw the flames exploded on Mia Qing's body, he knew that Ling Yun was using a fire talisman. To say that among the 4 masters, Lu Deming's martial arts realm is the lowest, only the cultivation level of the middle stage of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow, but if it is matched with his talisman technique, his strength is only above the annihilation of love, not under the annihilation of love. It is precisely because of this that the first person to take action is the master of love destruction at the peak of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. Of course, he deserves his bad luck. It's a fire talisman. Lu Deming didn't have time to say more. He flew to the side of the tumbling master, raised his hand and touched it from his arms, and grabbed a few talismans, facing the almost scorched Annihilation Master. Just smashed it, and at the same time chanted a spell. Several water balls appeared out of thin air, and instantly fell on several vital parts such as the chest and lower body of the Master of Qingqing, and the fire in those places was extinguished in an instant. Lu Deming is busy saving people here, so why isn't he Xingyan busy over there? Lu Deming was blocked by Ling Yun, but Ling Yun covered the talisman for Master Destroyer in a few seconds, but He Xingyan could see it clearly. He faintly felt that something was wrong. The master of Qingqing was on fire, so he was careful at that time. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Yun got up, dozens of silver lights shot towards Sun Xing's mother and son's bodies like lightning, and even a few shot at him. Such a technique. He Xingyan was secretly shocked, but his movements were as fast as lightning. He was a master at playing with hidden weapons, and it was no problem to deal with these dozens of needles. However, Ling Yun's shot was too fast, and there were too many needles. He Xingyan couldn't sweep away all the needles for a while. He could only move his body sideways to avoid the needles that shot at him. Another vertical leap took them away from their original positions. But before he could stand still, Ling Yun unleashed his divine dragon roar, and at the same time, 2 large needles flew towards the place where the 3 of them landed. He Xingyan looked at the hundreds of large needles that were shot rapidly, covering a radius of 3 or 4 meters near him. He had no better way, but he could only carry Sun Xing and his mother and move them horizontally for 10 meters again. The man was saved, but he was getting farther and farther away from Ling Yun. It only took 7 or 8 seconds from the time when Ling Yun landed to let Xiao Mimi and others escape, but the field changed suddenly, and there was chaos. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The fire talisman painted by Ling Yun is only the lowest level, and it is not in the flow at all. If the magic brush is not used, the flame that appears after use is the size of an adult's palm, and the flame temperature is similar to the flame of firewood, and it can only last for 3 to 5 seconds at most. Time. However, the talisman paper and talisman ink were still made of the same materials. Once Ling Yun drew it with a magical brush and then poured the spiritual energy into his body, the effect of the talisman would increase tenfold. The size of the flame is the size of a basketball, and the flame temperature is even more frightening. Each flame can last for about 30 seconds, and it will not be extinguished, and it will only disappear naturally after 30 seconds. Thinking about the small tree that Ling Yun used for the experiment in Villa No. 1, it was thriving in less than half a minute. The trunk of the tree as thick as an arm was burned out, which is enough to understand the power of this fire talisman. It's not dry, it's just a very flammable tree trunk. It was such a fiery talisman, Ling Yun posted a dozen of them in one go before and after the body of Master Qing's Slayer, and then shouted, "Lin." Seeing that a dozen or so basketball-sized flames suddenly burst out from a person's body, and they couldn't get rid of them, they couldn't be extinguished. Of course, when Master Qing's Slayer used the Shaolin Dragon Claw, his hands kept flying, so Ling Yun had no chance to stick it above his neck at all. Most of the dozen or so fire talismans were pasted behind him, only 3 or 4 were used by Ling Yun. Cleverly smashed Mia Qing's chest, lower abdomen, and thighs, otherwise, Mia Qing would not have been burned alive, it would have been almost the same. Lu Deming, a Taoist priest from Maoshan who rescued the Qing master, used a few clear water talismans to extinguish the flames in front of the Qing master. Only this kind of water can extinguish the flames transformed by the fire talisman. However, such a clear water sign. According to Lu Deming's current Taoism and talismans, he couldn't draw it. It was given to him by his elder brother from the Maoshan school. Therefore, Lu Deming could only look at the other flames that were burning on the body of Master Slayer. Sighing, scratching his head in a hurry. But helpless. Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 saw the tragic state of the master, and all retreated in horror. They have to retreat to the living room of the villa. He Xingyan held Niao Finjiao and Sun Xing in both hands, and swept back and forth, avoiding Ling Yun's flying needles. At this time, on Ling Yun's side, Xiao Mimi's figure holding Zhuang Meifeng had disappeared, and Tai Xiaohu dragged Tang Meng to a distance of more than 20 meters. The speed was getting faster and faster, surpassing the 100-meter sprint. Escape. Escape desperately. since Ling Yun created an opportunity. If they still can't escape, then everything Ling Yun had done was for nothing. Ling Yun laughed loudly, raised his hands again, and threw a large needle in the direction of Lu Deming and He Xingyan. While forcing them to be in a hurry, he used the phantom fish and dragon to catch up with the fleeing Tai. Xiaohu and Tang Meng stretched out their hands together, holding both of them under their armpits. Raised his speed to the limit, and swept away towards the gate of the villa. The straight-line distance from here to the gate is no more than 200 meters. For Ling Yun, it only takes 10 vertical jumps to send Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng away, so he can't care about the consumption of spiritual energy at this time, and he runs wildly. This is the second time the three have worked together. Unlike the last time I went to Qingyun Film and Television to collect the bills, I can only flee in embarrassment. Brother Yun. Boss. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun could still take care of them at this moment of life and death, and at the same time the tiger's eyes burst into tears, and the words choked up. Ling Yun didn't say a word, just jumped with all his strength. His figure was like a speeding speed, thinking about sending the two out as much as possible. What a sinister and vicious little thief. Today, I will definitely subdue you, so that you will not come out and harm the world again. In the early days of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, the mind-killing Master Tai held the Buddha dust in his hand, and with a cold snort, his triangular eyes were full of murderous intent, and he jumped dozens of meters. Lu Deming was busy rescuing the Master of Depression, who was burned into a suckling pig. He Xingyan wanted to protect Sun Xing's mother and son, but the Master of Despairing Heart was not harassed in any way, so when Ling Yun turned around and fled, her figure also followed. Zhang Dong is bound to leave Ling Yun behind. Mind-killing Master Tai's light skills are very good. If Ling Yun was alone in normal times, he would use the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, and there might be a chance to get rid of mind-killing Master Tai, but now he is carrying Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng. The combined weight of these two big men is close to 400 genes, let alone getting rid of the Master of the Heart. They will be caught up by the Master of the Heart at any time. Less than 100 meters away from the gate of the villa. But at this moment, Sure Tai's figure has come to Ling Yun's back like a ghost. She is merciless, and she swipes the dust in her hand towards Ling Yun's back. Ling Yun's body is now in the air, and there is no way to avoid it. He can only use all his strength to mobilize the Dian Star Gathering Treasure Art to protect his body and endure this blow. The dust whisk, which is usually softer than a hair, was pumped into Ling Yun's back like 1,000 steel wires under the energy of the 8th layer Empress Dowager. Bang! Ling Yun's back shirt was drawn into strips of cloth thinner than silk threads, all shattered, and blood gushed out. Even with the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art to protect the body, the realm gap between the two is too great. This time, Ling Yun's skin was ripped open and he suffered trauma. Brother Yun. Boss. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng exclaimed anxiously at the same time, their eyes splitting. Tang Meng's brain was turning fast. He raised his hand and grabbed a fire talisman. No matter how many he grabbed, he smashed it at the mind-killing master behind Ling Yun, and shouted, Lin. At the same time, he cursed loudly, burn you to death, you bully old woman. The tragic scene of Master Qing suppressing being grilled by the fire just now is still fresh in her memory. She slammed the dust without hesitation. All the small flames were shot off. In this way, her figure, which was faster than Ling Yun's, naturally slowed down, giving Ling Yun a chance. Ling Yun groaned. His body was pulled down rapidly, but after he landed, he didn't stop, and once again performed the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit, another vertical leap, and his body rushed forward for more than 30 times. Raise your hands together after landing. You hug Tang Meng and protect him when he hits the ground. Just like throwing iron tigers on the playground that day, Ling Yun put their bodies together and threw them forward with a subtle technique. Throwing the two of them out in this way would definitely be Tai Xiaohu who would land first. He now has the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art to protect his body, and there will be no problem if he falls. Ling Yun knew that he was less than 70 meters away from the gate of the villa now, and if he threw it with all his strength, even if the two of them could not fall outside the gate, at least they would not be more than 10 meters away from the gate. Two good brothers, big brother, I can only send you here. Ling Yun shouted to the two people who were hugging tightly in the air, and then stopped looking at them, but turned around quickly, blocking the mind-killing master who came galloping again. Without hesitation was a big needle. Throw it out. It's raining all over the sky. The mind-killer sneered too much, his footsteps didn't stop, and the whisk in his hand swept away all the big needles flying in the face, and said coldly, "What a little thief, thinking that just a few flying needles will be able to do anything." Me? Among the four of them, there are 3 ordinary people. Pindao can let them go, but you don't want to leave. Mia Xian Shirtai stood 3 meters in front of Ling Yun, and said with a sneer, his eyes full of sternness. Ling Yun didn't have time to speak. He had just suffered a blow from Shirtai Mia Xian, and he had already suffered trauma. He silently took out a healing talisman, stuck it on his back, and then silently shouted in his heart. Pro. The hot back was cool, and the injury was healed in an instant. At the same time, Ling Yun heard the sound of bang from Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng landing in the distance, as well as Xiao Mimi's coquettish voice. Knowing that the 4 of them were finally out of danger, he felt relieved. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't walk anymore. After protecting the 4 of them for a thrilling escape just now, the spiritual energy in his body was consumed so much that it was already less than 40%. Since he can't escape, he must try his best to deal with the enemy to the end, so that the 4 of Xiao Mimi Zhuang Meifeng can leave here safely and completely out of danger. Ling Yunjun stared at Shirtai's chest with evil and deliberate eyes. He said with a smile, "Your chest is so big, I can't see enough of it. Why do you want to run away?" Flirting, absolutely flirting. Of course Ling Yun was playing tricks. He wanted to buy enough time for the 4 people at the door, but, he didn't know, he was teasing the female Taoist priest of Jing Xingguan. Jing Xingguan, you can know just by looking at the word Jing Xian. This is the absolute Taoist Pure Land, and all the female disciples in the temple are all female disciples, and no one in the world dares to blaspheme the female disciples who have come out of the Jing Xian Guan. Ling Yun is so daring and dares to molest the real hermit sect's pure heart teacher, Tai. He can be regarded as the only one. Sure enough, Mastermind Destruction was instantly enraged by Ling Yun's words. How could she ever suffer such daring molestation and humiliation? Her pretty face instantly turned red than the monkey's butt. Shameless thief, give me your life. The mastermind slayer was extremely angry. Before he finished speaking, he flicked the dust in his hand, and with a flick of his body, he rushed towards Ling Yun. This is what Ling Yun wanted. Since he was able to create chaos and cover the escape of Xiao Mimi and the others, now, if Mastermind Murderer ignores him and runs to the door to leave Xiao Mimi and the 4 of them, Ling Yun will not be able to stop them either. Therefore, Ling Yun can only find a way to let Mianqing deal with him wholeheartedly. Ling Yun performed 1,000 miles of walking and took a slight leap, avoiding the blow of Shirtai Xian Xia, and then laughed loudly. I roasted a suckling pig on Master Qing Qing, so I hurried you into this, shouldn't I? Will the 2 of you have a leg? A monk and a Taoist nun are a perfect match. This is really adding fuel to the fire. The heart killer is too blushing, and he gritted his teeth with hatred. While chasing Ling Yun, he shouted angrily, "Shameless thief, I will break your body into 10,000 pieces." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun deliberately humiliated and teased Mastermind Slayer repeatedly. He raised 1 Buddha from the world and 2 Buddhas who were too angry with Mastermind Slayer. He was so angry that he couldn't care about anything. He insisted on chasing him and killed him on the spot. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't let Mianqing catch up. He used his mile-long walk, and swept into the woods at once, scolding him while escaping. You two are called Mianqing and the other is Mianqing. What is not an old lover? I said Mianqing old lady, your old man was burned by me like that, so don't hurry back and see, in case his thing is destroyed by me it's burned out, don't be too sad. The face of Mia Xian Shirtai was flushed with anger, and he was gnashing his teeth by Ling Yun's well-mannered rhetoric. He could not wait to hack Ling Yun on the spot. It was a pity that Ling Yun led her into the grove. She was wearing a large Taoist robe and holding a whisk in her hand. She was blocked by the scattered branches, and her speed was slowed down invisibly. She was not as flexible as Ling Yun at all. Ling Yun shuttled from side to side in the grove. After getting rid of the mind-killing pursuit, Ling Yun showed his body and rushed towards the villa. There are still 2 other people on the other side. If they react and go after Xiao Mimi and Shuang Meifeng directly, they will eventually fall short. Ling Yun quickly rushed to the edge of the woods, and he shouted without hesitation, "My lord, I'm back again, Sun Xing will come out and die for me. Surround Wei and save Zhao." Not to mention, at this time, He Xingyan had just settled down Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing's mother and son who were still in shock. When Ling Yan's voice was heard, he was too frightened to move. In He Xingyan's eyes, Xiao Mimi, Zhuang Meifeng and the others are nothing but ants. If he wants to catch them, he can catch them at any time, but for this, Sun Xing's mother and son will die. Then he, the guest of the Sun family, should not do it. On the side of Master Xie Qing, the fire on his body has just been extinguished, and the air is filled with a smell of burnt flesh, which can be described as extremely tragic. It's like crawling out of a heap of coal. Blacker than black Africans. Now, Master Destroying Love has stood up from the ground. The Taoist priest Lu Deming gave him the best medicine for golden sores, and then gave his Taoist robe to Mianqing and let him wear it on his body. This time, Master Mianqing was really burnt by Ling Yun, his front chest and back were scorched, and with a little movement, the flesh that was burnt to charred slag fell straight down, revealing the bright red tender meat inside. Rao is because of his deep skills, and he is also grinning in pain. Hissing and gasping for breath. However, although the burns were serious, the good thing was that they were all traumatic injuries. The Master of Destroying Love resisted the pain and stood there, even refusing to go back to the house to rest. Now, the Master of Extinguishing Emotions no longer calls out Buddha names such as Amiba Buddha, I, Buddha, Mercy, and Compassion. He really wanted to smash Ling Yun into 10,000 pieces. When Master Mianqing heard that Ling Yun had come back, he was so angry that he shouted wah ah ah ah, and with a big black hand, he picked up the Zen stick that he had stuck on the ground, and rushed towards the source of Ling Yun's voice. Ling Yun, evil thief, the old man won't kill you today. I promise not to be a human being. Heh. The hatred turned into hatred, but he was so wounded that every step he took, it was heart-wrenching pain. Gah. Ling Yun didn't hide, but jumped out of the woods directly. When he saw the Master of Destruction of Love rushing towards him, he was stunned for a moment. You can still fight after burning like this? Such a delay. The mind-wiping master had also flown out of the grove, and she said angrily and coquettishly, "Shameless thief, you can't run away, and you can't catch it before you can?" When the words arrived, Shirtai Mia Xian threw the dust in his hand, twisted his body, and flew towards Ling Yun. Without waiting for the landing, he raised his right arm and used a move to split the ground, according to Ling Yun's body violently take it away. Ling Yun smiled and moved his body sideways for 4 or 5 meters, dodging the fatal blow of Master Mind Slayer, and then turned his head to rush Master Mind Slayer and shouted loudly, "I said you are a ruthless and unrighteous old witch. Look, see what happened to your old lover? He can't run with a limping, you don't know how to take him to the woods to check and see if the key parts of his body are burned out. Ah, I'm going to kill you." The tigress, who was so mad at Ling Yun's anger, that mastermind murderer almost forgot to use the exercises, and just slaughtered Ling Yun madly, attacking all the way. What? Old lover? Mia Qing was stunned by Ling Yun's words. The speed of limping and running suddenly slowed down, and at the same time, his right hand couldn't help touching his lower body. Fortunately, Lu Deming was quick to see the opportunity, and rescued the master of Qingqing in time. His key parts were only mildly burned, and there was no major problem. Ling Yun looked on and laughed loudly. He avoided the crazy attack of Master Mia Xian, raised his finger and pointed at Master Mia Qing and joked, "How is it, I'm not wrong?" "Master Mia Qing, since you are a monk, what kind of thing is that? What's the difference between yes and no? It really is a flower monk. Fart. I'll kill you." Master Mia Qing also reacted at this time. Co-author Ling Yun has been saying that he and Master Mia have too much JQ. No wonder Mia Xian, who has always been calm like water, is so crazy. Master Mia Qing's eyes widened in anger, holding a Zen staff in both hands, and limping towards Ling Yun. His movements were ridiculous. "Oh, a pair of old lovers are attacking me together. I'm so scared." Ling Yun pretended to be terrified and shouted, and once again used Wanli Walk, swept a dozen meters, and headed towards Niu Fenjiao and Sun. The direction of the mother and child is approaching. The spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was already less than 40%. If he wanted to escape successfully, there was only one way, and that was to capture either Niu Fenjiao or Sun Xing. He could only hold a hostage in his hand before the spiritual energy was exhausted. Able to leave smoothly. Otherwise, he would seriously injure the other three tonight, kill the other three, set fire to annihilation, and make the mind killer so angry. Once caught, I am afraid it will not be so easy to die. Mia Xian and Mia Qing were chasing after Ling Yun. Ling Yun fled in the direction of Sun Xing's mother and son, getting closer and closer. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Maoshan Taoist Lu Deming saw that Ling Yun was playing around with him, and he finally took action. Lu Deming came to the opposite side of Ling Yun in a flash, blocking his path, and then shouted a horn and shouted, "You are so sinister and vicious at a young age, and the poor Taoist can't forgive you today." 3-on-1. Although Ling Yun was secretly complaining in his heart, the fight was just like that, and he had no choice. He still had a smile on his face, and his face was light and calm. "You guys are bullying less people, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed if you spread the word?" Ling Yun once again used Shenlong Xiao, keeping his forward speed unchanged, raising his hands at the same time, and hitting Lu Deming with the prepared needles and nails. Lu Deming didn't dare to pick it up. He flicked the whisk in the air, and at the same time, he tapped the ground with his toes, and moved his body 7 or 8 meters away, avoiding Ling Yun's hidden weapon. Ling Yun's dragon roar broke both Niu Fenjiao and Sun Xing's eardrums, so scared that they quickly covered their ears with both hands. 18 meters away. The goal is at hand. Ling Yun reached into his arms again with both hands, a large needle and an iron nail. His hands were raised back, and 2 hidden weapons shot out. The big needles and iron nails, like eyes with long eyes, turned into silver and black glows in the sky under the light and drizzle, and hit the heartbreak and love chaser behind them, forcing them to stop chasing. Killing footsteps, scrambling to deal with the hidden weapon in front of you. It's too late, it's too soon. Ling Yun finally used the phantom fish dragon step again, and after a flash of 18 meters, he came to Sun Xing's mother and son in an instant. Sun Xing is dead. Boy, I admire your bravery, alertness, and ingenuity, but you are not qualified to kill the people I protect. He Xingyan, who had been silently guarding Sun Xing's mother and son, finally moved. He Xingyan twisted his body and stood between Ling Yun and Sun Xing's mother and son, smiling and raising his hand at the same time. Shichichi. The 3 money darts hit Ling Yun head-on, chest and abdomen. Fast as lightning. However, He Xingyan laughed too early. This was the only chance to escape. Ling Yun would seize it even if he died. How could he give up? Ling Yan's heart slammed, and there was a rare flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. This was not ruthless towards the enemy, but ruthless towards himself. He used the Dian Juxing treasure technique all over his body, facing the 3 money darts that came from the lasing, but just tilted his head. Pfft. One of the money darts rubbed Ling Yan's ear and shot at Ling Yan's ear, and the other 2 money darts hit Ling Yan's chest and lower abdomen impartially. The blood is flying. Ling Yan's body trembled in pain, but he still kept walking, grabbing a large amount of talismans in each hand and hitting He Xingyan, who was close at hand, shouting at the same time, "Lin!" He Xingyan was shocked. He Xingyan could see clearly the tragic state of Master Destroyer Qing just now, but now that Ling Yun has attacked him again, he is not so frightened. He Xingyan gathered his hands together and pushed the acquired skills to the limit of the peak of the 8th floor. He waved his palms in a row, and used the palm wind to shake 7 or 8 groups of basketball-sized flames into the air. However, Ling Yun's way of throwing the talisman was ingenious. Just as He Xingyan shook the flames in front of him, 2 basketball-sized flames flew towards his legs. "You have to hide, you have to hide, you have to hide." He Xingyan sighed inwardly, and could only move his body sideways to avoid it. At the same time, he reached out with both hands, facing his original position, using all his strength to shoot a dozen flying knives. This is the only way to stop Ling Yun. As long as Ling Yun takes a step back, Mia Xian and Daoist Lu Deming will stop Ling Yun again, and he will not be able to catch Sun Xing's mother and son. At this time, Mia Xian and Lu Deming had already swept away the hidden weapons that were aimed at them, and rushed towards Ling Yun again. If Ling Yun was desperate to catch Sun Xing's mother and son, he would definitely be attacked from 3 sides. How ruthless is Ling Yun? He just sneered, pushed his speed to the limit, and bullied his body forward like lightning, rushing towards the gap that He Xingyan flashed out. Crack! Crack! Puff puff puff. 2 whisks and 9 flying knives hit Ling Yun's body at the same time. Ling Yun's body shook violently, and countless blood arrows shot out from his body, instantly turning into a blood man. However, his body also slammed into Sun Xing's mother and son, who were hugging each other, shaking them into a ball, directly shaking them apart, and then he lifted Sun Xing with one hand, like an eagle grabbing a chicken. A phantom fish and dragon leaped more than 20 meters, turned around and sneered. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun shot like lightning, using dozens of acupoints on Sun Xing's body, who was so frightened that his heart was broken, and he used exclusive restraint on him. Yuan. In this way, even if the other party is desperate to take Sun Xing back, as long as Ling Yun does not lift the ban for him, Sun Xing will end up in a tragic death. Immediately after, Ling Yun tapped several acupoints on his body, first stopped the bleeding from his important wound, and then endured the pain, pulling out all the 2 money darts and 9 flying knives on his body. Although several acupuncture points were sealed, as Ling Yun pulled out the hidden weapon on his body like lightning, the blood was still rushing wildly, splashing everywhere. Ling Yun's current situation can be described as extremely terrifying, but he is like a normal person, turning a blind eye to the wounds and blood on his body. His eyes are cold, and his expression is calm. Taking advantage of the time when all the enemies were in a daze, Ling Yun immediately took out 7 or 8 healing talismans and affixed them all over his body, and then silently shouted in his heart, "Lin." The clear healing talisman really has an incredible and magical effect on trauma. In less than 10 seconds, all the wounds on Ling Yun's body healed as before, as if he had never been injured, but because of excessive blood loss, a handsome face appeared in the light. Some pale. Ling Yun was covered in blood, now standing in the rain, letting the rain wash away the blood on his body. The rain and blood mixed together and dripped onto the ground along his shattered clothes, quickly dyeing the place where he stood red. Niao Fengjiao was hit by Ling Yun so violently just now that she turned into a rolling gourd on the ground, and rolled 3 or 4 meters away before stopping. Although Ling Yun didn't catch her, she was not feeling well now. She only felt that her internal organs were displaced, her eyes were shining with stars, her body was covered in muddy water, and she was extremely embarrassed. She no longer had the majestic attitude of Mrs. Sun. Niao Fengjiao just felt like she was hit by a fast-moving car just now. She was so sore all over her body that she lay on the ground and struggled twice. But couldn't get up at all. Even though Ling Yun had been desperately hit by 2 whisks and 9 flying knives just now, he had already used the Great Evolution Star treasure art for the whole body. Holding an ordinary sword can't hurt him anymore. A body of this strength is already reinforced and iron bones. At that time, he used the Phantom Fish and Dragon to charge forward at high speed. It's almost like a fast-moving car. If it weren't for the fact that he was blocked by He Xingyan's flying knives, Ling Yan's collision just now. It can definitely knock out Niao Fengjiao and Sun Xing and vomit blood. Sun. When Niao Fengjiao woke up, she lay on the ground and looked up, and found that Sun Xing had fallen into Ling Yun's hands. Suddenly screamed. Ling Yun, you are courting death. He Xingyan, Mia Xianshi Tai, Daoist Lu Deming, and the limping master Mia Qing who had just rushed over saw Ling Yun grabbed Sun Xing. They immediately swarmed up, stood in a square, the 4 of them stood at the 4 corners, and surrounded Ling Yun. In the middle. Everything happened just now in a flash, and he avoided Lu Deming, who was forced by Ling Yun with a hidden weapon. By the time he captured Sun Xing, it took only 10 seconds in total. No one would have thought that Ling Yun would be so ruthless. Not only ruthless to the enemy, but even more ruthless to yourself. The 4 masters were secretly shocked, and now they don't even pretend to pretend, from their point of view. Everyone can easily see that Ling Yun is only at the early stage of the 5th layer of the acquired world. However, Ling Yun's lightning-fast speed, erratic and strange movements, unheard-of boxing and palming techniques, and a whistling sound like thunder in the clear sky. That superb flying needle-hidden weapon, and that terrifying fiery talisman. Coupled with his extraordinary wit and astonishing courage, as well as his fierce energy, he deeply shocked the 4 masters. An 18-year-old boy is just a young man, and it is enough to reach the early stage of the 5th floor of the postnatal day, but he can save the 4 people at the eyes of so many people, and he has also forced the 4 masters into a mess. Forcibly took Sun Xing as a hostage. Once this young man grows up, he will definitely be a heaven-defying existence. If Ling Yun was released tonight, it would definitely be a tiger returning to the mountain. The 4 masters were stunned in their hearts, and they glanced at each other subconsciously, and they all saw the deep murderous intent in the eyes of the other party. They reached an agreement with their eyes in an instant, that is, Ling Yun must die. Ling Yun was so decisive, if they succeeded in their cultivation in the future, would they still have trouble sleeping and eating? Ling Yun, hand over the person, I will consider giving you a whole corpse. He Xingyan said coldly, his face gloomy, his eyes staring at Ling Yun like a falcon. Ling Yun was happy, he smiled disdainfully, fart. I said you let the donkey kick your forehead? Or is your head completely stuffed with mucus? Hand over the person and give me the whole corpse, you say I will hand it over to me. Is it? Although the expression on Ling Yun's face was calm and composed, he had already secretly complained in his heart, because after the fierce fight just now, the spiritual energy in his body was only a pitiful 20%. He was trapped in the middle of the 4 masters, and his thoughts were turned, but he still couldn't think of a good way to escape, so he could only delay time for the time being. However, Ling Yun's procrastination was meaningless. The reason why he was able to do this at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training was because of the spiritual energy in his body, but he had not reached the training period, and the spiritual energy in his body could not be self-generated yet. There is nothing around that can absorb the spiritual energy. The consumption will be a little less. As long as the spiritual energy is exhausted, he will be a dead end. If Lingyun reaches the 4th level of body training, it will be useful for him to delay the time, because even if the spiritual energy is exhausted, he can still use Ichi Inyang art. Although Ichi Inyang art is not a spiritual energy, it can be practiced with this world. With the same internal strength or infuriating chi as a martial arts master, even if he lost his spiritual chi at that time, he could still perform various martial arts. That is to say, if Lingyun does not rely on the spiritual energy in his body, he will only be able to enter the acquired realm like the masters of this world when he reaches the 4th level of body training. Once Lingyun has internal strength or true chi in his body, after entering the acquired realm, he can quickly reach the early stage of the 5th layer of the acquired heaven. The current Lingyun, as long as there is no spiritual energy in his body, he is a human-shaped sandbag. He can't use the speed of his exercises, and he can only rely on the great deriving star treasure art to fight against the enemy. But for the 4 masters in front of him, 2 of the 8th level acquired and 2 of the 7th level of the acquired day, no matter which one made a full-strength shot, he would be able to break his great evolution star treasure art, causing him physical injury. Lingyun can't walk and can't walk. How many clear healing talismans can be used? Besides, once he was injured, he would bleed a lot, and if he lost a lot of blood, he would die. Lingyun pondered for a while, raised his hand and pointed to Niufinjiao, who was still lying on the ground in the distance and couldn't get up, and said, "I said, your precious son is in my hands now. Do you want him to live or die?" It took so much effort to capture Sun Xing, but of course it couldn't be in vain. This was Lingyun's only bargaining chip right now, and he started negotiating. The reason why Lingyun only captured Sun Xing but not Niufinjiao was to keep her on the enemy's side so that he could negotiate with her. If Lingyun had captured both Niufinjiao and Sun Xing just now, the 4 masters would try their best to keep him and save them. He would have no room for negotiation. Even if he could kill Niufinjiao and his son, he would will definitely die. You still need to ask? Of course, it was impossible for Niufinjiao to watch her precious son, Sun Xing, die in Lingyun's hands, so she hurriedly struggled and said, "Lingyun, don't kill my son. As long as you let him go, I can promise you anything." Lingyun said in her heart that Niufinjiao was indeed a stinger. As long as you feel sorry for your son, it will be easy to deal with. He smiled and said, "Okay, the wife of the Sun family is really happy to talk. Then my request is very simple. Let these 4 people let me go. As long as I leave and confirm that it is safe, I promise to let your son go." Niufinjiao looked at her son's pain in Lingyun's hands, and thought of the ruthless means of Lingyun's killing just now. She was already scared to death. She quickly turned her head and said to He Xingyan, "Mr. He, since Zhuang Meifeng is that little slut, he has already escaped, so I'll let Lingyun go, right?" He Xingyan frowned, thinking in his heart. Before he could speak, Lingyun snorted coldly and raised his hand to face Sun Xing's monkey face, which is just 7 or 8 mouths. Sun Xing's thin face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The palm prints on his face were extremely clear, and the whole face quickly turned into a red pig's head, with blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth. After Lingyun finished fighting, he said to Niufinjiao coldly, "Who are you calling a slut? Just talk if you want to, and wash your stinky mouth before talking." Sun Xing's mother and son were sure to die. Of course Lingyun had nothing to be polite to them. Sun Xing was in pain and was so frightened that he screamed at his mother, "Mom, save me, hurry up and let them get out of the way, or I will be beaten to death." Sun Xing is now in the hands of Lingyun, who is so frightened. If he hadn't seen the tragic state of the 3 people who died just now, he would have vomited everything in his stomach. Pulled into the pants. This is real murder, not a joke. Seeing this, Niufinjiao felt anxious and distressed again. She urged He Xingyan again, "Mr. He, Please let Ling Yun go for the sake of our Sun family. He Xingyan's eyes narrowed into slits, and his pupils turned into needle-like beams. He quickly glanced at the other three masters, and when he saw that none of the three had any intention of getting out of the way, he immediately knew. He Xingyan suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled lightly. Mrs. Sun, your thinking is too simple. Do you think Ling Yun, this little thief, will really let young Master Sun go? You didn't see just now that after catching Sun Shao, Ling Yun has already clicked a dozen big acupoints on his body. I believe that even if he releases Sun Shao according to his promise, I am afraid that Sun Shao will not live past 24 hours. What? Niao Finjiao's face was pale when she heard this. She was shocked. Ah? Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Sun Xing roared in despair. Ling Yun raised his hand, gave Sun Xing 2 more mouths, and said coldly, noisy. Then Ling Yun smiled at Niao Finjiao and said, Mrs. Sun, is this your family's thug? You even lied to kill me? I just restrained your son's acupuncture points. As long as I leave safely, naturally, I will unlock the acupuncture point for him and let him come back. This? Niao Finjiao looked at Ling Yun and He Xingyan, not knowing who to believe for a while. To be continued. To be continued. Mrs. Sun, don't believe the nonsense of this evil barrier. He is obviously delaying time and waiting for an opportunity to escape. This wicked obstacle captured Donor Sun just to hold him as a hostage, so that we could throw him away and let him go. If we let him go, Donor Sun will be at stake. It's better to let Lao Na and others join forces to capture this evil obstacle, and then force him to unlock the acupuncture point of Sun Shizhu. This is the best policy. Although Master Miaqing is fat, his brain is very good. He was hurt the most by Ling Yun just now. Now that Ling Yun is surrounded, how can he hold back? To be honest, Sun Xing's life is really nothing in the eyes of the 4 great masters. They have already reached a tacit agreement. No hesitation. It is true that Sun Xing is the direct son of the Sun family, but in the eyes of people like the 4 great masters, compared to the current Ling Yun, he is really not worth mentioning. The more he talked, the more angry the master said, and without waiting for Niao Finjiao to reply, he raised the Zen stick in his hand in the air and shouted, if you don't have a hand, you will be captured. When the words arrived, Master Miaqing endured the pain and jumped 4 meters. The Zen staff made of fine iron in his hand slammed down on Ling Yun's head, with a woo. When Ling Yun captured Sun Xing, he was betting that the other party would definitely not ignore Sun Xing's life. Even if the negotiation failed, it would be time to delay, thinking of a way to escape, and waiting for help. But he never imagined that not only did the other party see through his plan, but he really didn't care about Sun Xing's life, so he could fight if he wanted to. Miaqing, your uncle. Ling Yun felt depressed and puzzled, thinking that Sun Xing was not their young master. Why didn't everyone care about his life or death? Of course Ling Yun didn't know that, unlike the sect of Cultivation in the world of Cultivation, if he captured the son of a certain sect master, he might be able to coerce the other party, so that the entire sect of the other party would not dare to act rashly. But for a wealthy and powerful family in the city, although such 4 masters are attached to the Sun family, they don't have to obey the Sun family's orders at all. They just get what they need. As the guests of the Sun family, they are some of the background of the Sun family. They give support to the Sun family in certain sects, and at the same time protect the safety of the main characters in their family, and the Sun family also provides them or the sects behind them material and resource support. If Ling Yun was holding Sun Xing's father to blackmail these 4 masters, maybe there is room for negotiation with them, but now they are using Sun Xing as a hostage. His weight is really not enough to see. Even if Sun Xing died because of the forcible action of these 4 masters, the Sun family would at most dare to be angry and not say anything. Brine tofu, one thing degrades another, just like Shuang Tianda was eaten by Niao Finjiao, there is nothing to say. Ling Yan screamed in his heart, but at this time, it was too late for him to say anything, so he could only choose to fight. Seeing that Master Mia Qing's Zen staff wheel smashed like a windmill, Ling Yan sneered. Grabbing Sun Xing's belt, she made a light move, and then shouted to Niu Fengjiao, "Look, the person who killed your son was not me, Ling Yun, but the thief who killed Qingqing." At this time, Ling Yan still didn't forget to make money from Master Diqing's mouth. Sun Xing was frightened when he saw the Zen staff smashing into his body. The limbs struggled desperately in the air, opening his mouth and screaming. The sound was even more tragic than killing a pig. After all, Master Mia Qing was a monk, he could take action against Ling Yun, but if he really let him smash Sun Xing into flesh on the spot, he really couldn't do such a horrible thing. Therefore, he hurriedly changed his moves in the middle of the journey, took back his Zen staff and walked over, hitting Ling Yun's legs. "This is really endless. Go." At this moment, He Xingyan shouted, followed by bullying, and came to Ling Yun's back in a flash, with both palms out. With one palm, he grabbed Sun Xing, who was held in the air by Ling Yun, and slapped Ling Yun's back with one palm. "I'll wipe it. You guys are shameless." Seeing that the other party really rushed over, Ling Yun was angry, and he said in his heart, "Don't let Lao Tzu take the opportunity to turn the tables." Being oppressed and bullied like this, has Ling Yun ever experienced it? Of course, I have experienced it. In the world of cultivation, this situation of being besieged by several sects was a common occurrence, but after Ling Yun escaped, they all came back and wiped out their sects one by one. If this revenge is not repaid, I swear not to be human. The mind-killing master and Taoist Lu Deming also rushed up at this time, and swept the whisk in their hands, and swept them towards Ling Yun's chest and abdomen. At the critical moment, Ling Yun didn't take back the hand that was holding Sun Xing, and directly performed the phantom fish dragon step. Ling Kong jumped and rushed towards the master of Qingqing. Look. Once bitten, twice shy. When Master Mia Qing saw the talisman held in Ling Yun's hand, his heart suddenly jolted, and he was so frightened that he couldn't care about the pain all over his body, so he quickly retracted his Zen staff and tried his best to dodge. "It's good to know that I'm afraid." Ling Yun laughed, and with a single swipe, he jumped over the position where the master of Qingqing stood just now, and rushed towards the grove dozens of meters away. He was alone and alone. He was alone against the four masters on this empty lawn. The captured hostages became a burden at this time, and he couldn't throw them away. He didn't even have a place to hide and deal with them. "I'm afraid it will be soon. It will consume the only spiritual energy left in the body, and it will be over. Do you still want to do this?" This time, He Xingyan and Mind Destroyer took precautions too early. When they saw that Ling Yun was about to enter the woods again, and at the same time exerted his Qinggong to the limit, they blocked Ling Yun's way with a single swipe. Oops, the spiritual energy in the body is less than 20%, and the movement is slow. When Ling Yun saw that he was stopped, he clearly felt that the speed of his phantom fish dragon step was not as good as before, the movement of the exercises was blocked, and the phantom fish dragon step was not so easy to use. "Boy, you must be exhausted after tossing around alone for so long, right?" He Xingyan's eyes were vicious, and at a glance he could see that Ling Yun's movement had slowed down, and he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ling Yun looked at He Xingyan and Mia Xian Shirtai, who were standing in front of him. For the first time, he was silent and did not speak. He just tried to adjust his breath as soon as possible. At the same time, his mind turned around, thinking about various strategies, thinking about how to escape. The other party has already come up to attack Sun Xing regardless of his life. If Ling Yun is caught, he will undoubtedly be killed on the spot. "Boy, don't think that you can still escape. I think you still let young Master Sun go, obediently accept your fate." He Xingyan finally took control of the situation now, and couldn't help sneering arrogantly. Ling Yun finished adjusting his breath and was about to speak. Suddenly, I felt a very faint aura coming from the top of my head. This is not the aura of a plant, but the aura of some kind of animal. Although the spiritual energy is so weak that it is almost imperceptible, Ling Yun is very deficient in spiritual energy right now, so his sense of spiritual energy is extremely sensitive, and he felt it at once. Closer and lower. Just then, in the rainy night. 100 meters above the sky, the size of a thumb. The chubby golden silkworm is fluttering its wings and swooping down at the same time. There is no doubt that this is Miao Xiaomiao's golden silkworm, and she has given her a cute name, Xiaojin, to her life-threatening worm. Why is Xiaojin here? After Miao Xiaomiao entered Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Class 3 and 6, she quickly learned about Ling Yun's performance against the sky from the comments of her classmates. In addition, she deliberately asked Zheng Ling, so she knew that Ling Yun was not a mortal, at least possess martial arts. And the martial arts are quite weak. Soon, Miao Xiaomiao discovered the relationship between Ling Yun and Shui Mining again. When she passed Xiaojin and found out that Ling Yun had rescued Shui Mining in a sudden car accident, she began to guess that Ling Yun was probably suppressing the emotionless heart attack. The man who saved Dr. Shui. Especially knowing that Ling Yun's medical skills are magical. When acupuncture was unparalleled, Miao Xiaomiao could almost conclude that the person who rescued her own grandfather, Shini Shui, even if it wasn't Ling Yun, at least had something to do with Ling Yun. But until last night. When Miao Xiaomiao accompanied Zhang Ling to the SOSD bar to relieve the boredom and dance, she was still unsure whether it was Ling Yun or Ling Yun's master who rescued Shui Shini. With this judgment, Miao Xiaomiao began to let Xiaojin stare at Ling Yun's movements secretly, during the 3-day Qingming festival holiday. According to Shui Mining's character, it was impossible not to go to Ling Yun, or she would definitely let Ling Yun go to her house. Xiaojin can fly, and his speed is faster than lightning, whether it is day or night, at an altitude of more than 200 meters, according to Ling Yun's current state, he is absolutely undetectable. Xiaojin only followed Ling Yun for 1 day, and then he knew the approximate scope of his daily activities, which was nothing more than Villa No. 9 in the Qingshuiwen Villa Group, Villa No. 1 in the Qingxi Villa District, the rental office, and the clinic that was not yet open. Miao Xiaomiao and Xiaojin had a heart-to-heart connection, and had a rough idea of Ling Yun's situation. It was natural for Xiaojin to stare at Ling Yun tonight. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiaojin suddenly found that Ling Yun had left Villa No. 1 and headed west from the car to the western suburbs. Although he was very spiritual, he couldn't understand what Ling Yun was doing, so he followed Tang Meng from the air. Hummer. Xiaojin soon discovered that Ling Yun had actually fought someone, and he immediately passed the information to Miao Xiaomiao. Although it is still uncertain whether Ling Yun is the one who rescued Shui Shini, can Miao Xiaomiao make Ling Yun die? The answer is no, because if Ling Yun dies, the forgetful heart-devouring goo in Shui Shini's body will surely die. Then Miao Xiaomiao's grandmother, Miao Fenghuang, will suffer a great backlash and will die at any time. Although Miao Xiaomiao didn't know that Ling Yun's current ability could only suppress the forgetful heart-devouring goo for 2 months, she didn't dare to gamble. On one side is my grandfather and the other is my grandmother. Miao Xiaomiao doesn't want any of them to be in trouble. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao made a decisive decision, and let Xiaojin fly to help Ling Yunding for a while, and then he immediately rushed over. How fast is Kim? He flew over the banker's villa very quickly. Just when he saw Ling Yun was in a critical moment, he swooped down. He Xingyan carried a highly poisonous hidden weapon on his body. This is Xiaojin's favorite, so it swooped from a high altitude, and the target he chose was He Xingyan. Xiaojin didn't care about that, it fluttered its wings and shot down, flying 10 meters above He Xingyan's head like lightning, and opened his mouth to spin silk. A thin, transparent, hard-to-see golden thread made no sound at all. Following the dripping rain, it stuck directly on the shoulder of He Xingyan, who was laughing arrogantly. Ah. Not good. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. He Xingyan's proud smile immediately solidified on his ordinary face, his face became extremely ugly, and his eyes were extremely horrified. At the same time, without even thinking about it, he flipped the wrist of his left hand, and a sharp dagger came to his hand. He Xingyan groaned, and the large piece of flesh on the right shoulder and the mouth of the bull was all peeled off, and the bones of Bisensen were already visible. The blood is flying. He Xingyan's hands moved quickly, his feet moved faster, he left his original position in a flash, moved 20 meters horizontally like lightning, pointed like a sword, and frantically pointed at the large acupoints in his right shoulder. One is to stop the bleeding, and the other is to seal up his bloodline and prevent the spread of the poison. If you are good at using hidden weapons, light power must be good. Similarly, those who are good at using hidden weapons must also be good at using poison. He Xingyan's hidden weapon, light work, and poison are known as the three musts. He never thought that he would hunt wild geese all day long, but he would be pecked by wild geese tonight. Of course, it wasn't the wild goose who pecked him, but the extremely golden silkworm goo that has been channeled in the world. Xiao Jin's mouth is really amazing, he almost turned the situation around completely. He Xingyan, the highest martial artist of the four great masters, swept away more than 20 meters in horror, and the mind-killing master Taihe, who stood in front of Ling Yun, Daoist Lu Deming and master-destroying Love, who had just chased after Ling Yun, also suddenly changed and became self-threatening. He Xingyan is the highest realm among them, the highest martial arts, and it has become like this, who is not secretly shocked in his heart. Ha, lousies, people are really good. At this time, Ling Yun was the happiest and most proud person in the field. He saw the four people who besieged him all jumping away, all of them holding their breaths in vigilance. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing at himself and raised his eyes to watch. He has excellent eyesight, although the rain is getting heavier and heavier, the lights here are no better than the door of the villa, it is very dim and hazy. But Ling Yun can still see clearly. Xiao Jin succeeded in one blow, and immediately fluttered his wings and flew to an altitude of more than 20 meters, but he still couldn't escape Ling Yun's sharp eyes. In midair, there was a chubby golden silkworm about the size of an adult thumb, with a golden body and a cute little crown on its head. A pair of eyes the size of a grain of rice were round, and the golden and translucent flesh wings flicked gently. Fast as lightning. The four, Xiao Mimi had already escaped. Ling Yun thought that Tang Meng's father might come, Chao Shanshan might come, Shui Mining might come, and maybe even Shueshini might come, but he couldn't imagine that the fastest one was a chubby one. Golden silkworm. Golden silkworm? It has grown a crown and wings? It's psychic. Ling Yun was secretly surprised, wondering if he could resist this little guy's poison now. This is an extremely golden silkworm. The first transformation has just been completed, who will this belong to? Ling Yun pondered in his heart, but since this golden silkworm is dealing with He Xingyan, it must be a friend rather than an enemy. At this time, Xiao Jin was also circling around Ling Yun's head at an altitude of 20 meters. Seeing that Ling Yun found himself, he couldn't help but let out a proud cry. Showing off his might, that mighty look is very humane. Ling Yun laughed loudly, raised his hand in the air, and shouted cordially, "Come down and help me defeat these bad guys. I'll give you something delicious to make you fatter." What is delicious? Reiki, for the most poisonous psychic golden silkworm in the world, to make it grow step by step, only the vitality of heaven and earth. Who knows that Xiao Jin is very vigilant, a pair of small eyes are rolling around, just spinning in circles in the air. Just don't come down. Mastermind extinguishing, please help me protect the law, I want to force the poison out of my body. Ling Yun's side is safe for the time being, but He Xingyan's side is very uncomfortable. How can the poison of the extremely golden silkworm be solved by plucking out a piece of flesh? At this time, He Xingyan and Mia Xianshi Tai had already discovered the golden silkworm fluttering in the air, and knew that this thing was the most poisonous thing in the world, and it was not easy to provoke it. Because of their low realm and poor eyesight, Master Qingqing and Taoist Lu Deming couldn't see Xiao Jin in this situation, but when they saw the piece of flesh that He Xingyan had cut out, their faces all changed color. I saw that the piece of meat with the big mouth of the bull had all turned pale gold at this time, and even the blood on it was no longer bright red, and also turned into a pale gold color. This seems to be the most poisonous golden silkworm in the world. And it is the most golden silkworm. After 60 years, I can't believe that someone has developed the extremely golden silkworm language. The mind destroyer was too silent, his body swept to He Xingyan's side, and he flicked the dust to protect He Xingyan, so that he could force the poison as soon as possible. Taoist Lu Deming and Master Destroying Qing also quickly came to He Xingyan's side, protecting him in the center in a zigzag shape, with a very solemn expression on his face. He Xingyan turned his head to look at his shoulder, and saw that the flesh around the wound began to slowly turn pale gold again. He couldn't help frowning. He used a dagger to gouge out a circle of flesh again, and then used the tip of the knife to pick it up and threw it far away. The blood flew again, but He Xingyan could no longer feel the pain. His right shoulder and entire right arm were poisoned and numb, and he felt nothing. He Xingyan silently glanced at Ling Yun, who was leisurely and happy in the distance, then glanced at Xiao Jin flying above him, quietly took out a delicate communicator, and gently pressed a button. If Ling Yun could see it, he could easily pull it out. He Xingyan's communicator was the same as the communicator he carried on Di Ba that he killed, but it was smaller and more delicate. He Xingyan quickly put away the communicator, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to heal his wounds. Because the three people were facing He Xingyan with their backs at the moment, they did not see the scene where He Xingyan used the communicator to send a signal. He Xingyan had three great masters to protect the law for him, and Ling Yun had Xiao Jin to help him, but his spiritual energy was exhausted, and no one could do anything for a while, so they confronted each other in the rain. Ling Yun waved to the air for a while, thinking of a way to tempt Xiao Jin to come down. For a while he slapped Sun Xing in his hand a few times, and then asked him repeatedly, "Tell me, whose wife is Zhuang Meifeng?" This is really a question that makes Sun Xing depressed to the point of pain. His life is now in Ling Yun's hands, so he can only flatter and say with a flattering face, "It's your wife, of course it's your wife." Ling Yun persevered and slapped Sun Xing a few more times. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and he asked, "Who the hell is that toad who wants to eat swan meat?" Sun Xing could only hurriedly nodded and said, "It's me. It's my toad who wants to eat swan meat." "Okay, then you scold for me now, just scold that monk and that female Taoist nun, and say that they are adulterers and prostitutes, they must have a leg. The louder the scolding, the better." Ling Yun smiled wickedly, and his voice was not loud, but he deliberately just happened to let the Qing master and the heart destroyer overheard. This trick is too bad. He stabbed the Zen stick in the hand of the master of Mia Qing to the ground again and again. They are about to make a well out of the dealer's lawn. The master mistress was blushing, trembling all over, gnashing her teeth. She simply turned her head away, ignoring Ling Yun, who was so pleased with herself. She was not bothered when she was out of sight. She just waited for He Xingyan to force the poison to heal successfully, and then kill Ling Yun. "It's my own person over there, does Sun Xing dare to scold him?" Of course he didn't dare to scold, he laughed miserably. With a shy face, he wondered, this. Ling Yun smiled and continued to induce him, "Think about it, we were fine, I caught you, as long as they let me go, I will let you back, but they don't care about your life or death. They have to kill me, doesn't this force you to death? I asked you to scold them now, so what's the trouble for you? Anyway, they are really adulterers and prostitutes, monks and nuns, ha, they are a perfect match." Sun Xing was still hesitating. Ling Yun became impatient, his face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you shouting? If you don't, I'll cut your tongue off, and then create a big fireball and burn your dick off." Seeing that Ling Yun turned his face faster than he turned over, Sun Xing was so frightened that he urinated his pants again, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Master Mia Qing and Master Mia Xian are a pair of adulterers and prostitutes. The two of them adultery. Ga? Late at night." The Zhuang family compound was silent. Sun Xing shouted in a gong-like voice, and the voice suddenly spread so far that almost everyone could hear it. Niao Finjiao just got up from the ground at this time. She was stunned. She wondered if her ears had heard it wrong, or did her son go crazy? As soon as these words are shouted out, where is the life of Sun Xing? Even if Ling Yun can let him go, Master Qingqing and Shirtai Xian will definitely not let him go. Papa. Ling Yun gave Sun Xing 2 mouths at the time. He smiled and said, "Fuck you," shouting the other way around, "It's the master of destruction of love and the master of destruction of heart." Sun Xing was once again stunned by Ling Yun's eyes, causing Venus to become dizzy. After a long time, he nodded and shouted desperately again. On the night of Qingming festival, there was a lot of rain, and it shrouded the entire Qingshui city. The night was quiet, only the sound of rain falling. However, in this quiet rainy night, Qingshui city is really not calm. Xiao Mimi drove the Hummer herself and escaped with Shuang Meifeng and others. She drove the car to a speed of more than 200 miles. She wants to send the 3 people Ling Yun desperately rescued to a safe place as soon as possible, and then go back to fight alongside Ling Yun. She couldn't beat it, even with a pistol, even with her teeth, she would fight Ling Yun to the end, and even if she died, she would definitely die in front of Ling Yun. Inside the car, except for Xiao Mimi, who was attentively gnashing her teeth and driving, the other 3 were in a hurry. Shuang Meifeng thought about the time when she was most in danger, when Ling Yun's divine soldier descended from heaven, desperately trying to save her from the sea of misery. She couldn't help shaking her heart with happiness, and at the same time secretly squeezed a sweat for Ling Yun, for fear that he would not be able to escape. "If you are okay, I will live with you. If you are in trouble, I will die with you. No matter life or death, I will be with you." The happiness and worry on Zhuang Meifeng's face alternated, and finally turned into a calm determination. Tai Xiaohu clenched his fists with both hands, his eyes were blood red, his canthus was about to split, and his 10 fingernails were deeply embedded in the flesh, but he felt no pain. Ling Yun alone against the 4 masters. He couldn't help at all, and in the end it was Ling Yun who was hurt and sent them out. Tai Xiaohu knew just by looking at the speed of the female Taoist nun. According to the opponent's strength, he could easily kill him in seconds. And there are 4 such masters. Ling Yun was injured now, and turned around to stop the female Taoist nun, who was a great master. How could she escape? Ling Yun washed the tendons and cut marrow for Tai Xiaohu himself, took him to Longpan Mountain to watch the dragon absorb water, taught him the treasures of the great evolution and gathering stars, taught him to be abducted and deceived, and took him to Qingyun Film and Television to collect the bills. The joy and surprise of making a talisman together with Ling Yun, the shock and emotion when Ling Yun said he gave him 2 million in the afternoon, and their friendship tonight. Piece by piece, scene by scene, bit by bit, flashed in Tai Xiaohu's mind and in front of his eyes like a camera. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were full of tears, his teeth were rattling, but he couldn't say a word. Your own strength is too low. To say that the roundworm in Ling Yun's stomach was still Tang Meng. After this kid got into the car, he didn't sit still at all. He took out his iPhone and started WeChat frantically. Go to Chaoshanshan and Shui Mining after confirming that Ling Yun has been arrested? Tang Meng is definitely not that kind of person. 2 identical WeChat messages, the first one was sent to Chaoshanshan. I'm Tang Meng, don't ask anything, it's not a joke, Ling Yun is in trouble, rush to Zhuang Meina's house, the villa in the western suburbs as quickly as possible. The sooner the better. Tang Meng sent it to xuanhuan for the second time. After sending it, without waiting for the two to call back, he picked up the phone and called his father, Tang Tianhao. Old man, my eldest brother Lingyun has an accident. You must take someone to Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs to save him. The more the better, you must bring a gun. One stone creates 1,000 waves. It was not even 11 o'clock in the evening. The three people who received messages and calls had almost the same reaction. First, their faces changed greatly, and then they became furious. Chao Shanshan didn't even change her clothes. She rushed out of the bedroom with the car keys and ran downstairs, quickly. Ignoring Wu Ma's inquiry, she went straight to the garage and got into her Lamborghini, which she almost never drives. The car roared, rushed out of his villa in a flash, and went straight to the western suburbs alone. Xuanhuan was even more anxious. She was wearing pajamas and ran out of the bedroom in a hurry. She said urgently to Shui Jingqi, who was still awake, and Shui Shini, Grandpa, something happened to Lingyun. It's in Zhuang Tianda's villa, in the western suburbs. I'll take a step first, hurry up. As he spoke, he put on his nightgown in the rain, ran to his garage, drove his Ferrari, and rushed out of the Qingxi villa area, heading straight to the western suburbs. Shini Shui looked at his precious granddaughter in such a hurry, and at first he was a little puzzled, but when he saw that xuanhuan really drove out, his expression suddenly became solemn. Isn't this girl Ninger saying that Lingyun will come to the house tomorrow? Why is this happening? No way. Shui Shini muttered a few words, and immediately picked up the phone, but he directly called the top leader of Qingshui City, Li Yifeng, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Li Ji, I need your help with something. Xiao Mimi raised the speed of the Humvee to the limit, and soon came to Lingyun's rental house. Okay, it should be safe here for the time being, I'll go in and get something, you guys be careful to protect yourself. With the rapid braking sound, Xiao Mimi jumped out of the car, jumped into the yard in a flash, and went into the bedroom to grab a gun. Nine-tailed Tianhu Xiaobai went out for a day, and I don't know when he came back. It was lying on the sofa and squinting to rest. Seeing Xiao Mimi's anxious look, she opened her eyes in confusion. Xiao Mimi rushed out of the bedroom with a gun, and rushed out without even looking at Xiaobai. She murmured with tears in her mouth, Lingyun, even if I try my best, I will save you. As soon as Xiaobai heard this, he jumped up from the sofa, his two big black eyes widened, a foul look flashed in the fox eyes, and the snow-white fox shadow came to Xiao Mimi in a flash. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Xiao Mimi rushed out very fast, but she was fast. I didn't expect that the nine-tailed Tianhu Xiaobai would be faster, and the white shadow flashed in front of her. Xiao Mimi couldn't hold back her momentum and almost collided with Xiaobai. She wiped away tears and saw that it was the white fox that Lingyun picked up to block her, and she was stunned for a moment. As for Xiaobai's origin, Lingyun only said it was a fox at the time, but did not emphasize to Xiao Mimi and Xuan Meifeng that it was a nine-tailed celestial fox, and that it was wise and capable of cultivating the truth. Fox. Xiao Mimi's realm has only just broken through to the 3rd floor of the day after tomorrow. Naturally, she can't see Xiaobai's strength. She only knows that this white fox is not at home all day, and is very mysterious. So fast? Xiao Mimi has now rushed out of the house door and came to the courtyard, which is at least 10 meters away from the sofa in the living room. Xiaobai can pass by in a flash, and Xiao Mimi is naturally secretly shocked. Xiaobai is the most spiritual nine-tailed celestial fox, and he has been enlightened for a long time. Now not only can he understand human speech, but his IQ is far beyond that of ordinary people. As long as the 3rd fox tail grows, he can transform into a human being. Xiaobai heard that Ling Yun was in trouble, and usually a pair of charming and seductive fox eyes flashed with threatening arrogance, standing in front of Xiao Mimi, his left front paw pointed towards Ling Yun's bedroom, and his right front paw pointed at Xiao Mimi. The perfect white fox face is full of anxious inquiries. Seeing this, Xiao Mimi was stunned for a moment, because she felt that the person standing in front of her was not a fox at all. Apart from Xiaobai's inability to speak, the expression on his fox's face, the look in the fox's eyes, and his current movements, that's just one person. Xiao Mimi said subconsciously, Ling Yun is in danger now, at the villa in the western suburbs, I am going to save him now. Xiaobai didn't wait for Xiao Mimi to finish, then nodded heavily, and then stretched out his front paws and touched Xiao Mimi's arm. At the same time, the other front paw pointed at himself. The meaning could not be more obvious, Xiao Mimi should take it and go together. Xiao Mimi now understands that Xiaobai is definitely not an ordinary white fox. She didn't have time to think about it at the moment, she just nodded and said okay, and then stomped her toes. The sexy and hot body jumped over the courtyard wall of more than 2 meters and came to the door. When Xiao Mimi fell to the ground, finding that Xiaobai had been waiting for her by the Humvee, and knowing that Xiaobai's strength must be above her, she suddenly found out that there was an extra helper, and her heart became a little more at ease. Why don't you get off? Get off all of you. I need a car. Xiao Mimi saw that the 3 people in the car were still sitting still in the car. She was in a hurry and couldn't care about anything. She stomped her feet and screamed. Sister Xiao, the 3 of us have negotiated, we can't watch you go back to rescue Ling Yun alone. We want to accompany you. Tang Meng said quickly, sticking his head out of the rear window. You guys are nonsense. Xiao Mei stomped her feet flatly, she said in a deep voice, do you know how much effort Ling Yun took to save us? I can't help you there. I can only stare at you. Besides causing trouble to Ling Yun, what's the difference between you and sending him to death? Also, I can tell you. If the 3 of us don't go tonight, Ling Yun doesn't have to think about our safety, and if he is focused on saving people, there is absolutely a way for one person to rescue you, and there is no need to kill people, let alone. You won't get hurt. Xiao Mimi was furious. Pointing at Zhuang Meifeng, who was still sitting in the co-pilot, he said. After a few words, the 3 people in the car were speechless, but Zhuang Meifeng turned her head and said calmly, Sister Xiao, why are you going back now? Aren't you afraid of death? Xiao Mimi was stunned by Zhuang Meifeng's question. She avoided answering the question, but said with a stern look, I understand your feelings, but if Ling Yun and the enemy fight, both sides will suffer. I can at least take him when I go there. Run away. If you were there at that time, do you think Ling Yun would leave you behind and follow me? If everyone can't escape just because of this, wouldn't you mean that you indirectly harmed Ling Yun? What's the point of what he did tonight? Okay, don't cause Ling Yun any more trouble. Get off all of you. Having said that, Xiao Mimi didn't say more. She helped Zhuang Meifeng open the car door, and took her out with a copy of her hand. Don't worry, even if I die, I will let him escape. Xiao Mimi put Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body on the ground and whispered to her in a low voice, but with a determination to die. Sister Xiao. Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body trembled slightly, she gently tugged at Xiao Mimi's sleeve, and whispered, Thank you, you have to be more careful. Xiaobai didn't have time to pay attention to this. Just as Zhuang Meifeng got out of the car, a snow-white fox shadow flashed. It had already got into the car and sat on the co-pilot. Zhuang Meifeng got down, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu could only sigh in annoyance, got out of the car at the same time, and stood in the rain. Xiao Mimi didn't delay any longer, she jumped into the car. The Humvee didn't turn off at all, she stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Humvee slammed westward like a roaring cheetah. Sister-in-law, what are we going to do now? Tang Meng turned to look at Zhuang Meifeng, who was standing there quietly, watching the Humvee vanish into the vast rain curtain, and asked. After this time, Zhuang Meifeng is really a sister-in-law, more real than real money. Zhuang Meifeng finally turned her head and smiled at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Thank you both for taking such a big risk to save me. Tai Xiaohu was depressed, he scratched his head in shame after hearing this. Tang Meng also smiled awkwardly and said, Sister-in-law, please don't say that. In fact, when we went, we didn't expect the Sun family to be so powerful. Zhuang Meifeng smiled lightly, her heart was extremely complicated. Her biological father pushed herself into the fire pit regardless of her own feelings, but Ling Yun was able to bring 3 people who were almost irrelevant to her at the risk of dying to save each other. Then, it really made her feel very embarrassed. Sister Xiao is right. Although we are willing to live and die together with Ling Yun will definitely not think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent us out desperately just now. My husband, I know that the last thing he likes is when others do stupid things, so in order not to cause trouble for him, let's wait here for him to come back. With his great ability, I believe he will be able to save the day. When speaking, Zhuang Meifeng first flashed the scene of Ling Yun telling Lin Menghan to get out of the way, and then she remembered the incredible abilities of Ling Yun that she had seen just now, and suddenly she had full confidence in Ling Yun. At the same time, she also secretly decided that as long as Ling Yun can come back alive, she must learn those magical skills from Ling Yun. Even if Ling Yun is not as powerful, he must have enough self-protection ability. Try not to cause unnecessary trouble to Ling Yun because of such things. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. It has changed from the light rain just now to moderate rain. In the vast rainy night, several luxury cars are driving at full power, galloping in one direction from all directions of Qingshui City. Chao Shanshan drives an orange Lamborghini, Shui Mining drives a bright red Ferrari, and Xiao Mimi drives the cheapest Hummer. But she is undoubtedly the fastest and most violent. The 3 luxury cars set off one after another from 3 different locations in Qingshui City, with only one destination, Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs, and only one goal, to save Ling Yun. But, to save Ling Yun. Far more than these 3 stunning. Tang Tianhao knew that his son would not play such a joke on him at such a time. After he received Tang Meng's call, he immediately called Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the Qingshui City Criminal Police Brigade. He took as many police officers as he could, whether on duty or on vacation. Hurry up to the villa in the western suburbs. After Tang Tianhao finished the phone call, he came to his garage and drove his car straight to the western suburbs. This was a big event, and he had to take command in person. Kong Ruiyong was born in a special scout, and he was directly trained by Tang Tianhao. After receiving such an urgent order from Tang Tianhao, he naturally did not dare to neglect, and he set off with the criminal police team. In the car also kept calling people. 3 police cars, 8 police cars, 12 police cars. Soon, a total of nearly 20 police cars were dispatched from all directions in Qingshui City, sirens roaring, tearing through the silence of midnight, breaking through the heavy rain curtain, and heading straight for western suburbs villa. Li Yifeng received a call from Shani Shui. When he heard that Ling Yun had an accident, and Shani Shui personally called, he jumped up from the sofa in shock. Li Yifeng was thinking about taking his son Li Qingchuan to visit Ling Yun's house, to thank him in his spare time during this holiday. Ling Yun belonged to those people. The result of Li Yifeng's discussion with Tang Tianhao was that as long as it wasn't their responsibility, they would let Ling Yun handle it. They would not interfere, but secretly provided convenience and protection for Ling Yun. Because of the affairs between those people, these people in the world can't get involved at all. Even if they want to help Ling Yun, they don't know how to help. But what happened to Ling Yun? If Li Yifeng didn't know about it, that's fine. Now that he knows, he has to take care of it. It was his son's savior who had the accident, and the one who called was his son's savior, both of whom had great kindness to his oldly family. However, as the leader of Qingshui City, Li Yifeng acted prudently and thoughtfully. He was far less anxious than Tang Tianhao. After he hung up the call from Shani Shui, he quickly calmed down, and then dialed out one by one. After Li Yifeng arranged a series of work, the last call was to Tang Tianhao, who was driving at a high speed. When Li Yifeng knew that Tang Tianhao was rushing to the western suburbs, he only said one sentence, "I know about Lingyun, it is inconvenient for me to come forward, I have already arranged everything, you can show your housekeeping skills, just act according to the circumstances. When the situation is urgent, you can order to shoot." Okay. Knowing that Li Yifeng was behind him, Tang Tianhao felt even more confident. He stepped on the accelerator, and the speed increased a lot. Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Xiao Mimi, the three stunning beauties are all driving at a gallop. Li Yifeng, the secretary of the municipal party committee, quickly laid out and arranged everything. Tang Tianhao brought his own criminal policemen with guns and live ammunition and rushed out. This is all driving to the Shijiao villa. And don't drive. It's just that these people who don't drive have one thing in common, they're all masked. The sexy and beautiful Miao Xiaomiao was masked in black scarf, wearing a black and bright leather jacket and leather pants that covered her whole body, and high leather boots of the same black and bright color. She galloped in the rainy night, and her speed was almost the same as Ling Yan's mileage. The same lightning fast. At the same time, there were three other people wearing night clothes, with the same black scarf covering their faces, with only two eyes exposed, but they started from another prosperous big city adjacent to Qingshui City, like a meteor chasing the moon, and headed towards Qingshui City as fast as a meteor. Come. Although they weren't really flying, their movement speed was without exception higher than He Xingyan's. With a little toes, they swept across a distance of tens of meters, like three black night owls. At a distance of more than 200 kilometers, these three people could not drive without a car. They obviously thought the car was too slow. According to their current speed, it is estimated that it will take up to 40 minutes for them to reach Shimizu City. They received a message from He Xingyan's communicator, and immediately determined He Xingyan's location, and then hurriedly set off for Qingshui City. These three are the three heavenly killers of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization's Huaxiao branch. All of them are in the early stage of the 9th floor of the postmortem without exception, and their strength is terrifying. On the top of Longpan Mountain, the tiger is on the cliff, Dugumo is wearing his iconic black robe, holding a sharp sword, standing in the wind and rain, wet long hair fluttering with the mountain wind, star eyes like electricity, looking directly at the huge mysterious Tianking. Angular lips pursed tightly, sword eyebrows slightly raised. The Yinyang locking dragon array. He was the only one on the top of Longpan Mountain, Dugumo said lightly to himself, while he was investigating the terrain. He was thinking about what he needed to prepare so that he could enter the Tianking and explore. In fact, he is almost prepared, but because today is the Qingming festival, the ghosts are too heavy, and he is afraid that he will encounter some evil things that he will not be able to deal with, so he does not dare to go down tonight. Whoa! 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 The lights on the roofs of the two police cars flickered, and the sirens roared as they whizzed past Gufeng Road, which suddenly caught Dugumo's attention. He is the cultivation base of the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, and his ears and eyesight are naturally extraordinary. Dugumo raised his eyes and suddenly looked excited and curious. My God, what big case has happened in Qingshui City? Why are there so many police cars? Anyway, I'm bored, let's go and see the excitement. Dugumo was so happy to see that he didn't take the original mountain road, but jumped down from the steep tiger's cliff. Ling Yun was right, the water in Qingshui City is really going to be muddy soon. Out of the city, only for Ling Yun alone, this Qingming festival is destined to be a bloody night. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. In the capital, the Ling family, in the secret room of the Patriarch. Copy address access. Ling Zhen, the current patriarch of the Ling family, was sitting on an old chair, staring at his eldest son, Ling Hao. The Ling family is one of the 7 major families in the capital. The family rules are strict. Although his biological father is sitting in front, he is now in the secret room of the Patriarch. Ling Hao can only hang his hands, naturally, and stand there respectfully, waiting for Ling's shock question. Ling Hao, you've been tossing a lot recently, haven't you? Ling Zhen looked at Ling Hao for a long time, and finally spoke slowly and asked lightly. Ling Hao's heart suddenly came to his throat, and he replied tremblingly, Dad. This is the Patriarch's secret room, there is no father and son here, call me the Patriarch. Ling Zhen interrupted Ling Hao's words in a deep voice. Yes, Patriarch, I. Ling Hao didn't know where to start when he saw his father's businesslike appearance. Let me tell you, you have already found Ling Yun, your third uncle's son, right? Ling Zhen raised his eyes slightly, his eyes like electricity, clearly discerning. Ling Hao didn't dare to hide it, he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, nodded and replied, yes. You're arranging a killer to kill him, right? You want to kill your grandpa before he finds Ling Yun, right? Ling Hao was dripping with sweat, he just wanted to defend himself when he opened his mouth, but when he met Ling Zhen's stern gaze, he immediately lowered his head again, yes. When Ling Zhen saw that Ling Hao was not hiding anything from himself, the stern look in his eyes faded a little. He stared at Ling Hao, who was bowing his head, and said nothing. I don't blame you if you want to compete for the successor of the Patriarch in the future, after all, this kind of thing happens in every big family. Ling Zhen first calmed Ling Hao's heart, and then said, I don't blame you for wanting to kill your third uncle's illegitimate son Ling Yun, but your actions are too stupid. You're in your pocket, Father. Only then did Ling Hao know that his own affairs had already been exposed. Thanks to his father, he was not noticed by the clan. Ling Zhen frowned slightly, waved his hand to stop Ling Hao from continuing to speak, and then said lightly, You must have seen and heard in the ancestral hall today, your grandfather has announced in public. The name of Ling Yun was written into the genealogy, if I expected it was not bad. It would take up to 3 more days, before the old man's own people would be able to find Ling Yun. What do you say you should do? Ling Hao was startled when he heard this. His face was pale, but his mind was spinning. After a while, he said, Father, I have also reached the most critical moment on my side. I just received news that. Why are you hesitating? Why don't you say it quickly? Ling Zhen patted the table lightly and shouted softly. There is news from over there that Ling Yun and the Sun family have met. They also said that Ling Yun will die tonight. Meet the Sun family? Ling Zhen's bushy brows were tightened a little bit, but they quickly relaxed again, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. What if Ling Yun can't die tonight? What are you going to do? Ling Hao was stunned, he looked at Ling Zhen in disbelief and said, Father, that's impossible. Ling Zhen smiled lightly, shook his head slightly and said, Impossible? Ling Hao, remember, in this world, nothing is impossible. So you thought killing Ling Yun was as simple as stepping on an ant, but what happened? It's been a whole week, hasn't it? In a word, Ling Hao bowed his head in shame and did not dare to look into Ling Zhen's eyes. That kid doesn't know anymore. Ling Hao said with a whimper. Ling Zhen shook his head helplessly, sighed and said, Ling Hao, how did I teach you before? Sometimes, killing people is not the only way to solve problems. Killing is often the last resort to solve things. Let me tell you. Since you said that Ling Yun will die tonight, then I will give you 1 more night, plus 1 day tomorrow. If you can kill Ling Yun, then naturally everything will be forgotten, but if Ling Yun is not dead, early in the morning the day after tomorrow, you have to report to your grandfather and your third uncle in person, saying that you have found Ling Yun. Have you understood? After Ling Zhen finished speaking, he glanced meaningfully at his son and waited for his reply. But in that case. Ling Hao was in a hurry and hurriedly argued. Ling Zhen snorted coldly, slapped the table, pointed at Ling Hao's nose and cursed, "What a fool, you still think about your own patriarch position, don't think about it, although your grandfather gave you this matter, come on, are your grandfather and your third uncle idle these days? You are the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Ling family. Your grandfather entrusted this matter to you. Of course, there is a layer of testing in it. You don't even think about it. If your grandfather and second uncle find Ling Yan first, what will he do? Look at you? If you can confirm Ling Yan's death before the day after tomorrow, I will naturally be able to help you with other matters, but if Ling Yan is not dead, you still want to send someone to kill him again and again, I'm afraid the first one will die. It's not Ling Yan, it's you. Also, our Ling family has now become the weakest of the 7 major families, all thanks to your third uncle. If Ling Yan can really recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, it would not be a bad thing to return to our Ling family. Don't forget, the current patriarch of the Ling family is still you and me. As long as I live for one day, no one else will be able to snatch you and your brother's successor as the patriarch. Also, I warn you, you and your younger brother can only compete fairly. If I find out that you dare to act crookedly on your own younger brother, without anyone else's action, I will destroy you myself. Did you hear that? Ling Zhen's reprimand made Ling Hao tremble with fear, and he was dripping with cold sweat. Go, if nothing else happens, your grandfather and your third uncle's people will find Ling Yun in 3 days at most, so I will only give you a day and a half. If Ling Yun is not dead, you must stop chasing Ling Yun immediately. Kill it, wipe your ass clean, and report it directly to the old man. In this way, you can still get praise from the old man. Ling Zhen repeatedly asked Ling Hao several times before sending him out. After Ling Hao left, Ling Zhen sat back on the chair again, holding the tabletop in his hands and pondering lightly. Third brother, it's really not easy for you and the son of that bitch to live. The Sun family. Master Qingqing and Master Xinxin are old friends. Cough. A pair of adulterers, cough. Shuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs, on the edge of the huge and wide green lawn, next to the grove. Sun Xing, who had been hoarse for a long time, still shouted in a broken gong-like voice. It had been 7 or 8 minutes, and Sun Xing's throat was already smoking. Every time he shouted, he would cough for a long time. Let him stop, he really didn't dare to shut up. Even if he shouted a little slower, he would be slapped by Ling Yan twice. Ling Yan simply sat down in the rain, occasionally teasing the extremely golden silkworm Xiao Jin in the air, and occasionally swiping Sun Xing twice, but he had absolutely no intention of taking the opportunity to escape. With the help of his own side, a golden silkworm scared the other party into shit. If Ling Yan escaped at this time, he would be laughed at by this very human psychic bug. This is not his style. The Qing Master and the Heart Destroyer couldn't listen to it too early. If it wasn't because Xingyan had not finished his work and was afraid of the sneak attack of the extremely golden silkworm in the air, they would have rushed over and killed Sun Xing, who had already gone mad, on the spot. Lost. Huh. Xingyan finally finished his work. He threw away the original dagger, put it away, replaced it with a new dagger, gritted his teeth and plucked out a circle of flesh from his wound again, and then used it, good gold sore medicine, began to bandage the huge wound that was shocking and deep into the bone. At this time, Xingyan's right arm gradually regained consciousness, and he felt the piercing pain again. Obviously, he had successfully forced the poison. Thank you 3 for protecting me. Now, let's simply divide the labor and let me deal with the golden silkworm in the air. How about you kill Ling Yun on the spot, with the fastest speed? Xingyan came out of the circle surrounded by 3 people in a flash, stared at Xiao Jin in the air without blinking, and said in a negotiating tone. Master Qingqing and Xinxin Master were too early to be scolded by Sun Xing's Qiqiao, and they nodded quickly and said, "This plan is very good, it is just like that." Before the two could speak, He Xingyan suddenly frowned, turned his head to look in the direction of the gate, and said in a deep voice, "Someone is here." Although He Xingyan was seriously injured and his movement speed was greatly affected, his skills were still there, so he was the first to hear the movement at the gate. Xiaojin's body is high in the sky, it doesn't even need to see who it is, just by telepathy, it knows that it is Miao Xiaomiao. Fly towards the door. Seeing that Ling Yun was in a hurry, he jumped up from the ground and shouted loudly into the air, "Hey! I said, don't run away, fuck, I'm pointing at you and biting them." The four masters seized the opportunity and took advantage of Xiaojin to fly away. Ling Yun smiled, mentioned Sun Xing's figure and jumped into the grove, used Wanli's hand to walk, and chased in the direction of Xiaojin's flight. Ling Yun wanted to see, in the middle of the night, which good person would come to rescue him in the rain. However, as soon as Ling Yun entered the grove, he was stopped by Master Mia Xian. Mia Xian took a rest for 7 or 8 minutes. She had already recharged her energy, but was engulfed in smoke by Sun Xingqi's Qiqiao. This time, she insisted on killing Ling Yun in the "can't be in the palm of your hand." When He Xingyan was using his powers to force the poison, the rest of the 3 people were really rested, and their physical and internal strength had been restored, but Ling Yun's rest was nothing but nonsense. In addition to recovering some vigor, the spiritual energy in the body was still there. Less than 20%, no increase at all. The speed of Ling Yun's ability to perform 1,000 miles of walking is not as fast as that of Shirtai, not to mention his lack of spiritual energy in his body, and he is still carrying Sun Xing. So you can only go back from the woods. Go to hell. As soon as Ling Yun came out, he happened to meet Master Di Qing and Taoist Lu Deming, who were waiting for work at the edge of the woods. The two of them shouted angrily at the same time. For a time, Ling Yun was attacked on both sides. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun saw that Lu Deming's whisk and Master Mia Qing's Zen staff were hitting him at the same time. He smiled, and directly blocked Sun Xing's body in front of him. When Master Qingqing saw it, he immediately shouted that he was going to be bad. Although he was being scolded by the second-hand Sun Xing, he still had to wait for him to be rescued from Ling Yun and hand over to Sun Xing to punish him. It's up to Niao Fenjiao to deal with it. How could he really beat him to death with a Zen stick? However, Master Mia Qing's moves were too old to be able to hold back. The Zen staff made of more than 60 kilograms of fine iron turned over to Sun Xing's body. Ah! Sun Xing was so frightened that he struggled desperately, screaming frantically. The sound was worse than killing a pig. Sun. Niao Fenjiao looked so real from a distance that she was so frightened that her heart twitched, and she closed her eyes tightly. Just at this critical moment, He Xingyan and Lu Deming shot at the same time. He Xingyan shook his hand and spilled 3 money darts, and Taoist Lu Deming was forced to change his moves in the middle, flicking the dust, and inextricably entangled with the master of Qingqing. Zen stick, use all your strength to yank it to the side. He Xingyan knew that his strong aid was coming soon, and now he couldn't afford to take Sun Xing's life, so he could save him if he could. Ding ding ding. First 3 crisp voices sounded, and then only heard 2 clicks. Sun Xing's legs were still swept by Master Mia Qing's Zen staff, and both calves were all broken. Although Master Destroyer Qing tried his best, He Xingyan and Lu Deming tried their best to save him, but Ling Yun couldn't bear to deliberately send Sun Xing to Master Destroyer's chanting stick. Wouldn't that be a hit? Ah! Sun Xing roared in pain, and his head tilted, even the pain and fright, and he fainted on the spot. You're such a bald thief, isn't young Master Sun just scolding you? You really want to kill the young master of the Sun family? Fortunately, I hid quickly. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, while everyone was stunned, he took Sun Xing and jumped out of the siege of the four, and came back to the wide lawn. Xinger. Niao Fengjiao was dazzled when everything happened just now. He couldn't see what was going on at all, and after Ling Yun stopped, he saw his son's head drooping, not speaking, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Master Diqing. You. Niao Fengjiao was extremely angry, raised her finger like a mad tiger and pointed at Diqing, and stumbled over. You give my son's life back. Niao Fengjiao didn't look for Ling Yun. But he rushed directly to the side of Master Destroyer, punching and kicking him. Anyway. A son is a mother's heart. Seeing that her son is dead, Niao Fengjiao, who is so protective of her calf, can't be sensible at this time. Of course, if she hadn't doted on her son so much since she was a child, and let him do things like this, Sun Xing wouldn't have ended up like this. Ba. Master Diqing stood still, letting Niao Fengjiao beat him and chanting the Buddha's name. Guilty look in his eyes. Master Miaqing is also a Buddhist monk. Although he is not very compassionate, Sun Xing was hurt by his own hands after all, and he still feels a little bit guilty in his heart. After such a delay, the masked Miao Xiaomiao had already rushed from the door to the lawn. She swept her beautiful eyes lightly, and immediately understood the current situation on the field. Then, with a slight leap, he came to Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun looked at her up and down with a smile, then looked at the very proud golden silkworm on her shoulder, and then asked in a low voice, Miao Xiaomiao? Miao Xiaomiao didn't expect Ling Yun to recognize herself so easily. She turned her head and glared at Ling Yun with a pair of beautiful big eyes, and snorted coldly, I can't see it. You really can cause trouble. Ling Yun smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then raised his chin, pointed at the 5 people who were in a mess on the opposite side and said, It's not me who caused trouble, it's them bad guys who want to kill me. Do I just sit here and let them kill? Miao Xiaomiao looked down at the unconscious Sun Xing, then raised her head and said to Ling Yun, I don't think you are a good person. Ling Yun admitted this point. He smiled and nodded and said, I never said I was a good person. Miao Xiaomiao saw Ling Yun's rascal appearance, frowned slightly, and said coquettishly, We'll talk about this later, let's find a way to get out of here first. Ling Yun casually threw Sun Xing on the ground, clapped his hands first, then folded his arms around his chest and said, I can't help it, you should find a way. You. Miao Xiaomiao said in her heart, who is saving whom? No wonder the classmates always hide a funny look in their eyes when they talk about Ling Yunlai. This person is really too shameless. At this moment, the engine of the car roared, and an orange Lamborghini rushed into the gate of the villa in the western suburbs, and the speed did not decrease, and soon came to the gate of Zhuan Tianda's villa. Chao Shanshan is here. As soon as she stopped the car, she jumped out of the car, and with a swipe of her beautiful eyes, she saw Ling Yun on the south lawn. It's Chao Shanshan. Zhuang Meina murmured to herself, staring blankly at the stunning beauty who got out of the car. Chao Shanshan found that Ling Yun was safe and sound, and immediately turned from worry to joy, shouted Ling Yun loudly, and ran towards him quickly. Ling Yun, are you all right? Chao Shanshan was in a hurry, she didn't even look at the masked Miao Xiaomiao, she ran directly to Ling Yun and said tenderly. Ling Yun smiled brightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face showed the dimples that fascinated people and didn't pay for his life, and said to Chao Shanshan, Do you think I look like something is wrong? Before he finished speaking, a red Ferrari roared and rushed into the villa in the western suburbs, whistling all the way, and stopped directly behind the Lamborghini. Brother Ling Yun. The long-legged little demon girl, Xuanhuan, also followed closely. She also saw Ling Yun, and after getting out of the car, she shouted coquettishly that she was about to run towards Ling Yun. Hey, what is this kid Tang Meng doing? Didn't he tell him to find them after I was arrested? Ling Yun saw that Chao Shanshan and Xuanhuan had really come, and he was both happy and angry, and shook his head helplessly. Ninger, I'm fine, wait for me there, don't come here. When Ling Yun saw that xuanhuan was only wearing a silk nightdress, how could she be exposed to the rain, he said to Miao Xiaomiao, "This person on the ground is a murderer, don't let those people save her, you look after me for a while." After speaking, regardless of whether Miao Xiaomiao agreed or not, she held Chao Shanshan and performed 1,000 miles of walking, and the two ups and downs came to xuanhuan. With a copy of the other hand, he also picked up xuanhuan by the waist, and in a flash came to the steps of the villa where Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 were. "There are canopies to cover the rain, so the rain won't catch you." Ling Yun let go, put the 2 stunning people down, and then asked with a smile, "That boy Tang Meng asked you to come?" At this time, Chao Shanshan and xuanhuan only had Ling Yun in their eyes, and they didn't care about anything else. So both smiled and nodded. The beloved is now safe and sound, and the big stone in the hearts of the 2 stunning girls fell to the ground at the same time. Xuanhuan looked at Chao Shanshan. He looked at xuanhuan again, then looked at the hot figure of the masked girl in the distance, and thought of his sister Zhuang Meifeng who had just been rescued by Ling Yun. The expression on her face was red and white, extremely complicated. She was standing in front of Ling Yun, but Ling Yun turned a blind eye to her, didn't even look at her at all. How could the arrogant xuanhuan bear it? "What's going on?" Chao Shanshan glanced at the 5 people who were in a mess on the lawn, then turned her head and asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later. You 2 ran out after wearing so little, are you cold?" "What should I do if I catch a cold?" He turned his head to xuanhuan and said, "I said, don't stand there stupidly, why don't you hurry up and grab 2 warmer clothes and put them on?" "Humph." Xuanhuan's nose was almost crooked. Ling Yun glanced at her. She thought Ling Yun was going to say something nice to her. Unexpectedly, she was asked to fetch the clothes, and she stomped her feet, turned her head and entered her villa. I don't know why, after seeing Ling Yun showing great power in her home, killing her decisively, and rescuing her sister like a god. From the bottom of her heart, xuanhuan really didn't dare to disobey Ling Yun's intention. Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen saw Ling Yun standing in front of them without anyone else. They knew that this handsome and outrageous young man had rescued their eldest daughter. The words were swallowed back. Because Ling Yun didn't even look at them at all. Zhuang Tianda was able to push his daughter into the fire pit, and it was strange that Ling Yun would take care of them. Xuanhuan had a straight temper and couldn't hide her words in her heart. Just as she was about to ask Ling Yun, who was on the other side, she heard loud sirens, from far to near, more and more. Ling Yun watched the first police car rush into Zhuang Tianda's villa, then the second, the third. A total of 18 police cars came in, and soon, a long line of police cars lined up in front of the villa to the gate of the villa. Damn it, isn't it? Tang Meng's battle, this time, is too big. Ling Yun was stunned inwardly, trying to find the shadow of Tang Meng's father among the policemen who got out of the car. At this moment, xuanhuan came out of the villa, holding 2 warm clothes in her hands, but instead of giving them to Ling Yun, they handed them directly to Chao Shanshan and xuanhuan. "Here, let's put it on first, warm and warm." In front of Chao Shanshan and xuanhuan really didn't have the capital to be proud of. Both Chao Shanshan and xuanhuan wore very cool clothes, especially xuanhuan, who came out directly in her pajamas. It cooled down at night, and was drenched in the cold rain. Her lips were a little blue from the cold, and she was shaking all over. But the 2 women didn't even look at the clothes that xuanhuan handed over, they just held Ling Yun's arm and stared at the development of the field. Ling Yun was helpless, so he could only take the clothes from xuanhuan's hands and put them on them one by one. Then Ling Yun smiled softly, pointed at Sun Xing who was unconscious, and said to xuanhuan, "If you see that person, he is Sun Xing who was maimed by us last Saturday." The Sun family in the capital. What? People from the Sun family? Chao Shanshan was shocked. She immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. It turned out to be him. "It's time to fight." Xuanhuan giggled after hearing this, and didn't take it seriously. Ling Yun nodded slightly, and then said softly, "You guys are here, wait for me to stay still, I'll go down." After speaking, Ling Yun twisted his body, and in a flash, he came to the lawn again. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. No one is allowed to move. Raise your hands. Dozens of policemen with live ammunition got out of the car and raised their pistols one after another. The bullets were loaded and aimed at the center of the venue. Copy address access. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh when he heard it, thinking that these police officers were all idiots like that silly girl, Lin Menghan. They didn't let them move, how could they raise their hands? Now in the arena, the confronting two sides are He Xingyan and other four masters, and Miao Fenjiao who is just calmed down. The other side is Miao Xiaomiao and Ling Yun, as well as Sun Xing, a playful and evil young man whom he took back as a hostage. Seeing the sudden presence of so many police officers, the four masters of the Sun family couldn't help but secretly complain, saying that they were in trouble now. All of them were masters, but those policemen had guns in their hands. If each of them is faced with 2 or 3 pistols, they can avoid or escape under deliberate precautions. In the face of more than 40 pistols, unless it is an acquired master of the 9th floor or above, or a congenital master, it is possible to deal with it. Or they can preemptively attack, use thunder to create chaos, and catch the hostages like Ling Yun, otherwise no one dares to act rashly. Of course, if He Xingyan played with a beautiful hidden weapon and directly killed these ordinary policemen on the spot, or stopped them instantly, it would not be impossible, but it would be tantamount to confronting the entire country, and he would be madly pursued by the country's mysterious department. Has completely become a lost dog, and there is no place to stand in China. The more than 40 police officers were on their way, and they were ordered to control the situation after arriving at the scene, and wait until Tang Tianhao arrived. These police officers didn't know Ling Yun, and they didn't even know that their purpose in coming here was to help Ling Yun. All the police officers had 2 words written on their faces, dazed. Therefore, they could only point their guns at everyone, including Ling Yun, who had just jumped into the arena. This is a really inexplicable collective dispatch. Although Tang Tianhao didn't arrive, Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, arrived. After he got out of the police car, his stern eyes swept away. Immediately see the situation in the entire field. In the middle of the 2 adjacent villas, on the wide road made of red bricks, the corpses of 3 young masters from the 4th floor realm, including Shi Jian, brought by Miao Fenjiao, have been taken by the only 2 Hotian left in the Sun family. The first-level masters were placed in one place, lying there quietly. The death was tragic. There were also 2 acquired second-floor masters who were maimed by Ling Yun and restrained the acupoints, and an acquired third-floor master who was abolished. He was seriously injured and was dragged to the edge of the flower bed. He grimaced in pain, looking terrible. Up to now, of the 8 masters that Miao Fenjiao brought, the strongest 3 had died tragically, 3 had been seriously injured, and there were only 2 acquired masters, but they couldn't get in on anything, and only stared blankly. The day after tomorrow, to put it bluntly. That is to say, the strength is a little stronger than ordinary people, and it's just a little bit of skill. These 2 people together may not be able to beat Tai Xiaohu, so Ling Yun doesn't even want to reward them with a shot. If they dare to act rashly, Ling Yun will always can kill them in seconds. Kong Ruiyong looked at Ling Yun again, only to see one still lying on the ground. Life and death were unknown. He looked at the 3 beautiful girls on the steps, the 3 of the housekeeper, and Chao Shanshan and Xuanhuan. Finally, he looked at Miao Fenjiao, who were 5 people of different shapes. It's really tragic. No wonder the Tang Bureau's order is so urgent. Who are these people? Hey! Is that bald head a monk or a Taoist priest? Why is he holding a Zen staff? He is wearing a Taoist robe? It's so dark, is it from Africa? Kong Ruiyong's brows furrowed, he glanced at the brothers he brought, and ordered in a deep voice, "Control the situation, no one is allowed to shoot without my order." Not to mention the gang of policemen, it's Kong Ruiyong, the criminal police chief. I don't even know where to help. At this moment, Kong Ruiyong's cell phone rang again, and he immediately escaped to see that it was his immediate superior, Tang Tianhao, who was calling, so he quickly picked it up. Tang Tianhao said, "Are you there? I forgot to tell you. After you arrive, you must protect Lingyun at all costs." "I will be there soon." "Understood." After Kong Ruiyong hung up the phone, he immediately shouted at everyone in the arena, "May I ask who Lingyun is? Can you come over and talk?" "Just kidding, for the Qingming festival, it's almost 12 o'clock in the evening, and it's still raining." Tang Tianhao asked him to bring so many people here at once, just to protect one person, so how important is this Lingyun to Tang Bureau? Kong Ruiyong's brain is very good, so there is no order in his tone, he is just negotiating, or even requesting. However, while he was shouting, he carefully glanced at the 7 people lying on the ground, thinking that Lingyun must not be among these 7 people. "I'm here." Lingyun heard the debate, and immediately knew that Kong Ruiyong was calling him. He took a step forward and waved at Kong Ruiyong. Then Lingyun turned his head and mentioned the unconscious Sun Xing, who was like a dead dog. He didn't use any footwork, and strode towards Kong Ruiyong with a smile on his face. Lingyun came to Kong Ruiyong, let go and threw Sun Xing on the ground, then clapped his hands and smiled, "Dare to ask your name?" When Kong Ruiyong saw Lingyun's appearance and bearing, he thought that this guy was really handsome, and he immediately had a 3-point favorable impression of Lingyun, and reached out to report to his family, Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, Kong Ruiyong. "This is a rescue." Lingyun smiled and stretched out his hand, shook Kong Ruiyong's big hand, and said lightly, "Tang Meng is my brother, I just rescued him from here." What Lingyun said, the knowledge in it was huge. It is true that Tang Meng is his brother, and it is true that he just rescued Tang Meng from here, but the whole thing is Lingyun's business, Tang Meng is just playing soy sauce. But when Lingyun said it so ignorantly, Kong Ruiyong immediately understood that Tang Meng was in danger here and was rescued by Lingyun, but he was trapped in a tight siege and couldn't run away. Flickering, it is definitely a super big flickering. I mean, who did he eat the courage of an ambitious leopard, and even my eldest nephew dared to move? Kong Ruiyong's stern eyes immediately stared, and he swept directly to the 4 masters, with sharp eyes. This is what Lingyun wanted. He smiled and pointed at Sun Xing on the ground with his hand, "Brigade Kong, I've already caught you. It's here. You can send me someone to look after it." Kong Ruiyong lowered his head along Lingyun's finger, glanced at Sun Xing on the ground, then nodded and said, "Is this the kid?" "No problem." Lingyun was relieved now. He finally caught Sun Xing, but he didn't expect it to be a big burden just now. Now that Lingyun left this trouble to Kong Ruiyong, he felt a lot easier. Lingyun used the focus sound to form a line and said to Kong Ruiyong alone, "Brigade Kong, have you seen the 4 people over there? They are not ordinary people, all of them are martial arts masters, who can jump dozens of meters, and they can do it as soon as they make a shot. It's your life, you have to let your people stare at it, be careful." Lingyun was really unambiguous. Seeing that his rescuer was coming, in line with the principle of maximizing profits, he blacked out the Sun family in just a few words. After Kong Ruiyong heard this, the expression on his face suddenly became extremely dignified. He jumped dozens of meters? Isn't this the cultivator in the legend? If that's the case, things won't end well tonight. Kong Ruiyong worked as a special scout and heard rumors about those people in the army. Now he is the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. Still know something. No wonder the Tang Bureau is engaged in such a big battle, requiring everyone to carry a gun, so it is to deal with cultivators? Kong Ruiyong suddenly realized in his heart, his thoughts turned electric, and suddenly he looked at Ling Yun in front of him thoughtfully, the horror in his eyes forgot to hide, he was extremely shocked. Those people are all strong martial arts practitioners, but Ling Yun just said that he saved Tang Meng in front of these people. Doesn't that mean Ling Yun is also a martial arts master? Little brother Ling Yun, then you. Kong Ruiyong was shocked, and the tone of his speech to Ling Yun changed again. It was only then that he noticed that Ling Yun's broken and soaked clothes were stained with a large area of light red blood, mixed with raindrops. On the ground. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, indicating that he guessed correctly, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the gate. Tang Meng's father, the deputy director of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, and deputy department-level cadre Tang Tianhao, has finally arrived. The road in the banker's yard is wide enough for 4 cars to run side by side, so Tang Tianhao drove the car without any obstructions until he saw Kong Ruiyong. Along the way, Tang Tianhao counted silently, 1, 2, 3. 18. This kid Kong Ruiyong has brought all my soldiers. Officer Tang. Are you here? Seeing Tang Tianhao's car arriving, Kong Ruiyong immediately ran over to open the door for Tang Tianhao. How many people have you brought? Have you controlled the situation? How is Ling Yun? Tang Tianhao got out of the car and immediately asked about Kong Ruiyong's situation at the scene. Kong Ruiyong smiled and said, Ling Yun is fine, the situation has been brought under control for the time being. Many brothers are calling each other on the way here. The exact number is unknown, but there are at least 40. Ling Yun listened carefully, knowing that this time it was Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao. He immediately stepped forward, bowed in a proper manner, and said seriously, Hello, Uncle Tang, I'm Ling Yun. Then Ling Yun raised his head and met Tang Tianhao's eyes. Tang Tianhao was stunned when he saw Ling Yun, then he laughed and patted Ling Yun on the shoulder. No wonder that boy Tang Meng said all day how handsome his boss is, but today I saw it, well, he is indeed very handsome. I like. Ling Yun also smiled and said with red lips and white teeth, Uncle Tang, you are also very handsome. You are tall and mighty, and your aura is extraordinary. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net.